The phone screen flickered and a strange message popped up. Succubus outbreak in the village, come home now. Zhou Ming tapped it on reflex, only to watch the text morph into something else. Destiny open beta. Complete special quest for a chance to claim a powerful succubus pet. He scowled in disappointment. Seriously? Even spam ads have sunk this low? Annoying ad or not, had already planned to dive into Destiny, a VR blockbuster jointly developed by every government on the planet. The weirder the promotion, the more curious he became. He slipped on the VR helmet, head prepared. Ding. Welcome to Destiny. Would you like to create a character? The pleasant chime faded, and Zhou Ming found himself inside a magnificent palace. Yes, 10 minutes remained before launch, just enough time to build a character and snag an early lead. A flash of light revealed an avatar in the hall, a young man in a gray-white robe who looked exactly like Zhou Ming. Ding. You may alter your appearance, but only within 10%. He adjusted a few sliders enough to stay low profile. Ding. Character created. Please choose a name. He typed without hesitation. Zhou Yushiji. Now came the wait. Zhou Ming fixed his eyes on the timer, determined to enter ahead of the crowd. 10 seconds left. He hammered the enter key. Ding. The game is not yet open. Please wait. Ding. The game is not yet open. Please wait. On the third attempt, ding. Welcome to Destiny. You have entered Novice Village 1. Good timing. White beams flared as players flooded in, turning the quiet village into a noisy marketplace. Grab quests first. He headed straight for the village chief. The old man leaned on a cane, looking relaxed. Remembering the weird text, Zhou Ming joked, Chief, I'm here to pick up my succubus. The chief trembled, cane clattering to the ground. How did you know we're imprisoning an ancient succubus? Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. He scratched his head. Heard it somewhere. The chief studied him, then nodded. You must be the fated one. But that succubus is dangerous. Do you still want to approach her? Ding. Rare hidden quest, ancient succubus triggered. Accept? Already this exciting? Zhou Ming grinned. Count me in. The chief bowed. Good. Follow me. Ding. Hidden quest, ancient succubus accepted. Difficulty, a rank. Reward, unknown. Objective, help the succubus escape. He led Zhou Ming to a shabby hut with a teleport array. Step in. And be careful, you might be ravaged. Zhou Ming straightened up. I'm sturdy enough to handle it. Impressed, the chief activated the array. Light swallowed Zhou Ming only for a ward to vaporize him instantly. Ding. You were struck by a ward and died. Novice period, no respawn cooldown. Zhou Ming respawned, gritted his teeth, and marched back. You're back already? The chief asked. Array's glitchy. Let's try again. 10 more deaths followed. On the 12th try, he finally made it through. He landed in a ruined village with 2 lone peach trees. Ding. You have entered Peach Blossom Village. A sword hummed. Beneath the trees, a silver-haired girl danced, white dress fluttering, skin like jade, the very image of a fairy. Zhou Ming noticed the pointed ears peeking through her hair. Definitely a succubus. She appeared before him in a blink, voice cool and clear. Who are you? I'm Zhou Yushiji. Are you the ancient succubus? She looked puzzled. Ancient succubus? Is anyone else here? No. Then you must be the one I'm after. If you meet the ancient succubus, leave at once, she warned. This place is dangerous. She offered nothing more. Zhou Ming drew a steady breath, eyes resolute. I've come to take you out of here. Clang. The blade quivered against Zhou Ming's throat, its edge pricking his skin like icy needles. Before his last word had even faded, the girl blinked back in front of him, her expression frigid, her eyes brimming with hostility. Do you know who I am? Do you know what it means if I leave this place? She asked, her voice cold. Zhou Ming opened his mouth, but had no answer. He understood that if he stayed silent, this negotiation would almost certainly end in yet another death. He had finally reached the quest target. He might not get a second chance. I don't know who you are, he said solemnly, but I want to take you out of here. She paused, clearly startled. Why? Because getting you out is vital to me, Zhou Ming replied honestly. The developers had already revealed Fate's quest rankings. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D. Early in the game, even in a rank quest could give rewards that left every other player in the dust. Zhou Ming needed that edge. Suspicion and curiosity mingled in her gaze. After a long stare, she detected no trace of deceit, so she slowly sheathed her sword and shook her head. I appreciate the offer, but I can't leave. Why not? Zhou Ming pressed. She opened a pale palm, and a prismatic orb of energy rose into the air. If I leave, a lethal seal will kill me instantly. Can you transfer it to me? Zhou Ming asked after a moment's thought, the only plan he had. If I can't endure it, how will you? Is it possible or not? It is. Then give it to me, and I'll deal with it. Zhou Ming's voice remained calm. One more death meant little. She finally nodded. But, trust me. All right. The orb dissolved into a stream of light and sank into Zhou Ming's body. Ding. System message. You are bound by an unknown seal. Leaving the current area will trigger a powerful judgment. Transfer complete. Zhou Ming sprinted toward the edge of Peach Blossom Village. ITLL destroy you. The girl warned. Relax, it can't hurt me. He called back with confident ease. Boom. The instant he crossed the boundary, thunderclouds churned and a pillar of judgment blasted down. Endless energy struck at once, vaporizing him on the spot. 9,999, 9,999, 9,999, 9,999. The girl stood frozen. Conflicting emotions flickered in her eyes. They had met by chance. Why would he go that far? Sensing he wasn't truly dead, she waited until the seal dissipated, then tore open space with a gesture and stepped into Novice Village 1. Whoa, stunning NPC. The devs really get us. Fairy, can we add you? Players surged toward her. She frowned, tapped a slender finger in the air, and bursts of white light erupted. Every player collapsed at the respawn point before a damage number could even appear. Newly revived, Zhou Ming witnessed the scene and stood dumbstruck. Ancient succubus? Judging by her title, she was anything but gentle. She walked up to him, her expression earnest. Thank you for saving me. Ding. System message. Favor with Queen of Cinders, Qianing, 10. Current favor, 60 friendly. Don't mention it. Zhou Ming forced a smile, though a chill ran down his spine. Had probably just unleashed a terrifying archfiend. Just then the village chief hurried over, panting. Zhou Ming spoke first, spreading his hands in anticipation. I've let the prisoner out. Where's my reward? Time's ticking, and I need to level up. The chief blinked. Didn't you already get it? How so? Zhou Ming asked, puzzled. You asked to claim the succubus, remember? A succubus? Zhou Ming was speechless. How exactly did one claim something like that? Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have completed the quest Ancient Succubus, difficulty A. Reward, 1 level. A beam of golden light descended. Zhou Ming was now level 2. That's all. He grumbled. Beside him, Qianing suddenly raised her sword. Its icy blade touched the chief's throat. The old man's face went dead white, and he dropped to his knees. Have mercy, my lord. He said he wants a reward, Qianing stated calmly. Yais. I'll add more right away. Ding. System message. Perfect quest completion Ancient Succubus, difficulty A. Extra rewards. 1 level, rusty iron sword. Another flash of gold. Zhou Ming hit level 3, a corroded sword appearing in his hand. He laughed in spite of himself. Yep, this was heaven's fate, all right. Even threatening an NPC could trigger hidden loot. The chief trembled. That's the best I can offer, sir. On your feet. Zhou Ming helped him up, thinking the real prize was now the favor of this mysterious powerhouse, Qianing. An idea struck him. Chief, any other troubles? I'm still available. Yes. The old man's head bobbed. Field mice have been ruining the crops outside the village. Could you drive them off? Leave it to me. Ding. New quest. Exterminate field mice. Difficulty C. Description, squeak squeak. Rice sure is nice. Objective, kill 20 field mice. Reward, modest XP. With the quest accepted, Zhou Ming finally felt he was on a proper leveling track. Players watched enviously as he left the village. Glancing back at Qianing, still following him, he said, You're free now. Do whatever you like. I have nothing I want to do, Qianing replied. Won't you go home? Home is far away. I can't return. Her tone was steady. Zhou Ming considered, then smiled. Stick with me for a while, then. When you find your path, go. Fine. Qianing agreed without hesitation. You saved me. I should repay you. Talking, they reached the fields. Oversized gray mice darted everywhere, shredding the crops. Zhou Ming carefully opened his character panel. World Wanderer. Level 3. HP 30. Attack 66. Defense 33. Fame 0. Luck 0. Resist 0. Skill. Appraisal inspect targets up to 10 levels higher than yourself. Talent. Locked until class change. Equipment. Rusty Iron Sword ATK 33. REQ level 1. Description. Seriously? You're using this? He cast appraisal on the nearest mouse. Field mouse. Normal monster. Level 5. HP 20. Attack 66. Defense 33. Skill bite. Description. The bane of every farmer. Same level stats definitely dangerous. If a newbie drew too many, they'd be shredded in seconds. Zhou Ming was about to single out a straggler when Qianing stepped forward, lifting her hand toward the sky. Boom. A shockwave erupted, a white column of light shot upward, and the clouds churned. The mice froze, trembling as though death itself had arrived. Zhou Ming hurriedly stopped her. I get your good intentions, but let me handle this. I need the practice. If Qianing attacked, he'd get no contribution, no XP. I see she withdrew her power, studying him for a moment. Then she extended her slender hand. Give me your weapon. Although he had no idea what she was planning, Zhou Ming still handed over his weapon. The moment Qianing took the nicked iron sword, a strange light flickered in her eyes. She gripped the hilt with her right hand, held her left hand like a blade, and let her fingertips glide along the rust-pitted edge. Flecks of rust drifted away while pale lights spread from her touch, devouring the dull metal inch by inch. Within a few breaths the sword seemed to shed its skin, the drab surface peeled back, revealing a mirror-bright silver sheen that scattered sunlight and reflected the scenery around them. Here, Qianing said, passing the completely renewed sword back. Zhou Ming accepted it with both hands and immediately opened the weapon stats panel. Silver sword. Quality, silver tier. Attack, 2025. Trait, 5 attack. Required level, 1. Description, once a battered iron sword. Its strength has soared after absorbing a trace of a god tier aura. Silver tier, he whispered, excitement surging through him. On Tianming continent, weapons and power levels shared the same ranks: bronze, silver, gold, and radiant. Anything beyond radiant was still unknown. Early on, a silver weapon's bonuses were more than enough to let him crush level 5 field mice. You're not a native of Tianming continent, so this is all I can do for you right now, Qianing said simply. Thank you. Zhou Ming's gratitude was genuine. Natives couldn't give adventurers treasure for free, but the sword was already his. Qianing had merely touched it, and the benefit was immense. He had no intention of squandering this advantage. While most players were still wrestling with level 1 slimes and level 3 sheep, he gripped his gleaming silver sword and headed straight to the level 5 field mouse spawn. The first mouse appeared. 21. A crimson damage number flashed across his vision. With only 20 HP, the mouse dropped instantly, never getting a chance to strike back. One-shot kill. Zhou Ming smiled. Who else could start with a silver weapon? A few players in the distance stared in disbelief. What the hell is he cheating? They were still covered in slime goo, while that guy was strolling with a gorgeous NPC and one-shotting level 5 mobs. The field mice squealed in alarm. Seeing a companion fall, the rest bristled and charged in a swarm. Zhou Ming raised his sword. Silver light flashed like a blade through tofu. 3. 22. 3. 21. The mice's bites nibbled at his HP bar, but he fought while retreating, minimizing the time he was surrounded. Every strike he made was precise and lethal. In less than 2 minutes, a dozen mice were reduced to experience points. Just as his life dipped to the brink, a brilliant golden light rained down on him. Level up. Current level, 4. All stats instantly refilled. Then the system chime sounded. Ding. The quest Kill the Field Mice. Difficulty, C. Has been completed. Please speak with the village chief to claim your reward. Already? Zhou Ming muttered. He casually cut down 2 stragglers, scooped up more than 20 copper coins, and headed back to the newbie village. With his current attack, farming mice was overkill. It was time to hunt tougher monsters and power level. On the way, a curious player hurried over. Hey man, where'd you get that NPC? Zhou Ming had no intention of giving away his advantage, so he shrugged. I'm one of the devs. He shoved the crowd aside and headed back to the starter village, relying on his higher level. Unlike ordinary grind quests, the developers had announced that the world of Destiny would evolve on its own. Every NPC is unique, and once an event is finished it never resets. So when Zhou Ming strode through the village gate with the ancient succubus in tow, the village chief was wiping sweat from his brow. The sight nearly made him drop his pipe. He hurried over at once. Chief, I've completed the quest. Zhou Ming got straight to the point. Good. You'll get your reward right away. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have flawlessly completed the quest Kill Field Rats. Difficulty C. Rewards. 55 of current level experience, 10 copper coins, and a battered breastplate. More gear. Zhou Ming opened his inventory and swapped his statless novice clothes for the rusted armor. Qianing tapped the breastplate with a faint flash at her fingertip. A moment later the rust flaked off, revealing bright metal beneath. Reinforced breastplate silver. Defense, 1012. HP, 100. Trait, defense 5. Required level, 3. Description, any piece of equipment that carries even a trace of a god-tier aura becomes extraordinary. Thanks. Zhou Ming looked at Qianing, unsure what else to say. She simply nodded. Chief, the field rat reward was nice, but the quest was too easy. Got anything that pays better? Zhou Ming asked. Yes, the chief's eyes flicked toward the silver-haired girl behind Zhou Ming, and he spoke in a rush. There's a bloodthirsty dire wolf in the mountain outside the village. If you can get rid of it, the whole village will be grateful. Ding. System prompt. Accept quest Eliminate the dire wolf. Difficulty B? Quest description. The wolf is vicious. Proceed with caution. Objective. Kill the wolf and bring back its fawn. Reward. Unknown. Accept. Zhou Ming confirmed without hesitation. He then dashed to the apothecary and traded all 10 copper coins for 6 red potions. Better safe than sorry. Red potion crate. Effect. Restores 5 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown. 20 seconds. Description. A red liquid that obviously heals you. Preparations complete. Zhou Ming headed for the mountain. Full of ambition, if that wolf turned out to be a boss, he might claim the first boss kill in the entire game. After the living deity had left, the village chief finally exhaled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. On the road to the mountain, Zhou Ming glanced at the silent, silver-haired girl. Her skin was luminous and her features delicate, like a celestial beauty that only exists in games. Why are you staring at me? Qianing frowned slightly. Nothing. I just wonder what your leaving Taoyuan village really means, Zhou Ming said honestly. Qianing looked up at the gray-blue sky streaked with thin clouds. If you haven't figured it out yet, I hope you learn it a little later. Zhou Ming didn't press. His level was still too low to trigger any follow-up story involving Qianing. Suddenly Qianing asked, when your strength is sufficient, what class do you plan to choose? Zhou Ming thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? His heart raced. This was a god-tier being. If he could inherit her class, he might unlock a hidden profession. The developers had hinted that beyond the 6 basic classes swordsman, knight, mage, summoner, priest, and assassin there were hidden classes, some even unique, though the odds were slim. My class belongs only to me, it can't be passed on. As if reading his mind, Qianing shook her head. Zhou Ming was disappointed, but not surprised. Hidden classes were never easy to obtain. However, Qianing continued, her gaze deep and distant. I can offer you another path. Zhou Ming's heart leapt. What choice? Would you be interested in creating a class of your own? Zhou Ming's breath caught, a tidal wave of shock crashing through him. On the class list in front of him, new words blazed. Custom class, an entirely new path Qianing had unlocked. Not interested? Qianing arched an eyebrow when he froze. I am. Zhou Ming blurted, excitement flooding him. But how do I create my own class? Qianing shook her head. It's no simple task. Without me, no player could manage it alone. When your strength meets the class change threshold, we'll help you. Watching the faint curve of her smile, Zhou Ming clenched his fist. Qianing saw huge potential in the adventurer called Travel the World, and he knew it himself. This was a path that defied the norm. Deal. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the surge of emotion. First we take the boss first kill, then we talk custom class. The thought of what might be born in the future filled him with anticipation. Leaving the crowded starter village behind, he hurried toward the quest location. Ding. System message. You have entered the map's starter village mountains. A lush forest rushed up to meet him, vines coiling, layered leaves, dappled sunlight spilling onto damp earth. Insects rustled at his ears, and an occasional dead leaf drifted down. Russell hardly had he stepped among the trees when he picked up light footfalls. Pushing aside waist-high weeds, he spotted a pack of wolves prowling ahead. Their gray fur bristled, muscles coiled, claws gleaming coldly, ready to tear apart any intruder. Wild Wolf Normal. Level 10. HP 80. Attack 2428. Defense 1215. Skill Savage Pounce. Description: Overlord of the Starter Village Mountains. Defeat it to prove you're worthy of leaving the range. 6 levels up won't be easy, Zhou Ming muttered. Know yourself and the enemy, then victory is assured. He pulled up his own stats. Travel the World. Level 4. HP 140. Attack 2530. Defense 1517. Fame 0. Luck 0. Resistance 0. Skill Appraisal. Talent Locked unlocks upon class change. 2 pieces of silver gear gave him stats that outclassed the wolves across the board. Before facing the final boss, grinding on these wolves was perfect. Sword raised, he targeted a lone wolf and lunged, silver light shearing through the air. 10. Critical hit. Not bad, he smirked. A wither wolf howled and snapped back. Zhou Ming twisted aside, its fangs grazing his sleeve. Miss. He seized the opening, slashing in quick succession, but the wolf retreated, gathered strength, and suddenly leapt. Smart wolf already dodging. Zhou Ming shifted his footing and drove his elbow forward. 6. 10. Back and forth they traded blows, health bars falling in turn. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and grass blades lay trampled. 3 minutes later the wolf's legs trembled, it whimpered, and collapsed. Ding. System message. You have slain a wild wolf. Current level EXP 32. A surge of experience swept over him, and Zhou Ming rose smoothly to level 5. Clack. At the same time, a pair of boots hit the ground. A drop at last. Zhou Ming bent down cheerfully and picked up the silver gleaming boots. Qianing lifted his elbow with a gentle yet firm touch, clearly helping him. Wolfhide boots silver tier. Defense 55. HP 50. Attribute 5 movement speed. Description: a pair of wolfhide boots once handled by a god-tier warrior. You have to grow stronger as fast as you can, Qianing whispered. The moment I leave Taoyuan village, those people will notice. Those people? The ones who had trapped her here? Zhou Ming's thoughts spun, but his hands didn't slow as he turned to pull the next mob. The instant he put on the boots, his stats refreshed to Defense 2022, and his HP bar stretched longer. An ordinary wolf, no longer any threat, leapt at him. He dispatched it with a few casual swings. In barely 20 minutes his EXP bar filled, and he settled solidly at level 6. The vast forest still held no other players. With no competition, his advantage could only snowball. Oh whoa. Suddenly a sharper, higher-pitched howl split the forest air. Finally, Zhou Ming muttered, heart tightening as he advanced. From among the shadows a massive wolf, the size of a calf, eased into view. Its coat was slick and black, its eyes blood red, its interlocking fangs radiating menace. Wolf King Bronze Tier Boss. Level 12. HP 500. Attack 4250. Defense 1822. Skills: Howl, Rending Claw, Bloodlust. Description: the strongest creature in the starter zone mountains, a wolf so fierce the villagers tremble at its name. 50 points of max damage trading blows isn't worth it, Zhou Ming muttered. With 3 pieces of silver gear he was ahead of almost every player, but his level and limited kit weren't enough for a straight brawl, and he hadn't learned any skills yet. Try to take it down, Qianning urged. Alright. Zhou Ming hesitated for half a second, then gritted his teeth, abandoned caution, and slashed his silver sword across the Wolf King's belly. Blood sprayed, and a red 9 floated up. The moment the hit landed, he pulled back out of range. The Wolf King roared and spun, bloody claws sweeping. 23, 25. Tanking both hits, Zhou Ming retreated, kiting the boss behind a thick maple. He knocked back a health potion, then whirled and rained blows on the beast's skull. That's enough. Qianning nodded calmly, a flicker of approval in her eyes. The tree served as a natural barrier. Circling it, Zhou Ming cut down the Wolf King's swings and bought time to drink potions. Dodging even 1 or 2 heavy blows could flip the entire fight. 10, 21, 5, 9 miss, 5. Both health bars dropped in tandem, but with potions and cover Zhou Ming never fell behind. Oh well. When both bars neared 50%, the Wolf King threw back its head, claws and fangs glowing with eerie crimson light. Ding. System message. The Wolf King has activated Bloodlust attack power 10 for 2 minutes. Ding. System message. The Wolf King has activated Rending Claw. Its next strike ignores 30 of your defense. 39. Pain slammed into his chest, and nearly a fifth of his HP vanished. Zhou Ming staggered back, chugging red potions to stall. After 5 bottles, Bloodlust expired and his health was back above 75%. Counterattack. 40%, 30%. The Wolf King's HP melted away, plunging into the red. Time to die, big bad wolf. Afraid of dragging things out, Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and hammered swing after swing until the last sliver of the Wolf King's life disappeared. It became the first boss in Destiny to be slain by a player since launch. Instantly, system chimes rang out one after another. Ding. System message. Congratulations on defeating the Bronze Tier Wolf King. Rewards. Experience 263.4. Reputation 10. Copper coins 50. Swoosh. 2 beams of golden light shot up from the Wolf King's corpse, illuminating the entire forest. Zhou Ming had slain a boss 6 levels above him, earning a mountain of experience, yet the chime kept ringing. Ding. System message. As the first player to defeat a bronze tier boss, you receive additional rewards. Free attribute points 10, reputation 1000, and the rare skill Fallen Sword. Ding. System message. Would you like to make your achievement on Destiny Continent public? If you choose yes, all players will be notified. Jackpot. Zhou Ming clenched his fist, barely containing his excitement. The boss rewards were already generous, but the first kill achievement was the real prize. Without hesitating, he crouched down and scooped up every piece of gear and every coin the Wolf King had dropped, nothing left behind. Then he opened his inventory to inspect the loot. The first things he noticed were 2 jet black items with razor-sharp lines, a pair of bracers, and a helmet. Compared to common white-grade gear, their engravings were more pronounced, and the dark metal glinted with a chilling sheen. Bronze gear. Zhou Ming's heart pounded. Bronze grade itself wasn't rare, but these pieces were still untainted by a divine aura. Whenever Qianning touched common items, they instantly upgraded to silver. If she worked her magic on bronze pieces. He skipped the stat check and equipped the bracers and helmet on the spot. Qianning raised her hand, and an invisible energy poured into the gear. Swoosh. The bracers and helmet transformed instantly, their contours sharpened, faint gold veins spread across the obsidian surface, and the metal seemed to pulse with life. Holy! Zhou Ming almost swore aloud. Gold tier gear on day 1. That was way beyond the average player's imagination. Clearly, the devs had gone soft on him. He took a deep breath and opened the equipment panel. Wolf King bracers. Tier gold. Defense, 2022. HP, 500. Trait, defense 10. Level requirement, 10. Description, strengthened by the aura of a divine being. These bracers are exceptionally durable. Wolf King helmet. Tier gold. Defense, 1820. HP, 500. Trait, HP 10. Level requirement, 10. Description, so sturdy that it will keep your head intact, even in a rain of arrows. The combined defense of the 2 gold pieces was so high that even the Wolf King would struggle to scratch him. With the huge HP boost on top, he felt practically invincible. Zhou Ming suspected it wouldn't be long before he snagged the first kill on a silver deer boss as well. Only 2 levels to go. Pick up the pace, Qianning reminded him. Got it. After stowing his gear, Zhou Ming poured all his hard-earned attribute points into attack, determined to speed up his grind. As he farmed monsters and watched his level climb, he checked the loot from his first kill, the skill book Fallen Sword. Rarity, rare, grade A. Description, when the blade descends, the enemy's fate is sealed. Skill effect, summons a sword in midair that locks onto a target within a 50-50 meter area, dealing damage equal to 300 of the user's attack. Has a small chance to inflict suppression and reduce the target's movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, 10. One glance was enough for Zhou Ming to grasp how terrifying this skill could be. The raw power was impressive, but the real kicker was the lack of class restrictions. Any melee fighter who learned it would instantly gain ranged damage and crowd control. The book was priceless. The system hasn't announced it yet, he muttered, then shrugged. Whatever, let's share the fun. Gaming should be about excitement, not secrecy. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Shurjie Eastern Region for becoming the first to defeat a bronze grade boss in Destiny. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Shurjie Eastern Region. Ding. Global announcement. The same message echoed 3 times, making sure no one missed it. No way, first boss kill already. Insane. Must be a dev plant. How did that guy pull it off? The world chat exploded. Friend requests flooded in like snowflakes. Ding. System. Player Super Tyranno Warrior wants to add you as a friend. Accept. Ding. System. Player Needs Some Fish wants to add you as a friend. Accept. The list filled up in seconds. Zhou Ming blocked them all with one click and went back to grinding. Even with Qian Ying's help giving him an early lead, every game had its share of experts. Get cocky, and you'd crash sooner or later. 40 minutes later, another wolf fell beneath his blade. His experience bar filled and overflowed. Ding. System. Congratulations, you've reached level 10. Ding. System. You are now eligible for a class transfer. Visit the town hall to choose your class. Jining. I hit the transfer threshold. Zhou Ming flexed his fingers. Ordinary players had to pick from 6 classes: swordsman, knight, mage, summoner, priest, or assassin, but he was different. He could create his own class, making him one of a kind. Qianing smiled faintly. Let's leave this place first. Right. Zhou Ming turned toward the starter village, planning to use the teleport array to reach the city. Knock, knock. Real-world knocking hit his ears. Seriously? Now. He frowned and spoke into the air. Can you wait here a moment? Something's come up, I need to handle it first. I know you're an adventurer from another world. Go on. Qian Ying's response was remarkably understanding. Zhou Ming found it novel, but didn't ask further. With a single thought, the system panel floated before his eyes. Log out. The cramped room was dimly lit. Exhaling sharply, he removed the pricey game helmet and let out a long breath. Even back in reality, his eyes still gleamed with excitement and expectation. The game had just launched, and he was already ahead of most players, all thanks to that promotional text message. Bang bang. The knocking on the door intensified. Coming. Zhou Ming stifled his annoyance and opened the door. Standing outside was a pot-bellied man, his landlord, Lu Yufeng. Being disturbed at such a critical moment irritated him, but the man owned the apartment, so he kept his cool. Rent for the next 3 months, Lu Yufeng demanded impatiently. Sure. Zhou Ming pulled out his phone and tried to transfer 3,000 yuan. Ding. Insufficient balance. He sucked in a breath and checked 256 yuan left. If he hadn't spent 20 grand on the Destiny headset, he wouldn't be this strapped for cash. One moment. Helpless, he called his mother. Mom, I need some money urgently. Could you send me 800 for now? 2 years out of college, earning next to nothing, he now had to rely on his parents while his landlord looked on. His mother asked no questions. Okay, I've transferred it. Did you get it? Moments later, 2,000 yuan arrived. Got it, Zhou Ming said softly. If working in the city isn't going well, why not come back to the town? You'd be closer, and we can handle things together, she offered. Don't worry, everything's fine, just a small hiccup, he replied with forced lightness, though his voice remained firm. Give me 2 years. He'll make sure you and Dad live comfortably. In theory, he could earn money from the game anywhere, but success wasn't guaranteed. If he failed, he'd have to find a regular job. Gaming, however, was what he knew best. Destiny was his last gamble. He hung up, paid the 3,000 yuan rent, and hurried back into his room. Selling his gold tier gear now would cover the rent, and then some, but he wasn't willing to settle. If he stayed ahead, he could farm a few more bosses, sell the extra loot, and earn his first pot of gold so long as no one caught up to him. With that thought, he slipped the helmet back on. Enough daydreaming. First task. Get online and become the very first player to complete a class change. With a flash of brilliant white light, Zhou Ming reappeared in the mountains outside the starter village, while Qianing waited quietly nearby. Let's go, he called, barely containing his excitement. If he didn't change classes soon, he knew he'd be up all night. Qianing gave a slight nod and walked beside him. The winding path back to the village was packed with players grinding for experience. The clang of blades, bursts of incantations, and a non-stop stream of system alerts merged into a single roar. To Zhou Ming, it all spelled one thing. Too many players, too few mobs. Limited respawn rates meant his early lead was priceless. Near the village gate, every eye snapped toward him. A top-tier NPC followed at his side, and several glowing pieces of gear stood out sharply against his plain novice outfit. Boss, that's him, someone in the crowd whispered. The leader, a rat-faced, short player with the ID Gaibong Lao San, brightened, raised his weapon, and shouted, Brothers, Target spotted. Group up and loot him. I don't care how good his gear is, 15 against 1 is our advantage. Kill. The crowd surged forward. They'd clearly been lying in wait. Camping me, huh? Zhou Ming wasn't surprised. In a big MMO, organized ganks were routine. With an NPC companion and the server's first boss kill, he was bound to be a target. Calmly, and before combat fully engaged, he swapped in 2 level-appropriate gold items from his pack, giving his stats a sharp boost. A second later, beginner weapons rained down on him. 1, 1, 1. Dozens of tiny damage numbers floated up, nearly lost in the glow. What the? The attackers froze. They hadn't even pierced his minimum defense. Ding. System prompt. You are under attack and may defend yourself. Note. Self-defense incurs no crime value. That was exactly what Zhou Ming wanted. If he struck first, crime value would rise, risking his gear and his NPC's favor. No way. Gaibong Lao San's eyes bulged. His defense is that high? He hadn't gathered this group for fun. Had paid good money to block Zhou Ming from claiming the first class change reward. Now he discovered they couldn't even scratch him. Zhou Ming arched an eyebrow. Defense? Who said my attack isn't just as high? As the words left his lips, his sword flashed. The frontmost player barely had time to blink before blood burst from his chest, and he collapsed. 60. Critical hit. A collective hiss rose. Early game health was so low that one strike like that could one-shot even a level 6 character. Impossible. Gaibong Laosan gasped, hurriedly casting Inspect again in disbelief. He had assumed that sheer numbers would guarantee victory, but the gap between the two sides was staggering. Zhou Yushiji's stats read level 10, HP 10, attack 1370, defense 4247, skill power 7279, plus a detection skill. Stats like that were absurd in a starter village. Sparks of sword light merged into a single arc. Zhou Ming took down almost 2 enemies with every pair of swings, mowing the whole crowd into the respawn point in under 2 minutes. Clack. 2 common grade items hit the ground, 1 piece of armor and 1 weapon. He bent to pick them up and headed for the village gate. Don't get cocky, kid. The Beggar clan will make you pay for this. The freshly revived 3rd elder of the clan yelled from the teleport circle. Beggar clan. Zhou Ming paused. He had heard of the guild, an ugly name, but its leaders were all loaded and loved to dominate the rankings by throwing money around. What? Getting scared now? The 3rd elder sneered when Zhou Ming hesitated. If you don't want trouble with the Beggar clan, stay away from the city job change. I can even give you some hush money. Zhou Ming strode toward him. What do you want? This is a safe zone. The elder instinctively backed up. A newbie could revive after death, but the lost experience still hurt. Slap. Zhou Ming clapped a hand on his shoulder and whispered, Bro, interested in some gear? Huh. The man was stunned. Just farmed 2 great pieces. Zhou Ming displayed the clothes and weapon that had just dropped trash to him, but overpriced gold this early in the game. Ridiculous. You think I'd buy? Ding. System message. Your linked account has received 1,000 credits. The deal was instant. In Destiny, every player's account was linked for deposits or withdrawals, perfect for hiding one's real identity. Come again anytime. Pocketing the money, Zhou Ming happily went off to complete his quest with the village elder. You. The 3rd elder watched him leave, face dark as coal, molars almost cracking. The village elder spotted Zhou Ming from afar, as if seeing the devil himself. He abandoned the other adventurers and hurried over, bowing anxiously. Chief, I've finished the task, Zhou Ming said, producing a still-dripping Wolf King Fang. What? The elder's eyes bulged. You not only slew the Wolf King, but even brought back its fang on excellent forging material. That's what the quest asked for, isn't it? Zhou Ming shrugged. Sharp eye. The elder praised repeatedly, sneaking a glance at the ancient succubus, Qianing, who stood beside Zhou Ming. Such a heroic adventurer deserves a fitting reward, or my conscience will ache. Ding. System message. Congratulations on flawlessly completing Eliminate the Evil Wolves. Difficulty B. Rewards current level EXP 43.6. Wolf King Ring Bronze. A ring already. Zhou Ming grinned. The game had 10 equipment slots, and rings, necklaces, and cloaks were the rarest. Now he had one. Are you satisfied with the reward? The elder asked timidly. Would you consider heading to the city? The world outside is far more exciting. The elder quickly offered him an out. That's exactly my plan. Zhou Ming nodded. They reached the teleport circle. Zhou Ming and Qianing stepped onto the stone dais while the elder activated it. Flash-blinding white light surged up and swallowed them whole. When the glow faded, the pair had vanished from the circle. Only after confirming their departure did the elder exhale in relief. I'm finally free. After a burst of blinding light, Zhou Ming opened his eyes and found himself in the bustling center of a town. Smooth bluestone slabs gleamed beneath his feet, warmed to a pale sheen by the sun. Shops crowded every side. Tavern banners and apothecary flags snapped in the breeze, while vendors shouted over the press of passing crowds. Compared with the ramshackle starter village head just left, this place was on a completely different level. Ding. System message. You have entered a Tier 3 settlement Chishui town. In Destiny World, population centers range from Tier 4 villages to Tier 1 capitals. with super capitals at the top. When players leave a Tier 4 village, the system automatically transfers them to the nearest Tier 3 town, so landing in Chishui made perfect sense. Stepping off the teleportation platform, he turned to speak with Qianing, only to feel a sudden jolt on his back. Clack! A pebble no bigger than half a finger bounced off his armor and rolled away. Zhou Ming looked round. 10 paces off stood a blue-clad youth with a long sword across his back, hand raised, smiling. He was lean and striking, black hair fluttering across his forehead in the wind. Sorry I was waiting behind you forever, but you never noticed. Had to get your attention somehow. His tone was casual, yet his eyes showed a mix of amusement and open arrogance. Zhou Ming said nothing. Instead, he cast Probe. Water Glint, Sword Blade Lin Tao. Grade, Silver Level Boss. Level, 20. HP, 10,000. Attack, 320,340. Defense, 150,165. Skills. Profile, a gifted young swordsman born with water affinity, chosen by the water hero and heir to that legacy. A silver boss. Zhou Ming's heart jolted, but he kept his voice calm. Got something to discuss, Pebble Thrower? Lin Tao looked him over, making no effort to hide his hostility. I'm curious why she acknowledged you. ID like a spar. Zhou Ming glanced at Qianing. Her profile was razor-sharp and icy. He came faster than I thought, she murmured. The air peeled open like water, and an elderly man in blue robes staggered from the void, cane thumping the ground. He was stooped and streaked with white hair, yet the pressure he radiated was suffocating. The moment we heard you escape Taoyuan village, did you think we'd sit idle? He said, fixing Qianing with a cautious stare. You alone can't stop me, she replied coolly. It wasn't my idea to come. The old man's gaze shifted to Zhou Ming, as cold as if he were assessing an insect. My disciple once sought your guidance, and you ignored him. Now you've chosen another, and he refuses to accept it. He's here to settle the matter. Please. Lin Tao cupped his fists, though his tone was anything but polite. He wanted to know what made this no-name adventurer worthy of the Queen of Ash's favor. Ding. System message. You have triggered the sudden quest instruction. Difficulty. S. Accept. The air grew taut, like a drawn bowstring. Zhou Ming was still considering when Qianing stepped in front of him. He hasn't even completed his class change. The old man waved a hand, unconcerned. No problem. He'll apply a seal so neither side can use skills and match your attributes. A fair fight. Fair. A glacial gleam flashed in Qianying's eyes, killing intent rising within her. He came swaggering in while his foundations were still shallow, before he could truly grow. Did he think she couldn't see through his schemes? Shallow foundations? Not yet grown. The elder narrowed his eyes, letting his icy gaze settle on Qianing. Do you honestly believe you still have time to guide him? News that the Ashen Flame Queen has broken Peach Haven's seal is hardly mine alone. In a few moments, every powerhouse in the land will swarm this place. You think you two can stroll away unscathed? How I act is none of your concern. Qianying's voice dropped, cutting off further argument. She clamped a hand on Zhou Ming's shoulder, turned into a blazing white streak, and shot beyond the town, straight into the sky. The elder made no move to pursue. He simply watched the white streak recede. Lin Tao, unwilling to accept it, muttered, Master, are we just letting them go? Patience. The elder squinted after them, a chill curling at his lips. The prize is too great. That boy won't keep it for long. High above, a frigid wind howled. A white beam slashed through clouds, weaving sharp angles, then soaring higher, clearly sidestepping anyone who might tail them. No one knew how long they flew before the light finally dimmed and the pair landed smoothly. Ding. System message. You have entered the map gloom-shrouded canyon. Mist churned deep within the gorge, clammy vapor rolling over them. Heavy clouds blotted out the sky, and now and then a beast growled from the weeds, and vines yet none dared draw near. The pressure of a deity-class fighter sent every creature scurrying. Qianing scanned the terrain. Once certain it was hidden enough, she spoke solemnly. This spot is remote. They won't find us easily. They'll help you forge your own class here. Thank you. Zhou Ming's pulse was still racing from the confrontation, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Qianing hesitated, then chose to lay everything bare. Before we begin, you need to know a few things. She had planned to wait, yet the situation forced her hand. I'm listening. Zhou Ming steadied himself. He sensed her past could tie directly into the game's main storyline. I hold no old grudges against those people, Qianing began, but I possess a special power. I can raise any piece of equipment to a higher tier, ignoring every requirement. Such strength invites covetous eyes, and thus, many enemies. Zhou Ming's breath caught. Ignore every requirement upgrade, any gear. A bronze weapon touched by her could leap 2 grades in an instant. A divine item, enhanced again, would be monstrous. No faction would overlook a cheat-level ability like that. Her being hunted made perfect sense. After he absorbed the news, Qianing drew a pitch-black orb from her cloak. Starfire and dark flame flickered deep within it. Beyond that power, what they truly crave is this. It lets its holder create a brand new class. She extended the orb. Try holding it. Zhou Ming's heart hammered. He cast Identify at once. God Demon Orb. Description: a mysterious sphere from beyond the Destiny continent, brimming with endless divine and demonic wills. Effect: maintain your true self, temper your spirit, and carve your own path. The God Demon Orb, he whispered, unable to tear his gaze away. Qianing placed it in front of him, her expression more serious than ever. Take it. All right. Heat flooded Zhou Ming's palm as he reached out. His pulse thundered in his ears. He still didn't know why Qianing had chosen him, yet one truth was undeniable. He knew he dared not deny if this orb could change his destiny forever. Mist filled the shadowy canyon. Ash-gray vapors rolled like tides, blotting out the last scrap of daylight overhead. Hidden among the cliffs on either side, beasts growled under their breath, fangs glinting, yet they kept their distance. The instincts told them that the two intruding humans were more terrifying than any natural predator. In the heart of the fog, Zhou Ming held his breath, fingers trembling with excitement, and reached for the pearl that hovered silently in midair. The instant he brushed it, the fist-sized demonic divine orb flared, a dark blue light spilling outward like ink and swallowing the surroundings. Zhou Ming felt his blood boil, a ringing in his ears as waves of thoughts crashed through his mind: greed, arrogance, possessiveness, every emotion blown to monstrous proportions. Even his pupils reflected a sinister black gleam. The orb is mine now. With this treasure, it'll rise above everyone. From this moment, no player can stand against me. His expression shifted as rapidly as a stage mask: greedy 1 second, manic the next, then smugly self-satisfied. All his passions were wrenched to their limits. He clenched his teeth to stay sane, yet felt like a lone skiff in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. With a flick of her sleeve, Qianing slapped the orb from his grasp. The demonic divine orb rolled across the rubble, and its eerie glow faded. Zhou Ming sucked in air, sweat dripping from his chin and his chest heaving. Haha, creating a class of my own really isn't that easy. If you hadn't stepped in. Without her help, he suspected, even his avatar would have gone berserk. Qian Ying's voice cut calmly through the mist. Everyone reacts differently to the orb, so I can't give you any tips. Whether you can master it depends solely on you. All I can do is drag you back when you lose control. Zhou Ming nodded, but caught the key point. So before me, plenty of people have held it? Yes, she admitted. The orb is notoriously hard to tame. Most fail, some die. A lucky few keep their sanity and define their path, but, and then they fell along the way. No one ever reached the finish line. In other words, not a single real success? Zhou Ming gave a wry smile. That's one way to put it, Qianing said gravely. Only by mastering it do you earn the right to forge your own class and become its owner. Before her words faded, a crisp system chime exploded in their ears. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have triggered the special quest A Thought Between God and Demon. Difficulty, SS. Do you accept? Quest description. A mysterious woman hands you an unknown orb. Your ability to control it will determine your fate. Objective. Endure the orb's trial and discover your class path. Reward. Demonic Divine Orb. Failure penalty. Character deletion and forced restart. Zhou Ming's heart slammed when he read the last line. What the hell? Fail and I get wiped? Is the system out to get me? You're free to decline, Qianing said gently, without the slightest hint of persuasion. I'll let you touch it first so you'd understand how hard class creation really is, and make your choice. Zhou Ming recalled that if he hadn't rescued her in Peach Blossom Village, this woman would never have handed such a chance to anyone, nor would she repay kindness with malice. The opportunity to create a unique class was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime boon. Even those who had fallen along the way had once been titans whose names shook the land, their brilliant lives far outshining anything an ordinary person could imagine. I want to give it a shot. Zhou Ming tapped accept quest without hesitation. What's there to be scared of? Worst case, we re-roll. It's just a game, having fun is what counts, he shouted, half teasing himself as he psyched up. Good luck. Qianing dipped her head in a small bow. Zhou Ming said nothing more. He opened the system menu and slid the pain setting from 5% down to the minimum 1%, cutting the risk. Then he bent and picked up the heavy divine demon orb. Boom. The moment it touched his palm, a familiar yet feral surge of emotions: lust, rage, joy, sorrow crashed into his mind. Zhou Ming grunted, fighting to endure. Within seconds, every inch of his skin felt as if ants were gnawing at it, his willpower eroding. A few seconds more and pain stabbed through his chest as his heart spasmed. Ping. System prompt. For unknown reasons, your pain threshold has been raised to 100. Are you kidding me? This is going to kill me. He bared his teeth as the agony erupted. Seeing things spiral, Qianing instinctively raised her hand, ready to knock the orb away and snap him out of it. Hold on. Zhou Ming growled, veins bulging on his forehead, face flushing, yet his grip on the orb stayed iron tight. Time is running out. If we stall any longer, someone else will snag the first-class advancement reward. His chest heaved, but he refused to let go. Whether the orb was amplifying his desire or it was sheer stubbornness, he couldn't bear to quit when a self-made class meant everything. You won't survive this. Qian Ying's voice trembled with worry. She hadn't expected him to push so hard on his second attempt, treating his life like a disposable item. The orb isn't pouring any energy into me. It's only magnifying my emotions. Why should that be lethal? Zhou Ming muttered through clenched teeth. A sudden insight flashed across his mind. Qian Ying fell silent. She had no answer. Everyone faced a different trial when they touched the divine demon orb, so no one else's experience could guide him. Maybe I've been instinctively fighting my darker emotions, and that's what's throwing my mind off balance. Grasping the thread, Zhou Ming reversed course. He stopped resisting and opened himself completely, letting the torrent of feelings surge through him. The pain vanished, replaced by a surprising sense of lightness. Greed, pride, whatever ugliness I carry, it's still a part of me. His gaze locked on Qian Ying, lingering on her flawless face and alluring curves. His mouth went dry. Desire blazed so hot he nearly lunged to rip away her clothes and claim her. Yet even as the impulse roared, a sliver of clarity held firm. That was the path he had chosen to embrace every fragment of himself, even the emotions the world branded as evil, refusing to flee or hide. He wasn't acting on a whim. The quest demanded he endure the divine demon orb's trial. If it was a test, there had to be a right answer. If resistance failed, then try acceptance. I see. Qian Ying murmured, thoughtful. Your future class must be tied to intense negative emotions. Vim. Suddenly, the Shinmal pearl shook violently. The ghostly glow around it faded, replaced by scarlet flames that seemed ready to erupt, dazzling and fierce. The rolling firelight painted Zhou Ming's face crimson, and a clear, powerful certainty rose within him was destined to wield the element of fire. In no more than a dozen heartbeats, torrents of elemental flame burst through the pearl's fissures and swept over Zhou Ming like a tide. Expecting his skin to scorch, he instead felt a soothing warmth, as though he were soaking in a hot spring, every bone and meridian loosening under the heat. It's going this smoothly? Qian Ying whispered from the shadows, unable to hide her surprise. She had always believed Zhou Ming could succeed, but she never imagined he would clear the critical step in the blink of an eye. Zhou Ming was equally stunned. The mission was rated SS, and he had been ready to gamble his life, yet the process felt almost perfunctory. Joy mingled with unease inside him. Was this really all it took to succeed? Meanwhile, in Chishui town, a blue-robed elder stood by the teleportation array with his hands clasped behind his back. The faint sigillite cast a chill across his graying temples. His disciple Lin Tao waited respectfully, holding his breath. Whoosh! A pillar of light shot skyward, and the array howled like a storm. Lin Tao's usual arrogance vanished, head lowered and eyes downcast. He dared not offend the being about to appear, a figure equal in rank to his master. Seconds later, 3 figures burst from the torrent of energy, armor gleaming and arcane sigils flickering. You're late, the blue-robed elder said, his voice edged with anger. We crossed borders the moment we received the call and came straight to the eastern sector, replied the leader, a blond, blue-eyed man in silver armor, calm and composed. The journey was perilous. Arriving this quickly is no small feat. The elder ignored the excuse. I just crossed paths with the Ash Queen, he said bluntly. She cannot have gotten far. Boom. The ground shuddered as if struck by a colossal hammer. Every powerhouse stiffened and looked skyward in unison. The azure dome had blossomed into a brilliant crimson. The clouds seemed to ignite, rolling in sheets of flame. Move. The 4 exchanged a glance and streaked toward the source of the eruption. Master, what is that? Lin Tao asked, racing after them, heart pounding. Gazing down at the roiling blaze, the elder's eyes held both awe and murderous intent. That boy, he has actually forged his own class, he growled. Lin Tao stared, speechless. How is this possible? After the brief shock, Lin Tao still couldn't believe it. Zhou Ming was only level 10, just barely meeting the class change requirement, and had only moments ago been teleported from the starter village to town. Everyone understood the words he left unsaid. Even if a normal player sprinted straight into the class hall, they could never match the speed at which Zhou Ming had forged his own class. The elder remained silent. In truth, even he struggled to accept the conclusion. Whether touching that artifact let someone create a class had nothing to do with the time spent with it. One of the accompanying powerhouses cut in, guessing Zhou Ming's luck must have been sky-high and that he had stumbled on the trick to bypass the trial. The other 2 nodded in unison, almost certain that was the case. Deep inside the shadowed canyon, surging flames vaporized the lingering mist. Zhou Ming was wrapped in a brilliant, gentle blaze that seemed to refine his body and spirit, leaving him lighter than ever. The torrent of negative emotions that had plagued him slowly melted away. After a long moment, the fire receded. A crisp system chime exploded in his ears like heavenly music. Ding. System message. You have been empowered by an unknown force and have successfully created an SS rank exclusive hidden class. Rewards. HP 1000 permanently, attack 100 permanently, defense 100 permanently, luck 2 permanently. Ding. System message. Based on class traits, the tentative name is Flame Demon Lord. Ding. System message. You are the first player on the server to complete a class change. Additional rewards. 10 free attribute points, 1000 fame, and the rare a rank skill rending slash. Ding. System message. Would you like to make your legend on Destiny Continent public? If you choose yes, all players will be notified. The flood of notifications made Zhou Ming's head spin, yet his heart soared. He couldn't digest all the data at once, but he knew this wave would launch him sky high. Congratulations. Qian Ying's dimples showed as she smiled and offered her heartfelt praise. The outcome was far better than she had predicted. She thought it would take days just to find a foothold, yet they had succeeded on the second attempt. Of course, creating a personal class was no overnight feat. Zhou Ming had only earned the right to set foot on that path. Luck, pure luck. Zhou Ming grinned, so wide his cheeks hurt. The power of an SS rank exclusive hidden class spoke for itself, and those massive base stat bonuses were priceless in the early game. His attack cap had hovered in the 30s, and the system had just vaulted it to a whole new tier. He even suspected the devs had never imagined anyone could grab such precious rewards during the novice stage. Whoever designed this feature had unknowingly left behind a gold mine. Boom! Before he could examine the loot, an overwhelming aura crashed down. Pebbles rattled across the canyon floor, beasts dropped in submission, and the very air seemed to freeze. Zhou Ming's breath hitched, as if a mountain had settled on his back. Both his thoughts and the blood in his veins slowed to a crawl under the pressure. The oppressive aura unleashed by a god-tier powerhouse was enough to make anyone's heart pound. Even though Zhou Ming had just unlocked a formidable hidden class, the gulf between them remained a bottomless chasm he could not cross. They're coming. Qian Ying's once bright face tightened as she spotted torrents of energy in the distant sky. Zhou Ming's world-shaking class change ceremony had blazed like a beacon, drawing every lurking god-tier combatant toward them. Zhou Ming clutched the divine demon orb, urgency in his voice. Can we still get away? Blessing and curse are two sides of the same coin, he thought. The orb offered opportunity and disaster. Qian Ying's eyes softened. I've already secured you a way out. A wave of dread flooded him. And what about you? She didn't answer, only fixed her gaze on him. Complex emotions flickered in her clear eyes. Her jade-like hand touched his shoulder, and a pearly light wrapped around him. Whatever your reasons, thank you for saving me. The word barely escaped before a violent spatial force yanked him away. The scene warped, Qian Ying's stunning figure swallowed by a tearing curtain of light. A heartbeat later, the familiar streets of a small town filled his vision. Ding. System message. You have entered the map Chishui town. Back the realization hit him. This was the escape path Qian Ying had prepared, shielding him from the god-tier hunters. The thrill faded. He lowered his gaze to the orb in his palm, feeling strangely hollow. The changes she had triggered for him were nothing short of miraculous, yet he still had no idea why she would risk everything to protect him. A life-saving favor? Too large to ignore, yet too small to justify this devotion. Ding. System message. Would you like to complete the quest A Thought, God and Demon? Difficulty, SS. Zhou Ming froze. If the quest were truly over, the system would have awarded the rewards automatically. The orb was in his hand, so the mission was far from finished. An S-rank quest was never going to be that easy. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. If there's still a path forward, what is it? Snatch, Qian Ying right out from under a dozen god tiers? Damn, that sounds insane. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of Chishui town shuddered. Aftershocks from a god-tier clash thousands of miles away still reached here, proof of its ferocity. Zhou Ming thought furiously. Since the system had stopped offering hints, the answer had to lie in what had already happened. What crucial detail had he overlooked? A spark of insight got it. In a shadowed gorge, raging elemental energy tore through the landscape, scattering debris across the cliffs. Several god-tier combatants were locked in battle, their shockwaves hurling rock and flame into the air. Those old fossils sure showed up fast. Master Lin Tao cursed under his breath. Beyond the three allies he had invited, more than a dozen powerhouses had ridden the energy tied to this place. The noise that kid made during his class change was simply too loud. Qian Ying was gravely wounded, and alone she could not face so many peers. They surrounded her, conjuring arrays, light blades, and chains, clearly intent on ending this quickly. Tens of thousands of years ago, I warned using me to boost your strength is a delusion, she hissed, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. Times have changed, someone laughed. Even if I have to forge you into a puppet, I will drain every drop of your power. Calamity is coming. Who still cares about appearances? The attacks were about to descend. Wait. A sudden shout rang out. Every gaze snapped toward the source. A young man hurried toward them, stepping through the air, his expression resolute. When she saw his face clearly, the blood drained from Qian Ying's cheeks. Why did he come back? The battlefield crackled with murderous intent, each powerhouse's aura so dense it strangled the air. The reek of blood drifted through shattered flagstones and twisted metal, an invisible hand pressed against every chest. Under countless stares, Zhou Ming hurried over the ruins, his stride crisp and sure. Got the Shinma Pearl's legacy and still dared to come back? scoffed a god-tier warrior in a black iron mask. Touching, really almost admirable. To the crowd, an 11th level adventurer was less than dust, a speck to be pinched out. When the Queen of Cinders had sent him away, they'd worried about future trouble. Now had walked back on his own, saving them the chase. I thought you were some rare prodigy, mocked a divine rank woman in a golden cloak, but you clearly left your brains behind, showing up just to die. The Shinmal Pearl deserves a worthy master, rasped a chorus of greedy laughter. Hungry, murderous eyes converged, awaiting the signal to strike. The air stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. Zhou Ming stayed calm, weaving through broken walls and swirling dust until he stopped beside Qianing. The sheer number of elites around them was staggering. Their crushing presence made it hard even to lift his head, much less see their faces. Why did you come back? Qian Ying's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. By rights they were only passing acquaintances. She had her own motives in giving him the pearl, yet she couldn't fathom why he'd risk himself for her. Why else? Zhou Ming spread his hands, then spoke earnestly. Getting you out matters to me. He meant it. Qianing could supercharge equipment and edge that would make gods drool. Of course he wanted that. Besides, after receiving her help, letting her die felt unthinkable. Qianing opened her mouth, but found no words. Your tag is World Wanderer, right? The gray-robed elder who had brushed past Qianing in Qingshui town stepped forward, voice brooking no refusal. I admire your nerve. Leave the treasure, and it'll spare your life. You want it. Zhou Ming raised his hand, a crimson flame dancing in his palm. The Shinmal Pearl's heat seeped through his skin without resistance. SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. Figures of unknown rank appeared from every direction, eyes blazing with greed. An artifact beyond the god tier, dangerous or not, they had ways to milk its value. After a moment's display, Zhou Ming pocketed the pearl and shouted, I'll wager it against all of you. He had to cut a path out with Qianing, and staking everything on a single gamble was the only chance. Ha ha ha, derisive laughter boomed. An ant of an adventurer wanted to bet against them? To the gathered gods, it was a joke. You think you qualify? The woman in the golden cloak looked down, her voice icy. Refuse, and I guarantee none of you will ever lay hands on the Shinmal Pearl, Zhou Ming vowed. The gray-robed elder snorted. Boy, you think being an adventurer who can revive means we can't touch you? Isn't that how it works? Zhou Ming arched a brow. His words barely landed before another wave of laughter rolled out. Towns did have safe zones and patrol guards, but with power like theirs, why worry? To them, it was little more than talk. Even if Zhou Ming were resurrected, he would still be hunted down inside the town until the divine demon pearl was torn from his hands. Jeers rippled across the battlefield. Hiding in the rear, Lin Tao shook his head and sneered to himself. These so-called immortal adventurers really believed they were favored by destiny, yet they forgot the people in front of them were the rulemaker's own tweak in the system, and a man could be killed on the spot. Don't celebrate too soon, Lin Tao scoffed. Zhou Ming ignored the taunts, a faint smile touching his lips. If I die and never log back into Tianming continent, do you truly think you can pry the divine demon pearl from my grasp? The laughter cut off at once. Suppose I erase every trace of my existence here, Zhou Ming continued, his voice amplified by divine power so that every word carried across the field. What could any of you do then? Several god-tier experts nearby darkened. They understood perfectly. If pushed too far, Zhou Ming could simply log out or even delete his account. Everything they schemed for would vanish like smoke. Will that really work? He whispered to Qianing as he drifted to her side. She shook her head slightly. If you do that, they really can't touch you. She remembered when Zhou Yushir left Tianming continent in public view, her own mind trace had smashed against an invisible barrier that only a power beyond the gods could break. Good enough, Zhou Ming exhaled, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Go on, strike if you dare. We'll never meet again afterward. Silence answered him. Throwing an arm around Qianing, he boomed, and if I quit this world, Qianing will die of heartbreak and follow me into the void. Her mouth twitched, but she still murmured a soft acknowledging the truth of it. Impressive tactic, Lin Tao's master said coldly as he revealed his true form. Just a minor ploy, Zhou Ming replied evenly. He knew full well these people moved only for profit. If there was nothing to gain, they would think twice about the risk. He shifted gears. So anyone interested in a wager? The gathered powerhouses traded glances, hesitation on every face. No one had expected a target with zero bargaining power to pull up a chair at their table with nothing but words. At last someone spoke. What can you possibly stake? Simple, Zhou Ming said gravely. If I win, you leave Qianing and me Alanino more hunts, no more ambushes. If I lose, I hand over the divine demon pearl and persuade Qianing to help you advance your strength. Interesting, mused one of the elders. The terms were painful yet tempting. Of course, the wager must be fair. Relax, Zhou Ming said, reading their concern. The odds favor you. Name the contest. Assured that the stakes were real, they grudgingly agreed. A flicker of respect even surfaced for an adventurer to gamble with the gods themselves required a rare kind of nerve. Qian Ying's eyes held quiet curiosity. Drawing a breath, Zhou Ming pointed to the edge of the field. They'll duel him. Winner takes all. Everyone followed his finger. A blue-robed youth stood there, motionless. Lin Tao, the Waterlight's swordsman, listed as a silver rank boss. The wager Zhou Yushiji proposed took everyone by surprise. Even Xianing had never guessed that the turning point would rest on the unremarkable Lin Tao. A duel with me, one-on-one? Lin Tao paused. Then a cold glint flickered in his eyes. You think a single divine demon pearl and a self-made class put you on my level? I'm not asking for your consent. Zhou Ming's tone was flat, and he didn't bother to spare him a glance. Lin Tao's face turned grim, but one look from Zhou Ming forced the words back down his throat. Zhou Ming swept his eyes around the room. His voice was quiet, yet it sliced through the murmurs. Well, what do you say? No one answered right away. Their gazes drifted between the two men, weighing the odds in silence. The air stretched tight, like a drawn bowstring. After a tense pause, Lin Tao's master finally spoke, his voice cold as iron on stone. Very well. Your terms are accepted. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have triggered the hidden quest wager of impossible odds SSS. Accept? Hidden quest? Give me a break. I dug this hole myself, Zhou Ming muttered, opening the details. Wager difficulty, SSS. Description, you've wagered against the gods, and fortune is not on your side. Objective, defeat the Waterlight Bladesman, Lin Tao, in single combat. Reward, the gods will abandon the hunt and will not trouble Zhou Yushiji or the Queen of Cinders. Failure penalty, surrender the divine demon pearl and persuade Qianing to aid the gods. After reading each line, Zhou Ming frowned. The objective's wrong. What's wrong with it? The elder snapped. It's your own idea. Getting cold feet? Lin Tao brushed a thumb across his nose and scoffed. Zhou Ming had no interest in arguing. Add a clause. Before, during, and after the duel, no one may interfere. Neither side may use items acquired by any means other than their own abilities. Faces stiffened across the room. Everyone knew this battle could decide everything. No one wanted to stay on the sidelines. Zhou Ming pressed harder. You said yourselves the wager must be fair or you wouldn't accept it. Back out now, and you're in the wrong. I'd say they're afraid, Qianing chimed in. She never meant for Zhou Yushiji to be dragged into this. But since it had come to that, Shed pushed the advantage. The elder's gaze flashed like lightning. After a long silence, he growled. Well played, Zhou Yushiji. I underestimated you. Fine. We agree. Ding. System prompt. Hidden quest wager of impossible odds adjusted to SS. Zhou Ming wasn't surprised. Lin Tao was strong, but not strong enough to justify SSS difficulty. Dropping an SSS quest at the start of the game was pure spite toward the players. Happy now? Someone in the crowd called. Jining, check it again. Make sure no loopholes remain, Zhou Ming said, steady as a rock. Surrounded by old foxes, he refused to leave even the tiniest crack. Qianing studied the quest panel and flicked her finger through the air. God-tier fighters usually stash unbelievable artifacts. Many can force their way past restrictions. I understand, Zhou Ming replied. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed. If I win, you must stop hunting me and Qianing, and you're forbidden to remove any quest penalties by any means. The words had barely fallen when the air seemed to vanish. Silence blanketed the arena. With that single demand, he blocked every hidden loophole his opponents could exploit. After a brief discussion, the gods faction reached an agreement. Lin Tao's master stepped forward and announced coolly, as you wish, one fair duel. System prompt. Attention, the hidden wager you triggered has been adjusted to strength. Difficulty, S. Summary, caution pays off. Objective, defeat Shuiguang Jianren Lin Tao in a fair duel. Reward, the gods abandon their hunt and may not trouble Zhou Yushiji or the Xinjing Queen. Failure, surrender the divine demon pearl and persuade Qianing to aid the gods. Note 1. Before and during the duel, neither side may accept outside help or use items not gained through their own abilities. Note 2. Neither side may nullify the stated penalties by any means. Damn it, these bastards are unbelievably sneaky. Zhou Ming cursed to himself, more certain than ever that Qianying's enemies would never fight fair. This should settle it, Qianing whispered. Good, Zhou Ming said, battle lust blazing in his eyes. Let's begin. System prompt. You have accepted the hidden quest wager difficulty, S. With the term sealed, every gaze shifted to Shuiguang Jianren Lin Tao. Unlike Zhou Yushiji, he had no right to refuse. Lin Tao strode forward and snorted. I'd like to see how someone with no skills plans to beat me. In his mind, the stat gap and the powerful techniques granted by his master guaranteed an easy victory. Is that so? Zhou Ming smiled and drew a skill book from his inventory, then tore it in two. System prompt. Learn skill falling sword rare grade A? Yes, Zhou Ming replied without hesitation. A white light pierced his brow, and the skill branded itself into him. System prompt. Congratulations, you have learned falling sword rare grade A. Lin Tao unsheathed a water blue longsword, still outwardly calm, yet inwardly scoffing. A level 10 skill, even rare A, can't stir up a storm. Zhou Ming's grin widened. Before the crowd, he pulled out a second skill book. One isn't enough? Then I'll learn too. Lin Tao. The gods. System prompt. Learn skill rending / rare grade A? Yes. System prompt. Congratulations, you have learned rending / rare grade A. You little brat. Lin Tao's master roared. You hid that pathetic stat panel to make us accept the wager, then boosted your power at the last minute. How devious can you get? Learned it from you. Zhou Ming answered modestly. The duel that had seemed so proper a moment ago suddenly took a sharp turn. Zhou Yu World's flurry of actions left half the spectators blinking in disbelief. The quest log was crystal clear: no outside help before the duel, so the 2 skill books Zhou Ming picked up were ones head farmed himself, not gifts from the Queen of Ashes. Only 2 skills. Lin Tao's mouth twitched as he fought to stay calm. You really think learning 2 skills is enough to beat me? How about we throw in this piece of gear? Zhou Ming replied. First, he dumped every new attribute point into attack, warmth rushing through his limbs. Then he drew a pale gold ring from his pack. It was the Wolf King's ring, a bronze reward from the starter village chief after had slain the Wolf King. Qianing had powered it up, bumping it all the way to gold rank. The quest forbade outside aid before the duel, but it never told him to ditch his starter Lutan. The ring had been equipped the whole time. Had only slipped it off earlier to keep its stats from scaring the opponent away. Wolf King's ring gold. Attack, 2020. Bonus, 10 HP, 12 attack. Effect, basic armor break. Each hit lowers the target's defense by 10. Required level, 10. Description, a Wolf King's ring that has undergone special reinforcement, granting benefits far beyond the original. No exaggeration, added stats made it a miniature treasure this early in the game. Zhou Ming slid the ring onto his finger with the gravity of a sacred rite. Deep in the band, Qianying's power pulsed, warm and steady. Qianying, you're still with me. What are you waiting for? The old man finally snapped, whirling on his disciple. Get in there now? In barely 10 seconds, World Walker's stats had rocketed upward. Any more stalling, and his disciple might lose before he even swung. Fine. Lin Tao could hold back no longer. Sword in hand, he charged, afraid Zhou Ming would pull out yet another broken artifact. That was exactly what Zhou Ming wanted. The stat boost was modest, but the psychological blow was crushing. Seeing Lin Tao surge forward, he steadied himself. They'd agreed on a fair duel. Now it would be decided he'd die. Lin Tao raised his blade. Cold light flared, a water blue arc ripping through the air toward Zhou Ming. Ping. System prompt. Waterlight swordsman Lin Tao has used the skill tide / within the next 10 seconds. His next 3 attacks deal 50, 100, and 150 extra damage, and each hit applies a 20 slow for 3 seconds. No doubt about it, being a disciple of a deity tier master made Lin Tao's skills leagues above an ordinary silver grade boss, and he opened with a burst skill, showing 0 mercy. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate. He triggered his own ability to meet the attack heat. Ping. System prompt. You unleash Rend /. Your next strike deals 200% of your attack as damage, inflicts a bleed equal to 0.2% of the target's maximum health per second, and slows movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Clang. Blades collided, sparks burst into the air, and Lin Tao staggered back several steps, his palms going numb from the impact. This guy, what brute strength, he muttered. 136. 290. 2 red numbers popped above his head. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. Looks good. Zhou Ming ID. Travels the world had just finished crafting his own class and received a permanent stat boost, so he finally dared to wager on a duel. Character panel. Class, Lord of Flame. Level, 11. Health, 3,240. Attack, 290,296. Defense, 239,246. Reputation, 2010. Luck, 2. Skills, Falling Blade, Rend /. Talent, Locked. Elemental Resistance. Metal 0 with 0 water 0 fire 100 earth 0 wind 0 lightning 0 light 0 darkness 0 ice 0. Fire resistance has reached 100%, completely immune to fire damage. The quest log was crammed with new information, but he pushed it aside for now. Battle came first. In the distance, several god-tier players watched in silence. On the opening exchange, Zhou Ming's damage was double Lin Tao's, though that advantage partly stemmed from Lin Tao's ramp-up mechanics. Lin Tao's face darkened. He shook himself, water element surging into vapor around him. Ding. System prompt. Waterblade Lin Tao casts Water Origin Art. Attack 50%, defense 50%, duration 5 minutes. The stands erupted in chatter. With Water Origin Art, he can't lose. I only bet because the kid knows old Water's signature move. The praise swelled Lin Tao's confidence. He shouted, travels the world, you're dead, and lunged forward. Their stats now worlds apart. Zhou Ming chose to disengage rather than trade blows. He calculated quickly Rend /'s percent-based bleed is perfect for tanky bosses. Coward, afraid to face me, Hedon? Lin Tao stayed on his heels. The real power of Wave Cleave is in the follow-up strikes. But the brief stun earlier had cost him the ideal burst window. Backing up, Zhou Ming raised his left hand, fire swirling in his palm. Rend / was for farming mobs, falling blade was built to butcher players. Whoosh. A 3-meter-long crimson greatsword materialized overhead, scorching hot, diving like a meteor. Lin Tao's heart pounded. He looked up. The sword had locked onto him, shockwaves sweeping outward. Dodge now? An elder in the stands barked. Lin Tao blinked aside, only to find the blade shadowing every move. Escape was impossible. Screech 2 seconds later, the sword of the fallen came crashing down, swelling in Lin Tao's pupils until it filled his vision. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. Boom. The massive impact punched through the ruins, sending dust skyward and gouging a pit half a man deep in the ground. The violent shockwave forced Lin Tao to his knees. Blood streaked from the corner of his mouth and dripped from his chin, leaving his battered state on full display. Unbelievable. One god-tier spectator exclaimed. Where is he getting so many powerful skills? They knew almost nothing about the adventurer, yet one horrifying fact stared them in the face: had been on Destiny Continent for less than a day. Ding. System message. You used the skill Sword of the Fallen, dealing 420 damage to Waterlight Blade Lin Tao, applying 1.25s suppression and reducing movement speed by 30 for 5s. Insanely strong. Zhou Ming checked the combat log, more than satisfied. As soon as Surging Slash's effect ended, he closed into trade blows. The moment Rip Cleave came off cooldown, his blade tore through Lin Tao's defense again, refreshing the slow. 20 seconds later, a second Sword of the Fallen dropped right on schedule. 60. 40. With 2 slows stacked, Lin Tao was completely on the back foot, forced to watch his HP drain like sand through an hourglass. Do you not even have the courage to fight me, Heathen? He roared, furious that Zhou Ming kept dancing just out of reach. Coward. Zhou Ming ignored him, answering coolly, with the water origin arts. Weren't you supposed to have this in the bag? Lin Tao let out a brittle laugh, his face flashing between pale and livid as his composure crumbled. That's exactly why I dared to bet against you. Zhou Ming laughed loudly, stressing every word to shatter his opponent's focus. I knew you had the old man's water origin arts. The watching gods exchanged glances and clicked their tongues. Damn, this guy's mouth is vicious. Zhou Ming turned to the elderly man nearby and gave a thumbs up. Old Watermaster, you sure picked a fine disciple. The old man choked, his face turning ashen. UI. Driven past his limit, Lin Tao's face flushed purple. He spat a mouthful of blood, darkness closed in, and he collapsed unconscious. Silencia graveyard hush swept across the arena. Beside the platform, Lin Tao's eyes rolled back in rage, and he collapsed on the spot. The hundreds of onlookers seemed to have their voices ripped away, not a whisper left. Even Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. He truly hadn't expected his opponent's psyche to be this fragile. Come on, be fair. I never insulted him. He spread his hands in mock grievance. Heaven knows, I didn't utter a single curse word. From the moment the duel began, Zhou Ming had attacked only one target, his rival's mind. An elderly man strode forward, scooped the unconscious Lin Tao into his arms, and his eyes gleamed coldly. When it comes to ruthless schemes, I must admit you outclass even me. He drew a sharp breath and replayed the events. 1. Zhou Ming first posed as the underdog and coaxed Lin Tao into a wager. 2. He learned a new skill in front of everyone, piling invisible pressure on his foe. 3. Using the speed boost from that skill, he toyed with Lin Tao, pushing him back step by step while holding back just enough. 4. Then came the taunt sarcasm, so cutting it burned away Lin Tao's reason. A flawless chain of traps, merciless to the core. Zhou Ming answered coolly, isn't it your disciple's pride that put him in this mess? Otherwise, beating him wouldn't have been half this easy. He recalled the stone Lin Tao had hurled at their first meeting and felt not the slightest guilt. Were the old man absent, he'd have gladly claimed a silver first kill on the spot. The elder had no rebuttal. Zhou Ming's words left him silent. Since Lin Tao can't continue, Zhou Ming looked up at the god-tier spectators floating overhead, a grin tugging at his lips. I suppose that means I win? We must admit, we underestimated you, a deep voice replied, officially declaring his victory. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you've completed the Shrank Quest Wager Duel. Rewards have been granted. As the chime faded, the weight on Zhou Ming's chest finally lifted. Outwardly, it was an overwhelming win. In truth, from the moment he stepped onto the stage, had been dancing on a razor's edge. The strong had judged him correctly, yet they'd misread the bonuses from his first kill and first-class change. Or perhaps they simply ignored the Adventure Channel announcements. The elder's voice turned icy. Remember what you did today. For you, this is not the end, it's the beginning of a disaster. Ding. Favor with Alva the Thunder Spear 20. Current 30. Status, hostile. Ding. Favor with Baron the Shadowless Knight 20. Current 30. Status, hostile. Ding. Favor with Shui Zhanxiu the Water Hero 20. Current 30. Status, hostile. Clearly, Zhou Ming had just offended several of the world's top powerhouses. He couldn't have cared less. With the Divine Demon Pearl in his hand, they would come after him sooner or later, troublemaker or not. Gentlemen, they'll be on my way. He raised a hand in farewell, a smile playing on his lips. Care to see me off? A muffled snort was his only answer as coats were flung and figures strode away. At this point, all they could do was leave her stay and let that sharp-tongued adventurer keep tormenting them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within moments the other elites scattered, unwilling but resigned. The free-for-all that had seemed inevitable ended without a sound. High above, an elderly man glared at the horizon, robes snapping in the gale, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Let's see how long you can keep jumping around. More experts might be on the way, let's move. Qianing seized Zhou Ming's arm, gathered a burst of spiritual energy, and the two streaked off, twin rays of light under the setting sun. They landed on a bare slab of rock in a barren, sand-choked ravine. Releasing him, Qianing let her battle aura fade and, for once, spoke softly. Thank you for coming for me. Ding. System message. Favor with Queen of Divine Cinders, Qianing. 5. Current value. 65 friendly. You gave me the Divine Demon Pearl. I saved your life or even. Zhou Ming grinned. If you think that's still not enough, stay with me and keep boosting my gear so I can level faster. Deal? Of course. She agreed without hesitation. A belated reward message popped up. Ding. System message. Congratulations. Quest 1 thought. God or Demon SS completed. Reward. Divine Demon Pearl. The list looked routine, but the real prize was hidden. The god-tier NPC the system should have reclaimed was now forcibly retained. From this point on, whenever he needed upgrades, Zhou Ming would enjoy an edge no one else could match. He rubbed his temples. The danger's gone for now. I need some sleep. It was already 3 in the morning in the real world. Fatigue crashed over him like a tide. Go rest. He'll wait here. See you tomorrow. Qianing nodded. Zhou Ming opened the system menu log out. He slipped off the VR helmet, staggered to the bathroom for a quick rinse, then collapsed into bed. The marathon session had punished both mind and body, but day 1 of Destiny's open beta had been worth every minute. The next day, he woke at noon, feeling refreshed. After washing up, he left his tiny rental and ducked into the corner noodle shop. Boss, 1 bowl of stir-fried rice noodles. While he waited, he opened the official forum to check overall progress only to find his own ID splashed across the top. Headline. Player travels the world, says he's a dev. Look what he did with that gorgeous NPC. The post was filled with screenshots of Qianing at his side, yet nothing truly incriminating. That headline screams journalism major, Zhou Ming chuckled. The comments were overflowing with conspiracy theories. Damn, I'm so jealous I could cry. Only devs get perks like that. Is the company hinting we can do more with NPCs? Zhou Ming skimmed them, amused. 2 students sat nearby. Bro, what level are you in Destiny? Level 6, the other side. Grinding is brutal and drops are trash, right? How did Travels the World nab the first boss kill in 2 hours? Obvious as a dev, ugly truth. Seeing Zhou Ming scrolling the forum, one of them asked, hey man, you think Travels the World is a real player? Zhou Ming locked his phone, shrugged, and smiled. A real player? No way. Anyone can see he's just a company shill. The student nodded enthusiastically. Exactly, great minds think alike. After lunch, Zhou Ming went back to his rented apartment, drank plenty of water, and pulled the gaming helmet over his head once more. 9 hours offline during the launch phase was enough to knock most players off the leaderboards, but he had bigger concerns. Flash. A beam of white light engulfed him, and his consciousness sank into the virtual world again. Scorching desert heat rolled across endless dunes. Not far away, a silver-haired girl in white stood bathed in sunlight, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if keeping watch. When she sensed Zhou Ming's arrival, she turned slightly, nodded, and smiled. You're back? Yeah. Zhou Ming nodded, relieved the god-tier ally he had abducted hadn't slipped away while he was offline. Getting to the point, he asked, Qianing, can I enter the city now? Don't worry, she replied softly. As long as I'm with you, they won't dare make a move. Zhou Ming finally relaxed. Without access to a city teleport array, his leveling speed would plummet. Could you bring out the Divine Demon orb first? Qianing reminded him. Sure. He produced the orb, now glowing fiery red. In the next instant, Qianing dissolved into a streak of white light and slipped inside it. I'm badly hurt from the last fight. Her voice echoed, and need a few days rest. He'll be fine soon. If you need my power, just touch the orb to any piece of equipment, he'll sense it. Got it. He remembered how close to death she'd been during the trip from Chishui town to the Dark Canyon. If you have questions, just ask, she added, her voice fading into silence. Zhou Ming pocketed the orb and started forward, then froze. Which way was the town? Ding. System message. You have entered the map Chishui town. His vision blurred, and he found himself beside the town's teleport array. Zhou Ming gave silent thanks. The ancient succubus had claimed back in the village really could get things done. I need to level up fast, he muttered. After weighing his options, he skipped the lower ward C and drank quests. With his current stats, they were a waste of time. First stop was the general store, where he bought a local monster distribution map and some potions. With a hunting ground selected, he set out immediately. Ding. System message. You have entered the map Dusk Prairie. The Dusk Prairie stretched out like a green carpet. a light breeze carrying the scent of grass. Under the blazing sun, black panthers prowled in the distance. Corrupted Black Panther, normal monster. Level, 25. HP, 2000. Attack, 310,325. Defense, 130,140. Skills, Bite Claw? Description, once ordinary wildlife of the Dusk Prairie, these panthers lost their minds after being tainted by demonic energy. They now attack anyone who passes by. Wild monsters above level 20 were far beyond what most players could handle at this stage. Their attack power alone could one-shot a human player. Thanks to the huge base stat boost from his self-created class, Zhou Ming wasn't afraid to pick a fight. Sword in hand, he dashed toward a lone corrupted panther that had drifted a dozen meters from the pack, its guard clearly down. While the beast was still pacing, he raised his left hand and let a spark flare at his fingertip. Falling blade. A crimson greatsword ripped into existence, white-hot and howling through the air before crashing onto the panther's shoulders and driving deep. 465. The scarlet damage number popped up against its fur. Definitely worthy of a first kill reward skill, he thought. Falling blade hit like a truck, reached half a field away, and even applied a brief stun whether dueling or clearing mobs, it was top tier. The ambushed panther roared and lunged. Zhou Ming switched his grip, charged in, and slashed upward across its forehead just as its claws raked his chest. 162. 74. The gap spoke for itself. Practically unbeatable. He couldn't help grinning. In the early game, almost nobody could take on a monster 14 levels higher and win. 2 moves later, the unlucky panther hit the dirt, and a flood of experience poured in. Ding. System message. You have slain corrupted panther normal. Current XP 103.5. A flash of gold washed over him. Zhou Ming reached level 12. One trash mob for a full level, no one else can pull that off. With his health refilled by the level up, he stopped bothering to dodge, turned to his next target, and decided to trade hit for maximum efficiency. Keeping his rhythm steady, he hacked away while opening his character panel to review last night's haul. The class tab was what he cared about most. Lord of Inferno and SS rank, personal hidden class. Just how strong is this thing? He stared, unblinking. Class, Lord of Inferno SSS, personal hidden. Description, born from Zhou Yu's absorption of immense negative emotion. This class has no limit on fire affinity and incomputable potential. Its eventual power depends entirely on Zhou Yu's own talent and strength. HP growth, attack growth, defense growth, speed growth. Notes, each star in HP 10 health. Each star in attack or defense 1 point of act def. Each star in speed 0.1 attack speed and movement speed. Among the 4 stats, attack growth was off the charts. And with limitless fire affinity, 100 fire resistance was probably only the beginning. With no real concept of the class star system, Zhou Ming opened the official forum in-game, searched for information on class changes, quickly found a video, and hit play. Still wondering which class to pick in Destiny? Make sure you watch this video to the end. Hey everyone, I'm Hei by Xiang Jian. As you know, Destiny's global launch is blowing up, and I was one of the first to jump in. The immersion is unreal. So what do you guys? Shut the hell up too long, didn't watch. After only a few seconds, the flashy intro drained every drop of Zhou Ming's patience. He backed out to the thread and opened the text version instead. Novice Swordsman, HP, Attack, Defense, Speed. Novice Mage, HP, Attack, Defense, Speed. So regular classes max out at 5 stars? Zhou Ming skimmed the post, closed the forum, and grinned in satisfaction. He compared it with his custom class Flame Demon Lord. HP, Defense, and Speed were all at the ceiling of other classes, while Attack was an outrageous 8 stars, practically forcing him into a pure damage roll. That's just absurdly overpowered. A short distance away, the Black Panther had been kiting let out an angry snarl. Zhou Ming ignored it, finished it off with a few swings, and pulled a fresh mob. While waiting for the respawn, he opened his skill window. Falling Blade Rare, a rank. Description, when the blade descends, doom follows. Effect, conjures a sword in midair that locks onto a 50-50 meter area and crashes down, dealing 300 of your attack as damage. Small chance to suppress the target, reducing its movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Rending/rare, a rank. Description, a razor edge strike that tears flesh from bone. Effect, your next attack deals 200 of your attack as damage, then inflicts a bleed that drains 0.2 of the target's max HP per second and reduces movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Both skills were achievement rewards, and their power was indisputable, yet what really made his eyes narrow was the new icon at the top of the list, wreathed in crimson fire. Trial of the 7 Sins? Description, only by bearing the weight of every sin can one become the true Demon Lord. Sin of Pride, pending activation. Auto-activates within 24 hours. Sin of Envy? Sin of Wrath? Sin of Sloth? Sin of Greed? Sin of Gluttony? Sin of Lust? The wall of question marks sent a chill down his spine. Even without knowing the details, Zhou Ming could tell this was the core of the Flame Demon Lord class. He glanced at his inventory. The once-dull divine demon orb had turned crimson, pulsing as if alive. Zhou Ming murmured to himself, if I want this custom class to reach its peak, I have to complete the entire trial of the 7 sins. When he grasped the divine demon orb, he let a tide of negative emotions wash over him without resistance, allowing him to complete his self-created class. This path was fated to be thorny, and every obstacle would have to be overcome by his own hands. Right now he fixed his attention on the sin of pride. Taking a deep breath, he tapped activate with a hint of nervousness. Ding. System notification. Your 7 sins trial sin of pride has begun. Trial requirements. Surpass at least 30 levels and defeat a silver tier boss. Time limit. 3 days. Reward. Failure penalty. Level 10. Permanent 100 to all attributes. Are you kidding me? Zhou Ming almost thought his eyes were playing tricks. A 30-level gap and a boss kill this early in the game. This wasn't pride. It was suicide. In that instant, he understood why every previous bearer of the Divine Demon Orb had fallen along the way. The early stages were already close to impossible, and what lay beyond was likely even more inhuman. Running into trouble? Qian Ying's soft, melodious voice echoed by his ear. I can feel your mood swinging. It's fine. Nothing serious. Zhou Ming shook his head and steadied himself. Get some rest. If I'm really in a bind, he'll come cry for help. Qian Ying. Smack. While his thoughts drifted, the 6th corrupted Black Panther crashed to the ground. It only dropped 10 copper coins, but also yielded a pair of greaves. Loot. Zhou Ming crouched down and scooped them up, then produced the Divine Demon Orb. The scarlet bead touched the greaves, pouring special energy into them. Their shape refined visibly, and a faint sheen coursed across the surface. Dark Moon Greaves. Quality, gold. Defense, 30-35. HP, 600. Trait, defense 12. Effect, fortified reduces all incoming damage by 5, cannot reduce below 1. Required level, 20. Description, lightweight yet sturdy greaves that, once enhanced, provide excellent protection for the wearer's legs. Qian Ying's power is my ticket through the sin of pride. Zhou Ming felt much more confident and stashed the Dark Moon Greaves in his inventory. The drop rate might be generous, but gear from a level 25 wild monster carried an equally high requirement, so he would have to shelve it for now. He then went back to systematically farming corrupted Black Panthers. About an hour later, shwa, a spray of golden light fell, and Zhou Ming smoothly reached level 16. The pace is slowing. He pondered for a moment and decided to switch grinding spots. As his level rose, the required experience skyrocketed, and the Dusklight Prairie was far too vast. The Panthers were scattered, and just finding them was a chore. Hello! Just as he was about to leave, a deep, oppressive roar rolled in from the distance. Zhou Ming froze in his tracks. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming raced toward the source of the noise. Every gamer knows that random mobs and bosses drop loot at totally different rates. Bosses are a pain, but they're the only reliable path to top-tier gear. If he wanted to gather the elite items required for Sin of Pride, he had to bring down the boss, or everything else was just talk. A few minutes later he reached the spawn point, and in the sunset a 2-meter tall panther, the Black-Wind Panther King, leapt into view. Its jet-black fur bristled like steel needles in the blood-red light, saliva dripping from its fangs as it roared with rage and chased a lean, short player. Each time the Panther King's claws flashed, the player dodged by a hair's breadth. A player? Zhou Ming was stunned. The Duskgrass Prairie was a high-risk zone at this stage. He had thought he was the only one gutsy enough to farm here, yet someone was soloing the boss. He quickly caught the other man's ID tag. Listen to Wind Play with Rain, Wind Shadow Rogue, level 10. A Wind Shadow Rogue, a hidden class. No wonder he could hold out so long against the Panther King. While sprinting, listen to Wind Play with Rain noticed Zhou Ming watching and shouted between gasps, run. This boss aggro range is huge. He isn't dumping aggro on me. Nice. Zhou Ming called back, need a hand? Don't kid yourself, bro, this is a silver rank boss. Listen to Wind Play with Rain laughed wryly, certain Zhou Ming didn't get it. At this stage the Panther King was every player's nightmare. One swipe meant instant death. Zhou Ming smiled, raised his hand to lock onto the Panther King, flames swirling in his palm. Perfect, silver bosses are exactly what I'm hunting. I wouldn't bother with bronze. Sword of the Fallen. A blazing phantom greatsword crashed down on the Panther King's head, blasting chips of rock into the air. 238. The red damage number floated up as the beast staggered and howled in pain. What the does this guy have hacks? Listen to Wind Play with Rain's eyes went wide. While the boss was slowed, he hurriedly put distance between them and saw the aggro bar swing completely to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming didn't spare him another glance. Sword in hand, he advanced to meet the charging Panther King. The beast lunged, jaws gaping and fangs gleaming. Rending Slash. Ding. System prompt. You have used Rending Slash. Your next hit deals 200 of your attack power, inflicts a bleed that drains 0.2 of the target's max HP per second, and reduces its movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Steel clashed. 169. The Panther King retaliated instantly, its vicious claws cleaving the air. 210. The huge blow nearly knocked Zhou Ming back, but the bleed and slow took hold at once, blood spurting from the wound. 40, 40, 40. Scarlet numbers kept ticking as the Panther King's movement faltered, its enraged roars echoing across the dusklit prairie. Watching from a distance, Listen to Wind Play with Rain was struck dumb with awe. Just moments ago he had tried to inspect the Black-Wind Panther King, but his level was too low. Every statistic was hidden behind a row of question marks. That was why the sudden appearance of a player who could actually hold his ground seemed almost unreal. Zhou Yushiji, Flame Demon Lord. Level 16. Health, 3,660. Attack, 328,333. Defense, 279,286. Skills, Sword of Falling, Rending Slash. So you're Zhou Yushiji. Ting Feng Shiyu finally put a face to the name, then frowned in disbelief. You snatched the first bronze kill, sure, but a stat sheet like this? Over 3,000 HP. My whole health bar isn't even spare change to you. Bro, could you stop being my cheer squad? Zhou Ming fired off 2 abilities in quick succession, yet the Black-Wind Panther King still drove him back step by step. If he hadn't been covered in several pieces of gold-grade gear, he would have folded already. Compared with Lin Tao, the Panther King's numbers were simply overwhelming. Black-Wind Panther King. Silver Tier Boss. Level 30. Health, 20,000. Attack, 480,520. Defense. Skills, Lesser Bloodlust, Despair Bite, Flurry Claw. Description, Leader of the Demonized Panthers and Overlord of the Dusk Prairie, also the Herald of your Doom. Got it. Ting Feng Shiyu snapped back to focus, slipped into stealth, and closed in. A dagger flashed cold. The rogue's signature skill, Gouge, landed true. Ding. System prompt. Black-Wind Panther King was hit by Ting Feng's Zaius Gouge, lost 1 HP, and was stunned for 0.93s. Because of the huge stat gap, the original 1.5s stun was heavily reduced. While the boss stiffened, Zhou Ming fell back, chugged health potions, and kept rending slashes bleed ticking. The Panther King lacked intelligence. Its hatred was locked on Zhou Yushiji, yet heavy slows turned every stride into quicksand. The instant the slow wore off, Zhou Ming reapplied it, and Ting Feng Shiyu chipped in with fresh crowd control whenever pressure spiked. Their teamwork was seamless. The boss's health slid downward. At 50. Roar. The Panther King threw back its head, muscles bulging, eyes burning crimson. Ding. System prompt. Black-Wind Panther King cast Lesser Bloodlust. Attack 20, attack speed 20, movement speed 20, duration 20s. Zhou Ming stayed calm, widened the gap, and stacked slows with Sword of Falling, holding the HP line above 50. Bloodlust was on a timer. The boss only managed a couple of swipes before the buff expired. 40. 30. The health bar kept free-falling. Are we really about to down a silver boss? Ting Feng Shiyu swallowed hard. Second day after launch, this will blow the bronze first kill out of the water. Ding. System prompt. Black-Wind Panther King used Despair Bite. Next damage 250. Low on HP, the boss went berserk, Fang Maw lunging straight for Zhou Ming. Shut that filthy mouth. A chill flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. He drove his left hand forward. Sword of Falling crashed onto the Panther King's upper jaw, slamming its head into the dirt. Ding. System prompt. You used Sword of Falling, successfully interrupted the skill, and applied 1.35s suppression. 688. Critical. The Panther King's last comeback window vanished. Ting Feng Shiyu stared in stunned silence, question marks tumbling through his mind. Die. Zhou Ming swung again. The massive Black Panther hit the ground with a thunderous thud. First silver kill secured. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on killing the silver rank boss, the Black-Wind Panther King. Rewards. Current level EXP 244.51, reputation 30, silver coins 5. Shua, shua. 2 dazzling beams of golden light rained down. Zhou Ming's EXP bar instantly filled, and the level on his character panel jumped to 18. Almost simultaneously, golden light rose from Ting Feng Shiyu as well as damage had been negligible, but his crowd control bonuses plus the overflow EXP from the level gap still pushed him over the threshold. A silver first kill, did we really just get it? Ting Feng Shiyu muttered, thinking he must be dreaming. Zhou Ming sheathed his sword with a soft laugh. It's only a silver boss, no way it could survive the 2 of us joining forces. With that, he bent down and swept all the loot beside the Panther King's corpse straight into his pack. Ting Feng Shiyu scratched his head with a shy grin. These days the top players aren't just mechanical gods, I've got sweet lines too. A few seconds later, the long-delayed server-wide chime finally rang. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on killing the silver rank boss, the Black-Wind Panther King. As the first player in the game to defeat a silver boss, you receive bonus rewards. Free attribute points 20, reputation 1000, rare item infinity scroll. Ding. System notification. Would you like to announce your achievement on the Destiny continent? Note. Choosing yes will display it to all players on the server. The extra rewards flashing across his panel made Zhou Ming beam. Normally, a silver first kill wouldn't be possible until most players had left the starter village, but his full set of gold quality gear let him clear that hurdle far ahead of schedule. Thanks a ton, brother. Ting Feng Shiyu waved and started to leave. If there's nothing else, he'll head out. Wait. Zhou Ming called after him. Need something, boss? You helped secure the silver first kill. I can't let you walk away empty-handed. Zhou Ming opened his bag and pulled out a dagger that gleamed with a chilling light. Feng dagger. Quality, bronze. Attack, 40-45. Special, attack 8. Level requirement, 15. Description, forged from the sharpened fang of the Black-Winged Panther King, razor sharp beyond compare. With its higher level requirement, this dagger's stats were actually twice those of the silver weapon Zhou Ming currently carried. But he had already looted a silver longsword, so the bronze blade was of no use to him. Woe this generous. Ting Feng Shiyu drew a sharp breath. You earned it. Zhou Ming spoke calmly. In his eyes, any hidden class player who could dodge the Panther King's attacks multiple times at level 10 was far from ordinary. Making a friend now was well worth it. Ding. System notification. Ting Feng Shiyu has sent you a friend request. Accept? Bro, hit accept, Ting Feng Shiyu said seriously. And send me the account your destiny ID is bound to. Zhou Ming tapped accept and shook his head. Keep your money. That won't do. Ting Feng Shiyu had always lived by a simple rule. When someone treats him badly, he takes advantage without guilt, but when someone helps him, he never accepts anything for free. During their first meeting, Zhou Yushiji had saved him while he was being chased. Later, when they went after the boss, Ting Feng Shiyu was little more than a bystander. Under those circumstances, he would despise himself if he walked away with a weapon for nothing. A young player with real integrity. Zhou Ming nodded to himself. Without any fuss, he sent over his account details, and moments later a transfer of 2,000 yuan popped up. Well, I won't keep you from leveling. Big bro, catch you later. Ting Feng Shiyu sheathed his dagger, waved happily, and logged off. Sure thing. Zhou Ming watched him leave, then opened his inventory again. The sword's icy blade gleamed back at him, setting his pulse racing. If Qianying's power could turn a common weapon into silver and bronze into gold, what would it do to one that was already silver? Unable to wait another second, he tapped the sword with the Shenma orb. Whoosh. Inside the orb, Qianying responded at once. Dark mist coiled around the blade, sharpening its edge. The sword trembled and rang with crystalline chimes. Gold or maybe Liu Guang. Zhou Ming swallowed hard, holding his breath. Seconds later the weapon was reborn. The slender blade was thin as a cicada's wing. Dark light rippling along its surface was clearly extraordinary. Black Wind Sword Liu Guang tier. Attack, 200,220. Bonus, 30 attack, 20 attack speed. Ability Black Wind. Each hit grants an extra 10 attack speed for 5 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Requirement, level 20, renown 200. Description, a treasured blade of the Black Wind Panther King, its power vastly enhanced by an unknown force. Unstoppable. Zhou Ming gripped the Black Wind sword only 2 levels shy of wielding it and couldn't put it down. A Luguandier weapon on the second day after launch, the more he touched Qianying's power, the more he understood why the old god tier players had united against it. Qianying, you're downright broken, he muttered in awe. For leveling, he decided to keep farming corrupted Black Panthers. Roaming around was pointless. Once he hit the right level, head push into tougher zones. He flipped through his loot. The Black Wind Panther King had been stingy, dropping only a silver weapon, a bronze dagger, and a handful of silver coins. None of that mattered, though the real jackpot was already in his bag. Wuji Scroll. Rarity, S. Flavor text. Human potential knows no limits, and neither do the methods that unlock it. Effect. Raises the tier of a chosen skill by 1, cannot exceed steer. Requirement. Level 25, renown 1000. Compared with the bronze first kill reward, this silver first kill loot was outrageous. Zhou Ming couldn't help smiling, though he carefully stored the scroll away until he met the level requirement. He also remembered a stack of world announcements still queued up, so he released them all at once. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Yushiji Eastern Region for being the first to complete a class change in Destiny. Damn. A fiery tempered player in the starter village cursed. Does he own the servers? Spamming us every day. Let's see him do it again. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Yushiji Eastern Region for being the first to defeat a silver grade boss in Destiny. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to player. 2 server-wide announcements flashed across every screen, repeated 6 times in a row. The hell, it's him again. The world chat exploded. Even the pros don't level that fast. Who on earth is this guy? One player scoops up every reward. Are the devs not even pretending anymore? Jealousy and confusion flooded the channel, all aimed at Zhou Yushiji. Losing the first promotion reward to Zhou Yushiji was still acceptable, taking the bronze first kill, so being ahead in levels seemed natural. But today was only day 2 of open beta, and he had already bagged the silver first kill as well. That was downright absurd. Zhou Ming knew nothing of the speculation and envy swirling around him. He had just cleared a monster zone and was about to keep grinding when a system notice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Beggars Guild number 2 has posted a town-wide announcement. Zhou Yushiji. Anyone who kills my brothers gets hunted off the server by me. 5 o'clock this afternoon, outside Chishui town Gadionianon. Chicken out, and you're a dog. Such blatant provocation made Zhou Ming raise an eyebrow. No need to fall for that low-grade taunt. Just a clown jumping around. He sneered to himself. Right then, a familiar female voice sounded in his mind, Qian Ying's reminder. What you need most now is to boost your strength before the real crisis arrives. Zhou Ming hesitated, then shook his head. Can't do that. I have to answer him. Why? Qianing asked, puzzled. Because he's from the Beggars Guild, Zhou Ming replied with a faint smile. Is the Beggars Guild that powerful? She still didn't get it. Zhou Ming's gaze turned deep. The Beggars Guild is rich. An old saying popped up without money. Even a hero is helpless. He played the game for fun, yes, but also to make some real cash. Otherwise, his early advantage would be wasted. Qianing thought for a moment and nodded. With enough money, everything will go more smoothly. Glad you understand. Zhou Ming paused. And there's a second reason I have to do this. What reason? If I'm not arrogant enough, he'll never clear the sin of pride. Qianing fell silent for a while before finally letting it drop. What does that even mean? Zhou Ming didn't want to explain and shifted the topic. Weren't you healing? Why are you awake again? I suddenly remembered something important, Qianing said directly. About your talent ID, prefer you trigger it later rather than sooner. Talent. Zhou Ming instantly knew what she meant. Head completed his class change, and the talent tab on his panel was flashing activate. Head held off, wanting to see what mainstream players did so he wouldn't step on a landmine. Taking the chance, he asked, what's the catch? To activate a talent, you must enter a talent trial. Qianing explained patiently. The deeper your foundation, the farther you can go, but the higher your level, the harder the trial becomes, and the smaller the payoff. It's best to tackle it at a moment you feel you're truly at your peak. So that's how it works. Zhou Ming nodded thoughtfully. In short, the trial's difficulty scales with level, while the power gained from leveling up is far from linear. Moving from level 8 to 9 only nudged his base stats, but breaking through from 9 to 10 meant a class change, and 2 rarer rank skills, sending his combat power through the roof. I've got one more question, Zhou Ming voiced his concern. What do I have to do to gain class-related skills? Ask away, Qianing replied with a smile. Zhou Ming had created a custom class, yet he was born without a single innate skill, and the 2 he did possess came from spell books, hardly reassuring. I don't know the specifics, Qianing said, shaking her head. But your class is called Flame Demon Lord, so 80% of its power probably ties to fire. Fire, Zhou Ming muttered, pulling up the class panel again to read the description. This class was comprehended by traveling the world with the aid of the Shinma Pearl. It has no cap on fire element affinity and possesses immeasurable potential. The entry was brief, but one point stood out: its affinity for fire had no ceiling. Does that mean I can learn any fire-based skill? Zhou Ming's heart raced, as if a new world had just opened before him. His stomach growled. Fine, we'll figure it out back in town. He brought up the system menu, hit logout, and his figure dissolved into scattered white light. Offline. Somewhere else on the Tianming continent. Master, I was incompetent and let you down. Lin Tao awoke, his voice brimming with shame and hatred. The scene of his crushing defeat replayed in his mind. The provocation he started in Qingshui town was now a joke, and he had made his master lose face before the gods. Rest and heal. Don't dwell on yesterday. Shui Zhanxiu waved a hand, signaling him to relax. Losing to him may not be a bad thing. Huh. Lin Tao was stunned. Do you really think a young pup could outsmart a bunch of god tier experts? Shui Zhanxiu chuckled and shook his head. Think about what would have happened had we won. Forget whether the rewards would even show up, say we actually got them. There's only one Shinma Pearl and only one Xinjin Queen. Who would claim them? The realization dawned on Lin Tao. Instead of tearing the spoils to shreds, it's better to back off for now and bide our time, Shui Zhanxiu said calmly. That fallback is the only reason the gods agreed to his wager. So that's it. Lin Tao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder they're gods, they think of everything. I suspect some of those god tier players have already moved in secret, Shui Zhanxiu sneered. Patience isn't everyone's forte. Inside a rented apartment, Zhou Ming tore open a pack of instant noodles, poured in hot water, and watched the steam rise. While he waited, he fired up his computer, logged onto the official forum, and searched for talents. The results were overwhelming. The devs are slacking. They still won't explain how talents actually work. I only rolled a crank talent. Should I just quit the game? One post caught his eye. Beggar Sect number 2 has an S-rank talent. Zhou Ming clicked it open and saw Beggar Sect number 2 proudly flaunting his stats. Burning Bridges S rank. The lower your HP, the higher your damage, up to a 100 boost. No wonder he dared to challenge me, Zhou Ming muttered. And strength could dish out double damage when at low health, that was no joke. And if there was an S rank, it clearly wasn't the ceiling. Qian Ying's warning still echoed in his mind. So he had no intention of rushing into the talent trial and risking everything for a small gain. After polishing off the noodles in a few bites, Zhou Ming took a deep breath and slipped the gaming helmet back on. Whether I can afford a decent meal next time depends on how generous the Beggar Sect turns out to be. Twilight drifted over the grasslands. A soft white glow descended, and Zhou Ming respawned in the safe zone, the scent of food still lingering in his pack. He gave his standard longsword a twirl, then sprinted back into the rolling sea of grass, playing Catan Mouse with a pack of corrupted panthers. Claws sliced the air while he rolled, sidestepped, and landed finishing blows, fighting until the sun pressed against the horizon and set the sky aflame. Ding system message, level up. The experience bar vanished, replaced by a gleaming gold level 20 at the top of his stats panel. Time to make some money. Zhou Ming sheathed his blade, ignored the new equipment slots, and headed straight for the teleport point. Still had an arena match to attend. Beep beep. His friend's list lit up. Ting Feng Shiyu PMD. Dude, you're not actually going, are you? What's the problem? It's an ambush. A screenshot followed. Outside Chishui town, a sea of players, easily 100, all wearing Beggar Sect colors. The Beggar Sect's number 2 has set the stage. They're waiting for your head. Quite the turnout. Zhou Ming replied with a relaxed smile emoji. Looks like you'll need your help. Ting Feng Shiyu flooded the chat. Help with what? Lend me your gear. East gate of Chishui town. A dark mass of players formed a living wall. Most wore the Beggar Sect emblem. The rest were just there to watch. Destiny had only been live for 2 days, yet the top-ranked player Zhou Yushiji was already legend on the forums, and everyone wanted a front-row seat. At the very front, the Beggar Sect's second-in-command rested a bronze Greytax on his shoulder, wearing a cocky grin. The third-in-command, clutching a staff, leaned in and whispered, "Second brother, what if he doesn't show? If he chickens out, they'll broadcast to the whole server that Zhou Yushiji has no guts." The second snapped. "Let's see him live that down." Just then someone in the crowd shouted, "He's here." At the far edge of their vision, a young man strode over dead grass and brittle leaves. The last ray of sunset glinted off his silver longsword, and the name Zhou Yushiji hovered above him, bright and unmistakable. Woe level 20. On day 2, inspection spells flickered everywhere as players spammed inspect. The chat channel nearly exploded. The third-in-command swallowed hard. That leveling speed is insane. So what? The second's eyes gleamed. I paid a fortune for this full bronze set, plus some extra backing. He can't win. Zhou Ming kept walking. As soon as he was within range, Beggar Sect players split left and right, closing around him like an iron cage. He scanned the crowd, half smiling. Wasn't this supposed to be a duel? When did it turn into a gang fight? Afraid you'll run, the second growled, slamming his axe halved against the ground. Zhou Ming raised a hand. Relax. Getting cold feet? The second sneered. If we're fighting, let's make it interesting, Zhou Ming said, voice calm but carrying over the noise. 20,000 cash. Instant transfer. Everyone here can witness. The second's eyes narrowed, caught between suspicion and excitement. 20 grand? No wager, no thrill, Zhou Ming repeated coolly. The crowd erupted. Screens were already recording. The second hefted his axe onto his shoulder and grinned. Deal. Gaibong number 2 hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Can we start now? He asked, almost bursting with the battle lust roaring inside him. Players had packed themselves into a half circle, eyes wide as they waited to see how Zhou Yushiji would drop the Beggar Sect lieutenant in just a few moves. Imagining those stunned faces, Gaibong number 2 smirked and leapt forward first. Bring it on, Zhou Ming said, raising a hand to invite the attack. Without another pause, Gaibong number 2 hoisted his giant axe. With a kick off the ground, he shot at Zhou Ming like a gale. Who do you think wins this? Someone whispered in the crowd. Zhou Yushiji's stats are higher, sure, but number 2's talent ramps up when he's low on HP. One reversal could happen in a blink. Every player held their breath as the first heat and clash erupted. Raging axe. Less than 3 meters away, veins bulged on number 2's arms, and the blade was coated in blood-red light, its pressure skyrocketing. Ding. System prompt. Gaibong number 2 has used the temporary skill Raging Axe. Attack 50, attack speed 50, duration 5 minutes. Ding. System prompt. Gaibong number 2 has used the temporary skill Divine Essence Barrier. HP restored to 100, defense 50, damage reduction 20, immune to all negative effects, duration 5 minutes. Damn, that's nuts. The spectators exploded. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he had seen a double temporary buff like this. Careful, Qian Ying's voice rang in his ear. I sensed someone watching. Someone spying temporary buffs. Zhou Ming instantly understood. The mastermind's plan was clever, but their pawn was too weak. Think you can take this swing? Gaibong number 2 sneered, hacking down hard enough to make the air scream. Ding. System prompt. Gaibong number 2 uses Heavy Strike. Next hit within 3 seconds deals 30 damage. Zhou Ming never moved his feet. He lowered his silver sword, drew the jet black wind blade in a blur, and answered with rending slash. Steel held. 2 flashes of cold light landed almost simultaneously. 1,234. 175. Gaibong number 2's health bar plunged to the bottom. He almost one-shot him. That damage is insane. Color drained from number two's face as he staggered back, all arrogance gone. Brothers, together. Gaibong number 3 shouted from a distance. Kill. Hidden Beggar's Sect members surged forward as if waiting for the cue. Trash with no honor. Ting Feng, Shiyu cursed in the crowd. Seeing Zhou Ming surrounded, he frowned. Anyone would suffocate under that many enemies. Go down. The nearest beggar's disciple swung a blade at Zhou Ming. Instead of retreating, Zhou Ming stepped in and swept the Black Wind blade. 1,400. A crit far beyond current player limits erupted, and the disciple hit the ground instantly. Silence swept the field. Only the clatter of weapons remained. So this is a god-tier player's grand plan? Zhou Ming's voice boomed as he looked around. Pathetic. He had already read the setup. Because it was player versus player, Jining could not intervene freely. The entire ambush was designed to kill him alone. Whoosh. Space rippled, and a man in brocade robes appeared above the battlefield. Hands behind his back, he carried an imposing air, eyes sharp as he looked down on Zhou Ming like an insect. Kid, don't get cocky, the man said coldly. The divine demon orb and the Queen of Ashes are not things you can touch. You've offended nearly every powerhouse on Tianming continent. Then why aren't you moving? Zhou Ming asked, calm as ever. Come on, kill me. I dare you. The man's face darkened. I don't need to dirty my own hands. Ding. System prompt. Attention. NPC Star Guardian Mo Yun has issued a bounty. Any player who kills Zhou Shiji will receive one rare grade item. If the divine demon orb is recovered and handed over, an additional unique hidden class will be awarded. Outside Chishui City, the players who had been on the verge of retreat rallied the instant they heard about the bounty. Greed and bloodlust blazed in their eyes as they stared at Travel the World. Money talks. What had begun as a bid to check an up-and-coming achievement grinder had now turned into something far uglier. The divine NPC's sky-high reward could change a life, and no one planned to let it slip away. What are we waiting for? The Beggar Sect's second elder yelled from the back row, poking his head out. The prize is right there. They traded glances and tightened the cordon in perfect sync. None of them cared what the Devil God Pearl was. They only knew that killing him guaranteed a rare rank item, unrivaled reward on the game's second day. Who could resist? What a generous offer. Zhou Ming clenched the Black Wind sword, a deep crease forming between his brows. What bothered him wasn't the mob bearing down on him, but the rare rank item itself. He wanted it too. If only I could off myself and still claim the loot, he muttered, then caught himself. Off myself and keep the loot? Maybe, just maybe. The thought was still half-formed when the surrounding players charged with a roar. At this stage, leveling was lightning fast. Death was no deterrent. Taking down Travel the World meant instant fame and fortune. Why hold back? Hovering overhead on light footwork, Mo Yun let out a cold laugh. Let's see you survive this time. The crowd surged forward. Zhou Ming pushed the thought aside and focused on his sword. 674. 655. 657. Black Wind's sword flashed into a seamless arc, and in a heartbeat several players crumpled. A streamlight grade weapon's attack power was in a league of its own. Ordinary players simply couldn't withstand it. Damn, that's broken. The Beggar Sect's second elder gasped from a distance. Meanwhile, the damage numbers above Zhou Ming's head were almost pathetic. 12, 4, 16. Hardly anyone could even scratch him. The Beggar Sect's third elder, who had already tangled with Zhou Ming back in the starter village, snorted. Relax. We've got the numbers, and a horde of freelancers hungry for loot. Travel the World is dead meat. All we have to do is chip his HP down to 0. He raised his staff, locked onto Zhou Ming, muttered a short chant, and bellowed, Fireball. Boom. A basketball-sized fireball arced through the air and struck home. The third elder's eyes lit up. Miss. Zhou Ming's health bar didn't move an inch. What the? The third elder froze. The spell landed. Where did the damage go? Weapons rained down as the swarm closed in. Zhou Ming's view filled with enemy avatars. Commied. He spun his blade. Another batch of players fell. Ding. System message. You have slain the player Ichichu Taobai. Infamy 1. Ding. System message. You have slain player Zybazazi. Infamy 1. Continuous kill notifications buzzed in Zhou Ming's ears, so he muted them with a single tap and let his infamy skyrocket as the slaughter continued. Far off, the Beggar Clan's second-in-command was still shouting himself hoarse, rallying the crowd. Don't be afraid. The higher his infamy, the more loot he'll drop when he dies. He might even drop a divine demon pearl. You could switch to the one and only hidden class. Get him. The mob went wild and charged like they were on steroids, raining attacks on Zhou Ming. He couldn't have been happier. Whether he would drop items wouldn't be known until he died, but these people would drop their gear the moment they fell, and only he could pick it up. The meadow outside Chishui town was soon soaked a dark crimson. In mere moments, hundreds of players had fallen beneath Zhou Ming's blade. At the same time, his HP visibly dropped 80, 60, 40, getting dangerously low. Seeing hope, the players fought even harder. Out of my way. Once his own health was back to a safe level, the Beggar Clan lieutenant charged again, axe raised to take Zhou Ming's head and claim the final blow. Unfazed, Zhou Ming opened his inventory and swapped into a full set of gear in one go, including Dark Moon Greaves that normally required level 20. His HP and defense skyrocketed. 1, 1, 1. Every incoming hit was suddenly nothing but a faint tickle. The lieutenant's grin froze. You did that on purpose? It was clearly an accident, Zhou Ming replied, feigning innocence. When he saw the man try to run, he raised his left hand. Fire gathered and Sword of the Fallen crashed down. No need to check the numbers. The lieutenant died on the spot, scattering loot everywhere. He chugged a red potion and his health actually went up. 10, 1, 10. Damn it, we've been played. The players stared at their pathetic scratch damage, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Only now did they realize Zhou Ming hadn't been fighting seriously at first, had been baiting them into throwing their lives away. Zhou Ming felled another player with a casual swing and called out with a grin, "Stop coming, stop coming. My inventory's full." The surviving players cursed and scattered in every direction a few minutes later. Sheathing his sword and flicking off the blood, Zhou Ming looked up at the god-tier expert floating above. Having fun? Mo Yun's face was a mask of ice as he glared at the ant that dared talk back to him. Rage churned inside, but he forced himself to stay calm. Travel the world was growing far faster than expected, and ordinary players were nothing but cannon fodder to him. Heh, enjoy it while it lasts, he finally hissed through clenched teeth, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Sooner or later, you won't be laughing. Is that so? Zhou Ming said lightly. Whether I keep laughing is a problem for the future. What I know is, you're about to stop. A muscle twitched at the corner of Mo Yun's eye. An uneasy feeling crept in. What is he up to? Zhou Ming pulled a divine demon pearl from his bag and shouted, "Qianing, I have a question." Swoosh. A beam of white light burst from the pearl and coalesced into a silver-haired girl. With delicate brows and a slender waist, she was breathtaking in the dying sunlight. What question? Qianing asked, eyes puzzled. I know you care deeply for me if nothing else. You've already given me your heart, Zhou Ming said, spreading his arms slowly. So tell me, if I asked you to kill me right now, could you bring yourself to do it? Clang. Without a word, Qianing reached into the void and drew a gleaming sword, her gaze blazing. I've been waiting for this. Outside Chishui town, the setting sun brushed the horizon, spilling blood-red light across the grassland. Corpses lay in disarray, and the air reeked of crushed leaves and fresh blood. Zhou Ming faced the cold-eyed Qianing, his mind made up. Come, Yinger, me life is yours. He shouted. Yinger? You actually dare call me that? Qianing bit down on her silver teeth, almost laughing in anger. She knew Zhou Yushiji was provoking her, so she'd strike hard and fast, sparing him no mercy and reaping everything a god-tier kill could drop. So I really swing? She raised her sword for confirmation. Do it. Zhou Ming nodded as though death weighed nothing. He had already died dozens of times the previous night, just to pull Qianing out of Taoyuan village. Slash. No more words were exchanged. Qian Ying's blade fell, wind-like sword energy weaving a lattice that swallowed the death-seeking youth. Clang. A heap of glittering loot burst out at Zhou Ming's feet an instant later, including several pieces of his own gold-grade gear. Mine. With a flick of her fingers, Qianing gathered every drop and strode over to Mo Yun to claim the bounty. The air went still. Mo Yun's cheek twitched, his face darkening to purple. He had never imagined Zhou Yushiji would cash in on his own bounty through suicide. How could anyone sink so low? Fine, you win. Bound by the rules, he still had to hand over the promised item. Ding. System message. Congratulations to Scorched God Queen Qianing for killing Zhou Yushiji. Reward, a rank rare item. The distant onlookers nearly dropped their jaws. He collected his own bounty. Seriously? No wonder that guy levels so fast. Tingfeng Shiyu wiped his face in disbelief, suspecting that the jaw-dropping beauty beside Zhou Ming had been farmed the same exploitative way. Thanks for the generosity, boss. Zhou Ming, now a hovering soul, grinned from ear to ear. A rank rare item was basically a free bronze first kill. Laugh while you can. You'll be crying soon enough. Mo Yun growled before stalking off in frustration. Once Mo Yun was out of sight, Zhou Ming's smile only widened. He waved to the nearby rogue. Bro, help me pick up the gear. On it. Tingfeng Shiyu snapped back to reality and hurried over, scooping up the priciest items as envious eyes watched. The others tried to grab a share, but found the loot was locked. PvP drops had an ownership timer. Tingfeng Shiyu was exempt only because head partied with Zhou Ming before the fight. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming respawned at full health inside Chishui town. Here, Qianing stuffed the entire pile bounty and all back into his hands. The system isn't blocking you? Zhou Ming asked, surprised. According to the rules, natives couldn't simply hand out free gains to players. They were yours to begin with. The laws of Tianming continent won't interfere, Qianing replied coolly. The rules here aren't as rigid as you imagine. I get it. A swirl of mixed feelings rose in Zhou Ming's chest. The NPCs in this game felt as real as any human, and now even the rules seemed to think for themselves. It was mind-boggling. Whatever. Stop overthinking. After clearing his mind, Zhou Ming sprinted out of Chishui town. On the grass, Ting Fengshiyu had already searched every monster corpse. Together they'd gathered more than 30 pieces of usable gear. The flood of drops had to be thanks to Zhou Ming's 2 points in luck. Each item gleamed with a bright halo that made it look irresistible. Pick any 2 pieces you can use. They'll sell the rest. Zhou Ming dumped the spoils on the ground and spoke offhandedly. He felt his neck no necklace, his back no cloak, his fingers no rings. Even he hadn't looted those 3 slots yet, never mind anyone else. Huh, I can't accept this, Ting Fengshiyu stammered. Just take them. Zhou Ming waved it off with a smile. We met for a reason. I might need your help one day. Ting Fengshiyu hesitated, then nodded. All right, I'll take you up on that. If you ever need me and I say no, you can stop calling me Ting Fengshiyu. Since you're so straightforward, I actually do have a favor to ask. Zhou Ming's smile faded. He got straight to the point. Ting Fengshiyu's stomach dropped, so it wasn't just polite chatter after all. I need you to locate a level 60 silver boss, Zhou Ming said solemnly. The trial of 7 sins pride. That's the real priority. Sending a stealthy rogue was far more reliable than searching blindly himself. Level 60. Ting Fengshiyu almost thought had misheard. It's crucial. Can you manage it? Zhou Ming pressed. Ting Fengshiyu took a deep breath. Hard, but possible. The general store sells maps for levels 50 to 70. They'll search that range. I should run into it sooner or later. They'll probably die a few times on the way, though. Thanks. Once I pass this hurdle, I'll power level you personally, Zhou Ming promised. Deal. With that promise, I'll dig up the boss if it kills me, Ting Fengshiyu replied, battle spirit blazing. It was only the 2nd day after launch, and he was already level 20 far ahead of ordinary players. Being carried by this powerhouse would be insane. He wasted no time, bade a quick farewell, activated stealth, and melted into the distant forest. When Ting Fengshiyu vanished from sight, Zhou Ming opened his pack. Inside lay a tidy pile of common and bronze gear loadier, but worth a small fortune in the current patch. Right. An idea struck him. He looked at Qianing. Could I borrow your power to enhance this equipment? Qianing shook her head gently. The higher the tier, the longer the process. The instant upgrade earlier was only possible because the gear was low level and ID stored an immense amount of energy while imprisoned in Taoyuan village. I understand. Zhou Ming nodded and was about to stash the items when she suddenly added. But she extended a snow-white hand, a soft light rippling between her fingers like flowing water. Every piece of equipment in his pack silently rose by 1 full tier. I know this world isn't everything to you. Her voice was warm. Her figure dissolved into motes of light that the divine demon orb reabsorbed. I hope you're doing well in that other world, too. Zhou Ming stood in silence, an indescribable emotion stirring deep inside him. Reining in his emotions, Zhou Ming let his gaze drift back to the gear in his inventory. He thumbed through a pile of gleaming bronze and silver weapons enough to drive the auction house wild. Keeping them stashed would only make their value drop, so he needed to unload them fast. Back in Chishui town, he paused beside the teleport node, opened his friend's menu, and entered the ID of the perfect buyer Gaibong Lauer. Beep, beep. Less than 2 seconds later, the request was accepted, followed at once by a system notice. Ding. Your linked account has received a transfer of 20,000 yuan from Gaibong Lauer. I knew you were here for money. Gaibong Lauer's hearty voice rang out. I lost the duel, so we'll pay up. But don't get cocky no matter how strong one player is. He can't beat an army. Zhou Ming merely smiled. Not necessarily. With his unique hidden class flame Demon Lord An, Qianing working behind the scenes, he had every reason to face whatever came next. He actually looked forward to testing whether one man could stand against 1,000. Don't worry about it, he said calmly. I just picked up some decent drops. Interested? A line of ellipses appeared in the chat window. After a long pause, Gaibong Lauer typed a single word. No. Buying back gear his own guild had lost felt humiliating. Zhou Ming didn't bother replying. He simply posted screenshots of the item's stats. 2 seconds later, the other side sent a sheepish laugh. Sorry, got a little loud earlier. The silver gear had clearly caught his eye. Name your price. You make an offer. It's only early game transition, gear not top tier but nobody else has any yet. Perfect for snowballing. Gaibong Lauer gritted his teeth. 10,000 each. 12. Zhou Ming raised the price without hurry. Fine. Deal. Less than 10 minutes later, they met by the old well in Chishui town. After counting the pieces, both sides confirmed the trade. Ding. Your linked account has received a transfer of 163,000 yuan from Gaibong Lauer. Jackpot. The moment the money landed, Zhou Ming felt a rush from head to toe. Even the air tasted sweet. Since graduation, it was the largest sum had ever seen, not much to real heirs, perhaps, but enough to cover his living costs for a long while. And it was only his 2nd day in Destiny. Later. With that, Gaibong Lauer turned and left. Business was business. The feud between the beggar gang and Travel the World was far from settled. So that's how it is. Watching the man stride away, Zhou Ming muttered to himself. Gaibong Lauer's curiosity was piqued. He glanced back, frowning. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? A normal guild would try to recruit a top player. Zhou Ming replied evenly. Sure, we've got a grudge, but it's not life and death. Yet you, a senior officer, never tried to win me over. That tells me Mo Yun's ties to the Beggar Gang go a lot deeper than just sending you to give me trouble. The Beggars Gang's number 2 had received a temporary skill from the God-tier powerhouse, Star Guardian Mo Yun, and the boost had gone straight to his head. Picking a fight with Zhou Ming was something Zhou Ming would never forget. Judging by the man's half-hearted attitude, the matter was far from over, and that clue was crucial to Zhou Ming. Humph. The gang's second brother snorted and tilted his chin. At least you've got a little brains. With that, he turned to leave. So that's how it is, Zhou Ming suddenly said. What now? The second brother stopped and shot him a vicious glare. I want to make a deal. Since you came here yourself, you clearly don't mind being seen with me, Zhou Ming said calmly. In that PK outside the city, you and the third brother showed up, but the eldest stayed away. That tells me Mo Yun cares only about your big brother. He must be busy doing something that will hurt me. Am I wrong? The second brother's expression froze. He stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Zhou Ming nodded. Thought so. Damn it. The man snapped. Don't push me, haven't done anything. Your hesitation proves you're hiding something, Zhou Ming said, looking him up and down. So what are they planning? The question hit like an arrow. The second brother's face changed, and he bolted as though some ancient beast were chasing him. He sprinted back to the gang's encampment and stopped only when he was wheezing. Second brother, what's the rush? Lausen asked. The second brother's face was pale with fear. I just saw a ghost. Zhou Ming tucked the whole incident away in his mind. Instead of heading to the next grinding spot, he turned into a general store. Boss, do you sell skill books? He asked. The shopkeeper glanced at him sideways, voice full of impatience. Third shelf to your left. What an attitude. Zhou Ming frowned, then glanced at his own name, bright red and impossible to miss. After killing more than 100 players, his name had turned fully red. The Beggars Gang started the fight, but he hadn't waited for them to strike first, and his infamy had skyrocketed. NPCs now despised him. Infamy, 75 points. That high? A chill ran through him as he opened his status window. Ding. System message. Due to the title Flame Demon Lord, your infamy cannot be reduced by any means. Zhou Ming drew a sharp breath. Having infamy locked was totally unexpected. Apparently, the title Demon Lord was no decoration. If he couldn't clear it, he might as well see what happened when he pushed it higher, something to test later. He walked to the skill shelves and scanned the books. Inspire Crate. Description. Lead from the front and your allies will be inspired. Effect. Reduces damage taken by 10-1 of bonus HP. Class requirement. Knight. Price. 50 copper coins. Ambush Crate. Description. Honor. Overrated. An assassin lives for the cheap shot. Effect. Deals 130 damage. If the target hasn't spotted you, adds 20 armor break for 5 seconds. Class requirement. Assassin. Price. 50 copper coins. Fireball Crate. Description. Flames are my favorite toy. Effect. Condenses fire to deal 130 damage, with a chance to ignite. Class requirement. Fire Mage. Price. 50 copper coins. Perfect. Zhou Ming muttered, eyes locking onto Fireball. Ding. System message. You have spent 50 copper coins to purchase Fireball Crate. Skill in hand. He tried to learn it immediately. As the Flame Demon Lord, his fire affinity was unlimited. Time to find out if he really could learn every fire-based skill out there. As Zhou Ming tore the skill book apart, a faint crimson energy spilled out, then condensed into a ribbon of light that shot into the center of his forehead. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Fireball, Crank. Heat roared through his body as if an invisible furnace had ignited. What a Flame Demon Lord. Zhou Ming's heart pounded. An ordinary fireball wouldn't make him this excited. The frightening part was the Flame Demon Lord's trait can learn fire element skills without prerequisites. It meant he could add fire magic to his melee arsenal and truly become a spell's word. Just when he thought the process was over, the system chimed again. Ding. System prompt. Because the Flame Demon Lord's fire affinity is extraordinarily high, the skill Fireball has advanced from Crank to Greater Fireball, Brank. Zhou Ming froze, then let out a suppressed laugh. What can I even say? That's insane. After double-checking the skill panel, he rifled through every crate and shelf in the general store, but came up empty-handed. A Tier 3 town was already resource poor. Most skills had to be obtained through class quests. Hoping to strike gold here was unrealistic. Leaving the shop, he stepped onto the deserted street. Moonlight poured over the cobblestones like clear water, a cool breeze drifting past, and the entire town was so quiet only the wind could be heard. Gurgle. His stomach reminded him had been online too long. It was time to eat. Zhou Ming didn't log out immediately. Instead, he opened his inventory and focused on the item kindly gifted by the high-level player Mo Yun. Pet Capture Stone Rare, a rank. Description. Catching a pet is never easy. Be prepared for failure. Effect. Increases capture success rate by 60 for pets of Glimmer grade and below, 30 for pets above Glimmer, 10 for Fairy grade and above. This thing probably won't be useful for a while. He closed the info window, unsurprised by how underwhelming the reward was. Since they were enemies, Mo Yun wouldn't boost his strength right away. The stone only raised odds. It didn't guarantee success. Mo Yun was likely hoping he'd waste it. With that, Zhou Ming brought up the system menu and chose to log out. Thanks to the beggar gang, today was another productive day. He removed his VR headset and ordered a late-night snack. While waiting for the delivery, he opened his computer and started browsing the web. The top trending topic was all about him. Day 2 of launch. Around the world slaughters over 100 players. He clicked in and saw a familiar video, an edited compilation of his fight with the beggar gang. Comments and bullet captions flooded the screen. Little cow match. How can someone be this strong on day 2? Where's the balance? My son Fingxian. I thought he was a dev plan, turns out he's a real player. Let her go auntie. What's the divine demon orb? Does Zhou Ming have it? If we kill him, will it drop? Most viewers regarded around the world with hostility and greed. It was the only hidden class, and the official info was scarce. One look at his combat power showed how absurd it was. Whoever seized that opportunity could rocket to the top in Destiny Online. Looks like the plan worked perfectly. Zhou Ming was more than happy to see it. Making himself the #1 enemy of the player base was exactly what he needed right now. The trial of 7 sins demanded that he slay a silver-tier boss 30 levels above Hyman, almost ludicrous challenge for any normal player this early in the game. Unless he could gather a swarm of players to clear the boss for him. Any hatred that stirred up meant nothing to him. A band of god-tier powerhouses was already plotting his death. A few extra players were just enemies under a different flag. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhou Ming took the delivery, lifted the plastic lid, and a wave of steam and savory sauce filled the air. Braised chicken over rice tender meat and rich gravy coating snow-white grains, a feast for the senses. Once he'd eaten his fill, he rested for a moment, washed up, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost at once. At the same time, the capital's skyline blazed with lights. In a spacious conference room, dozens of men in suits watched a projection of Zhou Ming's brawl with the Beggar Sect. When the video ended, the middle-aged man at the head of the table looked around. Thoughts? Pulling that off on day 2 of Destiny? His potential is incredible. In my view, he's destined to be top tier. I disagree. An aged yet forceful voice cut in. Everyone turned to see Elder Zhang, still spry despite his years. Why do you say that, Elder Zhang? Lin Zhongshan asked. A tree that rises above the forest feels the full force of the wind, Zhang Yinwen replied. I've watched too many prodigies burn out because they shone too soon. I doubt hell lasts to the end. Lin Zhongshan nodded. The bounty on his head is huge. Zhou's situation is more dangerous than it looks. One defeat, and everyone will kick a man when he's down. The one who laughs last is the real winner. Lin Zhongshan suddenly smiled. By the way, your grandson founded the Beggar Sect, didn't he? As well informed as always. Zhang Yinwen nodded. The kid got lucky and found an opportunity on the game's second day. Then why doesn't he handle roaming the world himself? Someone asked. He's still digesting that opportunity. It takes time. Zhang Yinwen glanced at Zhou Ming frozen on the screen and said with certainty, that man isn't worth our attention. Mark my words, the reward will end up in my grandson's pocket. Next morning, Zhou Ming woke naturally, feeling refreshed. After wolfing down 2 steamed buns, he put on his helmet and logged back in. The level rankings weren't open yet, so he couldn't track anyone else's progress, but he knew every player was secretly stockpiling strength. The eastern region teemed with hidden masters. Arrogance would only make him someone else's stepping stone. A flash of white light, and he materialized on the main street of Chishui town. The road bustled with traders and travelers. He hurried through the crossing and opened the map to scout a grinding spot. Time was tight. He had to push his power to the limit today so he could tackle the trial of 7 sins tomorrow. Cold steel sliced through the air toward his neck from behind. Zhou Ming had sensed the assassin tailing him and shifted slightly. Miss. The evasion prompt appeared. You dodged that. The assassin froze in disbelief. Zhou Ming spun and took him down with a single stroke. He swept a frosty gaze over the crowd. Anyone else? Players who had been itching to strike fell silent at once, their plans evaporating. With the clueless newbies cowed, Zhou Ming strode away unhurriedly. Leaving Chishui town behind and skirting the crowded grinding zones, Zhou Ming arrived at a barren stretch of wasteland. The sun blazed overhead. The air felt like a steamer, and parched heat rolled across the empty expanse where only wind-driven sand whispered. Ding. System message. You have entered the Zhonghuang Gobi. The loose yellow sand shifted underfoot as Zhou Ming walked on, a straight line of prints trailing behind him. After a few minutes, a faint rustle drifted in from beyond his sight. The ground bulged and split as a glossy black giant scorpion burst from the sand. Its body measured over half a meter, its huge pincers curved like steel scimitars, and its venomous stinger arched high, casting a shadow at Zhou Ming's feet. Gobi Scorpion. Common monster. Level, 35. HP, 6,000. Attack, 550,580. Defense, 400,430. Skills, Venom Sting, Crushing Clamp. Info, a fearsome scorpion native to the Zhonghuang Gobi. Its massive pincers target the enemy's weakest spots. Proceed with caution. A level 35 wild mob with no real weaknesses. Fortunately, Destiny's equipment system ensured that gear never stopped working just because of a level gap. Without his luminous deer black wind sword, Zhou Ming would have been sweating just to break its armor. Scree! The scorpion shrieked. It kicked off with 6 legs, pincers snapping like shears straight at Zhou Ming's vitals. Ding! System message. Gobi Scorpion uses crushing clamp. If the next strike hits a vital spot, it will deal critical damage. Whoever designed this game is downright sneaky, Zhou Ming muttered, raising his blade to unleash falling sword. Hiss! A fiery greatsword phantom crashed from the sky, pinning the scorpion in place and ruining its attack. 1002. 4-digit damage flashed above the monster, wiping out a sixth of its health in an instant. With the Blackwind sword equipped, Zhou Ming's attack hit 755, more than enough to rip through 400 plus defense. While the giant scorpion was staggered, he followed up with several quick slashes, knocking it several meters into the air and seizing the initiative. Frustrated, the scorpion grew even more frenzied. It hit the ground and lunged again. The pincers brushed past, and its tail lashed out like lightning. Ding! System message. You have been hit by venom sting. Lose 358 HP and an additional 20 HP per second for the next 10 seconds. These mobs just keep getting trickier. Zhou Ming frowned, tanking the damage while channeling a rending slash. He downed a healing potion, stepped back, and gathered elemental energy in his left palm. Great fireball. Boom. A blaze the size of a water vat erupted from his hand and crashed into the scorpion's carapace, forcing the creature into a frantic dance on the spot. 525. As an advanced version of Fireball, Great Fireball dealt 150 damage and had a chance to inflict burn respectable power. They traded blows in a tight dance of footwork and combos for nearly 90 seconds before the scorpion finally collapsed, motionless. Ding! System message. You have slain the Gobi Scorpion. Current level experience, 55.4. 16 levels below the target. Yet the experience poured in at this rate. 2 kills would net him a level. Time to pick up the pace. Zhou Ming was in no rush to seek out his next target. After a brief pause, he reached into his pack and retrieved the most valuable item he owned apart from the divine demon or the limitless scroll, inscribed rare artifact. According to its description, human potential knows no bounds, and neither do the methods used to unlock it. The scroll could raise a chosen skill by 1 tier, provided the user had at least 1,000 fame and was level 25, though the upgraded skill could never exceed the scroll's own grade. He had earned this reward for scoring the first silver rank kill, and its power was beyond dispute. Ordinarily, he would have tucked it away, but the looming 7 Sins trial left no room for hesitation. If he failed, no number of scrolls could offset the loss. Better to convert it into immediate strength, especially since it was ideal for enhancing a grade rare skill. He opened his skill pane, where 2 icons floated quietly, rending slash and fallen sword. Jianing, which one should I upgrade? He asked. I believe you already know the answer, she replied, her tone certain. Zhou Ming stopped deliberating, tore the scroll open, and golden light surged forth, flooding into his chest like a warm current. Ding! System prompt. Select the skill you wish to enhance. Fallen sword, he said without hesitation. Compared with the ongoing bleed from rending slash, the burst damage and built-in crowd control of fallen sword offered far more room for error. At once the fallen sword icon blazed with molten gold, its edges warping and twisting as Zhou Ming's pulse hammered in his ears. After 10 tense seconds, the system chimed again. Ding! System prompt. Limitless scroll consumed. Fallen sword has advanced from rare grade to ruin sword. Scrade. Ruin sword? Sounds good, Zhou Ming murmured, opening the tultipanli for the icon to flash once more, fiery veins snaking across its surface. Ding! System prompt. Owing to the Flame Lord's unlimited fire affinity, Ruin Sword has evolved into Seraphic Sword, Special Scrade. Holy Zhou Ming grinned from ear to ear. A hidden SS Scrade class never stopped dishing out surprises, and tomorrow's trial had just become a lot safer. Clap, clap, clap. Sudden applause cut through his excitement. At the far end of the desolate Badlands strode a burly man in black. His face was rugged, a massive black greatsword strapped across his back, and each step seemed to leap dozens of meters, saturating the air with crushing pressure. Whoosh! Ignoring her own wounds, Jianing materialized in front of Zhou Ming, body low, ready to strike. Another god-tier being? Zhou Ming whispered. Jianing nodded slightly. More precisely, a dark-side demon god. A demon-goated enemy that should not appear until the late game. Though shaken, Zhou Ming kept a steady face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tsang Xian, the man said, voice low yet courteous, showing no hint of arrogance. Zhou Yue, Zhou Ming replied with a cupped fist salute. Since the stranger showed no hostility, he was willing to be polite. Tsang Xian chuckled. Your name has already reached the abyss. Outwitting the gods of the light faction was a bold feat worthy of praise. His gaze drifted to Zhou Ming's skill panel. But what impressed me even more was what I just witnessed, forcing a skill to reshape itself to fit your nature. Such potential is rare indeed. Ding. System prompt. You have earned the admiration of Abyssal Sword Fiend Song Xian. Fame 200. You flatter me, Zhou Ming replied calmly. If you've come all this way and haven't struck yet, I assume you wish to talk. Correct. Song Xian's expression grew solemn. To be frank, I intend to. To be frank, I want to strike a deal with you. Song Xian had barely taken his seat when he laid his cards on the table. Oh, Zhou Ming arched a brow, feigning ignorance. What sort of deal? Sever every connection between you and the Ashen Queen. Song Xian's gaze shifted between Zhou Ming and Qianing. In return, you may choose any 3 celestial grade items. How does that sound? Ding system prompt. Hidden quest deal unlocked. Difficulty D. Accept? Qianing stood quietly at Zhou Ming's side, her delicate brows knitting as she held her tongue. Quite the gesture from the dark faction, Zhou Ming said mildly. Unfortunately, it lacks sincerity. Lacks sincerity? A glint flashed in Song Xian's eyes. He lowered his voice. 3 celestial grade pieces of equipment are enough for a newcomer like you to crush anyone at your level. Perhaps you don't understand what celestial grade means. It's 3 tiers above the glimmer grade gear you're holding. Zhou Ming stayed silent. With Qian Ying's help, he had already refined mere silver grade gear into glimmer grade. One more push would put him within reach of celestial. I treat you as a demon god, and you think him a fool? He met Song Xian's eyes. Shouldn't you be offering divine grade gear instead? Divine grade? Song Xian's smile was half amused, half challenging. If that's what you want, so be it. Pick one artifact coveted even by divine ranked powerhouses. I held back only because I feared you couldn't handle it. Ding system prompt. Trade terms updated. The dark faction really is loaded. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue, yet he still shook his head. Sadly, you're still not sincere. Ding favorability with Abyssal Sword Fiend Song Xian 5. Current score, 55 friendly. Black mist coiled at Song Xian's feet, and a crushing aura filled the room. Are you playing games with me? He growled. Zhou Ming's expression cooled. Let me guess your plan. Without Qian Ying's protection, I'm an insect before any divine ranked fighter. At that point, neither the god demon pearl nor a divine artifact would stay mine. No one moves against me now because, first, the wager contract binds them, and second, 2 or 3 ordinary divine ranked fighters might still lose to Qian Ying. Did you think I hadn't noticed? Song Xian fell silent, then withdrew his killing intent and spoke more softly. Wandering the world, you still don't grasp your position. And what position is that? Because of the god demon pearl and the Ashen Queen, you've already offended the entire light faction, Song Xian said, each word deliberate. Turn me down again, and you'll add the dark faction to your list of mortal enemies. In his mind, celestial gear was enough for Zhou Ming to survive while short of provoking endless greed. Zhou Ming offered no reply. He knew the carrot before the stick was only halfway through. Song Xian stared him down. When both factions stand against you, do you know what that means? It means you'll be at war with the entire world. Artifacts beyond divine grade are priceless to the continent's greatest powers, yet such a treasure was now held by a rookie adventurer. That, right there, is the biggest problem with wandering the world. An ordinary man becomes a target the moment he carries a treasure. The words had barely fallen when Song Xian shuddered. Inky mist burst from his skin and surged backward like a tide. Space cracked open, and through the fissures a host of cold, predatory eyes stared in, sending chills down every spine. In an instant the air tightened to the breaking point. Every demon god was watching. Song Xian drove his words like a blade into the silence. Now you have a choice. Will you take the deal or not? Qianing started to speak, but Zhou Ming raised a hand to stop her. You've got it wrong. He straightened his back and met those crushing gazes heated. I'm a born rebel. Kindness moves my force doesn't. Song Xian arched a brow. And that means? It isn't me against the world, Zhou Ming said calmly. It's the world against me. I'm not in the wrong, so why should I apologize? The wasteland echoed with crackling power. The demon gods roared, arrogant whelp. Do you really think we can't touch you? When darkness returns, you'll be the first to die. Song Xian's eyes held something between anger and admiration. With a flick of his hand he dispersed the fog, turned, and prepared to leave. I'm curious to see what you'll use to fight the world. Ding. System alert. Favorability of Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian 5. Current value, 60, friendly. Hold on, Demon Lord. Zhou Ming called. Song Xian paused. Regretting it already? The Ember Queen and the God Demon Pearl are off the table. Zhou Ming produced a pet capture stone from his coat, voice steady. But I've got a rare item ID like to stake on a wager. Not interested. Song Xian didn't even look at him. Afraid, are you? Taunts won't work on me. So you don't even have the nerve to gamble? Song Xian halted, then slowly turned. What are the terms? Simple, Zhou Ming said. My talent hasn't awakened yet. Let's bet on its grade. Song Xian saw through the ploy and snorted. Trying to profit off me while motivating yourself? Kid, your tricks are transparent. Ding. System alert. Favorability of Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian 5. Current value, 65, friendly. Zhou Ming muttered inwardly. He's mocking me, yet his favor keeps rising. Is he nuts? Do you dare or not? As you wish. Song Xian studied him. Shrank. With a tiny chance of SS. That low? Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat, wanted nothing less than the top tier. I'm betting on rank, Song Xian said, giving you a sliver of hope. I'm betting on S rank or higher. Zhou Ming lifted his chin. Higher? Song Xian almost laughed. Do you know what SSS means? Even with the God Demon Pearl forging a custom class, reaching that level is nearly impossible. If you never try, you'll never know. Ding. System alert. Hidden quest gamble of difficulty, rank. Requirement. Obtain at least S rank talent during the trial. Reward, a rank rare item. Failure penalty, loss of pet capture stone. They'll be watching, Song Xian said, giving him a long look before striding away. As the demon's figure receded, Zhou Ming shouted, from today on, we're enemies, not friends. Next time we meet, don't expect mercy. Clang. Song Xian's sword flashed. A torrent of sword energy carved a ravine kilometers long into the desert. The razor-sharp intent stung every inch of exposed skin. The greatsword slid back into its sheath, yet killing intent still pressed from all directions. You think you can kill me? If I don't try, how will I know? Zhou Ming replied serenely. Overconfident fool. Song Xian strode off. You'll never get the chance in this lifetime. Ding. System alert. Favorability of Abyssal Sword Demon, Song Xian 3. Current value, 68, friendly. Zhou Ming rubbed his temples. Seriously, that guy's got issues. Having banished the demon god, Zhou Ming felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. The dark faction's true form had yet to descend, granting him a brief but precious moment to breathe. Qianing, who had stood silently to the side the entire time, lifted her gaze, her expression complex and earnest. I dragged you into this. How can you call it dragging me in? Zhou Ming chuckled, waving a hand. Without you, would I have gained so many benefits? I never forget the source of the water I drink. I'm no ingrate. He understood perfectly. It was the advantages Qianing brought that had allowed him to reach this point so early in the game. By offending both major factions, your path will be difficult, Qianing warned. I don't take the easy path, Zhou Ming replied without hesitation. Easy doesn't mean right. I follow the road I believe is right. The right road? She repeated softly, a ripple flashing through her eyes. System prompt. Xinjin Queen Qianying's favor toward you 3. Current value, 68 friendly. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. Qianing. She tilted her head, puzzled. Your favor points are really hard to farm. She laughed in spite of herself. And why do you need my favor points? To farm them. Zhou Ming shrugged, the word sounding almost ridiculous even to him. No special reason having higher favor is always a good thing. Is that so? She still didn't quite get it. System prompt. Xinjin Queen Qianying's favor toward you 2. Current value, 70 cordial. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue inwardly. So favor can be raised like this. This sandbox system clearly has plenty left to explore. But now wasn't the time. He quickly focused and opened his skill panel. With the dual boost from the Infinite Scroll and the Flame Lord, his former Sword of the Fallen had evolved into a far stronger rare rank skill, likely his ace for clearing the 7 Sins trial. Seraphic Blade rare S rank. Description. A chilling sword intent wrapped in searing truth. Skill effect. Conjures a colossal flaming sword in midair that locks onto an 80 meter area and crashes down, dealing 600 of the user's attack as damage. Moderate chance to suppress targets and reduce their movement speed by 50 for 5 seconds. Additional effect. From the impact point, a wave of fire sweeps outward, dealing 80 damage to units within 20 meters. This attack has a moderate chance to inflict burn and a small chance to knock back. Exact probabilities depend on the disparity between both sides. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Excellent. Zhou Ming couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. The upgraded Seraphic Blade offered higher burst damage and a small area AoE effect for both farming mobs and dueling players. Without hesitation, he turned toward a patch of nearby badlands. The cracked, ochre ground was littered with rubble, and several desert scorpions crouched in the shadows, their emerald tail stingers glinting ominously. The moment Zhou Ming approached, they hissed and lunged, pincers snapping. He raised his left hand, fiery elements gathering visibly without harming him in the slightest. Seraphic Blade. Clang. In the next instant, a sword wreathed in roaring flames materialized overhead, its blaze lighting the gray-yellow wasteland. Searing edge and hellish heat danced together. A heartbeat later, the massive blade crashed down on the scorpions like a bolt of thunder. Boom. The scorpion's body was run through, its limbs convulsing as it lay paralyzed, while the greatsword bit into the sand, blasting out a wave of fire that swept in every direction and scorched the nearby scorpions as well. 4056. Critical hit. 278. 275. 283. A string of crimson numbers flashed across his vision, and the first scorpion instantly lost 2/3 of its health. The damage was enough to make Zhou Ming's scalp tingle. His sword arm trembled ever so slightly, his heart racing. If he weren't 16 levels lower than the monster and still missing pieces of gear that Strike would have finished it outright, leaving no time for a scream. The remaining scorpions hissed and lunged, but instead of retreating, he slid sideways to widen the gap, clapped his hands together, and condensed a blazing fireball between his palms. The orb tore through the air and exploded, turning the sand red-hot. By the time the scorpions reached him, their health bars were deep in the red, and Zhou Ming cut them down with just a few swings. Ding. System message. You have slain Gobi Scorpion. Current level EXP 55.4. Ding. System message. You have slain Gobi Scorpion. Current level EXP 33.4. Swish. Swish. 2 pillars of golden light poured over him. After 5 scorpions fell, Zhou Ming's level shot straight to 21 and kept climbing toward 22. With each point of EXP, his stats rose in tandem, boosting both damage and defense, and his grinding speed picked up noticeably. Keep going. Energized, he lifted the sword again. For the next 8 hours, he barely paused, logging off only once for lunch before diving back into the Gobi. By the time the sun leaned west, he had rocketed to level 27. On top of that, a monster had dropped a solid piece of armor desert plate armor. Quality, gold. Defense, 8,090. Attributes, 15 defense, 15 HP. Effect, fortified, additional 10 defense. Level requirement, 28. Description, a suit of plate so sturdy it resists decay even after years in the sand. Empowered by Qianying's buff, its stats bumped up even further, as if it were custom-made for him. Zhou Ming stowed it in his pack, waiting for the moment he hit 28. Beep, beep. His friend's list flashed. Listening to wind playing with rain. Bro, you're insane, blinked once, and you're already 27. Zhou Ming replied, found a nice spot for EXP. Then he glanced at the guy's info. ID, listening to wind playing with rain, wind shadow rogue. Level, 10. Exactly the same as when they first met, even though had reached 11 after they took down the Black Wind Panther Kingproof that had been combing the level 60 zone for a boss on Zhou Ming's behalf. Listening to wind playing with rain. I found the boss you wanted. A screenshot followed. A massive brownish-yellow stone golem stood on a dune, 5 meters tall, golden light pulsing in the cracks of its rocky hide. Coordinates, 1557, 6694, 2656. Great. Zhou Ming replied at once. Thanks, man. He'll power level you later. Listening to wind playing with rain. That's way too much trouble for you. System. The other player recalled a message. Listening to wind playing with rain. Haha, just kidding. Alright, go handle that silver tier boss first. Okay. Closing the chat window, Zhou Ming plunged back into the dust and sand. His EXP bar kept ticking up. Around 6:30 p.m., bathed in streaks of golden light, he finally reached level 28. After equipping the sandplate armor, his defense stats soared. Zhou Ming looked at the string of bright green numbers on the status panel and let out a quiet breath. The moment had finally come. He pulled a smooth, jade-like divine demon pearl from his pack, pressed it with his fingertip, and murmured, Qianying, I need your help. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pearl flashed, and a slender figure materialized in midair. The girl was stunning, skin like snow, a white robe brighter than frost, silver hair cascading to her waist. Even in the dim moonlight, the sparkle in her eyes refused to fade. Do you need me to handle something? She asked, tilting her head, her cool voice laced with curiosity. Yes. Zhou Ming cut to the chase. First do this, then this, after that, this, and finally this. Clear? Qianying listened closely. With just a few sentences, he had broken his grand world tour plan into 4 crisp steps. Clear. She nodded, her silver hair swaying gently. With her orders in hand, she wasted no time. In a flash of white, she was off to the designated spot. Watching her leave, Zhou Ming glanced at the real-world clock. It was late, so he steered his character back toward Chishui town. Ding dong, ding dong. During the loading screen, his phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing Mom on the caller ID, Zhou Ming answered instinctively. Mom, what's up? I'm worried about you, she said, her tone anxious. Do you still need money? Not anymore, Zhou Ming replied. I was short for a bit, but it's all settled. I actually have over 100 grand in my account now. Really? His mother sounded half skeptical. Would I ever lie to you? I can wire you 20,000 right now if you want. That's not necessary. Relieved he was fine, she moved straight to her next topic. Actually, I called to set you up with someone. Zhou Ming's hand slipped, and his in-game character nearly collided with the signpost. Mom, it's too soon. It's not, she said earnestly. A close friend's daughter is about your age. Meet her, you might be perfect for each other. No need. But, seriously, no? Zhou Ming's head throbbed. He gritted his teeth. I already have a girlfriend. Silence. Then a delighted gasp. Someone from college. Met her at work, Zhou Ming dodged. Stop digging, okay? All right, just one last question. What's her name? Her name, Zhou Ming stammered, his tongue suddenly tied in knots. Facing the gods had never made him this nervous. Yet right now he felt like a guilty thief. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. Her name is Qianying. Why are you whispering? His mother teased on the phone. Afraid your girlfriend might hear you? Zhou Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Exactly. If she hears, she'll cut me in half with one swing. All right, I won't pry anymore. Just be careful out there and don't offend anyone. How could I? He declared, thumping his chest. You know your Sony never make enemies. After a few more pleasantries, he hung up in a hurry before she could ask where Qianing was from. He certainly couldn't admit that his girlfriend was an ancient succubus had met in a game. Ending the call, he returned to Clearwater Town. The moment he stepped through the gate, a crisp system chime rang in his ears. Ding. System notice. The team event damage challenge is now open. Interested players can accept the quest from NPC shopkeeper Lu Fuguwei at coordinates 5778, 6669, 5662. Note, event available only in Clearwater Town. A smile tugged at Zhou Ming's lips. The plan was working. Without hesitation, he headed for the general store, where a queue of players already stretched to the street. Look, Zhou Yushiji is here. His arrival sparked immediate interest. Curious, greedy, and hostile locked onto the game's only hidden class player. Seeing this, Zhou Ming raised his voice. Listen, everyone needn't join this event. The damage challenge isn't as easy as you think. I'm pretty sure it's a trap. Get lost. Someone jeered. Trying to scare off the competition? Dream on. Think we'll obey just because you're high level? Take a hike. His well-meant warning drew nothing but ridicule. Sighing, he shuffled to the back of the line. The players, convinced he had ulterior motives, grew even more eager to sign up. After all, if Zhou Yushiji wanted in, maybe they could use the chance to capitalize. That was exactly what Zhou Ming had planned. He didn't have the authority to post large-scale quests himself, but NPC Qianing did. The general store carried plenty of damage-boosting items, and Lu Fuguei was happy to offer rewards at no cost to Zhou. The line inched forward. When Zhou finally reached the counter, Lu Fugucheeks flushed, spirits high handed out scrolls and instructions with practiced efficiency, clearly motivated by whatever guidance Qianing had provided. Under countless watchful eyes, Zhou Ming hit confirm. Ding. System notice. You have accepted the team quest Stone Golem Hunt. Difficulty, SS. Stone Golem Hunt. Difficulty SS. Description. A colossal stone monster has appeared on Falling Leaf Plain, and for reasons unknown it has been marked for extermination. Objective. Inflict as much damage as possible on the rock golem. Time. Tomorrow, 10:0015:00. Rewards. Experience and gear based on total damage dealt. Penalty. None. Note. You may attempt this quest only once. If you die, you cannot re-enter Falling Leaf Plain for 24 hours. After accepting the quest, Zhou Ming slipped into a deserted patch of shade and waited quietly. Moments later, Qianing, clad in black, drifted down like a wisp of smoke. Can you really pull this off? She asked, worry leaking into her voice. If you lean on outside help, the system might not count the trial as cleared. Tomorrow you'll see. Zhou Ming chuckled, fully aware of her concern. If outside aid were allowed, he could just have Qianing slash the boss down to a sliver and finish it himself. But the system would never let anyone cheat like that. The rock golem had to die by his hand alone. All right. Qianing said nothing more and returned to the divine demon pearl to rest. Zhou Ming opened his menu and logged off. At 7:30 the next morning, Zhou Ming logged back in, refreshed and alert. Let's see if the sin of arrogance can stop me. He headed straight for Falling Leaf Plain. Level 50 and 60 elites lunged at him along the way, but his current stats let him swat them aside with easy. One-shotting him was impossible. Ding. System, you have entered Falling Leaf Plain. 20-odd minutes later the landscape opened up. Emerald meadows rolled out under a light breeze. But what stood out even more was the crowd. Hundreds, maybe thousands of players were still pouring in, a spectacle like no other. This place is savage. No kidding. I almost got flattened by mobs on the way here. Still, it makes sense if it's a damage contest. The target has to be something no one can kill yet. The chatter swelled until Zhou Yushiji is here. A nearby player shouted as if spotting prey. Swish every gaze snapped toward Zhou Ming. When they saw the streaming light gear on him, their eyes filled with naked greed, and the plane went dead quiet. If we let Zhou Yushiji join the damage rankings, none of us can touch first place. Beggar Clan's third brother broke the silence, grinding his teeth. After all, in that viral video the Beggar Clan had been nothing but Zhou Ming's backdrop. Hard to believe he dared to show, sneered Beggar Clan's second brother, hefting a great axe. This is an outside Chishui town. If a couple hundred people couldn't kill him, how about a couple thousand? Boom. A knight closest to Zhou Ming suddenly dropped his shoulder and charged. Zhou Ming sidestepped and swung. Black wind sword howled. The knight burst into white light on the spot. Ding. System, you have slain adventurer Zue AI Heisai made away. Sin value 1. 745. A red damage number floated overhead. 4-star growth in health and defense crumpled under a streaming light weapon and 8-star attack growth. Zhou Ming flicked the blood from his blade and crooked a finger at the crowd. Come on, then. Cut the act. Brothers, kill him. Losing one level is nothing. We can bury him with bodies. As though a fuse had been lit, every player abandoned the damage contest and charged. Against the bounty on Zhou Ming's head, the official prizes meant nothing. Inside the divine demon pearl, Qian Ying grew anxious. At this rate, we won't even reach the boss. This will only make things worse. Zhou Ming's grip tightened on his sword, but his voice stayed calm. Really? What if I told you they were my target all along? Qian Ying froze for a split second. Zhou Ming's talk of a world tour completely shattered every prediction she had made about his plan. She had assumed he would use the damage challenge to whittle the rock colossus down to a safe HP level, then step in for the kill to lower the trial's difficulty. His audacious declaration clearly meant otherwise. Xing! Xing! Zhou Ming's longsword flashed in a blur, and the two players before him collapsed instantly. A heartbeat later, a tidal wave of bodies surged forward and swallowed him whole. One. Tiny slivers of damage floated above his head while greedy, murderous faces pressed in from all sides. Arrows fell like rain, elemental orbs whistled through the air, and every opening was flooded with violence. Everyone pile on. Gaibang's second-in-command shouted from the back line, his voice blaring like a megaphone. Send me a screenshot of killed by world tour, and you'll get 20 yuan in compensation from Gaibang. Damn, Gaibang really is loaded. Pledge allegiance to the moneybags. Charge. The melee classes who had been hesitating could no longer sit still. Weapons raised, they poured in. Even if we chip away 1 HP at a time, we'll bleed you dry. Gaibang's number 2 roared, face flushing with excitement as freelancers joined the fray. He was certain they would wipe out their humiliation this time. In the center of the ring, Zhou Ming's expression remained cold. Every arc of his blade was a one-shot kill. His sin value climbed almost a point per second. His ID color shifted from dark red to an eerie violet black, a walking death warning that could be seen from afar. Ding. System message. You have slain the adventurer one night half-time, Sin 1. Ding. System message. You have slain the adventurer handsome enough for headlines, Sin 1. Red potion flashes pulsed over him as he drank and scanned his panel sin value. Total 166. How high does this number have to go before something changes? He wondered, brows knitting. The flame demon lord's trait meant sin only rose, never fell. That couldn't be a useless mechanic. And the trial of 7 sins would never set an impossible goal. In other words, the only variable still not maxed out was that ever-climbing number. So he kept slicing through cabbages. Every player who came within reach dropped without exception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly the ground beneath him erupted as 2 thorn-covered vines snapped around his calves. Ding. System message. You were hit by Lemonmint's vine snare, taking 200 fixed damage and becoming immobilized for 0.65 seconds. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. At this stage, true hard control skills were almost non-existent besides the assassin's sap, and the archer's day's arrow didn't meet the current level threshold. This opponent not only dealt 200 fixed damage, but also applied crowd control if she could keep up the pressure. Even he might be worn down. Impressive, he muttered. From a distance, the Beggar clan's second elder watched in delight. A few more vines, and Zhou Shiji would be dead for sure. 32 meters off your right. Qian Ying shouted. Got it. Crowd control finished. Zhou Ming vaulted into the air. Ignoring the feeble blows brushing past him, he raised his left palm. Scalding fire spun in his hand and locked onto its target. That target was the hidden class player Ningming Bo. Clutching a jade green staff, she had tucked herself inside the crowd, hoping to blend in. Its falling sword. Players paled. Everyone had seen the clip. That move meant certain death. Keep her alive. 5,000 to whoever does it. The second elder roared. Swish, swish, swish. Columns of healing light showered over Ningming Bo. Trying to kill me? Unable to hide, she braced herself. Lifting her staff, she summoned a green shield that wrapped her whole body. Ding. System. Ningming Bo cast grass shelter, shielding 2,000 fixed damage. Come on. I've got 2,600 HP. Think you can one-shot me? She raised an eyebrow, taunting him. Blazing seraph sword. Zhou Ming's fist clenched. Boom. A massive phantom blade, ablaze with wild fire, materialized above her. Heat rolled across the field. Crack. The sword plunged straight down. The shield tore like wet paper, and Ningming Bo froze, eyes wide. 4,120. No critical, yet the number was absurd. The plant mage's health bar emptied on the spot. Flames surged outward, covering a 20 by 20 meter square. 603, 613, 599. Glass cannon classes vaporized instantly. The rest staggered around on fire, waiting to die. Deafening screams erupted. A melee with AoE before most mages get one? The Beggar clan's third elder gaped. One day, and he's this strong? Don't freak out. The second elder barked. That skill's cooldown has to be huge. Yeah, for sure must be an ultimate. Someone echoed. 20 seconds later. Blazing seraph sword. Another giant blade slammed into the crowd, piling the bodies higher. Damn it. Faces turned ashen. His kill rate was obscene. Get the brothers who respawned in Chishui town back here. The second elder yelled. Second brother, you forgot, a subordinate said, during the damage challenge. If you die, you're locked out of Fallen Leaf Prairie for 24 hours. The second elder's heart sank. A hulking stone colossus had somehow entered the fight, each punch sending players flying. Son of a. His vision darkened with rage. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming's infamy skyrocketed. 700,800,900 had already killed over 1,000 players, but since they struck first, many of the kills didn't count. Watching the survivors scatter, he felt both restless and drained. 982,991,996 each point crawled upward. At last only a few stragglers remained, and the counter clicked into 4 digits. Infamy, 1,000. Whoosh. Flames streaked with black motes erupted from Zhou Ming's body and coiled around him. It felt like slipping into a hot spring power built in his chest, flooding through his limbs. Finally, some real muscle. Tears of joy almost spilled from his eyes. Seconds later, the system chime rang. Ding. System, congratulations, your infamy has reached the threshold. The Lord of Flame's power has been further unlocked. Ding. System message, congratulations, your sin value has reached the required level. The power of the Flame Demon Lord has been further unleashed, and you have received the following rewards. 500 permanent HP, 50 permanent attack, 50 permanent defense, 20 free attribute points, and the rare grade command skill Xiaoxiu. Holy moly! Zhou Ming felt as though fortune had dropped out of the sky and burst into laughter. Hitting the sin threshold had gifted him permanent stats and a rare skill. The deal was downright broken. 1. Miss. The black flame matter faded, and a torrent of power surged through Zhou Ming, leaving him refreshed. The surrounding players could not even crack his armor. Every damage pop-up read 1 or miss. The gap so wide the system itself looked the other way. Damn it, he's gotten even stronger. The Beggar Sect's third elder roared. With a sweeping stroke, Zhou Ming launched the remaining grunts into the air. Killing intent flooded the field as he flashed in front of the third elder. Do you know why I keep getting stronger? Why? Even knowing it was only a game, the elder staggered back, knees buckling beneath that razor-sharp aura. Chick! A cold gleam slit his throat. Zhou Ming sheathed his sword and smiled. Because of you, of course. You hand me money and free kills. The Beggar Sect brass is so considerate, always meaning harm, yet always helping me. This is pointless. Keep this up and my low blood pressure will be cured. I'm starting to think the Beggar Sect hired him for a comedy act. Seeing their health drop slower than it regenerated, the watching players cursed and scattered. Zhou Ming did not pursue. His eyes locked on the second elder. Your turn. The elder's face went ashen and he dropped his weapon. Zhou Ming arched an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Cut the act. The elder growled. Kill me and get it over with. Zhou Ming raised his left hand. The elder stared, certain the seraphic sword was about to end him. Bang. Instead, the fist stopped a hair from his face. Zhou Ming clenched it and grinned. Pleasure doing business. A breeze drifted by, and the scene went pin-drop silent. The second elder froze for 2 seconds, then spun around to find every distant player glaring at him. After what he had just done, it took no imagination to cast him as the inside man feeding Zhou Ming kills. Nearby, the third elder's spirit hovered over his corpse, stunned. Second brother, you am being framed. Don't believe him. The second elder's face turned betrayed, almost bursting a vein. After this stunt, how was he supposed to show his face in the Jianghu again? Zhou Ming seemed to realize something and tapped his forehead. Oh right, it's awkward for you to be seen talking to me now. He turned away. Sorry, my oversight. Don't push me too far. Driven to despair, the second elder swung his great axe in a furious cleave. If he didn't die today, he could never clear his name. Miss. Zhou Ming sidestepped lightly and glanced back with an apologetic smile. I guess I really have made things hard for you, haven't I? He turned to the players watching from a safe distance and shouted, let me make this perfectly clear. I have no private dealings whatsoever with the Beggar Sect's number 2. Stop jumping to conclusions. Everyone traded glances. Yeah, right, like anyone would believe that. Ayu, the Beggar Sect lieutenant, felt the world spin. Too drained to defend himself, he trembled and pleaded, bro, just finish me off. Ding. System prompt. Your linked account has received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Zhou Ming sighed. Fine. His sword flashed, and he cut the man down, tears in his eyes. Paying someone to kill, you'd never seen anything so ridiculous. After clearing away the rest of the Beggar Sect corpses, Zhou Ming steadied his breathing and fixed his gaze on the towering rock golem that had slaughtered plenty of players and now stood unchallenged. Everything was in place. The stat bonuses from Sin were vital, but he was about to face a boss far above his level, and any slip-up could mean death. Instead of provoking the monster immediately, he dumped all free attribute points into attack and opened his character panel. Zhou Yushiji. Level, 28. HP, 5,468. Attack, 929,957. Defense, 617,643. Renown, 3,240. Luck, 2. Skills. Falling Sword. Rending Slash. Great Fireball. Xiaoxiong talent, locked. Elemental Resistance. Metal 0 wood 0 water 0 fire 100 earth 0 wind 0 lightning 0 light 0 dark 0. His stats were outrageous. The permanent gains plus first kill rewards had left other players in the dust. Next he opened the skill tab to check the ability unlocked when his sin value broke 1,000. Xiaoxiong. Command skill rare grade. Description: only chaos and battle can rewrite fate. Win and you're a king. Lose and you're a criminal. Effect: while on a battlefield, all enemy units lose at least 10 of every stat, scaling with the power gap between both sides. Additional effect: the larger the battlefield, the more your own stats rise, up to a 100 boost to all attributes. Cooldown: none toggle on-off at will. Holy Zhou sucked in a breath. Stacked on top of Flame Lord, this was ridiculous, and as a command type skill, it was practically passive, nothing could interrupt it. Confidence surging, he finally locked onto the Rock Golem and used Qian Ying's scouting to pull up its stats. Rock Golem. Silver grade boss. Level: 60. HP: 100,000. Attack: 1, 4801, 550. Defense: 1, 0501, 100. Skills: Rock Smash, Mountain Crash, Shrapnel Blast. Description: chieftain of the stone creatures on Falling Leaf Prairie. With its massive frame and staggering defense, it loves to toy with smaller beings. Watch out, or you'll end up flattened. The numbers were high, but not high enough to one-shot him. And besides, Xiaoxiong. At his mental command, a wave of oppressive aura rippled outward and enveloped the golem. System ruling: enemy stats reduced by 10. The monster's defense dropped to 945990. Ding. System prompt: based on the current battlefield size, your stats have increased by 4.63. Nearby players had already fled, leaving only corpses waiting for revival. Even so, Xiaoxiong still granted a solid boost, a testament to its power. With every buff in place, Zhou Ming dashed toward the rock golem, sword raised high, and slashed down. Rending slash. Bang. The black wind sword carved a crack across the rock golem's leg. 54. The damage was pitiful, yet it finally broke through the boss defense. At the same moment, Ren Slash's bleed 0.2% of max HP per second started to tick. 200. 200. He could kill it. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed. With the stat swing from the warlord skill, his attacks had at last pierced the golem's armor. Feeble human die? Enraged, the rock golem lifted a colossal fist and slammed it down, threatening a huge area. Zhou Ming refused to meet it heat. His left palm rose, flames surging in his grasp. Seraphic blade. This time the flaming greatsword did not crash from the heavens. It materialized beside him. He flicked the blade upward, fire whirling against the golem's descending punch. Shards of rock flew, wind roared. While the monster's attack was split apart, Zhou Ming darted backward to avoid a direct clash. 225. The second hit landed far harder. Wolf King's ring had stripped 10 points of the boss defense, and the benefit was huge. Not bad. Jining praised him. You learned fast. The default seraphic blade is a downward chop, but the key is forming the sword itself. Where you swing it is up to you. Zhou Ming stayed silent, his brow tight with concentration. For him, the trial of 7 sins had truly begun, and any misstep could cost him everything. Thud, thud, thud. The rock golem charged, each step shaking the ground. Human, you have angered me. It roared. Zhou Ming paid it no mind. With Ren Slash's 30% slow stacked on Seraphic Blade's 50% slow, even a level 60 silver tier boss couldn't touch him, especially with his 5-star speed growth. First place in this damage challenge has to be Travel the World. Spectators on the stands were resentful, yet powerless. In Destiny, he was the only player who could even scratch the rock golem. So what? The boss will still one-shot him, someone sneered. Give me his stats and I could do it too. I'm already recording, just waiting for the moment he gets flattened. Many watched with spite, their resentment toward Travel the World deep. Zhou Ming kept his distance, careful not to let the golem reset, and hurled a fireball. 50. Is he a warrior or a mage? A confused spellcaster blurted. 5 seconds later, the slows ended. The golem's speed spiked, and it barreled forward. At 15 seconds, it was behind Zhou Ming, a rocky fist crashing down. This time he couldn't dodge. He braced his sword to block. 26. 1030. The damage gap was terrifying. Bang. The blow to his chest sent a searing jolt of pain through him, hurling his body backward as a fifth of his health vanished. When he hit the ground, the air still carried the metallic tang of shattered stone. The colossal rock golem was massive and lumbering. Every punch boomed like a drum, yet its awkward gait gave him a brief chance to slip away. 6 punches, and he's dead. Just wait for the fireworks. A spectator crowed. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth, popped a red potion into his mouth, and forced the roiling blood back down. The 20-second cooldown expired, and he dashed in close. A rending slash split the golem's stone armor. Then he summoned the Sword of Seraphim. The scorching blade pierced the creature's chest, doing only light suppression but interrupting its counterattack. With both skills landing almost simultaneously, he spun away and kite, buying precious seconds to breathe. 10 seconds later, the golem lumbered back within range. Here comes the second punch. Someone jeered. This isn't turn-based, Zhou Ming muttered. As the fist fell, he dove to the flank system prompt. Miss. The golem's hide was thick and its blows were brutal, but its movements were slow. Each time his skills refreshed, he unleashed his trump cards again, steadily shaving away its health bar. 96-92. When a glancing hit caught him, the pain was sharp, yet dodging one or two more attacks reopened his survival space. He's trying to solo the colossal rock golem? How many levels above him is that? Keep dreaming. The boss hasn't even used its ultimate. The onlookers grew doubtful. HP dropped to 80-60. At 50, the golem suddenly halted. Skill incoming. Zhou Ming's nerves tightened. Golden energy pooled at the boss' feet, forming rounded stones it crushed to fragments. Cunning human die? System prompt. Colossal rock golem casts Shattered Stone Bomb, a 50-50 frontal scatter attack. Each shard deals 130 attack damage. Whoosh, whoosh, dozens of shards shrieked toward him, trailing sparks as they ripped shallow craters in the turf. Zhou Ming weaved in a serpentine pattern. Miss. 1,339. Miss. 1,372. Two grazing hits sliced away half his health. Still breathing, he panted, downing another potion. He sent the Sword of Seraphim to slow the boss from range, waited until his HP stabilized, then resumed kiting. Minutes crawled by. 4,030. With only a third of its health left, the golem leapt high and came crashing down in Titan's descent. I have to dodge this, Jianing warned. In a flash of inspiration, Zhou Ming carved a half-meter deep trench in the soft turf, rolled into it headfirst. Boom. The earth caved in and dirt flew. The shockwave churned his blood. 1236, but it stayed within tolerance. That actually worked? The spectators were stunned. Zhou Ming sprang up and kept the dance going. 105. In the end, the colossal rock golem was only a silver-tier boss. Once its rotation was mapped out, it had no chance to turn the fight. Pride is nothing I can't handle. Joy blazed in his eyes. The battle had raged for 3 full hours, and he had drained countless potions, but the boss was finally on its last legs. A Hiscobolt sword aura sliced in from the flank. Swish. Anticipating the ambush, Jianing burst from the divine demon orb, her jade hand crushing the aura mid-flight. At that same moment, Zhou Ming's final strike landed. The colossal rock golem crashed to the ground, its body turning cold and still. After endless schemes and atop the corpses of 1,000 players, he had finally cleared Trial Gate 1. System prompt. Congratulations, you have completed the trial of the 7 Sins Pride. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on clearing the 7 Sins Trial Pride. You have mastered the Flame Demon Lord's exclusive skill, Flame Demon Armor. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on clearing the 7 Sins Trial Pride. You have unlocked the Flame Demon Lord's unique ability, Aotion. Swish, swish, swish. The huge burst of experience from killing a silver rank boss 32 levels above him poured in, filling the bar 3 times over and catapulting Zhou Ming straight to level 31. Yet the number itself meant little. What thrilled him was breaking through the first gate of the 7 Sins trial. At last he truly controlled a piece of his hidden class. Until now, every move he used carried the flavor of chance. Ren Slash and Sword of Seraph were quest rewards, Fireball came from the store, and Overlord depended on sin value spikes. In contrast, 7 Sins Trial had sat quietly in his list since the day he changed classes, hinting at the Flame Demon Lord's full system while locking everything behind requirements. Today, for the first time, the door had opened. Zhou Ming set the updated skill pane aside and fixed his cold gaze on the enemy standing opposite Jianing. The arc of sword aura that had ripped through the sky a moment earlier had clearly been aimed at cutting off his escape. Tracing the attack, he saw an elderly man in blue robes standing in the distance. Water hero, Shui Zankian NPC of god tier rank. Old man, you again, Zhou Ming muttered, killing intent surging inside him. The man had blocked him more than once and now sat firmly on his kill list. Shui Zhanxiu had obviously noticed Zhou Ming's sudden leap in power. His expression was mixed, yet his tone stayed mocking. Brat, the Queen of Ashen Gods can't protect you forever. Killing you won't take long. What a pity, Zhou Ming answered flatly. Shui Zhanxiu flicked his sleeve, dispersed the sword intent, and turned away. Enough talk. Next time you won't be so lucky. His voice remained chilly as his figure receded. Only when the old man vanished did Zhou Ming stoop to gather the loot. The interruption was just a sideshow and could not disturb his rhythm. I can't believe a god tier NPC just stepped in. The devs must be losing their nerve and want him nerfed. It's the 4th day after launch, and he's soloing monsters 30 levels higher. That's nuts. The spectators whispered, equal parts admiration and jealousy. With second-tier cities now open and powerhouses flooding in, how long could Zhou Ming stay this cocky? No one knew. Beep beep. Friend Tingfeng Shiyu messaged. Bro, that was epic. 666. Zhou Ming grinned and replied, I should thank you for finding such a slow-moving boss for me. Otherwise I might really have wiped. Tingfeng Shiyu answered in a flash. Hee, then thanks, big bro. Tomorrow, meet in the level 40 to 50 zone. Let's farm together. Roger. Closing the chat window, Zhou Ming started the trip back. As he walked, he opened the skill tab, heart pounding with anticipation, and began to read carefully. Flame Demon Armor, Rank exclusive skill. One of the Flame Demon Lord's unique abilities. Gathers fire elements to shield the user and amplify all personal skills. Equipping the armor increases tenacity by 50 and instantly grants a shield equal to 30 of max HP. The extra effects can be cancelled at any time. While active, all damage dealt by the user is increased by 50. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 2 minutes. After cancelling the armor, an additional 5-minute cooldown applies. The skill can evolve. Powerful, ridiculously powerful. Zhou Ming's heart hammered so hard, he almost burst out laughing. The armor perfectly patched his weak defenses, boosting survivability and damage at the same time. Most importantly, Tenacity 50 meant that during the armor's duration, any crowd control effect knockups, stuns, knockbacks, roots would last only half as long on him. As his level climbed, this advantage would only snowball. He shifted to the 7 Sins trial page and noticed the entries had changed. 7 Sins trial? Only by bearing the ultimate burden of original sin can one become a true demon lord. Sin of Pride, Flame Demon Armor. Sin of Envy, pending activation. In 48 hours the Sin of Wrath will auto-activate. Sin of Sloth? Sin of Greed? Sin of Gluttony? Sin of Lust? So that's how it works. Zhou Ming muttered. Maybe clearing each stage grants a new skill and unlocks another ability. Remembering the earlier system prompt about an exclusive ability, he searched the skill list again but found nothing. Switching back to the class panel, the answer jumped out at him. Proud Sky, exclusive ability. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Effect. Once bound, all non-exclusive skills are upgraded to exclusive skills, greatly amplifying their power. The exact boost depends on the user's own strength. Rebinding cooldown, 3 days. I still underestimated the Flame Demon Lord's power. Zhou Ming chuckled. The Sin of Pride alone had sent his strength soaring. The rewards from the next trials were unimaginable. As if reading his thoughts, Qianing said softly, every step you take will grant you a huge leap in strength. Right. Zhou Ming nodded firmly. After a brief pause, Qianing added, but it also means there's no turning back. I know. Zhou Ming looked up at the star-studded sky. His voice was calm, yet resolute. With fortune right in front of me, if I shy away, I wouldn't even respect myself. The 7 Sins trial can't be deactivated. Even if he tried to hide, it would auto-trigger once the timer expired. An invisible hand was pushing him forward. Even if a chasm yawned ahead, he still had to jump unless he completed the entire trial. Yet, according to Qianing, the divine demon pearl had passed through countless prodigies, all of whom ultimately fell during the trials. How far he could go, whether he could surpass his predecessors, Zhou Ming had no idea. While they spoke, the system chime suddenly rang. Ding. System notice. A player has reached level 30. The ranking system is now live. Ding. System notice. Recharge function is now available. I didn't expect the rankings to open this soon. Zhou Ming's heart tightened. He quickly opened the interface, and a list of leaderboards filled his view. Level rankings. Talent rankings. Pet rankings. Equipment rankings. It's about to get competitive. Zhou Ming could already envision the whales throwing money at the game. Without hesitation, he tapped on the level rankings. Level leaderboard, Eastern Zone. 1. Zhou Yu Shiji, class. Lord of Flames, level 31. 2. Wu Wei Er Ji, class. Eternal Sentinel, level 25. 3. Shun Wuzhe Wang, class. Dragon Soul Mage, level 24. 4. Bawang, class. Swordsman, level 24. 5. Mutant Hua Xia Si, class. Blood Assassin, level 23. 6. Gaibong Lauda, class. Knight, level 22. 7. Heibai Xiangjian, class. Summoner, level 21. The level gap was painfully obvious. Second place is only 6 levels behind me. Zhou Ming arched a brow at the numbers. With the huge lead head gained at the start, he never expected anyone to stay on his heels. Whoever that player was, they clearly weren't ordinary. Then again, the Eastern Zone had always been full of hidden masters. Bumping into another lucky prodigy wasn't all that surprising. Without lingering, he opened the ranking that mattered most to him, the talent leaderboard, to see what powers the current elites had drawn. Talent leaderboard, Eastern Zone. 1. Jinyan Shiba, S-tier talent, Godcaller. 2. Bawang, Swordsman, S-tier talent, Fearless. 3. Gaibong Lauda, S-tier talent, Harmony. 4. Zhuanbei Hosher, S-tier talent, Miracle Touch. 5. Tingfeng Shiyu, S-tier talent, Shadow Burst. Just the names alone sound nasty, Zhou Ming muttered. Chishui town was too remote to attract real heavyweights. The truly strong players were scattered across the zone. Once Tier 2 cities unlocked, they'd eventually cross paths. With that thought, he closed the leaderboard and turned back toward Chishui. Qianing, what tier talent do you think I could pull right now? Zhou Ming asked, cutting to the chase. Qianing had warned him that the talent trial's difficulty scales with level, so delaying it offers no advantage. You should enter at your peak. With the 7 sins rewards and the stats head gained from surpassing 1,000 evil points, he was already at the pinnacle of level 30. Small chance at steer, high chance at S-steer, Qianing replied. Remember, all equipment bonuses are nullified in the trial, and you can't use items or potions. Zhou Ming fell silent. An S-steer talent would be enough to place him in the top 3, yet he still felt unsatisfied. What about SS-steer? He pressed. It wasn't greed, just a drive for perfection. Even players with S-tier talents dreamt of pushing one step further. If he could, great. If not, so be it. It's extremely rare, Qianing said softly. I'm not trying to discourage you, but SS-tier talents are almost unheard of. In my prime, 4 or 5 god-tier powerhouses together couldn't take me down, yet my talent was only S-tier. Oh, Zhou Ming's interest peaked. What's your talent, then? Classified, Qianing said with a smile. Sounds insane. Zhou Ming respected her privacy and tossed out one last question. When you were at my current stage, who was stronger, you or me? Hard to say. Qianing chuckled. Want to find out? I can suppress my level to match yours. Ding. System prompt. The Ashen Queen, Qianing, has challenged you to a friendly duel. Accept? Decline. He turned them down at on see no sense letting a stray punch ruin the mood. Not eager to grandstand, he skimmed the rankings, found nothing new, and shut them all. Grari's stomach protested right on cue. He had been grinding since the self-harm challenge and had skipped lunch. Now he was starving. He opened the system menu and hit log out without hesitation. Food first, talent trial after. Helmet off, he ordered a box of fried rice noodles and, out of habit, opened the forum. The leaderboards had barely gone live when the posts exploded. So that's why Zhou Shijie is so nasty. He's rocking a radiant tier weapon. He practically cleaned out the entire gear board. Gear ages. I sure didn't see him on the talent board. Serves him right. He can't top everything. Clips of his 2 big fights, plus the bounty on his head, pushed Zhou Ming into the spotlight. My talent isn't even activated yet. If you see me on that board, that's the miracle, he muttered, feeling the pressure mount. If his talent flopped, plenty of players would gloat. Never mind the brutal trial of the 7 sins still ahead. Ding dong. Takeout arrived. The steaming noodles smelled divine, and he demolished them in a few bites. Full and content, he slipped the helmet back on. Flash. The white light faded. He was back in Chishui town. The streets were even livelier now, mid-tier players hustling for quests after finishing their class changes. Beep beep. A new message popped up from Beggar Gang number 2. Get good or keep grinding. The text came with a screenshot. Rank 10, Scrade talent burn the boats. Clearly, the guy was flexing. Oh please, this punk wants to show off in front of me. Zhou Ming grinned and typed back, looking to team up again. No reply came. So he muted every friend and system alert, even shut off his phone in real Lafino distractions. He opened the menu. Ding. System prompt. Activate talent? Note. Activation launches the talent trial. Yes. In the next instant, he vanished. An endless white void stretched in every direction. Nothing existed but Zhou Ming and the sound of his own heartbeat. Meanwhile, at the abyssal core, a colossal city of swirling black mist towered beneath an eternal night. Demonic energy surged like a tide, feared even by the gods of the light faction. Deep within the fortress, the abyssal sword demon, Song Xian, sensed something and snapped his eyes open, whispering, the wager begins. Offending both the dark and light factions, Yushirjia is bold indeed. But boldness is not strength, and it guarantees nothing. He was keen to see exactly what grade and effect the newcomer's talent would be. In the stark white void, Zhou Ming looked up. The projection of the talent trial rippled before him like a vast, restless sea. There are a lot of eyes on you, Qianing whispered, her voice low and wary. Every one of them is strong. Is that so? Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes, a faint, scornful smile tugging at his lips. Seems I'm hard to ignore. He knew better than anyone that on the Destiny continent talent was the heart of power. After offending both major factions, countless people were itching to see him stumble and fall. Whoosh. Seconds later, the spotless floor sank, and a massive boar tumbled onto the scene. Black spikes bristled along its back, hot breath hissed from its nostrils, and its tusks glinted coldly. Boar common monster. Level, 31. HP, 1000. Attack, 6262. Defense, 3131. Skill, boar rush. Description, a pig. Yes, the nose really does have 2 holes. A clear chime echoed through the space. Ding. System notice. Talent trial stage 1 has begun. The trial has multiple stages, Qianing explained. The farther you go, the better your odds of earning a high-grade talent. Zhou Ming nodded and lifted Blackwind's sword. The blade carved dark arcs through the air. 427. 427. 427. 3 strikes landed. The boar grunted, toppled, and dissolved into motes of light. Even with equipment bonuses sealed, his stats remained frightening. World Traveler Flame Demon Lord. Level, 31. HP, 3050. Attack, 458,458. Defense, 290,290. Skills, Fallen Overlord's Blade Rending Slash, Great Fireball, Flame Demon Armor. Fame, 3,240. Luck, 2. Talent, Activating. Elemental Resistance. Metal 0 wood 0 water 0 fire 100 earth 0 wind 0 lightning 0 light 0 dark 0. Every permanent bonus and free attribute point was on full display. Before the boar's afterglow had faded, a lion wreathed in black flames materialized, its aura several tiers stronger. Ding. System notice. Talent trial stage 2 has begun. The lion roared and lunged. Zhou Ming didn't retreat. Blackwind's sword whistled and split the beast in two. A chill swept the arena stage 3. An undead swordsman dragged a rust-eaten blade from the gray mist. Keika. Zhou Ming flipped his left palm. The sword of the seraph dropped as a pillar of burning light, sealing every escape route. The undead shrieked in the heat and crumbled to ash in an instant. Stage 4 couldn't slow him either. Elsewhere, several god-tier powerhouses on the Destiny continent watched through spatial rifts. Not bad at all. Easy, the real show's still ahead. Mark my words, this kid might actually land an S-grade talent. They could not interfere, but every move Zhou Ming made was laid bare before them, each harboring his own agenda. Inside the trial, starting with stage 5, the difficulty would spike with every step. From here on, you can't let your guard down, Jinning warned, her tone uncharacteristically grave. I fell at stage 7. Stage 7, Zhou Ming's heart tightened, his gaze sharpening. On Destiny continent, talents range from D up to SS exactly 7 tiers. He murmured to himself, if clearing 7 stages means touching SS grade, then that's exactly what he'll do. A thought flickered across Zhou Ming's mind, but he forced it aside and focused on the match in front of him. If he couldn't even reach the 7th stage, everything else was just empty talk. Ding. System prompt. Begin stage 5 of the talent trial now. Unlike the first 4 stages, which simply started after a countdown, the system now offered a courteous confirmation, one last breath before the plunge. Once all his skills were off cooldown, Zhou Ming hit yes without hesitation. A flash of gold split the air, and a girl in massive yellow plate armor landed in front of him. Her clear eyes and pearly teeth had the freshness of a lotus, yet heavy steel left only her slim neck and rosy cheeks exposed. A humanoid monster? Zhou Ming dared not relax. He pointed a finger and cast Scout. Rockheart Lenny. Aurora grade boss. Level, 31. HP, 2,550. Attack, 302,302. Defense, 315,315. Skills, Stoneplate, Bulwark, Aegis of, or, Shatterwave, Super Resilience. Profile, a heavy armored girl famed for her impenetrable defense. Looks like the talent trial has summoned me back again. Lenny clanged her armored fists together, excitement coloring her cheeks. Ready for judgment? She can talk? Zhou Ming raised a brow. You're a real person? Of course. Lenny squared her little shoulders. I cleared stage 5 myself, I'm a genius too. Inside his mind, Qian Ying explained softly. Later stages often resurrect challengers who fell higher up and make them gatekeepers. Nothing unusual. So that's it. Zhou Ming nodded and raised Blackwind's sword. Come. Then I won't be polite. The battlefield crackled to life. Rings of gold burst around Lenny. Layers of rocky armor formed, stone shields and rune barriers stacking until not a crack remained. Ding. Rockheart Lenny casts. 1. Stoneplate defense 30, 3 minutes. 2. Bulwark damage taken 20, defense 20, 3 minutes. 3. Aegis of Or HP 1000, defense 100, 3 minutes. Everything into defense? Zhou Ming clicked his tongue. He hadn't even swung yet, and she was already cocooned in 3 shields. With his 458 attack, he couldn't scratch the first layer. Come on. Lena's eyes danced. Kill me if you can. Why should I go to you? You come to me. Zhou Ming beckoned. You think I'm scared? She dropped her stance and charged, armor grinding against the floor. Yet after barely 10 meters, it was as if an invisible hand pressed her down 10 meters 8-5 until she stopped, gasping. I can't move. Zhou Ming. Qianing chuckled. The armor's too heavy, and her mind's still stuck in trial mode. Besides, she's really just a rock, speed isn't her strong suit. A rock-turn girl? Zhou Ming mused. Don't get cocky. Lenny flushed under his gaze. You can't break my defense. When time's up, I win. I'm just looking for your weak spot. Zhou Ming lifted Blackwind, its tip trembling. Boom. A fireball roared out, slammed into her barrier, and burst into sparks. 1. Oh, ranged attacks? Lenny grinned. That tickles, I heal faster than that. Zhou Ming stayed silent, simply waiting out the cooldown. 3 minutes flew by, and Lena's glow vanished. How about now? Blackwind whistled downward. With no buffs, 315 defense was paper thin. Realizing the danger, Lenny hurriedly chanted again. Stoneplate, Bulwark, Aegis of Or. Ding. Ding. Shield stacked anew. 1. His blade met the barrier with only a faint flash. My cooldown's 3 minutes too. Lenny laughed, firing Shatterwave. Zhou Ming slipped past it with ease. Far above, Countless deities watched and clicked their tongues. What an incredible rock. Who'd expect stage 5 to field such a freak? Is this girl still roaming the Fate continent today? With defenses like that, anyone would despair. Zhou Ming studied the armored girl, now reduced to a crumpled heap of metal with a trace of exasperation. Honestly, it was the first time he had ever met an opponent whose toughness was this outrageous. No tricks left, right? Renee growled. She vaulted into the air, then crashed back down. Boom. The ground shuddered, and dust billowed outward from the shockwave. With nowhere to dodge, Zhou Ming had no choice but to tank the blow he'd in. 23. The number wasn't high, but it still outdamaged his own recent attacks. Rending slash. Zhou Ming blinked in close. His blade carved a silver arc, and the bleed ticks began at once. 5, 5, 3, 3. Renee's passive heal of 3 points per second nearly erased the bleeding. This girl's a brick wall, the onlooker Qian Ying remarked, arching a brow. Zhou Ming stayed calm. He raised his hand and locked on. Sword of Seraphim. A massive flaming sword formed above Renee's head. She looked up in alarm, but her bulky armor left her no room to dodge. Instead of dropping the sword immediately, Zhou Ming waded through the lengthy cast, counting the seconds until her defensive buff was about to expire. Whoosh. The greatsword slammed down, flames exploding outward as Renee dropped to one knee. Ding. System prompt. You use Sword of Seraphim on Heart of Stone Renee, dealing 1 damage, applying 2.34 seconds of suppression, and reducing movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. He hadn't broken her defense, but the key word was suppression. Click. 3 minutes exactly. Renee's defensive skill wore off, and her armor plummeted. Tyrant's ferocity. Zhou Ming's fighting spirit flared, stripping another 10 of her defenses. Panic flickered in Renee's eyes, only to meet Zhou Ming's steady gaze. 350, 176. 2 slashes landed, carving away nearly a fifth of her HP. Forced to retreat, Renee halted her assault. Why do you stop? She asked, puzzled. Zhou Ming sheathed his sword and said evenly, if you can't break this combo, a few more rounds and you'll win. After a long silence, Renee understood her flaw. Her core skill had a 3-minute cooldown. Once it was about to expire, getting controlled left her unable to refresh it seamlessly. But my goal is to clear the talent trial. I don't want to be your enemy. Zhou Ming's voice was earnest. If we meet again, I hope we're allies, not foes. Old kid. In a distant, abyssal castle, the demon god Songshuan praised him from afar, thinking that far ahead already. With Zhou Ming's strength, he could eventually claim the unformed gem, but if he beat Renee into submission, she might bear a grudge. Persuading her was smarter for both sides. You've got a gentleman's streak, Renee said with a blink. Relax, I'm not that petty, and I don't hold any grudges. I just have a little hobby. When people go all out and still can't break my defense, it feels amazing. Zhou Ming's mouth twitched. That's a strange hobby. This time, I concede. Renee crinkled her delicate nose. Let's spar again sometime. Deal. Zhou Ming answered readily. She gave him a long, searching look, branding the human who could crack her defenses into her memory. A moment later, she dissolved into golden particles and drifted away. Ding. Zhou Ming let out a long breath. The danger of the 5th round was still vivid, and the opponent in the 6th could only be worse, but for that crucial S-rank talent, he had no choice. Once his health was fully restored, he steeled himself, hit continue challenge, and even found himself hoping for an opponent who was truly strong. Outside the arena, a few seasoned fighters cursed under their breaths. More fans stared at the void in front of Zhou Ming, eager to see what terrifying enemy would be projected next. Sword in hand, every muscle in Zhou Ming's body was coiled, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Suddenly, space tore open, rippling like water, and a crimson figure strolled out lazily. Bang! The instant the newcomer appeared, the trial ground's temperature soared. Scorching air rushed forward, and even the atmosphere seemed to warp. A fire user? Zhou Ming muttered in surprise. Damn it. Song Xian in the stands slammed the wall. What kind of rotten luck is that? Congratulations, Qianing said coolly, as if she had seen it coming. In theory, the 6th round should be harder, but fate loves exceptions. Kneel, for I am the master of flame. A deep, commanding voice boomed. The man in red robes strode forward, tall, broad-shouldered, strikingly handsome. His robe billowed with fire, and the crimson sword in his hand flowed like molten steel. The flame sovereign Gu Ming. Zhou Ming's appraisal spell flashed terrifying numbers, but he had no time to study them. Oh, Gu Ming arched an eyebrow the moment he stepped into the arena. Kid, it looks like a lot of people have high hopes for you. Zhou Ming forced a laugh. Why do you say that, senior? They'd love nothing more than to see me die here. Really? Being watched by this many god-tier experts isn't the privilege of just anyone. A glint flickered in Gu Ming's eyes. You must be someone special. Besides, he chuckled and shook his head. The hatred in their eyes says they didn't want me showing up in this round. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. Meaning? If they hate seeing me here, they think you deserve to die to someone stronger. Their logic is off, but the result is the same. Gu Ming lifted his sword. Crimson flames crawled along the blade, tongues of fire whipping in the air. You're an infernal lord too, a fellow fire wielder, but he burst forward, a wave of heat rolling off his strike. Anyone who truly understands flame should worship me as a god. Hold on. Zhou Ming slid sideways to open some space. Gu Ming stopped and smirked. What? Ready to surrender? Not at all. Zhou Ming steadied himself. Since you're so confident, how about a wager? The stands instantly erupted. Damn. The bastard's trying to make money off another bet. Second time. Not heard. The guy's addicted to gambling. Gu Ming's interest was piqued. What do you have in mind? We're both fire specialists. If I win, you teach me class fire skill. If I lose, I'll give you one of equal rank. Zhou Ming lowered his voice, as though the stakes weighed on him. Gu Ming snorted. You think that can tempt me? Blazing Heaven Sword. Zhou Ming raised a hand, and a sword of pure flame took shape, its scarlet edge locking onto Gu Ming. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Interesting. You're on, but that's the technique I want. Ding. Hidden quest, another wager activated. Difficulty, D. Description. Small bets feed the family. Big bets make you rich. Objective. Defeat Flame Sovereign Gu Ming in the talent trial. Reward. Class fire skill. Penalty. Teach Blazing Heaven Sword. Haha. Gu Ming roared with laughter. People outside are losing their minds, wishing they could bust in and stop us. But they can't do a thing. Silence fell over the crowd. Damn idiot, someone muttered. Who cares what they think? Zhou Ming offered a faint smile. Gu Ming's gaze turned icy. Still smiling? Think you're invincible? He lunged, sword raised, a torrent of flame roaring like an angry dragon. He'll wipe that grin off your face in no time. Sparks hissed as a blazing sword carved through the air with a shrill whistle. Ding. System alert. Flame Sovereign Gu Ming has activated Flame Sword Technique Attack 30, Attack Speed 30, Duration 5 minutes. Ding. System alert. Flame Sovereign Gu Ming has unleashed Fire Dragon Strike, dealing 500 damage to all enemy units in a 1050 area ahead with a high chance to knock them back or into the air. Waves of fire burst outward like a crimson hurricane. Zhou Ming stood motionless at the center, the black wind sword hanging low as he gathered power. The Destiny system had never clarified how elemental checks worked, yet everyone present could see the attribute of the incoming blow. This strike will haunt you for life. Gu Ming sneered, his figure turning into a streak of red that crashed forward with draconic force. Clang. Flame met steel as the fiery blade clashed with the black wind sword, sparks exploding in every direction. Lava-like runes rippled over Gu Ming's body. 20 years of cultivation flow through this sword. Can you stop it? Zhou Ming remained silent, not moving an inch. Seconds later, the energy of Fire Dragon Strike ran dry. Miss. An immunity prompt floated above him. Gu Ming's grin froze, then faded. A faint smile crept onto Zhou Ming's lips. The air fell still, time itself seeming to pause. Rending slash. Zhou Ming countered, the black wind sword cutting in rapid succession. 135. 135. Wait a second. Gu Ming stumbled back, his confidence shattered. Wait for what? Zhou Ming pressed forward step by step. Gu Ming tried to speak, but the ferocious barrage forced him onto the defensive. Cornered, he roared, flame cloud slash. He seized an opening and swept his sword across Zhou Ming's chest. Miss. Another immunity prompt flashed. My friend, Zhou Ming said in mock concern, did you skip breakfast? This is impossible. Gu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Immunity to fire? How could such madness exist? Want to know why? Zhou Ming asked coldly, cutting closer with every strike. Why? Because I am the master of fire itself. Kneel. His voice was icy, murderous intent spilling out. Unlike the opponent in the previous trial, he showed Gu Ming no mercy. The man had been arrogant from the start and, having wagered everything on this duel, would never accept defeat peacefully. You. Gu Ming trembled with rage. Name yourself. He can't see my name. Zhou Ming wondered. Qian Ying explained. In the talent trial, gatekeepers may reveal their identities, but challengers' names can't be inspected. Faces, however, are visible to both sides. Zhou Ming understood. He recalled that in the 5th trial, Renee had studied his face before leaving, yet never learned his name. I do not change my name whether standing or seated, he declared. I am Mo Yun, Guardian of the Stars. Scoundrel. Gu Ming snarled. Among the spectators, Mo Yun seethed with rage. Someone had the audacity to masquerade under his name. Very well, Gu Ming snarled, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. Mo Yun, I won't forget this. The humiliation you gave me today I'll repay 100-fold. Come whenever you like. Zhou Ming answered coolly, eyes blazing. If I were the least bit afraid of you, I wouldn't call myself Mo Yun. Gu Ming had nothing more to say. Only murderous intent and deep-seated greed lingered in his eyes. With a bitter roar he fell, his body dissolving into motes of light. Complete immunity to fire damage. A power this rare could change a man's fate if used properly. The spectator stands erupted at once. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have cleared stage 6. Ding. System message. Do you wish to proceed to talent trial, stage 7? Note, you may forfeit. That kid's luck is outrageous. An unworthy victory. At this rate, he'll probably walk away with an S-grade talent. Many powerhouses in the arena looked displeased, their voices overlapping in a wave of chatter. After defeating Gu Ming, Zhou Ming had reached a level within the talent trial that even many divine-class contenders failed to touch. His nonchalant attitude made the spectators admire him and resent him in equal measure. He sat cross-legged where he was, regulating his breath while he waited for his stamina to return. Some time later, Gu Ming, location unknown, finally ground his teeth and honored the wager. Ding. System message. Quest another wager completed. Reward. Fire attributes grade skill Dragon Fire Strike. He actually handed over Dragon Fire Strike. Zhou Ming could hardly hide his delight. He opened his skill panel at once. In the center of the icon, crimson flames coiled, dazzlingly bright. Did it just evolve again? His heart pounded wildly. The talent trial had reached a critical juncture. Every next step would be as hard as scaling the heavens. Right then, however, his class potential flared at exactly the right moment. Ding. System message. Because the Flame Demon Lord possesses extremely high fire affinity, your skill Dragon Fire Strike S has evolved into Flame Dragon Roar Rare S. Flame Dragon Roar Rare S. Description. A unique technique created by the Flame Demon Lord, inspired by Dragon Fire Strike. Effect. Gather fire elements to empower yourself. Unleash the might of a flame dragon, dealing 800 damage to all enemy units in a 2100 area ahead. This attack is guaranteed to knock enemies into the air or push them back. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Incredible power. After reading the entry, Zhou Ming was certain he now possessed a true teamfight ultimate. It wasn't single target, but the 8-fold damage plus guaranteed crowd control made it a treasure among rare skills. That wager was perfectly timed, Jianing murmured from a distance. Zhou Ming had proposed it right before stage 6, clearly a calculated move designed to push him past this bottleneck. For that chance, he was willing to feign weakness and offend a fire element powerhouse. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he couldn't let it slip. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and decisively tapped Continue Challenge on the system panel. Let me see just how terrifying the stage that stopped Qianing and even made demon gods flinch really is. Brat, it's your turn to fall, Song Xian muttered nearby. Unlike the first 6 stages, the guardian of stage 7 was never random. It had always been the same person. No matter when or at what level you entered the talent trial, once you reached stage 7 you could not avoid him. Onward with the challenge. Zhou Ming pressed on, entering the 7th round at full strength. Whoosh, the instant he made his choice, a gray-robed man about his age was teleported 10 meters away. The newcomer was of average build, with bronze skin and an unremarkable face, radiating neither a startling aura nor any hint of peculiarity. Level, 31. HP, 3,380. Attack, 468,468. Defense, 282,282. Skills, Blink, Spatial Blade, Infinite Slash, Shadowless Sword Art, Time Rewind, Spatial Fold. Profile. Most of his stats were concealed, and his name and origin were equally enigmatic, making Zhou Ming's heart skip a beat. Luckily, their basic attributes were almost identical, so he wouldn't be crushed by raw numbers. Fight with everything you've got, Jianing murmured, more solemn than ever. I never managed to find his upper limit. I hope you can go farther than I did. Bound by the rules, she could reveal nothing more about his abilities. True fairness demanded that both sides discover them on their own. The gray-robed man clasped his fists in salute, courteous yet without a trace of arrogance. You are strong. I may not defeat you. Please. Zhou Ming returned the gesture, just as earnest. The spectators buzzed like a rising tide. Gu Ming's foolishness let Zhou Yu World push even farther. Their stats are close, but the gap in skills might be huge. Every gaze converged on the two fighters, and whenever it fell on the gray-robed man, it carried unconcealed reverence. Since his meteoric rise, he had shattered the mainland's faith in SS-grade talents and was deemed unbeatable among his peers. Yet his simple admission, I may not defeat you, quietly elevated Zhou Yu World to the same level, forcing the crowd to take him seriously. They locked eyes for an instant, then Zhou Ming struck first. As he closed the distance, the blazing celestial sword formed silently in his grip. He no longer needed the telltale wind-up of raising his left hand to gather flaming a change that startled Song Xian in the stands. In a duel between masters, even the slightest cue could be a fatal flaw. Sizzle, the burning phantom greatsword dove from above, its razor-sharp intent aimed at the gray-robed man's crown. Before the strike landed, his body suddenly leaned back and dissolved like fog. Ding. System prompt. Has used the skill Blink, allowing instant movement to any spot within a 20 by 20 meter area. Ding. System prompt. Has used the skill Spatial Blade. The next attack will deal 200% damage and reduce the target's attack speed by 20%. Zhou Ming's chest tightened, and he spun around. With no time to block, he unleashed a rending slash, choosing to trade blows. 408. 262. Even with identical 200% damage, Zhou Ming's Xiaoxiong passive shaved 10% off all of his opponent's stats, creating a tangible gap and giving him the edge. How did you know ID appear behind you? The gray-robed man jerked half a step back to avoid the strike zone. I guessed. Zhou Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression unchanged. In truth, he had relied on experience alone. Whenever someone used a blink-type skill in a duel, they almost always materialized at the enemy's back or flank for a sneak attack. The gray-robed man froze, then nodded. Sharp. Before the word had fully left his lips, his figure warped, shredding like paper in the wind. No cooldown. Zhou Ming's pupils tightened. There is. The gray-robed man appeared at Zhou Ming's left, his sword tracing a gleam along Zhou Ming's waist. 3 seconds. He pulled back the instant the blade connected. That's pretty short. Zhou Ming frowned inwardly. Even as he spoke, he sprang forward, racing toward the endless white at the edge of the trial arena. What's he doing? A spectator muttered. Thud. Zhou Ming collided with an invisible barrier and staggered, just as I thought an air wall. He wasn't surprised. The arena might look infinite, but the system would never let players flee forever. Anyone who had gamed before knew about invisible boundaries. He wants to use the cramped edge to restrict his opponent's movement. Smart. Several onlookers caught on immediately. With his back to the wall, Zhou Ming pivoted and steadied himself, but the gray-robed man stayed put, refusing to close the distance. Since a draw didn't count as victory, he had no reason to rush in. Great fireball. Zhou Ming hurled a mass of flame, but the gray-robed man sidestepped with ease. Zhou Ming pulled up his class panel in his mind. System prompt. Use exclusive ability AOT on? Yes. He confirmed without hesitation. This trump card was always meant to be bound to a skill mid-fight. System prompt. Select a skill to bind. Flameborn Sword. With so few ranged options, it was his strongest kill shot. System prompt. Because of AOT on, your skill Flameborn Sword has advanced to exclusive S. Flameborn Sword exclusive S overview. 1. A mighty technique at the threshold of S rank, offering high potential for growth. 2. Summons a colossal flaming blade in midair that locks onto targets within an 80 by 80 meter area and crashes down, dealing 750% of the user's attack power. The hit always suppresses the target and slows movement by 60% for 5 seconds. 3. A wave of fire ripples outward from the impact point, covering 30 by 30 meters and dealing 80% damage to everything in the area. This strike has a moderate chance to inflict burn and a small chance to knock back, with exact odds based on the stat gap between combatants. 4. Cooldown, 20 seconds, scalable. Huge damage, but no time for the fine print. Zhou Ming skimmed the description, drew a sharp breath, and slashed downward. Flameborn Sword. That move won't work on me. The gray-robed man flickered and blinked 20 meters away. Boom. The blade slammed down, and fire surged like a tidal wave, sweeping 30 meters in every direction and engulfing him completely. That was exactly what Zhou Ming needed. The blast radius was wider than Blink's range. 141. A red number floated overhead. Even the phantom-like man in the gray robe couldn't dodge completely. The fire wave clipped him and forced him onto the defensive. The 3-second timer expired, and he reappeared at Zhou Ming's flank, sword light flaring, his speed so great it left after him a jessel most impossible to parry. Ding. System prompt. Has used boundless / damage dealt 30, attack speed 200 for 60 seconds. Ding. System prompt. Has used shadowless sword style attack speed 50 for 120 seconds. Zhou Ming's heart sank. He raised his blade to counter, but for every hit he managed he had to eat 3 or 4. Even with Blink's 3-second cooldown, he couldn't stem the onslaught. In just a few breaths his HP plunged, 60, 30. With a roar, Zhou Ming seized an opening. A blast of flame erupted from within him. As his sword swept out, the fire twisted into a dragon's head that howled forward. Dragon's flame roar. Air thickened, temperature spiked. The dragon struck the gray-robed man Hedon, knocking him back for 1.2 seconds. 1,632. Nearly half his health vanished in one blow. Die. Zhou Ming canceled Dragon's Roar and chained directly into Seraphic Blade, which had only a 20-second cooldown. 1,326. The massive hit erased the Stage 7 Guardian's health bar. Spectators held their breath, certain the fight was over. A beat later, the gray-robed man flickered back into view, his HP surging. Ding. System prompt. Has used time reversal state and position reset to 10 seconds ago. Zhou Ming's brows knitted. Time and space skills were rare enough, yet this guy had mastered them all at level 31. Absurd. It ends here. Restored to 60 health, the gray-robed man closed in again. You're the first in our tier to kill me once. Really? Zhou Ming's tone stayed calm. Fire essence boiled around him, black matter fusing into armor across his skin like a fire god descending. Then I'll be the first to kill you twice. Ding. System prompt. Traveler Zhou has used Infernal Aegis Tenacity 50. Immediate shield equal to 30 max HP. All outgoing damage 50 for 2 minutes. Shield up, Zhou Ming tanked the blows. 306. 91. Both were basic attacks, yet his dealt 50 while the others suffered 30. The contrast was immediate. The gray-robed man's flashy swordwork met 3 crushing swings for every one he landed. Your tricks are shameless. The gray-robed man was being overwhelmed. Kite. The AoE still tagged him. Trade blows. He lost the exchange. Burst. Zhou Ming's one-shot was even scarier. Look who's talking. Zhou Ming growled, blades clashing. Both new seraphic blades' cooldown was short, neither dared stall. After barely 10 seconds, both health bars were in the red. Die. In a final gamble, the gray-robed man dropped his attack speed buffs to restore full damage and unleashed Spatial Fold, a 400 strike that crumpled space like paper around Zhou Ming. At the same instant, Zhou Ming's seraphic blade came crashing down. 590. 1,326. Both figures hit the ground together, HP zeroed out on both sides. A draw? Zhou Ming blurted. Tensy if the system ruled it wrong, he would lose. A heartbeat later, both revived on the spot. The gray-robed man cupped his fists. Ning Wuxian. Traveler Zhou. Zhou Ming returned the salute. Thanks for the bout. Ning Wuxian's very name sent a shiver down the spine. Brother Zhou, your skills are impressive. I owe you a drink someday. Count on it. Ning Wuxian gave him a long look, then dissolved into light. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have cleared every talent trial and obtained. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have cleared every talent trial and unlocked the talent grade selection screen. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You may now choose from S to SS grade talents. Note. All available talents are perfectly matched to your class, skills, and combat style. S to SSS grade. Zhou Ming's heart leapt, excitement sparking through his clenched fists. After surviving countless hardships, he finally had a shot at the fabled top-tier talents. He actually defeated that opponent? Defeated? It was nothing more than a draw. Even so, the watching gods could see his extraordinary potential. No wonder the Xinjiang Queen had entrusted the Shenma Perla unseen a lifetime, gifto a complete stranger. Among the gods, envy, jealousy, greed, and murderous intent tangled together. A man is hated for the treasure he owns. The more Zhou Ming shone, the hotter their hostility burned. Their two sides were already at odds. Swish, swish, swish. The trial ended, and the pure white space flared to life. Multicolored energy orbs drifted around Zhou Ming, each etched with fine threads of light, as though another world lay trapped inside. Ding. System message. You have 30 minutes to choose your talents. Time was tight, and Zhou Ming didn't dare hesitate. He brushed each orb with his fingertips, and text immediately appeared. City Scorcher S grade. All AoE skills deal 50 damage and cover 50 more area. Lord of Flame SS grade. Fire element skills deal 100 damage, attack speed 20. Crimson King S grade. Max HP 60. Regenerate 0.5 HP per second. Every single option fit him perfectly, none were dead weight. Go straight for the highest tier. Qianing urged in his mind. Got it. Zhou Ming agreed. Most were S-grade, a few S-grade, but he didn't stop to admire them. He soon noticed the bigger the orb, the more astonishing the talent inside. After a thorough sweep, his gaze locked onto an enormous crimson gold sphere. It dominated the space, its aura forcing the other orbs to keep their distance. Zhou Ming stepped forward, brimming with anticipation, and reached out. Sovereign SSS grade. The bearer can unconditionally copy another person's talent and raise its grade by 1. Zhou Ming sucked in a sharp breath, scarcely believing his eyes. A god-tier skill, no doubt about it. The stronger the foe, the stronger he would become, head never fall behind. Every other orb instantly lost its appeal. He seized the crimson gold sphere with both hands, a grin nearly splitting his face. Damage buffs and health boosts were trivial next to Sovereign. System, I love you. What talent got you so hyped? Jining asked, curious. That's a secret. Zhou Ming beamed. Didn't expect you to turn the tables so cleanly. Jining chuckled, dropping the question of Arion's entitled to a secret or two. Ding. System message. Do you wish to bind the talent, Sovereign? Once a talent is bound, it can never be replaced. It will follow you forever. Understood, understood, understood. Zhou Ming responded 3 times in a row, afraid anything might go wrong. With his final confirmation, the crimson gold sphere of energy hovering before him exploded. Scorching streams of light surged into his chest like a tidal wave. Fire element rampaged through his body, burning away every trace of fatigue, and his mind snapped into razor-sharp focus. What did he choose? Judging by that look, it's probably SS rank. The gods lurking in the shadows felt a chill crawl up their spines. If it truly was SS rank, they would have to eliminate him quickly or face endless trouble later. But the trial space barred divine interference, so they withdrew their gazes in silence. Once the power fully merged with him, Zhou Ming felt crystal clear inside, and the system chimes rang in his ears. Ding. System, congratulations, you have obtained the SS rank talent Sovereign's Dominion. As the first adventurer in Destiny to acquire an SS rank talent, you gain an extra bonus of 2 luck. Ding. System, Your talent trial is complete. Do you wish to leave the trial space? Yes. He brought up his character sheet at once. Seeing Sovereign's Dominion firmly slotted into the talent panel, he finally breathed out in relief. An invisible force yanked him out of the trial space the next instant. Amid warped light and shadow, he returned to Chishui town. Street lamps glowed beneath the night sky, vendors shouted their wares, and adventurers' footsteps mingled with the noise. The place was as lively as ever. Jianing, do you know Ningwushan? Zhou Ming asked quietly while heading toward the safe zone. Not well, but his strength speaks for itself. We've crossed paths. Jianing replied from inside the god demon pearl. Where does he live? Zhou Ming went straight to the point. Why do you want to know? At your current level, you can't even enter his district, she said bluntly. Zhou Ming refused to give up. Can I at least take a look from afar? You're not high enough. His neighborhood is off limits to you, Jianing stated flatly. Zhou Ming had to let it drop for now. A Tier 3 town was the ceiling for him at the moment. Tier 2 cities and the Tier 1 capital were still closed to adventurers. But we'll meet sooner or later, he muttered, steadying the excitement in his chest. Only after leveling up could he use Sovereign's Dominion to copy Ning Wuxian's SS rank talent and see if he could break the system's limits. It was late, so Zhou Ming logged off. Tomorrow he had promised to help Ting Feng Shiyu grind levels, and he would never break his word. As white light scattered, his figure vanished from the continent of destiny. What he didn't know was that, at the very moment he disappeared, Jianing sat cross-legged within the god demon pearl in his backpack, forming seals. Her consciousness turned into a beam of white light and chased after him. Bang! The light struck an invisible barrier and bounced back. Even when she hurled herself at it with full force, the wall only trembled slightly and refused to tear. I still can't break through. Jianing frowned. To a native, adventurers were outsiders from another realm, and she was intensely curious about the place they called home. The urge to peek into that world had grown only stronger within her. Zhou Ming pulled off his helmet and expelled a heavy breath. Sometime during the fight, he had started sweating so hard that his clothes were soaked. The brutal duel with Ning Wuxian had hung over him like a boulder, and only now did it finally drop. Fortunately, he had earned the SS Strength Talent Junlin, a gift with virtually no ceiling. It granted no immediate stat bonus, yet the moment he met a formidable foe, he could copy and surpass their talent. The advantage spoke for itself. Shaking off the stray thoughts, he stepped into a hot shower. Water raced past his ankles and carried his exhaustion down the drain. Once cleaned up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep, brimming with excitement for tomorrow. At the same time, Beijing, an old-style Sihiyuan courtyard. Night pressed against the eaves while a dim lamp cast its glow on two figures. How much longer? Zhang Nianwen asked, cradling a teacup as he glanced at his grandson, Zhang Liwei. 2 days, Liwei replied with certainty. In 2 days he'll inherit that master's legacy. Then he'll publicly challenge travel the world and collect the bounty. Any chance something goes wrong? Nianwen pressed. None. Liwei smiled. Before the rankings dropped, I had reservations. Now that the list is out, there's nothing to worry about. Nianwen nodded and took a satisfied sip of the now-cold dragon well tea. Though he had achieved little in destiny, he understood how terrifying talent could be. Everyone had assumed travel the world's talent was at least S rank, but once the leaderboard appeared, hadn't even cracked the top 100. Past 100, the system didn't bother to display talent at all. Thud thud thud. Footsteps cut off their conversation. A subordinate stumbled into the yard. Master Zhang, bad news. What is it? Compose yourself. Nianwen frowned. Travel the world just obtained an SS rank talent. The entire city, even the whole internet, is exploding. What? Zhang Nianwen and Zhang Liwei exclaimed in unison, their faces freezing. Ring ring ring. The phone rang at once. Lin Zhongshan's helpless chuckle came through the receiver. Master Zhang, it seems we all misjudged him. That night, countless people lay awake. Major international organizations launched emergency investigations. The game's only SS rank talent had emerged in the eastern region, claimed by the player known as Travel the World. I thought he'd crashed and burned, but he held out until level 30 before activating his talent. When the nation wars start, he might take on whole armies alone. Forums, group chats, live streams, every platform was ablaze. Players who had faced the talent trial understood better than anyone how brutal the later stages were. Earning an SSS meant he had defeated every guardian from start to finish. At the center of the storm, Zhou Ming slept like a rock. Who would imagine that the name shaking the globe belonged to a young man who had nearly missed rent after buying his gaming helmet? The next morning, clear skies, a pleasant breeze. Zhou Ming awoke refreshed. 2 crullers and 6 fried buns vanished in a few quick bites, the oil gleaming on his fingertips. After tidying up, he slipped the helmet back on. Beep beep. The moment he logged in, a message from Tingfeng Shiyu popped up. Congrats, boss, on scoring an SS rank talent. Your name's echoing across the server. Just lucky, that's all, Zhou Ming replied modestly, then typed, where are you? At the town gate. Tingfeng Shiyu added a goofy emoji. Been waiting forever. On my way. Zhou Ming closed the chat window and picked up his pace. Through the morning mist, he could just make out the stone arch of Chishui town. Spotting him from a distance, Ting Fengshiyu waved and laughed. Boss, you stole the spotlight across the entire net last night. Really? Zhou Ming raised a brow and opened the official forum. The front page was practically monopolized by one name. Travel the World grabs an SSS talent. If Shrank is already insane, what about SSS? Ladies, Travel the World is the CEO of a public company, rich, tall, and handsome. Every thread was about him, each title highlighted in bright red. Forget the gossip, let's go. Unfazed, Zhou Ming motioned for Ting Fengshiyu to head toward the leveling area. They hurried along side by side, and Zhou Ming tapped into one of the hotter posts. A CEO rich, tall, and handsome? He silently applauded the poster's sharp eye close enough. Yet the latter half made him frown. Girls, my bestie says Travel the World is loaded, but he already has a girlfriend. Word is she's 36, totally ordinary like me, but he doesn't mind. Now she's living in a villa and driving a Benz. Am so jealous. If I'd known, I'd have waited a little longer. That's a tangled rumor, Zhou Ming mused. Hard to comment. Ding. System message. You have entered the Lumen mine. Without realizing it, they had reached the leveling zone. A jagged mountainside stretched before them, its rocky face carved into tiered, terrace-like tunnels that crisscrossed the slopes with imposing grandeur. Crystalline or gleamed in the crevices, flashing with a cold brilliance, waiting to be claimed. Rustling echoed through the cavern. It was clear this place was anything but safe. Zhou Ming surveyed the area, spotting dozens of thick, pitch-black centipedes writhing aimlessly across the ground. Their shells looked rock-hard, and the countless spindly legs made his skin crawl. Mind centipede. Type, common monster. Level, 50. HP, 12,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 1, 2001, 250. Skill power, 600680. Abilities, venomous bite, undying carapace, lesser tenacity. Description, the most common creature in the Lumen mine. Highly lethal, one of the main reasons few dare to come here. Brother Zhou, every stat on those centipedes shows up as question marks for me. I don't think I can help at all. Level 15 Ting Fengshiyu pressed himself against the rock wall, creeping forward with his eyes locked on the monsters, terrified they might one-shot him if he slipped. He'll handle it, Zhou Ming said, raising a hand to calm him. Then, as if remembering something, he chuckled. Come to think of it, your talent isn't bad either. He pulled up the holographic talent leaderboard. On the golden list, Ting Feng Xia's name gleamed in 6th place. 6. Ting Feng Shiyu S-rank talent Jiang. Pure luck, nothing more. Ting Feng's spirits lifted at the mention of his talent. He grinned from ear to ear. I only cleared stage 5. I figured I wouldn't get anything good. And then this beauty popped out. Oh, Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. What exactly does Jiang do? Classified. Ting Feng put a finger to his lips in mock secrecy. Let's just say it's powerful. You're playing that game too? Zhou Ming shook his head, laughing. I doubt you'll keep it secret for long. The two shared a brief laugh, the tension easing for a moment. Zhou Ming's smile faded as he refocused on the wriggling shadows. He lifted his right hand. Junlin, activate. Ding. System notification. You used the talent Junlin to copy Ting Feng Xia's talent Jiang, raising its grade by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has evolved into Shinsu, grade SS. Shinsu, S grade. Movement speed 100, attack speed 50. Nice, that's one hell of a boost. Zhou Ming glanced at his stats and waved. Back up a bit, or the mind centipedes will one-shot you. Got it. Ting Fengshiyu darted behind a rock wall to safety, still warning him. Brother Zhou, be careful. These things are packed tight, get surrounded, and it's over. They can't catch me. Zhou Ming blurred and lunged at the nearest centipede. What the? Ting Fengshiyu stared in shock. Zhou Ming's speed was actually higher than his. Was the guy's SS tier talent also focused on speed? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Black Wind Sword, with its 20 base attack speed bonus, plus the extra 50 from Shinsu, sliced the air until the blade's afterimage became a dark ripple. 320. 638. Crit, 324. The wounded centipede hissed, venomous fangs glinting an eerie green. Miss. Zhou Ming sidestepped half a pace. The fangs snapped at empty air while his sword never stopped, wiping out its health bar in an instant. A 100 speed boost is ridiculous early on. Dodging skills, tagging mobs, sprinting across the map, everything happens twice as fast. With that kind of pace, the centipedes barely grazed him before they fell. Ding. System notification. You have slain a venomous centipede. EXP gained, 20.41 of current level. That was a 19 level gap kill, so the experience was huge. 5 more ordinary mobs, and he would level again. A burst of golden light flared around Ting Fengshiyu. He hadn't dealt a single point of damage, yet party shared EXP still gave him 5 to 10%. So this is a real farming method? He watched his bar rocket upward, hardly able to believe it. At this rate, Zhou Ming didn't even need to chug potions. Ding. System notification. The mind centipede has activated unyielding death. 2 seconds after dying, it will explode, dealing 200 damage to all enemy units within a 55 area. The twitching carcass swelled, its black shell turning crimson. Detonation was imminent. Zhou Ming stayed calm, tapped his toe, and hopped out of the blast radius. Miss. At this pace he'll catch up to the mainstream level by noon. Ting Feng Xiu was so excited his hands trembled. Zhou Ming, however, frowned. Too slow. You really? Ting Feng Xiu looked puzzled. Zhou Ming lifted his eyes to the dense swarm ahead. With a snap of his arms, the Inferno Demon armor materialized around him, a fiery silhouette clinging to his frame. He clenched his fists, drawing in torrents of fire mana. Shrang the blade of Seraphim dropped from the heavens, slamming into the horde. Waves of flame erupted, carapaces cracked, and rows of centipedes were blasted backward. 2,662, 426, 412, 433. Huge damage numbers burst into the air as Zhou Ming followed up with a massive fireball, gulped a potion, and charged straight into the pack of monsters with his sword. Lava-like flames rolled outward, and his blade flashed through the toxic green centipedes. AoE attacks do lower your evasion, but the doubled kill speed is worth it as long as you watch your HP and keep it above 50%, then unleash Seraphic Blade's 20-second burst on cooldown. The risk is minimal. In barely 5 minutes, 6 venomous centipedes fell with a series of crisp hisses. Whoosh! Golden light poured down, and both players leveled up at once. Zhou Ming's XP bar surged, while Ting Feng Xiu shot straight toward level 17. Zhou Ming scooped up 10 silver coins, flexed his wrist, and said brightly, "Come Onyx spawn point." Right. Ting Feng Xiu hurried to keep up. From then on, Zhou Ming's rhythm never wavered. Each centipede he killed visibly pushed his XP bar forward. By noon he had been grinding for 4 solid hours, brute forcing his way to level 35 an insane pace of 1 level per hour, thanks to stacked talents and flawless mechanics. He also looted 2 pieces of level 40 silver grade gear and tossed them into his bag. That should do it. Zhou Ming caught his breath and glanced at his teammate. Where are you on the leaderboard now? 9th. Ting Feng Xiu checked the Eastern rankings, equal parts thrilled and uneasy. This morning he had been tens of thousands of places back. Now he was top 10. The trouble was, had basically been along for the ride. Still, it feels amazing. Want to call it a day? Zhou Ming asked. Honestly, we probably should have quit earlier, Ting Feng Xiu admitted with a sheepish laugh. But leeching XP is just too much fun. Ding. System message. Ting Feng Xiu has left the party. Alright then. He waved goodbye. Thanks for the carry, man. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Actually, Zhou Ming stopped him. Ting Feng Xiu froze, suddenly nervous. There is something you can help me with. Zhou Ming clapped a friendly hand on his shoulder. You said anytime, right? I'd be a lousy friend if I didn't take you up on it. Oh, what do you need? Relax, nothing crazy. Zhou Ming's tone turned serious. Find me a gold rank boss, preferably one with fire affinity. At his current level and gear, he couldn't face tank a gold boss. But if its attacks were mostly fire, that changed everything. His fire immunity was practically a free extra life. Got it. Ting Feng Xiu realized what Zhou Ming was planning. Squeeze every advantage and snag the world first kill. Leave it to me, I'll give it my all. Even the second kill on a gold boss would make headlines, let alone the first. Ting Feng Xiu nodded firmly and set off. Once his teammate vanished, Zhou Ming farmed a bit longer. Qian Ying's voice echoed beside his ear, good thinking. If the rules allow it, use every edge you've got. That's the mark of a true powerhouse. Zhou Ming chuckled. The second trial of the 7 sins could start any minute. Envy will trigger within 48 hours at most, so I need every trump card. Wasting fire immunity would be a joke. With that, a thought struck him. He dug the divine demon orb from his pack. Inside, a pocket-sized Qian Ying sat cross-legged, recovering adorable as a porcelain doll. Zhou Ming mused. If she cleared stage 6 of the talent trial, her talent must be at least S rank, right? Driven by curiosity about Qian Ying's talent, Zhou Ming tried to activate Monarch's Descent. Ding! A cold, clear system notice rang out. Attention! This talent is extremely rare, female exclusive, and cannot be copied. Female exclusive? That's a first. Zhou Ming exclaimed. Qian Ying seemed to sense his probe. With a faint smile she said, my talent isn't as over the top as you think, and you can't copy it anyway. She didn't know what talent Zhou Ming had chosen in the trial, yet the sudden surge in his attack and movement speed, plus bits of conversation shed overheard, let her guess he must have a limitless, overpowered ability. That only deepened Zhou Ming's curiosity. He remembered her saying every talent fits its owner and is never useless. Qian Ying's expression shifted. She flashed out of the divine demon orb and halted beside him. I didn't expect it to appear here. Who? Zhou Ming whispered. She pressed a slender finger to her lips for silence, then waved her hand. A sheath of hidden energy masked their presence completely. Zhou Ming held his breath, muscles taut. Another god-tier being? Cheap, cheap. A clear birdsong sounded ahead. He spotted a spirit bird, swallow-sized, perched on a chunk of ore. Jet black feathers gleamed, delicate wings fluttered, and its tiny head tilted as if searching. SSS. The ear suddenly blazed crimson, its layers twisting, reshaped by raw power. That's the Wanio-Faken mystic bird of Destiny continent, Qianing whispered, projecting an info panel before his eyes. Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast, Mystic Bird. Grade, God Tier Boss. Level 1. HP, 100. ATK 1. Def 1. Skills, Immortality, Fortune Divination, Misfortune Divination, Super Lucky Star. Description, a mysterious bird that roams Destiny continent. You might meet it anywhere, but it never lingers for long. A level 1 God Tier Boss seriously? Zhou Ming's heart pounded. He instinctively opened his pack and took out the agreed pet capture stone had gotten from Mo Yun. The pet leaderboard was still empty. Outside of a few summoners, other classes hadn't unlocked pets yet. Success was far from certain. Forget it, Qianing said, reading his mind. It may show as level 1, but the power it holds can baffle even God-tier experts. So it wasn't that simple. Zhou Ming wasn't disappointed. Snaring a divine pet this early was outrageous anyway. Just seeing it was fortune enough. It divines the fate of every creature it meets, Qianing added. It might grant you luck, or saddle you with misfortune. Whether to try is up to you. Just never show it hostility, or bad luck will dog your every step. He signaled Zhou Ming to stay quiet, wanting to spell out the details first so they wouldn't accidentally provoke the Suanio. Interesting. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue in silence. After making sure nothing had been left out, Qianing distilled every piece of intel on the Suanio into a few concise sentences, then lifted the aura that hid them. Chirp. Perched on a distant oar, the Suanio instantly cocked its head, a wary gleam flaring in its crimson eyes. We mean no harm, Qianing said softly, stepping forward with her hands slightly spread. Right. We're the good guys, really good guys. Zhou Ming puffed out his chest, looking righteous. Apparently satisfied, the Suanio nodded haughtily, raised its slender neck, and half spread its wings as if granting them permission to approach. Zhou Ming had seen that lofty attitude plenty of Timesa God-tier boss was bound to have a mind of its own. When they drew closer, Zhou Ming noticed the or under the Suanio's claws had changed, its grain finer than any rock around it, as though it had been reinforced. The bird's golden scarlet eyes blinked, weighing them both. We're hoping for your blessing, Qianing said bluntly. Whoosh. The Suanio swept onto Qianying's shoulder, its beak nuzzling her pale cheek. A wash of prismatic light poured out. Seconds later, color rushed back into her face. Her silver hair lifted, and her aura soared. Ding. System message. Celestial Spirit Beast Suanio has cast Good Fortune Divination. Godfire Queen Qianying is fully healed, and gains a random buff all attributes 10 for the next 7 days. I thought I'd need days to recover, but I'm instantly back to full strength, Qianing said happily, offering a formal thanks. The Suanio gave a friendly flap and returned to its or perch. ID like a blessing too. Zhou Ming hurried up. The Suanio stared at him for a long moment, something unreadable in its eyes. At length it spread its wings, a wave of inky light rolling out. Wait, that's not good fortune divination. Qianying's face paled. Zhou Ming's heart skipped. If it's not good fortune, then it must be. Ding. System message. Celestial Spirit Beast Suanio has cast Bad Fortune Divination. Luck 99 for 3 days, plus a random debuff speed reduced by 50 for 2 hours. Are you a stupid bird or what? Zhou Ming growled, every word dragging. Chirp. The Suanio seemed delighted, wings flapping as if it were laughing. Screw this. I'm done. Zhou Ming whipped out a pet capture stone. The bird didn't even twitch. With luck 99, your capture chance is 0, Qianing reminded him. He swallowed his impulse, a dangerous glint flashing in his narrowed eyes. Taking a loss wasn't an option. How to turn the tables? His mind raced. Then he remembered a crucial fact. Every divine beast has an innate talent, especially one this unusual. Staring at the carefree Suanio, Zhou Ming forced a kind smile. If you like to play, I'll play with you. Dominion. Activate once more. Dominion. As an SS steer talent, it unconditionally copies any ability it encounters, the keyword being unconditionally. Whether the target's skill is exclusive or not, Dominion takes it all. The only failure came with Qianing, and that was a fluke caused by her unique gender condition. Ding. System message. You have activated Dominion and successfully copied the celestial beast Xian Niao's exclusive talent, Fortunate Star, upgrading it by 1 rank. Ding. System message. Your talent has evolved into Lady Luck, SS Steer. Lady Luck active, SSS. Blessed by the Goddess of Fortune, your next chance-based action has its success rate multiplied by 10,000. Cooldown, 30 days. Zhou Ming froze, heart pounding. Another absurd SSS effect. A single glance at the panel told him this new talent could overturn fate at the brink of death. Catching Xian Niao had been virtually impossible before, but now the odds had skyrocketed beyond imagination. Cheep cheep. Xian Niao, oblivious to the danger, tilted its head and drifted lazily in the air, as if saying, we'll play along as long as you like. You asked for this. Zhou Ming spoke each word slowly, voice low. He reached into his pack, pulled out a pet capture orb, snapped his wrist, and hurled it. Bang. The orb struck a boulder and burst into a thick crimson mist that spread like a giant net toward Xianyao. Before the haze even closed, Zhou Ming triggered his new talent. Ding. System message, Lady Luck activated. Your next chance-based action has its success rate multiplied by 10,000. Boom. Invisible power flooded the orb. The red light flared into dazzling rainbow bands that wound around Xianyao. It beat its wings frantically, but the prismatic coils clamped down like steel cables. Ding. System message, special effect rainbow snare, triggered capture chance 50. Ding. System message, target weak point struck additional capture chance 20. Ding. System message, congratulations, you have. Xianyao's smug look shattered, replaced by sheer terror. It thrashed in midair, but the rainbow bonds held firm. This capture power is insane. Qianing watched, shock painted on her pretty face. Seeing Xianyao try to break free, she raised her hand and conjured a pure white barrier to block its path. Ding. System message, Celestial Beast, Xian, Niao activated Fortunate Star Resistance to capture multiplied by 1000. Rainbow light collided with Xian Yao's radiant aura, tearing the air into two opposing vortexes. Get on your knees. Zhou Ming's eyes blazed, his confidence unshaken. He knew Xian Yao was using Fortunate Star to stack its own luck, but so what? Lady Luck was on his side. A pet capture orb already carries a 10 bonus against spirits of celestial rank and above. Multiply that by 10,000, and the success rate becomes absolute. The only thing that truly unsettled him was his absurd luck score of 95, so low it felt like he could chip a tooth just drinking water. Inside the Zon Yao, two opposing forces continued to churn, light and shadow locked in a dead-even tug-of war. To Zhou Ming, this bird wasn't merely a god-tier boss. It was a rare heaven-earth spirit beast, and capturing it would be anything but easy. Damn it, can we pull this off, or not? Sweat seeped down his temples as anxiety roasted him alive. He kept his eyes fixed on the glowing sphere before him. Ding. A crisp system chime exploded in his ear. System prompt. Congratulations. You've cleared the wager at grade difficulty. Reward a rank rare item pet capture stone. His prize for beating the demon god Song Xian landed instantly. Another capture stone. Nice, another one. He whispered. Had meant to throw both at once, but stupid no way was he wasting in a rank item. Better to save it for when his lucky goddess talent came off cooldown. Cradling the stone, he began his verbal assault. I still have. GG. The Zon Yao's eyes widened. The slower Zhou Ming spoke, the more unsettled it grew. How many stones did he have? Zhou Ming suddenly pulled out the Shenmao pearl, then stuffed it back. Oops, wrong item. Zon Yao. Just how many treasures is this guy packing? A moment later, Zhou Ming activated Overlord. The bird's fragile stats sank even lower. Its rainbow glow dimmed, yet it still resisted capture. Heart racing, Zhou Ming barked, Shadow at my command. Qianing hesitated, then dropped to one knee, voice reverent. My lord, your orders? Hands clasped behind his back, gaze like frost, Zhou Ming declared, if I fail to capture that bird, mobilize every god-tier combatant. I want it hunted without rest. Yes. Qianing bowed. The Zon Yao shuddered. Its premonition had been right. This man would bring endless calamity to Tianming continent. Zhou Ming's tone remained calm, but every word carried weight. Zon Yao, don't get clever. Submit, and fortune will follow. GG. Meeting those indifferent eyes, the bird finally cracked. With a wail, it vanished into the capture stone. Ding. The system chimed again. System prompt, success. You've captured the god-tier pet heaven-earth spirit beast Zon Yao. First player on the server to capture a god-tier pet. Reward, 50 free attribute points, luck 5. Huh. Zhou Ming's icy facade crumbled. Euphoria flooded him, and he burst out laughing. Qianing, that was flawless. Your SS grade talent dominion is terrifying. Zon Yao. Acting? You were acting? Qianing rose, lips curving into a smile. I only followed your lead. You're the mastermind. For a fleeting moment, her charm eclipsed everything around them. Zhou Ming couldn't help staring. She rarely smiled like that. She quickly schooled her expression, slipped back into the Shenmao pearl, and sent him a mental note. Treat the bird well. It'll be crucial later. Don't push it too hard. Understood. Zhou Ming knew the capture had been forced. The bird's loyalty would be shaky at best. Brimming with anticipation, he swept a hand through the air and issued his first command. Come out, divine pet. Ding. System message. Your pet, the celestial spirit beast Xianyao, has rejected your summon. Zhou Ming stood there, stunned. A single question mark filling his mind. Pets can refuse a command? He quickly collected himself. A divine pet possesses its own will, so maybe this really is a privilege it enjoys. Since he had already captured Xianyao, a shaky relationship was nothing to panic over. As long as he treated it sincerely, its loyalty should never drop low enough to flee. With that in mind, he lifted a hand and opened the pet interface. Celestial Spirit Beast Xianyao. Grade, Divine. Level 1. HP 1. Defense 1. Skills 1. Immortality. 2. Fortune Divination. 3. Misfortune Divination. 4. Super Lucky Star. Description: a mysterious bird that soars freely across Destiny continent. You may encounter it anywhere, but it rarely lingers. Innate talent: blessed by the stars. Exclusive traits: celestial spirit beast cannot gain experience and can learn any buff or debuff skill without prerequisites. Immortality passive: SS revives in a random safe zone 20 minutes after death, while the killer's luck 99, all attributes 10, and elemental resistances 20 for 7 days. Super Lucky Star passive: SS Sani item Shin now touches gains 1 grade, up to divine, can trigger once per day. As the owner, Zhou Ming could also see the hidden stats. The next second he blurted out, "Holy crap." The earlier talents and traits were already fitting for a divine pet, but Super Lucky Star left him speechless. Any item it touched would jump 1 entire grade. This silly bird is completely broken. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhou Ming giggled for a full 30 seconds before snapping out of it. His gaze fell on the ore where Xin Niao had perched moments ago. Gold source, or silver grade. Most rocks in this mine were bronze at best, with the occasional silver node. Xin Niao had stood there only a few seconds, and the ore had already evolved a tier. With power like this, passing the Sin of Envy trial is in the bag. Overjoyed, Zhou Ming hefted his Black Wind sword and resumed hunting centipede beasts in the quarry. Time flew by. Around 5 p.m., his character hit level 38, refreshing the leaderboard. 1. Travel the World Flame Overlord LV.38. 2. Go with the Flow Eternal Guardian LV.29. 3. Submit or Die Dragon Soul Mage LV.28. 4. Overlord Swordsman LV.28. 5. Die Under Peony Blood Drinker Assassin LV.27. 6. Beggar Boss Stellar Warden LV.27. 7. Fallen Sky Swordsman LV.27. The names below kept leapfrogging each other, separated by only a level or 2, while he alone raced ahead with a 9-level lead. Experience requirements skyrocket at high levels, so he should have been caught eventually, yet the gap only widened. Boom. Just as Zhou Ming was about to log off for dinner, the ground trembled under his feet. His heart skipped a beat. He jerked his head up to see a jet-black pillar of light stabbing into the sky in the distance, churning the clouds and dimming the once blue heavens. What on earth? Zhou Ming murmured, torn between shock and doubt. In less than 3 days the demon gods of the dark faction will return, Qianing said in a low, solemn voice. War will sweep across the entire Destiny continent. Zhou Ming fell silent. In player terms, the peaceful leveling window was over. The new Dark Turmoil patch was about to drop. No game lets its players idle forever. Only 3 days until the demon gods descend. The situation felt thorny. The Sin of Envy stage of the 7 Sins trial would overlap with the invasion, instantly doubling the difficulty. Worse still, the gods of the light faction were bound by their wager and couldn't intervene, while the dark faction's demon gods were completely unrestricted. Recently he had offended nearly all of them, and the feud was beyond reconciliation. If they gathered, he would have almost no chance to survive. In the end, you're an adventurer and automatically aligned with the light, Qianing reassured him. Stay inside a town, and the demon gods will have to launch a siege to reach you. Every siege has a cap on the fighting power it can hold, so don't fret too much. A cap on fighting power? Zhou Ming asked. A tier 3 town is small. It can't host several demon gods at once. They'll also face counterattacks from every regional server. They need a quick first victory and enough land for their minions, so they can't all focus on you, Qianing explained patiently. Realization dawned on Zhou Ming. The invasion was a server-wide event, and the Eastern Zone was only one battlefield among many. Even if he carried coveted treasures, no demon god would waste the war chasing a single player. That would be far too small-minded. No point overthinking. I need food. He shook his head, logged off, and went to get something to eat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a small pavilion deep in a bamboo grove, starlight drifted like fine sand. A dignified man sat cross-legged, absorbing the surrounding radiance. Bang! His eyes snapped open and a surge of energy burst from his body, making the table and chairs tremble. Ding! System message. Congratulations, you have advanced to the rare hidden class Stellar Guardian. Rewards granted. Ding! System message. You have learned the exclusive skills of the Stellar Guardian. I finally did it. Zhang Liwei, leader of the Beggar clan, brightened. All 4 base growth stats of the Stellar Guardian were 4-star, a step above the balanced 3-star swordsman. He was more than satisfied. Congratulations, said a voice as a figure materialized. Imo Yun. Master. Zhang Liwei rose and bowed. No need for formalities, Imo Yun replied, hands behind his back. From now on, work hard and defeat Zhou Shiji for me. Take the Divine Demon Orb. He hadn't taken a disciple for love of talent. He needed an adventurer to bypass Queen Shenjin's protection. Zhou Shiji. Zhang Liwei frowned. Master, he has an SS strength talent. Even with your help, I might not win. It doesn't matter, Imo Yun said with a cold smile. Your own talent is just as powerful. Use it in the right situation and his defeat is guaranteed. You mean, 3 days from now, when the demon gods lay siege to the city that will be your best chance to kill Zhou Yushiji. Mo Yun produced a bluish stone that glimmered with spiritual light. To make sure nothing goes wrong, I need you to handle something. Complete the task, and this treasure is yours. Seeing the stone's effects, Zhang Liwei could hardly hide his delight. Thank you for the gift, master. Night fell. Zhou Ming logged back in and kept mindlessly farming centipedes in the mines, hoping to squeeze out a bit more power before the siege. Ding. System message. Your pet celestial beast Xian bird has refused your call. He tried several times, but the Xian bird never appeared, acting as if it had shut itself off after being captured. Around dawn he reached level 39 and drowsiness crept over him, when suddenly, ding. System message, attention. Your 7 sins trial sin of envy has been automatically activated. Here we go. Zhou Ming snapped awake and opened his skill window. The trial description that filled the screen left him stunned, never imagined it would be. Inside the mining zone, jagged boulders and treacherous ground turned every step into a risk, and the roaming monsters yielded an exceptional amount of experience. Yet this forbidden Area 1 even veteran guilds avoided had already been cleared again and again by a single man. Now, Zhou Ming stood atop a cracked slab of black rock, staring at the newly unlocked trial of the 7 sins panel, his brow twitching in disbelief. This stage was actually tied to gold. He had expected each trial to demand the slaying of specific enemies, but the scope was far broader than he imagined. Sin of Envy. Objective. Earn 1 million gold coins through your own effort. Time limit. 5 days. Reward. Penalty for failure. Level 20. All attributes 500. The short description looked harmless, yet the difficulty was suffocating. Zhou Ming drew a deep breath, opened his inventory, and checked his wallet. 18 gold coins. In other words, he still needed exactly 999,982 more. On impulse, he opened the top-up screen, where a blazing red warning displayed the exchange rate. 1 gold coin, 10.62 silver coins. Currency in Destiny World was harder to come by than he thought, and ordinary monsters did not even drop gold at this stage. Only at higher levels would the price begin to fall. Those 18 coins had come from a string of elite kills and the entire haul of a level 60 silver rank boss. 1 million gold, he did the math and froze. That's about 10 separate goals. If the system deemed real money top-ups to be non-personal effort, he would have to earn it all in-game. Unless he took down a god-tier boss, reaching that astronomical sum in 5 days was impossible. Is it really that hard? Qian Ying's voice sounded in a private channel. Yes. Zhou Ming repeated every detail of the trial, hoping for advice. Qian Ying paused. With your current strength, even a normal gold rank boss would be tough, never mind one guarding a treasure. So I need another angle. Zhou Ming frowned, searching his mind for ideas. Farming alone was a fantasy. Clearing the sin of envy would grant a reward big enough to change his fate and unlock the Flame Demon Lord's exclusive skill, but the conventional path was clearly blocked. Don't panic, we still have 5 days. Qian Ying's tone softened, then she hesitated. In fact what? Zhou Ming pressed. If things get desperate and you have to force the trial, you still have one last fallback. She stopped there, but the implication was clear. Zhou Ming shook his head. I don't want it to come to that. 1 million gold was nothing, selling Xian Niao would cover it easily, but that divine pet meant more to him than money. No matter how generous the 7 sins reward, it might not match the bird's worth. The bridge will straighten when the boat reaches it. He let out a huge yawn as drowsiness crept in. It's late. I'm going to sleep and think of a plan in my dreams. With no immediate breakthrough, he logged off to rest and give his mind some space. If the sin of envy existed, there had to be a way to clear it. He simply hadn't found the right direction yet. The next morning, 8 o'clock. Whoosh. Zhou Ming wolfed down 12 fried buns and a cup of soy milk, then logged back in. Light rippled across his screen. The instant he materialized in the game world, a man in black stood silently before him. A rugged face, razor-sharp eyes, and a broad greatsword on his back that reflected a chilling gleam. Song Xian, the abyssal sword demon, a god-tier boss, had returned. You can even lock onto the spot where I log out? Zhou Ming's easygoing look vanished, replaced by alert caution. Among Easterners there's a saying, a wise man knows which way the wind blows, Song Xian rumbled. I admit you have potential, but you'd better recognize reality. What are you getting at? Zhou Ming asked, brow raised. A final warning, the demon replied, his gaze sharp as a blade. Hand over the divine demon orb. When the darkness comes, you want to enjoy the way you die. Oh, Zhou Ming frowned slightly. You're that sure you can take me out? The two factions had always been at odds. That the resurgent demon gods chose to target him first was unexpected. Only you, Song Xian said slowly, are wanted by both light and darkness. Do you understand your position now? Zhou Ming pondered for a moment, then gave a suddenly intrigued smile. So you think I'm cornered? Now I'm interested. Song Xian blinked. Speak plainly. He had meant to apply pressure, but Zhou Ming's sudden excitement threw him off. When the darkness falls, Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. Let's make a wager. I bet I want die. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to issue the quest wager to player travel the world? Song Xian. Jianing. Song Xian's face darkened at the memory of his last defeat. I was holding back before. If I gamble again, I'm an idiot. Winning once might be luck, Zhou Ming said gently. Winning twice or 3 times shows skill. And if you win, you get the divine demon orb. What's the stake? Song Xian's eyes flashed frostily. If I survive, you pay me 1 million gold. If I die, the orb is yours, Zhou Ming offered calmly. Only then did Qianing, standing guard nearby, realize Zhou Ming wanted to squeeze 1 million gold from the dark faction. 1 million? Song Xian snorted. Kid, why not just rob a bank? Are you in or out? I don't have that kind of money. What about the other demon gods? I'm the second demon god, and still can't scrape it together. The rest? Forget it. Pool your resources, then. Song Xian waved a hand in irritation. Pick something else. The richest lands are in the light faction. We simply don't have the cash. 10 demon gods scraping together a stake to bet an adventurer? Would be a laughingstock. Fine, Zhou Ming conceded. Then wager a piece of god-tier gear. Song Xian stared at him for a long time. I can see you're confident. But I can offer only one thing. What is it? A decent cloak, I'd say? As the words left his lips, Song Xian pulled a jet-black cloak from his pack. Sunlight slid across the fabric, throwing off a sheen like polished obsidian, mysterious, yet elegant. Zhou Ming raised a hand and activated Identify. Lines of data scrolled before his eyes. Name, Nightfall Cloak, Gold Tier. Base Defense, 50. Base HP, 1000. Trait, Defense 10. Trait, HP 30. Passive, Seasoned Required Level 10. Effect, Quick Step Movement Speed 20. Required Level, 60. Description, a well-rounded cloak once worn by the Abyssal Sword Demon, Song Xian. I know the Queen of Cinders lends you her strength, Song Xian said, his tone calm but certain. In your hands, this gold tier piece can still be pushed further. He paused, eyes cool but razor sharp. Of course, I'm not offering it to wager against your divine demon pearl. Then what do you want? Zhou Ming's fingers tightened around the pouch at his waist, a mix of caution and doubt in his voice. There's a sword saint in the light faction, Song Xian said, battle intent flaring in his gaze. I want to make a trade. Help me find where he's hiding. Ding. System prompt. Accept hidden side, quest find the sword saint? Difficulty A. Zhou Ming didn't hit accept right away. Tilting his head, he whispered, Qianing, could this be a trap? Probably not, Qianing answered quickly. Before Song Xian joined the dark faction, he was the holder of the previous light faction's sword saint title. So this is a feud between 2 generations of sword saints, Zhou Ming mused, piecing together a half-hidden tale. He raised a hand and confirmed. All right, he'll take the quest. The abyss, deep within a monster-ridden fortress. Before a throne bound in countless chains, Song Xian's true body slowly opened its eyes. The abyss was still sealed by the gods, keeping him from walking freely across the land of destiny for now. Well, is World Traveler willing to hand over the divine demon pearl? A nearby demon god asked the moment he stirred. Song Xian shook his head. Arrogant wretch. Another demon god slammed a stone pillar, shaking dust from the ceiling. If we weren't afraid the pearl would fall into the light faction's hands and ruin our plans, would have quit trying to coax him long ago. Rage rippled through the hall. Every demonic I burned. You did tell him that when darkness descends, he'll die without question? One of them rumbled. I did, Song Xian replied. And he still wouldn't budge? Song Xian recalled their recent exchange, an odd mix of emotions flickering across his face. He sighed lightly. Not exactly. His response was that he's intrigued. The demon gods. Ding. System alert. You have unlocked a hidden side quest seeking the Sword Saint. Difficulty A. Quest overview. 1. The Sword Saint's whereabouts are unknown. Finding him is nearly impossible. 2. Objective. Locate the Sword Saint and report to the Abyssal Sword Fiend, Song Xian. 3. Reward. Night Cloak. 4. Failure penalty. None. Of all the assignments Zhou Ming had accepted, this one fell on the normal end of the spectrum despite involving figures of terrifying stature. Qianing glanced at the reward panel, curled her lip, and sighed. So much for squeezing money out of the dark faction. Song Xian's payment was stingy, and Zhou Ming urgently needed funds. Shaking his head, he organized the intel and said, Actually, Song Xian just gave me 2 pieces of critical information. What are they? Qianing raised an eyebrow. First, the dark faction has publicly declared that on the day of descent they're coming for Mino disguises. Zhou Ming was blunt. They've already calculated that you might not be able to protect me. Both faction leaders knew Qianing stayed at his side. If another deity-level combatant intervened, she would step in. The fact that the dark faction still intended to strike meant they had a way to pin her down. When that happened, he would face opponents he couldn't possibly match. How many demon gods can launch an assault on Chishui town? Qianing asked firmly. If even one shows up, that's a stretch. A dignified demon god should be storming a first-tier capital, not a third-tier town. Without your divine demon Pearland my gear enhancement skills this wouldn't even be on their radar. And the rules already forbid 2 demon gods descending together. I used to think so too. While tapping a holographic map to check nearby monster spawns, Zhou Ming went on. But Song Xian made me see another option: mutual benefit through cooperation. Jianing caught on immediately. You mean the two factions might join forces against us? Zhou Ming nodded. Light and dark were sworn enemies, yet he had become their shared target. During a siege, had already feared the light faction might stab him in the back. If they teamed up openly, the pressure would be overwhelming. Almost as he finished speaking, a confirming system chime rang. Ding. System alert. Thanks to relentless development by the light faction, Chishui Town has been promoted to the Tier 2 city Chishui City. All adventurers and residents affiliated with Chishui City receive. Quest acquisition rate 20. Experience gain 10. Duration 3 days. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. The dark faction had sent Song Xian to negotiate precisely to snatch the divine demon pearl before their grand plan unfolded. City rankings weren't fixed. With the right maneuvering, Chishui Town could level up. If a town could endure only one demon god, a city followed different rules. Qian Ying's expression turned grave. A Tier 2 city can be attacked by up to 3 demon gods. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Ming looked at the rising city walls, his gaze steady yet heavy. Qianing, how many can you hold off? If the top 3 demon gods don't turn up in person, even 2 of them can't bring me down, and 3 working together could only stall me for a while. I get it. Zhou Ming nodded, keeping his own counsel. The pressure had gone up a notch, but Qian Ying's combat power was still first rate. Whoosh. Less than 100 meters above Zhou Ming, the air suddenly warped as if sliced by a razor-sharp blade. A rift split open, and a female figure stepped out, longbow in hand. She wore a violet-red leather cuirass, her golden hair falling like a waterfall. Tapered ears and emerald eyes revealed her elven bloodline. The face that should have looked ethereal was now frozen in ice-cold fury, killing intent rolling off her in waves. Blood Elf AI me. Divine Tier Boss. Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. Ranked 9th among the 10 demon gods. Once Queen of the Elves, famed for peerless marksmanship. After being courted by the first demon god, she stole her people's sacred relic and defected to the forces of darkness. Every detail that Zhou Ming's detection spell could uncover floated before his eyes, including her undisguised name. Another demon god taking the stage? He muttered. I heard you were in high spirits. AI Ms. Toes tapped the air as she fixed Zhou Ming with a frosty glare. Still feeling chipper now that disaster is knocking? Her pressure bore down like a mountain, but Zhou Ming stood tall. In her eyes he was weak, yet he refused to bow. Plenty chipper, he answered, voice calm and steady. Stubborn to the end. You deserve what's coming. A crimson gleam flashed along her bowstring. When darkness falls, I will be one of those leading the assault on Chishui City. Let's see how long your bravado lasts. With that, she dissolved into a mist of blood and vanished with the spatial rift. Zhou Ming shrugged. Meaningless. With that brief comment, he went back to farming monsters. Time slipped by amid the monsters' endless howls. 2 hours later the system notified him Zhou Ming had reached level 40. He immediately pulled 2 silver-grade items from his pack. Jianing, give these a boost for me. On it. Gray light swallowed the equipment and burst apart. Under Qian Ying's enhancement, the 2 silver pieces evolved in an instant. Gold Source Boots. Luminous Grade. Defense, 6065. Health, 1000. Trait, Defense 20, Health 20. Trait, Move Speed 20. Effect, Acceleration, Move Speed 10. Renown required, 500. Level required, 40. Description, boots forged from Gold Source, or remarkably tough and durable. Gold Source Helm. Luminous Grade. Defense, 6070. Health, 1000. Trait, Defense 20, Health 20. Trait, Crit Resistance 10. Effect, Basic Fortification, incoming damage reduced by 20. Description, a helm of gold source or that ordinary arrows can't hope to break. The stats of the level 40 luminous gear instantly outclassed the low-tier gold pieces Zhou Ming had been wearing. He swapped them in without hesitation. His defense and health skyrocketed, and his grinding speed climbed again until the map was picked clean. Just as he was about to leave, his friends list flashed. Beep, beep. Listening to wind playing with rain. Found a fire element gold grade boss on Flame Ridge. Coordinates 1553, 4565, 4156. Zhou Ming, perfect. I'm on my way. Listening to wind playing with rain had always been reliable, especially with her speed talent. Zhou Ming set out at once. At last, a shot at the first gold kill. Halfway there, Qianing suddenly remembered something. You said Song Xian gave you 2 critical pieces of information. What's the second one? The first was that the light and dark factions are ready to join forces just to kill roaming world. Zhou Ming replied, feet never slowing. The Sakani haven't shared yet. His gaze darkened as he tightened his grip on his weapon. The second piece is even more important. Zhou Ming hurried toward the Flame Hills, repeating Song Xian's exact words to Qianing as he ran. The fertile land and all the resources are now in the Light Camp's hands. We simply don't have that kind of money. He paused, then added, If we need 1,000,000 gold coins, there's no hope of getting it from the dark camp. Our only chance lies with the light camp. Those unintentional remarks immediately narrowed his target. So you're saying we have to take the money from the light camp's gods? That's insane. Jianing cried. With my current strength, I can't confront them, Heaton, Zhou Ming admitted. Then what are you planning? Plans only succeed in silence, he said. Lay everything out before you act, and you doom yourself. At the same moment, abyssal miasma surged as countless savage beasts threw back their heads and roared, venting the hatred of a long imprisonment. The god's seal was crumbling. True freedom was within reach. Humph. The ninth demon god, the blood-red elf Imi, withdrew her projection, her expression still dark. She conceded that Zhou Yushiji had remarkable potential, yet countless prodigies had fallen before they could fully bloom. Adventurers could resurrect, but their troubles were far from insoluble. Songxian, why are you so confident in that boy? Imis' eyes were cold. Did you leak something that showed him a way out? You're overthinking it, Songxian laughed. I'm always watertight. For a mere adventurer to pry words from me would be harder than reaching the heavens. The other demon gods nodded. Given Songxian's standing, he and the light camp were mortal enemies. Betraying the dark camp was unthinkable. When the meeting ended, the demon gods whose very names inspired dread dispersed. Songxian climbed to the top of the obsidian bulwark, staring into the horizon, his gaze deep. Betting on your own survival, Zhou Yushiji, with both camps treating you as an enemy. Do you really have what it takes to live through this? He still could not fathom what Zhou Ming was relying on. The Ashen Ember Queen was powerful, but not necessarily strong enough to carry him through a dead end crafted just for him. The scorching sun baked the land. Northwest of Chishui City, the flame hills were nearly deserted. Crimson sand rolled like a sea, broken rocks littered the ground, and not a blade of grass was in sight. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the map Flame Hills. Zhou Ming did not break stride. His goal was clear: had to claim the first golden kill here. With the siege looming, every step had to be perfect if he was to tip the scales. At last you're here. Ting Feng, she had been waiting on the edge of the hills, sweat streaming in the heat. This place is hell. Thanks for holding the spot, Zhou Ming said, offering a cupped fist salute. Don't mention it. Ting Feng Shiyu replied, then grew serious. Watch yourself. I just got word that the Gaibong chief teleported over from another city and has already rallied a bunch of top players. The Gaibong chief? Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. It looked like plenty of people wanted him dead this time. He quickly assessed the situation. The light faction, dark faction, and player faction had set aside their differences, turning Clearwater Town into a meticulously woven trap, with him at its center. Brother, stay sharp. If you need me, just say the word. Ting Feng Shiyu sounded genuinely worried. Got it. Zhou Ming nodded and handed over the 2 pieces of gear head just swapped out. Take these as thanks. Whoa, gold tier. Ting Feng Shiyu flinched from the cold gleam, waving his hands. That's way too valuable. On the auction house, they'd fetch tens of thousands. Most players can't even grab silver. Keep them, Zhou Ming said flatly. You've helped me more than once. I won't feel right if you don't take them. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Ting Feng Shiyu relented. All right, friends, price 20,000. Ding. System message. Your linked account has received 20,000 yuan. The clean transfer made Zhou Ming trust him even more. The gold tier boss is just ahead. He'll lead the way. Newly equipped, Ting Feng Shiyu practically glowed with confidence. The 2 of them slipped into the flaming hills, using the terrain to skirt the roaming level 50 flame basilisks. Behind a blistering rock wall, they spotted their target, a lizard a full 5 meters long. The beast's limbs bulged with muscle, its tail was thick as a steel whip, and its lavard hide glowed with heat. With Qian Ying's help, Zhou Ming previewed its stats. Flame Basilisk King Gold Tier Boss. Level, 60. HP, 300,000. Attack, 2, 0002, 150. Defense, 1, 6001, 700. Skills, Vicious Bite, Crimson Fireball, Flame Breath, Shockwave. Description, Lord of the Flaming Hills. Violent, competitive, and fiercely hostile toward intruders. Same level as the giant rock golem, but the gold rank more than doubles its stats, Zhou Ming thought, startled. Qianing added in his mind. Once you hit level 50, ITLL be no problem. Level 50 meant a second class change, but with the siege looming, Zhou Ming needed the high tier drops from a gold boss to gear up early and curb the trouble other players might bring. We'll have to whittle it down. He raised the Black Wind Sword, opened with Celestial Brand, and, after the 0.75 second suppression window, flowed straight into Rending Slash. 1. 600. 600. Numbers splashed across the screen, barely denting the monster's massive health bar. No player could out DPS a gold boss solo. Zhou Ming's only chance lay in maxed fire resistance, and Rending Slash's out-of combat true damage 0.5 of max HP per second. The ambushed Flame Basilisk King roared and snapped its massive jaws. Ding. System message. You activated the talent Dominion, successfully copied Ting Feng Zai's talent Shadow Step, and upgraded it by 1 tier. Ding. System message. Your talent has evolved into Godspeed, Tier SS. Miss. In the next instant, Zhou Ming moved as if someone had hit the fast-forward button. His speed nearly doubled, and with a light tap of his foot, he slipped to the Flame Lizard King's flank. Boom. The monster's belly swelled, and a second fireball blasted out on a wave of scorching air. Miss. This time the white text didn't read dodge, but immune, and Zhou Ming remained unharmed. I'm not getting mixed up in that. Far off, Ting Feng Xiu sheathed his weapon and opted to watch instead. Facing a gold-tier boss like this, who besides Zhou Shiji would dare go toe-a-toe, he knew full well that an average player would be on the floor after 2 moves at most. Gah! 2 misses in a row drove the Flame Lizard King into a fury. It dug its claws into the ground, tail lashing and spraying gravel, but it still couldn't match that blur of motion. As the 20-second cooldown expired, Zhou Ming spun back in with a rending slash, his blade carving a crimson fissure. In that instant the lizard lunged and clamped its razor fangs onto his shoulder. 1050. The red damage number popped up. Zhou Ming stayed calm and wrenched free. Had already equipped 2 pieces of glimmer-grade gear, pushing his HP past 10,000, so the bite barely dented his health bar. Time ticked away when the lizard's health fell to 50%. It threw back its head and roared, flames flashing in its throat as it turned into a living artillery piece. Ding. System prompt. Flame Lizard King uses skill Flame Breath, dealing 100 continuous fire damage for 10 seconds. Miss. 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 Fire tongues whipped through the air, yet Zhou Ming danced in the inferno without a hair singed. At 30% health the lizard hit its berserk face. It sprang several meters high and landed with all 4 limbs, the ground shaking as brown shockwaves rippled outward. That attack isn't fire elemental. Ting Feng Xiu warned. Blade of Seraph. Zhou Ming raised his hand, summoning a long sword glowing gold and red, then held it horizontally in midair. A heartbeat later he tapped the blade with his toe and hung, suspended above the ground. Holy crap. Ting Feng Xia's eyes went wide. He's flying on a sword? The seraph blade hovered in midair for a good 7 or 8 seconds before it finally dissolved. As the scorching arc of light unraveled, the shockwave raised by the flame basilisk king faded with it, leaving Zhou Ming enscathed almost as if had been riding the sword itself. He couldn't help marveling. This skill was insanely flexible, perfect for showing off and for killing. The health bar kept sliding 2010. Every move the flame basilisk king tried was dismantled with pinpoint accuracy. Its damage reflected nowhere. Furious, it stomped across the lava, snapping its jaws. At last only a sliver of health remained. Zhou Ming lifted his sword. A cold flash erased the final hit point. Even he almost broke into a grin. Securing the first golden tier kill had been this easy. Spectators saw it clearly. Pure technique, almost no reliance on stats. Maxing his fire resistance had given Zhou Ming only the slightest edge. Boom. The giant lizard collapsed, and a flurry of system chimes filled his ears. Ding. System. Congratulations on defeating the Flame Basilisk King Golden Tier boss. Rewards. Level 2, Renown 100, Gold 2. Ding. System. You are the first player on the server to kill a Golden Tier boss. Extra rewards. Free attribute points 30, Renown 1000, Rare skill Sacred Fire Purification. Ding. System. Would you like to announce your legend on Tianming continent? If you agree, all players will be notified. 2 beams of gold light descended, and Zhou Ming's level rocketed to 42. A glance at the leaderboards showed his lead over second place had stretched into double digits. Congrats on the first golden kill, brother. Ting Feng Xiu walked over, offering sincere praise. Head watched the whole fight, no hacks, but it felt like one. Let's head back. Zhou Ming scooped every piece of loot into his bag, heart racing. 2 golden tier drops. Whatever ranked above radiant tier, he was about to find out. The idea struck him. Chinning, what if I hunt a radiant tier fire boss right now? Any chance? Not something you just bump into, Chinning replied coolly. The stronger the creature, the rarer and the smarter. One that's radiant tier, only uses fire, low intelligence, and spawns in a player-accessible zone? Too many conditions. Zhou Ming understood. Even if he found one, he'd still need to withstand its physical blows. Setting the fantasy aside, he and Ting Feng Xiu laughed and set out for Chishui City. Chishui had since risen to a tier 2 city. The walls soared higher, fresh blue bricks gleamed, and heavily armed guards lined the broad gate in strict formation. Inside, neat streets and clusters of pavilions gave the entire city a new look. They know it'll be ashes in a few days, yet they still splurge like this, he sneered inwardly. The Light faction must have money to burn. Upgrading a city was never a one-step deal. Finishing the Light Alliance's base in such a short time must have swallowed a fortune and drained the people. Outside the city gate, hawkers hawked at full volume while players shouted their recruitment pitches just as loudly. Barely 10 meters from the gate, a banner beside a campfire proclaimed, Beggar Sect is recruiting. Meet the requirements and sign up now. Monthly cash bonuses based on contribution. 3 sect officers were checking each volunteer's level and gear one by one. The most eye-catching figure was the Beggar Sect leader himself, a perfectly pressed black robe, a shimmering dagger at his waist, every gesture brimming with authority. Boss, the third officer hissed when he spotted someone in the crowd. That's Zhou Yushiji. The leader looked up. All the data on his inspect panel showed nothing but question marks. Zhou Yushiji, Flame Demon Lord. Level 42. Health, attack, defense, skills. Even he, a top 10 player, couldn't read the man's stats. The onlookers sensed the tension and held their breath. Zhou Yushiji, the leader said in a low voice, the disgrace the Beggar Sect has suffered will be avenged one day. Who are you putting on a show for? Zhou Ming scoffed, turning away. The whole server says we're mortal enemies, but maybe you should be thanking me. Thank him? The spectators were stunned. He had dragged the sect's name through the mud now. They owed him gratitude? Ridiculous. Nonsense. The third officer exploded. Enough. The leader raised a hand, watching Zhou's back disappear, his eyes complicated. If Zhou hadn't provoked the gods, he himself would never have found a god-tier mentor or gained a rare hidden class. In the end, this opportunity did start with Zhou. Maybe you're remarkable, he muttered, but everyone wants you dead now. You want escape. Inside the city, Zhou Ming parted ways with Ting Feng Shiyu and slipped into a quiet alley to check his loot. He opened his pack. Besides 2 pieces of silver gear, 2 golden beams shone brightest. 1. Crimson Flame Ring Gold. 2. Flame Scroll Gold. Description: plundered during the Fire Lizard King's raid on a caravan and carefully hoarded ever since. Effect 1. Adds a fire attribute to equipment. Effect 2. Small chance to raise the equipment's grade by 1. Excellent finds, Zhou grinned. Had been missing a ring slot. Now it was filled in gold, no less. As for the scroll, if Effect 2 upgraded his Black Wind sword, any ordinary player who dared touch him would be cut down on the spot. He suddenly smiled. Xian Yao, how about giving me a hand? Ding. System message. Your pet celestial spirit beast. Xian Yao refuses to answer the summon. Zhou sighed. What's the point of hiding in the pet space all day? Come see your big brother. You might like him. Still no response. I order you come out. He forced the summon, pointing at the flame scroll. The situation was urgent. He could no longer worry about Xian Yao's mood. Whoosh. Multicolored fire-feathered wings flashed as Xian Yao emerged, unwilling but obedient. Ribbons of light poured onto the scroll. Ding. System message. Under the effect of Super Lucky Star, your flame scroll has evolved to prismatic grade. Ding. System message. Forced summon Xian Yao's loyalty to. Current value 48 below 30. The pet may flee. Every gain has its price. Zhou rubbed his temples. He had to find a way to raise that loyalty again. Qianing whispered through the private channel. I've got a radical method that'll make Xian Yao obey you completely. Zhou's eyes lit up. What is it? Simple. You just have to. It's simple. If you can provoke the divine beast's pride at the critical moment, its loyalty just might snap back. Qianing unloaded her entire plan in one breath before adding, but it's risky. Lose control, and it could fly off for good. Provoke its pride. Zhou Ming muttered, eyeing the newly promoted Glimmer-tier flame scroll in his hand. Faint spirit runes marked the parchment where the beast had touched it, blood-red threads woven with gold like sparks ready to ignite. System data floated before him. 1. Grants a weapon an upgrade, and converts its attribute to fire. 2. High chance to raise the weapon's tier by 1 probability scales with current tier. 3. While equipped, fire damage 20. With Xian Yao's super lucky star trait, the scroll's value soared. Zhou Ming knew that keeping this primordial beast nearby would turbocharge his growth. At that thought, he gave a crisp order. Xian Yao, cast Fortune Divination on me. Even using a Glimmer tier item on a weapon of the same tier could backfire. Since he was already planning to rile the beast's pride, he might as well max out the risk. GG. Dragged from the pet space, Xian Yao couldn't refuse. The rainbow-winged bird beat its wings once, channeling a vibrant energy into Zhou Ming. Ding. System message. Primordial beast, Xian Yao casts Fortune Divination. Luck 30 for 3 days. Random bonus. Attack 20 for 3 days. Ding. System message. Force summon detected Xian Yao's loyalty 5. Current loyalty, 43. Escape risk below 30. Not bad. That buff's solid, Zhou Ming grinned. As for loyalty, head save the long-lost SS strength skill, Demon Lord's verbal barrage, for a critical moment. Leaving nothing to chance, he ripped the flame scroll in 2. Rip. Crimson fire burst out, a wave of heat sweeping through the room. Ding. System message. Select a weapon to enhance. Black Wind Sword. Zhou Ming raised the jet black longsword before him. Whoosh rivers of flame, like iron filings to a magnet, surged into the blade. The sword floated free, its tip glowing crimson before the whole edge blazed. Metal crackled under the heat, sparks flying along the edge as if an invisible forge were at work. Zhou Ming's cheeks stung, yet he could feel the weapon being reforged, keener by the second. At last the firestorm faded. The sword dropped back into his palm, its surface awash in a mesmerizing red sheen, its aura suddenly intimidating. Ding. System message. Enhancement complete. Your weapon Blackwind Sword Glimmerdeer has evolved into Firecloud Sword Battle Soul Tier. Success. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up as he wrapped his fingers around the hilt. A torrent of power surged up his arm and flooded his body. Blazing Cloud Sword Warlord Tier. Attack 1, 0001, 050. Trait. Attack 50, attack speed 50. Effect. Fire damage 20. Skill. Crimson Flamefire attacks restore HP equal to 1 of damage dealt. Special move, Inferno Slash. Fame required, 800. Level required, 35. Description. Once called the Blackwind Sword, it was reborn in flame, its might now beyond comparison. Inferno Slash, Grade A, deals 200 fire damage to enemy units. Red-hot runes snaked along the blade as though setting the air itself ablaze. The Warlord tier sat above the Glimmer tier, and this sword proved its stats had quadrupled, a world apart from his old sub-1000 total attack. Zhou Ming raised his brows, his satisfaction impossible to miss. He then pulled a ring from his pack, the one that had belonged to Qianing. Sis Qianing, your little brother wants. He hadn't finished before she broke in with an exasperated laugh. All right, take it already. She infused the ring with energy. Red light coiled around the band, reshaping it into a sharper, more imposing form. Crimson Blaze Ring Warlord Tier. Attack 220,240. Trait. Attack 20, critical rate 10. Passive, damage dealt 5. Effect, detonation all attributes 10. Fame required, 500. Level required, 44. Description, a crimson ring reforged by the Ashen Queen. The ring's attack value nearly matched what the Blackwind Sword used to provide, and it came with crit and bonus damage as well, a genuine top-tier piece. The drawback was a level requirement of 44. Zhou Ming was 2 levels short, so he stored it for now. After days of close company, Qianing practically handed him anything he asked for. Just as he prepared to log off, the ground began to quake. Before he could pull up the system panel, players nearby were knocked off balance. What's going on? Does this game have earthquakes? Shouts of alarm rang out, and the NPC townsfolk panicked. Look at the sky, someone yelled. Above, a jet-black pillar of light pierced the heavens. At its crown, a golden array spread across the horizon, blotting out the sun. The pillar hammered the seal, cracked spiderwebbing through the glyphs. Crack, crack, boom. The golden seal shattered. The prison gave way, and the black pillar burst free. At that moment, every adventurer's message log flooded with blood-red text. Ding. Global announcement. The god's seal has broken. Blood-drenched hordes descend. As peace is torn apart, an age of chaos begins. Ding. System alert. Dark faction monsters will attack Chishui City in 2 days. Adventurers loyal to this territory, protect the people from disaster. Ding. System alert. You have received the main quest. Hold the line. Difficulty, S. The first line was a server-wide broadcast. The next 2 concerned players in Chishui City and other capitals would receive similar quests. Here we go. City Siege event. Players rubbed their hands in anticipation. This was prime time for leveling and gear farming. Chishui has that world traveler Zhou Yibit, he takes first place again. Amid the uproar, Zhou Ming frowned. The dark faction was moving faster than had expected. Clearly they didn't intend to let him breathe. Your time is running out. An aged voice whispered in his ear. Zhou turned to see Shui Zhenqiuth, water hero, the NPC he most wanted, dead standing beside him, a god-level aura shrouded in mystery. Here to talk me into surrendering? Zhou's tone was cool. The dark faction's envoys had already visited. The light faction was bound to try as well. Shui Zhenqiu snorted, his calm voice carrying an oppressive weight. Call it what you like. The gods can still grant you a way back. Hand over the divine demon pearl and the Ashen Queen, and I will guarantee peace and mutual benefit. Afraid the dark faction will get the pearl? Zhou scoffed. He knew all too well that every side pressuring him cared less about killing him, something they assumed was easy, and more about who would ultimately claim the treasure. In a deserted alley, where cracked walls were slick with damp and a dim street lamp stretched 2 shadows far across the ground, Zhou Ming confronted his longtime enemy, Shui Zhenqiu. Watch your tone, kid, Shui Zhenqiu warned, his eyes cold as steel scraping tile. I'm giving you a way out. You should be grateful and take it. He hadn't planned to appear in person, but the gods had agreed. Because his feud with the world-roaming Zhou was deepest, only he could convincingly declare their grievances settled. Zhou Ming looked up, face unreadable. Save your pity. If I lose, I'd rather throw the divine demon pearl to the dark faction than hand it to you. Shui Zhenqiu's expression hardened. With a snap of his sleeve he turned away. Then go die in the siege. Hold on, Zhou Ming called. Shui Zhenqiu paused, sneering. Second thoughts? Not exactly. Zhou Ming's voice held a hint of mockery. I just wondered, what grade is your talent? Since gaining his Dominion talent, he had searched for a genuine god-tier opponent to copy. A previous attempt on Song Xian had failed, the system labeling him a projection. Facing the real Shui Zhenqiu was a rare chance. My talent? You think you deserve to know? Shui Zhenqiu's smile vanished, leaving only contempt. Zhou Ming chuckled and closed his hand on empty air. I'll take it myself. Ding. System prompt. Talent Dominion activated. You have copied the talent River God from Water Hero Shui Zhanxiu and upgraded it by 1 tier. Ding. System prompt. Your talent has evolved into Water God, S rank. Water God, S rank. Restores 0.5 HP per second. After checking the data, Zhou Ming frowned slightly. A so-called God-tier warrior with only in strength talent? River God pathetic. If it hadn't upgraded to Water God, it wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Shui Zhanqiu's face darkened. Owning in strength talent was no disgrace except in front of this freak who had tied Ning Wuxian in the talent trial. With a talent like that, I almost regret asking, Zhou Ming sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. Yu veins bulged on Shui Zhanqiu's forehead, but words failed him. He flung his sleeve and stalked off. Sharp tongue. Let's see how long you can keep it. Had taken only a few steps when Zhou Ming's icy warning rang out behind him. Don't let me get back up, or he'll wipe you all out. Shui Zhanqiu went rigid. He gave a cold snort. You won't live that long. Then, merging into the crowd, he disappeared. Silence returned to the alley. Zhou Ming smoothed his sleeves. You've watched long enough, he said. Come out. From a shadowed corner, the Beggars Guild chief brushed off dust and cupped his fists with a grin. Nothing escapes you, does it? A god-tier meeting, Zhou Ming face-to-face. How could he resist eavesdropping? Zhou Ming glanced toward the alley's exit, blunt as ever. 2 days from now, show me what you've prepared. Let's see if you can pressure me. At the moment he carried the divine pet Xin Niao and wore Warselgrade gear. It was hard to imagine an ordinary player matching him. A chill wind swept the alley. The guild chief lowered his bamboo hat, a knowing smile playing at his lips. You'll find out soon enough. The Beggar Sect leader's eyes flickered. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, I switched to Star Guardian, but you didn't look surprised at all. Why? Someone in your sect already told me, Zhou Ming answered calmly. Back when the second elder had been skulking around, Zhou Ming's suspicions had been aroused. The revelation sent a chill through the leader, yet there was nothing he could do. Farewell. Zhou Ming logged out, and the screen went dark. In the real world, only a few seconds passed. The Beggar's Sect leader hurried back to the city gate, face grim. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Boss, what's wrong? The second elder asked. There's a mole. Recruiting ends now. What? The second and third elders exchanged stunned looks. Show had a spy slipped through their strict screening? No need to halt. A cold voice cut in. Dressed in black, Missouri Yun stepped from the shadows by the gate. Master, you're here. The leader bowed. Mo Yun's tone was flat. This plan has many layers. If the adventurer dies, great. If he doesn't, it changes nothing. The leader understood if he failed, other methods would still finish off World Wanderer. As Mo Yun turned to leave, the leader swallowed his unease and asked, Master, if World Wanderer really grows strong, what then? Mo Yun stopped, one brow lifting. His voice was like ice. He won't live that long. But if... Mo Yun's frown deepened. Forgive me. I spoke out of turn, the leader said quickly. Mo Yun's gaze was a blade. There are no ifs. If he ever grasps godhood, the next stage will be Ragnarok. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Ming logged back in. A storm was coming. With the siege imminent, he had to repel the dark faction's monsters and raise the 1 million gold demanded by the sin of envy. Today I've got to push my power to the limit, he muttered, stepping into Clearwater City's general store. Now upgraded to a level 2 city, Clearwater offered far better goods. The shopkeeper spotted Zhou Ming's blood-red ID and jolted, greeting him far more respectfully than last time. Welcome. Zhou Ming nodded. Just browsing. With thousands of kills and a towering crime value, he was not someone the shopkeeper dared offend. The man stayed bent in a nervous bow. Zhou Ming headed to the skill scroll shelf and immediately saw a tome ranked higher than Fireball. Right, the first skill reward from that gold boss was a skill, too, he said, slapping his forehead. Had left something that important sitting in his bag. He opened his inventory. A crimson-bound skill book lay inside, its glow marking it as top tier. A sudden thought struck him. A skill book counts as an item, right? Decision made. He lifted his hand to summon. Xian bird, come on out. You're up. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Freed from the pet space, the Xian bird kept up its constant squawking. The celestial beast wore its irritation openly, every feather screaming protest. This was the third command its so-called master, Zhou Ming, had issued in a single day. The bird began to suspect something was seriously wrong with the man's head. Even so, an order was an order. Resentfully, it stretched out its sharp beak and tapped the skill book in Zhou Ming's palm. Ding. System prompt. Under Celestial Beast Xian Bird's Super Lucky Star, your item Sacred Fire Purification Rare A rank has advanced to Rare S rank. Sacred Fire Purification Rare S rank. Description. Contact with a Celestial Beast subtly alters this skill's power. Effect. Channels fire to dispel all negative statuses and restore 20 HP. Extra effect. Grants super armor for 5 seconds, making you immune to all control effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Class requirement, any fire-based profession. A cleanse plus control immunity solid reward. Learning it. With a tap of his finger, the skill book burst into flame and merged into him. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have learned Sacred Fire Purification Rare S rank. Qianing clicked her tongue in admiration. If you could really keep the Xian bird, every skill you learn would start at least at A rank. Even top players mostly rely on A and S skills. Anything above SS is a finisher. Let's hope it sticks around. Zhou Ming glanced at the info panel. Loyalty had dropped another 3 points. He scanned the shelves of the general store and selected a reasonably priced skill book. Flame Swordplay Brank. Description: a common fire element sword technique on Destiny Continent. Effect: channels fire energy, turning all attacks into fire damage for the next 5 seconds and boosting damage by 10. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Price: 10 silver coins. It might look ordinary, but with my ringfire damage plus 20% and with flame demon armor 50% to all damage, every swing will burn. He slipped the book into his bag instead of learning it. The Xian bird's super lucky star only triggered once a day, and he planned to save it. After paying, Zhou Ming left the shop, turned the corner, and headed for the teleport array. Pale gold runes pulsed on the stone floor as destination options floated in the air. Available locations: Fengyuan Town, Yinfeng Town, Zisha Town, Fengyu Town. Second-tier cities locked until level 50. Fengyuan Town. He told the attendant the destination and handed over 5 silver coins. The array flared, and white light swallowed him. When the radiance faded, the bustle of another town rushed in around him. Ding. System prompt. Warning. Your birthplace is the Chishui City region. Faction changes are currently unavailable. Meanwhile, back in Chishui City, Mo Yun watched Zhou Ming's departure through an information scrying mirror and sneered. Trying to run? Dream on. Qianing replied softly. Since they set the trap in Chishui Town, they surely expected him to switch towns to dodge it. I know. Strolling down Fengyuan's flagstone street, Zhou Ming took in riverside tea houses, blacksmiths, and the cries of traveling merchants. He wandered aimlessly until he was sure no one was tailing him. Finally, he stopped and spoke in a low voice. Qianing, if I remember right, you can plant a hidden marker and teleport to it later, can't you? The memory of what had happened was still vivid in his mind. Back then, Qianing had quietly planted a marker right under Shu Zhenqius' nose, teleported him to safety, and then faced the gods alone. That subtle daring had gone unnoticed by almost everyone. Now Zhou Ming suddenly wanted to repeat the scene, and even Qianing froze for a second. She hadn't expected him to bring it up. Leave a marker here. Got it. With that, the marker slid silently into the fabric of space. Zhou Ming looked perfectly calm, took a leisurely stroll around the city, then headed for other towns, doing the same thing at every stop. The stalkers tailing him were baffled. What's he playing at? Does he really think wandering through a few cities can break a god-tier trap? Ridiculous. But Qianing heard the hidden rhythm. She could maintain only 3 markers at once. If all he wanted was an escape route, this elaborate setup made no sense. She began to see the real plan. Thanks for the trouble. Zhou Ming gave her a nod. Once the markers were in place, he rushed back to Chishui Town and chose a monster-infested forest to grind levels. Both major factions kept a constant eye on him, and the reports soon reached their upper echelons. The 9th demon god Scarlet Elf AI Myrised her chin on one hand and snorted after hearing the briefing. An ant is still an ant. He bluffed us once, but in the end it's just a weakling's death throes. Beside her, Song Xian frowned. Don't get careless. I can't believe someone who dares to gamble with the gods has no backup plan. You're giving him too much credit, Aimi scoffed. Song Xian fell silent. The plain, uncomplicated intel shook even his own regard for Zhou Yushiji. Was the man really just a lucky fool who'd slipped death once? Night fell, and the temperature plummeted. Whoosh. Zhou Ming's long sword sliced through the air, felling a lizard in one blow. Golden light surged at his feet. Level 44 at last. He let out a steamy breath, slipped on the crimson flame ring, and his attack stats soared again. Under the watery moonlight, he flashed back toward town. On the way, Qianing asked in a low voice, "Tomorrow are you really confident?" "No," Zhou Ming answered bluntly. She said nothing. "But it's not hopeless," he added. "As long as my talent, Dominion, actually works. I'll give you everything I've got," she said, eyes steady. "Thanks." He smiled sincerely, a hint of pride in his voice. "With you and Xian Niao at my side, they'll finish the 7 Sins trial. I want fall on stage too." Dawn broke on a day fated to shake the Destiny continent. Boom. A jet-black pillar of light pierced the clouds, the earth shuddering beneath it. The mouth of the abyss yawned open, spewing endless monsters that swept across every nation's cities like a tidal wave. Ding. System alert. Warning. The Flame Legion, led by god-tier boss Flame Giant King Luo Da, will attack first-tier capital Tiandong City in the Zar region at 10 o'clock. Ding. System alert. Warning. The Frost Legion, led by god-tier boss Glacial Dragon Lung Xian, will attack first-tier capital Baiguay City in the Marui region at 10 o'clock. Message boxes flooded the screen. Every name belonged to endgame nightmares. Why isn't he online yet? The Beggars Guild leader asked everywhere, but couldn't locate Zhou Yushiji. This time, every player was forcibly assigned the main quest. Hold the line. Difficulty, S. Briefing. Abyssal monsters are sweeping the continent. Adventurers must fight and defend their cities. Objective: defend Chishui City. Rewards: issued according to the points leaderboard. Failure penalty: 2 levels. Non-participation penalty: 10 levels, 100 to all attributes. The brutal penalties left almost no choice but to join the battle, and the guild leader knew the gods were fanning the flames behind the scenes. The guild's second-in-command grinned. Maybe he's really playing dead. With that sin value, one death would drop more than a few stars worth of loot. Today the entire Beggars Guild had assembled with the leader himself at the helm, ready to make Zhou Yushiji drink a bitter cup. He's in real trouble this time. Would he rather lose 10 levels than show up? Wouldn't surprise me. Fame casts a long shadow. Thanks to a string of viral videos and first kill records, even players who'd never met him knew the ID Zhou Yushiji had been put on too tall a pedestal, and plenty of people were eager to watch him come crashing down. Whoosh. Amid the crowd's constant chatter, a shaft of white light flared in one corner of Chishui City as Zhou Ming logged into the game. There you are. The hidden god tier players tracking him caught his coordinates at once, and the weight on their minds finally lifted. Zhou Ming swept his gaze around. Every player stared at him with murderous intent, and even the NPCs of the light faction wore grim faces. A chilling hostility filled the entire city. Looks like plenty of people have been waiting for me. Narrowing his eyes, he skipped the small talk and triggered the first golden kill announcement so everyone could meet him right away. Ding. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to player World Traveler from the Eastern Zone for scoring the first kill of a golden grade boss in Destiny. Ding. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to player World Traveler from the Eastern Zone for scoring the first kill of a golden grade boss in Destiny. Ding. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to player World Traveler from the Eastern Zone for scoring the first kill of a golden grade boss in Destiny. The triple rolling notice thundered like war drums, slamming into every player's eardrums. What an entrance. Seriously? He snagged the golden first kill too? If no one punishes him, there's no justice. Murmurs and gasps rippled through the crowd. By announcing his login, Zhou Ming had silently provoked the Beggar Sect an audacious move. He ignored the noise and headed toward the city wall. Wherever he walked, players instinctively parted, forming a clear path. The hidden class bounty was tempting, but this was clearly the wrong moment to make a move. At the very front of the battlements stood a frail, skeletal old man leaning on a cane, battered by the wind. His face was ashen and his body gaunt, yet the title City Guardian hung over his head. Chishui City Lord, Lin Feng. Bronze grade boss bio, recently appointed City Lord of Chishui City, formerly a simple rural farmer. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. To kill me, they actually handed the city's defense to a bronze grade boss? The light faction can't wait for Chishui to fall, and the gods will just watch from afar. Boom. Exactly at 10 o'clock, dust clouds rolled across the horizon as an ocean of monsters surged forward. Simultaneously, 3 explosive system messages hammered down. Ding. Alert. The Skeleton Legion led by God tier boss Blood Elf Amy will attack the Eastern Zone's Tier 2 city Chishui City at 10 o'clock. Ding. Alert. The Demon Lion Legion led by God tier boss Windrunner Baron will attack the Eastern Zone's Tier 2 city Chishui City at 10 o'clock. Ding. Alert. The Insect Swarm led by God tier boss Enchantress Alice will attack the Eastern Zone's Tier 2 city Chishui City at 10 o'clock. What the? The air seemed to freeze. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the clueless players exploded. Dev team, are you kidding us? 3 God tier bosses at once. Knew something bad would happen the moment Chishui got upgraded. Only a handful understood the real reason. Most dismissed it as a system bug. Ryup. The sky outside the walls twisted, space splintering like shattered glass. 3 terrifying auras rushed in. A blonde, blue-eyed elf, a handsome man in teal armor, and a voluptuous woman in a crimson robe stepped out side by side, murderous intent billowing around them. The very 3 God tier bosses named in the alert. Blood Elf Amy God tier boss. Windwalker Baron God tier boss. Siren Goddess Alice God tier boss. Only now did the players truly accept that 3 god-level beings had descended. High above the city, Amy's crimson cloak snapped in the wind. She glanced at the battlements below, flicked her fingers, and a blood-red longbow materialized in her palm. The gaunt Windwalker, Baron, stood with arms folded, surveying the city with a knife-sharp gaze. Alice, the Siren Goddess, tilted her chin, a mocking smile curling her lips. 3 demon lords had come to claim a single Lithian entrance grand enough to make any faction proud. Amy, the tedious warm-up is yours, Baron said, light-voiced yet undeniably authoritative. Fine. Amy nodded. The bowstring twanged, and a scarlet arrow screamed through the sky. Mid-flight it burst into a shower of blood-red light, both seductive and tragic. Miss. Miss. The word flashed above every player's head. Without the city's protective rules, that one shot would have wiped them all out. At the gates, players held their breath, hearts hammering. A full-screen one-shot? Zhou Ming felt no panic, only longing how exhilarating it would be to level a city with a single strike someday. Advance, Amy ordered softly. Bound by the rules, the trio couldn't fight directly yet. They would send fodder first, giving the adventurers a taste of hope. Ding. System alert. The Skeleton Legion, led by the level 15 bronze boss skeleton general, is launching the first assault. Cackling echoed as masses of skeletons spilled from a distant slope, cracked blades in hand. The clatter of bones merged into a gruesome war drum. Demon lords, or not, points come first. Swordsmen and knights outside the walls roared and charged. The battle line erupted instantly, the leaderboard updating in a frenzy. 1. Zier Nian Jadao 3 points. 2. Duan Wanshu 2 points. 3. Dewan Quan Mian 2 points. Qian Ying, standing beside Zhou Ming, reminded him, until the wall falls, they can't touch you. A siege had 2 phases. Once the wall broke, the safe zone vanished and chaos reigned. When the City Lord token was seized, the city was lost for good. Zhou Ming glanced back. Most melee players weren't defending at all, clearly eyeing bounty rewards. He expected no help from them. The Beggars Guild master strolled over, eyes narrowed at the lopsided fight. The light faction's hiding its troops. Defense and offense are supposed to spawn in equal waves, but someone rigged tour defenders are pitifully few. Ding. System alert. The Guard Battalion, led by the level 10 bronze boss elite soldier, is deploying for the second defensive wave. In a blink, they were already at wave 2. Doesn't matter, Zhou Ming said calmly. No number of low-level skeletons could shake him. Beside the guild master, Ren Zhongqi too stepped forward, battle lust blazing. He'll face you soon. Please give me your guidance. Zhou Ming raised his eyes, pointed toward the field, and clenched his fist. Blade of Seraph. With a searing hiss, a colossal sword of living flame plummeted from the sky. The skeleton general was incinerated to ash on impact. The surrounding undead swept away in a fiery tempest, bones shattering in all directions. 22,426. 3,298. 3,241. A torrent of damage numbers exploded across their vision. Gasps rippled along the wall. 5 digits? Ren Zhongqi too froze, staring at the scorched wasteland in disbelief. Zhou Ming said evenly, don't bother one at a time. Come at me together. The onlookers on the battlements were stunned. Every swing landed for well over 10,000 damage. No player alive could stand up to that. To Zhou Ming it felt perfectly natural. 2 War Soul grade items had shoved his stats to a ridiculous height. Character, Zhou Yushiji. Flame Demon Lord, level 44. HP, 11,220. Attack, 3, 4253, 553. Defense, 1, 1151, 172. Fame, 4,540. Luck, 930. Skills, Warlord, Sword of the Seraph, Rending Slash, Fireball, Flame Demon Armor, Sacred Fire Purification. Don't get cocky, Ren Zhongqi warned through gritted teeth. No matter how strong you are, there's a limit in this game. Sure, Zhou Yushiji was a monster, but so what? Ren Zhongqi was convinced a human wave could still grind him down. Zhou Ming gave him a mild glance, his tone unreadable. Are you that certain he'll be fighting alone? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks. With both factions offering bounties, every player wanted his head. Who would dare help him? The Beggar clan's leader raised a hand to cut Ren Zhongqi off. Enough, he said quietly. Let's see what he can really do. Zhou Ming held the man's gaze for a moment, then turned toward the field outside the walls. The situation was one-sided. He could one-shot bosses, but an endless tide of skeletons was still pushing forward, wiping out the few defenders in seconds. Bang, bang, bang. After barely 10 minutes, the undead reached the gate, and its durability bar nosedived. From atop the wall, Zhou Ming dropped a Sword of the Seraph every few seconds. Pillars of white light blasted open a vacuum in the horde, as if he were running a cheat code. The leaderboard became a solo act. 1. Zhou Yushiji, 286 points. 2. Naturin Wansui, 18 points. 3. Ting Feng, Shiyu, 16 points. The rest could only stare in despair. A couple of casually tossed skills, and he owned the board. The whole scenario felt absurd. For the defenders of Chishui City, it was turning into an unavoidable tragedy. Boom. 3 waves of light faction cannon fodder were wiped out. The gate collapsed, and a swarm of skeletons flooded in. Ding. System message. The gate has fallen. The safe zone is now disabled. At that instant, Zhou Ming blinked into the inner passage, blocking the skeletons. The city couldn't fall yet. It would ruin his plans. Shuaevri, I snapped to the Beggar clan leader, waiting for his command, tension crackling in the air. Boss. The clan's second-in-command shouted, hefting his giant axe. Forget honor, let's dogpile him. Ganging up on an ordinary player might be despised, but Zhou Yushiji was an exception. If it got results, no one would complain. The Beggar clan leader stepped forward, sword raised and fighting spirit surging. Your SS steer talent is called Monarch, right? Must be pretty strong. Very, Zhou Ming answered modestly. He wasn't surprised they were zeroing in on his talent. It was their only chance. But I believe a talent's true power isn't determined by grade alone. As he spoke, a pale golden aura blossomed around him, and a strange shockwave rippled outward. Huh. From the skies, Whether they were the rampaging demon god or the deities lurking in the shadows, every gaze converged on Gaibang Lauda in stunned disbelief. Beneath the shattered city walls, blood pooled around tangled bones, yet his tattered beggar's robe stood out like a banner on the desolate field. Unlike the other adventurers, the golden sigils flickering across his body revealed a rare and extraordinary talent. Ping. System message. Gaibang Lauda has activated the talent Ren He, requesting power from all living beings within a 1000 radius. Will you lend your strength? Note: if you choose yes, the target gains a temporary boost of 1 HP, 1 attack, and 1 defense from you. Brothers, anyone who helps me gets 50 yuan cash. Gaibang Lauda shouted, his voice rolling across the battlefield. His talent scaled almost without limit. The only constraint was that its range grew with his own power and that it required willing supporters. Damn, the boss was hiding this ace all along. The players finally understood and, without hesitation, pressed yes. Ping. System message. You have received aid from Gaibang Lao Air. HP 3.1, attack 0.64, defense 0.41. Ping. System message. You have received aid from Tanema Xiangnai. HP 2.2, attack 0.42, defense 0.38. Within seconds, hundreds of beams of light surged toward Gaibang Lauda from players, skeletons, and even a terrified stray dog huddling in a corner, sending his stats skyrocketing. Each individual boost was modest, yet Ren He affected so many targets that, with 1,000 allies behind him, the cumulative gain could overturn the battle. There's no way we can lose now. Gaibang Lao Air stamped his feet in excitement. Staring at the wildly climbing numbers on his stat panel, Gaibang Lauda straightened, eyes locked on Zhou Yushiji. Zhou Yushiji, your strength is impressive, but how will you answer this move of mine? He now drew power from more than 2,300 supporters, certain that he could cut Zhou Yushiji down. High above, one god nodded lightly. Mo Yun, your disciple is remarkable. A proud glint flashed in Mo Yun's eyes. Naturally, he had taken Gaibang Lauda as a disciple precisely to use the adventurer's strength against Zhou Yushiji. Without such potential, the man would never have caught his eye. What a talent, Ren He. Zhou Ming's expression wavered. You're even stronger than I thought. He had guessed the power was linked to strength in numbers, otherwise Gaibang Lauda wouldn't have frantically recruited before the siege. But he hadn't expected such an overwhelming boost, and this was only its rank. If it reached S rank, a chill crept through him. The onlookers sensed it too. Zhou Yushiji could no longer maintain his effortless calm. The most famous early-stage Destiny player might finally be dragged from his pedestal. Damn it, after a brief shock, Zhou Ming smashed a nearby skeleton with a heavy punch, shards of bone scattering as dust rose. Qianing, standing a short distance away, couldn't tell whether he was terrified or exhilarated. Come on. Under countless eyes, Gaibang Lauda stepped forward, his ragged robe snapping in the wind, excitement making him tremble. A fair fight. Boss, go get him. Take our power and beat Zhou Yushiji. The surrounding players raised their fists, dozens of recording crystals whirring as streams went live and viewer counts soared. The Beggar Sect's moment to erase its humiliation had arrived. Beneath the roaring cheers, Zhou Ming's face twisted in pain, yet a smile he couldn't suppress spread across his lips. With a talent like yours, I'm probably the only player who can defeat you. Moments ago, he had feared he couldn't defend Chishui town. Now he realized had worried for nothing at all. The entire player base went still. Outside the city, skeletal soldiers kept screeching as they stormed the gates, their ebony blades flashing cold in the sunlight. Everyone had witnessed the Gaibang Guild leader's terrifying gift. No one should have dared to brag after that. Yet Zhou Yushiji stepped forward and taunted him, as if he still had a secret card to play. Hovering overhead, the demon gods froze midair. The 9th demon god, Imi, frowned. What exactly is his SS strength talent? No one could answer. She had to wait for the reveal. The Gaibang Guild leader's heart lurched. He instinctively clenched his fist. What do you mean by that? Nothing special. Zhou Ming, better known in game as Zhou Yushiji, said with a casual wave. Before I duel you, I've got business to take care of. He turned and shouted, Tingfeng Shiyu. Present. Tingfeng Shiyu raised a hand from within the crowd. Ding. System prompt. You have activated the talent Sovereign's command. Tingfeng Xia's talent Extreme Shadow has been copied, and its rank increased by 1 tier. Ding. System prompt. Your talent has evolved into Godspeed SS rank. All right, you can step back now, Zhou Ming said. Tingfeng Shiyu looked baffled. That's it. I just pop up for 1 second? Jianing. Zhou Ming's tone snapped to attention. A breath later, a silver-haired girl appeared out of thin air. With delicate brows, alabaster skin, and a simple robe hugging a graceful figure, she seemed like an immortal stepped out of verse, leaving countless players slack-jawed. Our fight will wait, Zhou Ming told the Gaibang Guild leader, then glanced at the girl beside him. Let's move. Qianing gripped Zhou Ming's shoulder, and both vanished in a burst of light. Trying to run? The 3 demon gods scowled and leapt after them. The 7th demon god, Windwalker Baron, was the fastest, A raging gale swirled behind him as he tore through the sky. No one escapes me. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the map Fengyuan Town. A heartbeat later, Zhou Ming and Qianning materialized at Qianying's preset coordinates. Inside Fengyuan Town, players were busy defending the walls. The streets lay empty, and no one noticed their arrival. Come on. Qianning seized Zhou Ming's hand and sprinted toward the governor's mansion. There's a treasury in town, right? Zhou Ming asked mid-stride. Exactly, Qianning shot back. Municipal funds aren't the mayor's personal stash. The amount is huge, far too much for any normal backpack, so it's all stored in one place. They cut through several alleys until Qianning halted in an open stone square. Here. With a sharp shout, she stomped the ground. Crack. The floor split, exposing a dark passage. Both leapt inside. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the map Fengyuan Town Treasury. Torchlight spilled over piles of gold coins stacked like miniature mountains, bright enough to blind. Money. So much money. Zhou Ming's breathing quickened, eyes shining. Grab it all, every single coin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures blurred into motion. Zhou Ming, Qianning, and a green streak Xianyao. The usually lazy pet shot out of its space, wings flapping madly as it shoveled gold into its pet backpack. Zhou Ming glanced over, both amused and bemused. Why don't I ever see this level of enthusiasm from you the rest of the time? Zhou Ming was speechless. The Xianbird cocked its head and chirped disdainfully, as if the whole affair bored it. Yet its talons flashed through the pile of coins. It was a proper bird and would never quarrel with cash. Boom. A thunderous crash erupted from deep inside the mayor's residence, rattling window frames all over the watchtower. The mayor of Fengyuan Town, who was making his rounds, spun around. What was that? Minutes later, a soldier staggered up, armor dark with sweat. Mayor, bad news, someone hit the treasury. What did you say? The mayor's face went ash gray. Did you catch the thief? No sign of him at all. Ding. System prompt. You have entered Zisha Town. Zhou Ming and Qianning raced through the streets, following hidden marks they had placed in advance, and headed straight for the second vault. They moved like starving wolves, swift, brutal, precise. With a god-tier ally hidden in their gang, the guards were little more than decoration. How much did we pull? Zhou Ming asked. Qianning made a quick estimate. 30 to 40,000, give or take. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. Empty 3 towns, and we'll have 1,000,000 gold. He had to admit, Songxian was right. The light faction sat on the richest land and resources. They were drowning in money. Far above, dark clouds boiled while 3 demon gods pursued their quarry. Something's off. Windrunner Balance suddenly halted, listening. He shot away in a new direction with a cold grin. Change locations, all you like, you're still in my grasp. Halfway there he stopped again, frowning. Still moving? Does he really think zigzagging will shake us? Amy snorted. All 3 demon gods are out. As long as the siege lasts, he's dead. He's not leaving this world alive. Fengyuan Town, Zisha Town, Yinfeng Town. All 3 town vaults were cleaned out. A chime rang in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System prompt. Because your 1,000,000 gold was not earned by personal strength, you cannot complete the quest Trial of the 7 Sins Envy. Figures, Zhou Ming muttered. Good thing I have a backup plan. He opened the recharge panel. 2 buttons: deposit and withdraw. Withdraw. Light surged, only to be blocked. Ding. System prompt. Your gold is currently bound and cannot be withdrawn. Bound. He checked his inventory. Gold, bound. The light faction is tracking the stolen coins. Withdrawal temporarily unavailable. Failed. Qianning frowned. No. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. ITLL work. First we go back. They spurred their horses toward Chishui city. At the same time, the 3 demon gods, cheated of their chase, also turned back, faces dark. He ran us in a circle right back where we started, Balin growled. Outside the city lord's mansion, waves of skeleton soldiers packed the square. Blade of the Seraph. Zhou Ming's sword fell, vaporizing a swath of skeletons and tearing open a breach. The beggar gang chief charged in with his men, shouting, sorry, had to step away for a minute. Zhou Ming greeted him with a warm smile. Cut the act. The chief snarled. Even with a god-tier NPC at your side, you're not getting out alive. Miss. Zhou Ming slipped aside with ease. I've seen your talent. Now you can see mine. The chief tensed, readying his blade. Spectators held their breath. At last they would witness the fabled SS strength talent of the Wanderer. Zhou Ming's smile faded. His eyes went cold. Ding. System prompt. You used the talent Dominion, successfully copying the beggar gang chief's talent Harmony and raising its grade by 1. Ding. System prompt. Your talent has transformed into Way of King's SS rank. Way of King's SS rank. Request the aid of all living beings within a 2,000 by 2,000 area. If they consent, you temporarily gain 3 of their health, attack, and defense for 1 hour. Cooldown, 10 days. Range expands as your power grows. Way of Kings, Zhou Ming whispered. Buzz. Dazzling gold light exploded from him and rolled outward like a luminous tide. The beggar gang chief's pupils contracted, knew that technique all too well. A system window popped up for everyone. Ding. System prompt. Zhou Ming has activated Way of Kings, requesting strength from all beings within a 2000 by 2000 area. Do you wish to lend your power? Granting it will temporarily reduce your own attributes by 3 and give an equal boost to Zhou Ming. Silence. Absolute, deathly silence. For a heartbeat, the world itself seemed to freeze. Gaibang Laoda stared in disbelief. In both range and power, the Wang Dao Zhou Ming unleashed dwarfed his own pride and joy. Ren He. Something's wrong. The hidden gods murmured. Zhou Yushiji's talent is supposed to be Junlin, not Wang Dao. Notice how his speed drops whenever he uses Wang Dao? They whispered, quickly piecing it together. The two gifts can't be this similar unless his talent is. Every clue pointed to the same answer. Junlin copies an opponent's ability and makes it even stronger. Even the gods were shaken. Such a gift was unheard of. Gaibang Laoda caught on as well. Narrowing his eyes, he demanded, "You copied my gift?" "Any resemblance is purely coincidental," Zhou Ming said calmly. He now stood alone in the city lord's manor. Skeletal soldiers surged like a tide. Flames wrapped around his giant sword. Blazing seraph blade. He roared, slamming it down and clearing a massive vacuum in an instant. "That's so damn broken." Gaibang Lao Air cursed from afar. "Relax." Gaibang Laoda snapped back to calm. "You won't get much support. Most players hate Zhou Yushiji, that's the reality." In other words, even if Wang Dao outclassed Ren He, it was useless without allies. Right. Gaibang Laoer shouted. "Anyone who refuses to buff Zhou Yushiji, take a screenshot and the Gaibang will pay you an extra 30 yuan. You're not turning this around." Fearing a reversal, Gaibang Laoda dashed forward to kill him. Zhou Ming's expression didn't change. Very few players were willing to help him. Clang. Their weapons met, sparks flying. The impact numbed Zhou Ming's hands and flung him back. With thousands lending strength, Gaibang Laoda's stats had skyrocketed, pushing his attack past 4,200. Zhou Yushiji is still going to lose. Most players stuck to their opinion after a brief shock. Wang Dao is stronger than Ren He, sure, but who's going to help a guy nobody likes? You think the crowd will answer your call? Gaibang Laoda pressed the assault, his sword shimmering like starlight. Wrong. They'd love nothing more than to kill you. His blade grew even fiercer. Ding. System message. Gaibang Laoda used skill power of the stars. Attack 30, attack speed 30 for 1 minute. Blazing seraph blade. Zhou Ming summoned flames again. The burning phantom sword crashing down on Gaibang Laoda. The latter clenched the green stone Mo Yun had given him. Ding. System message. Gaibang Laoda used Scrade rare item Lingfeng stone. Damage taken 20, movement speed 50, attack speed 50 for 3 minutes. With his speed skyrocketing, he tried to dodge, but the blazing sword shadow stayed locked on him and smashed straight down. Boom. Nearby mobs were vaporized on the spot. Gaibang Laoda dropped to one knee, stunned for 1.45 seconds. 1,232. A blow that would kill most players only shaved a tenth off Gaibang Laoda's health. Qianing explained. "The rules say I can't meddle in fights between adventurers, and the stats I gave you exceed your cap. That's not allowed either." "No problem," Zhou Ming replied, unfazed. "If a god-tier NPC could interfere, it'd be absurd. Buff the Beggar clan leader with divine power, and he'd be unbeatable." Instead of striking while his enemy was pinned, he raised his voice. "Anyone who backs me take a screenshot, and he'll pay you in gold." The players laughed. A single silver coin was worth 10 bucks, gold cost over 1,000, and was almost never on the market. Who would buy that promise? Jining, throw a few. Zhou Ming stayed calm. The coins were bound, but they traded fine in-game. On it. Jining replied. A burst of light erupted overhead, and gold coins showered down like rain. For a heartbeat the crowd went silent then chaos. Ding. System, you've received support from Heibai Shangjin HP 3.2, ATK 0.46, Def 0.34. Ding. System, you've received support from Ichiong Jingdao. Before the coins even landed, Zhou Ming's log filled with buffs. The Beggar clan leader's face darkened. The moment the suppression lifted, he lunged with his sword. Clang. Zhou Ming didn't move. The hit dealt one, not even cracking his shield. They stared each other down, tension thick. Time to finish this. Zhou Ming's blade came down. The Beggar clan leader went pale. "Even if I die, they'll drag you with me." Ding. System, you've received support from the Beggar clan leader. At the last instant he snatched a gold coin from Zhou Yushiji. 14,458. Critical. Thud. The Beggar clan leader fell, dropping a green stone. Loot. Zhou Ming grinned, pocketing the Gale stone. Ding. System, Star Guardian Moyen's favor 20, now 10. Status, deadly enemy. The stone was Moyen's. Clearly the Beggar clan leader framed him on the way out. Zhou Ming saw it at once. "Even in death you're still setting me up. Savage." The Beggar clan leader's ghost almost coughed blood. In the shadows, Moyen's face turned black with rage. Copying talents and making it rain gold, everything Zhou Ming did defied logic. With his biggest threat gone, he looked at Ren Zhongqitu, who had issued a challenge, and flicked his sword. "Your turn." Ren Zhongqitu went ghost white. Ding. System, you have slain Ren Zhongqitu. Evil one. One slash insta-kill. The Beggar clan stragglers and the skeletons raiding the mayor's mansion were wiped out by Zhou Ming's skills with almost no resistance. Ding. System warning. The level 20 silver boss, Corrupted Lion King, and the Demon Lion Legion are launching a second assault. Roar. Outside the walls, lions charged, kicking up dust. Zhou Ming plunged into their ranks, cleaving through them like wheat. Thousands of buffs had pushed his stats to unheard-of heights. Whoosh. A massive male apparition blocked his way-rugged face, towering build, pressure like a mountain. You. The man thundered. The one who stole the gold. It was Lei Qianjue, Thunder venerably a god-tier boss, and another player in the God's Wager. What gold? Zhou Ming asked, feigning confusion. The stolen gold. What else? Lei Qianjue's teeth ground. Fuyuan Town, Zisha Town, and Yunfeng Town were under his watch, and 1,000,000 gold coins had vanished devastating. So that's it. Zhou Ming nodded, as if enlightened. Someone steals gold, and you pin it on me? Who else could it be? Lei Qianjue roared. Zhou Ming chuckled, then his gaze turned icy. If you're looking to blame someone, any excuse will do. You still dare to argue? Lei Qianjue almost burst a vein. Smoke curled through the streets, and chunks of masonry hurtled everywhere. Clutching his staff, he could hardly believe a thief could sound so righteous under so many eyes. Have I said anything wrong? Zhou Ming raised a hand toward the sky, his voice echoing. The gold went missing. Why aren't you questioning those 3 demon lords? Why do you rush to accuse an adventurer who fights beside the light faction? He knew that the slightest misstep would cost him his life. Lei Qianjue's face twitched, turning almost black. He wanted to retort, yet no full sentence would come out. I'm here fighting to the death to defend Clearwater Town. Zhou Ming blocked a charging Corrupted Lion with his sword, blood spraying everywhere. Then he barked, but you'd rather suspect a brave defender than face the demon lords themselves. All you dare send is a projection. Since when did the light faction's gods bully the weak and fear the strong? Lei Qianjue's eyes bulged. He looked ready to breathe fire. Unless you have proof I stole the gold. Zhou Ming abruptly lowered his voice, angling his blade. Lei Qianjue choked. Zhou had already scattered part of the stolen money among the players. Faction rules offered no way to reclaim it, and not a shred of evidence remained. With so many implicated, the law was helpless. No proof, yet you still play judge? Zhou Ming shot back. Some god of the light faction, you are, have you no shame? High above the field, the 3 demon lords watched through the barrier and traded looks. Song Xian was right, I underestimated him, Amy said, hand to forehead. Steal gold, by loyalty, then take the moral high ground and strike back actually left a god speechless, Balin muttered, stunned. The 10th demon lord, the enchantress Alice, lifted her chin and surveyed the battle. It's fine. Once the 3 of us step in, not even the Ashen Queen can protect him. They all knew the light faction had planned to use the adventurer to seize the divine demon pearl ahead of time. Now that the plan had failed, the dark faction was delighted. Amy and Balin nodded. All those tricks are worthless against absolute power. To them, no matter how cunning Zhou Yojia was, he would never slip from their grasp. Let's see how long you can smirk, Lei Qianjue growled and withdrew his projection. If any light faction deity descended now, battlefield rules would drag them into a direct clash with the 3 demon lords, giving Zhou Yojia the advantage. Freed from restraint, Zhou Ming pressed on, his sword sweeping wide arcs. Limbs flew from the corrupted lions, and the final level 20 silver rank boss fell in 3 strokes. He held the city alone? Are we playing the same game? The watching players cried. You greedy fools chase the gold. The Beggar clan's second-in-command cursed. Otherwise our clan would have dropped him long ago. Except for Zhou Yojia. Every player in Clearwater City had died. Their souls drifted above the battlefield, forced to watch until the event ended before they could revive. When the dust settled, Clearwater City was little more than scorched rubble. Only the Lord's Manor still stood. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the dark faction sounded the final horn of attack. Ding. System alert. A swarm of flying insects led by the level 40 gold tier boss, the blood-devouring Empress, is launching the 3rd wave. Ding. System alert. A hidden god tier boss in Chishui town has drawn the attention of Balin the Windwalker, Imi the Blood Elf, and Alisai the Enchantress. Event triggered descent of the demon gods. Boom. An overwhelming pressure crashed down. It felt as though a giant hand had squeezed the air itself. Chishui City fell deathly silent. Even the dust at the street corner hung motionless. They're here to kill me, and the system still feels the need to rub it in, Zhou Ming muttered, looking up. In midair, Balin and Alisai tore through the sky, cloaked in wind and flame like twin thunderbolts. Farther off, Imi drew her bow, crimson energy swirling at the arrow's tip. Elements churned and roared as one. On the city wall, every fallen player held their breath. A burst of white light erupted from the divine demon orb in Zhou Ming's pack. A silver-haired girl, Qianing, sliced through the glow, sword poised. SHHK? Imis arrow struck first. Qianing caught the shaft in her left hand, crushed it, and unleashed a blast of sword energy that forced the two demon gods closing in on Zhou Ming to retreat. Xinjing Queen, do you really think you can take on all three of us? Balin sneered. He swung his blade, a gale roaring out, but Qianing split it in half with a single stroke. You won't last long. Imi fired in rapid succession, a crimson rain of arrows. Firebirds surged behind Alisai, each one exploding into a sea of flame as it neared Qianing. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of four powerhouses pierced the clouds, the sky churning as if a vortex would tear it open. The situation was dire. Zhou Ming gripped his sword and shouted, Xian Yao, come out. Desperate times called for his trump card. Ding. System alert. Your pet, the primordial spirit beast, Xian Yao, refuses to respond. Zhou Ming's voice turned icy. Not in the mood for games. You wanted to run? Hey, race your chance. Gigi. Xian Yao finally fluttered out of the pet space, staring at Zhou Ming in confusion. Was he really letting it go? I order you help Qianing fight the demon gods. Zhou Ming barked. Xian Yao had always been his ace. Whenever he summoned it, Qianing cloaked its presence, so even god-tier foes never saw it coming. Gigi the bird's eyes widened, feathers bristling. It was a support pet. How could it fight demon gods? Quit worrying. Just get up there, Qianing will know what to do. Zhou Ming urged. A master's command could not be disobeyed. Swallowing its fear, Xian Yao spread its wings and shot skyward. High above, the elemental barrage never ceased. Surrounded by three demon gods, Qianing was already faltering. There you are. She locked onto Xian Yao, conjuring a pure white barrier around it to block stray blasts. Light elements flooded to her right foot, blazing as bright as noon. Gigi, Xian Yao screeched, clueless about how to help. Relax. This'll be quick, Qianing said gently, yet firmly. The light beneath her feet flared like a tiny sun. In the next heartbeat she spun, streaking across the sky, and smashed her right foot against the barrier, booting Xian Yao away like a ball. A blinding white blaze wrapped in divine might plummeted like a meteor. Petty tricks. Balin snapped. A storm blade surged out, space itself humming, as the sword of tempests slashed toward the white flare. Caw! A piercing screech ripped through the sky, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud of energy blooming overhead. Zhou Ming's sword froze mid-swing, a chill running through him. He forced a bitter smile. Too many late nights, I'm even hearing things. The third wave of the siege began. Purple insects surged like a tide, their tail stingers flashing with cold light. With the king's path buff beneath him, Zhou Ming's stats dwarfed those of the wild monsters. One sweep of his long blade burst the insects on the spot. Not a single fragment touched him. Ding. System message. Your pet celestial spirit beast, Xian Yao, has taken fatal damage and has died. Ding. System message. Your pet celestial spirit beast, Xian Yao, has triggered its passive skill, Undying. It will revive in 20 minutes and inflicts luck 99, all attributes 10, and all elemental resistances 20 on Windrunner Balin for 7 days. Disaster struck without warning. Overhead, the glowing sphere shattered into brilliant cracks. Balin's face drained of color, black mist billowing around him as his combat power plummeted. A 10 attribute loss was bearable, but 99 luck and 20 elemental resistance were nothing short of fatal for a demon god. Sensing the opening, Qianing instantly shifted the assault, pouring every ounce of firepower onto the 7th demon god. The pressure on the team eased at once. The watching gods were stunned. Xian Yao is actually the pet of World Traveler? First he gains the divine demon orb, and now he has Xian Yao. I've never seen luck like this. To capture Xian Yao, it must be that heaven-defying talent of his. Their astonishment was genuine. Time and again Zhou Ming revealed trump cards no deity had foreseen. 20 minutes flew by. Chi. Xian Yao burst from the pet space unbidden, circling above Zhou Ming's head with shrill cries. Its wings drummed the air, vibrating with fury. Zhou Ming cleaved another insect apart and said grimly, "This is my only chance to win. And stop pretending you should be thrilled. You'll be free soon." He glanced at the panel. Xian Yao loyalty, 35. 1 or 2 more deaths, and the contract would snap. Xian Yao gave a single beat of its wings, then quieted, eyeing the mastermind behind the slaughterbugs with a hint of dread. Every forced order did bring it closer to freedom. Zhou Ming went on, "Your passive is Undying. Everyone on the continent knows it. That means you've died plenty, right? Do you think god-tier powerhouses never coveted a celestial spirit beast? The more times you died, the fewer dared provoke you." Xian Yao stayed silent. "Since you're so eager to leave, why wouldn't I oblige?" Zhou Ming sliced through another bug and looked back at it, voice solemn. "But remember, first you underestimated me, and then I captured you." Chi. Xian Yao screeched in protest. Ding. System message. Your pet celestial spirit beast, Xian Yao, states it placed omen on you because it sensed an aura of misfortune. Zhou Ming chuckled. Misfortune? Do you always judge people by intuition alone? Pointing into the void, he asked sharply, "Tell me, are the gods good or evil? What about the demon gods? Who's the hero and who's the villain?" Xian Yao had no reply. A flicker of remorse stirred within it. It realized its sharp-tongued master had a point. Most notions of good and evil hinge on perspective. Absolute virtue or vice is rare. We're in the middle of a crisis. I don't have time to argue. Zhou Ming's tone was unusually solemn. I only know one thing: you were captured by my own skill, yet you kept refusing any contact, forcing me to command you before you'd even consider freedom. Boom. Two god-tier combatants collided heat-in. The sky hummed from the impact, and the clouds burst apart inch by inch. Now I order you go up there and help Qianing. Zhou Ming raised his sword to the heavens. He knew that letting Xian Niao die once merely peeled off a single layer of the demon god's power. To truly change the battle, he had to gamble again. Xian Niao beat his pitch-black wings. He seemed about to speak, but in the end said nothing and shot into the clouds. High above, Qianing sensed him at once. She darted forward, her moves crisp and decisive, the same trick as before. Again, the three demon gods' expressions shifted. Killing Xian Niao was no small task. The price they paid last time still haunted them. This time, Xian Niao spread his wings on his own. An ink-dark energy twisted the air, the very doomed divination Zhou Ming had mastered. Go. The moment the spell formed, Qian Ing kicked him, turning the bird into a streak of white light that blasted toward the demon god's formation. He'll take it. Baron bit down and charged, blade howling through the air. Xian Niao suddenly folded his wings, bounced at an odd angle, and the sword cut nothing but wind. Miss. Baron, you. The other two demon gods glared. Don't blame me. Baron gave a bitter smile. Luck -1 in Eddie Do. You have any idea what that means? Doom divination stacked with the kill penalty had left him catastrophically unlucky. Boom. The white light exploded, and Xian Niao's mission was done. Ding. System prompt. Your pet spirit beast of heaven and earth Xian Niao has taken lethal damage and has died. Ding. System prompt. Your pet spirit beast of heaven and earth Xian Niao triggered the passive Undying. It will revive in 20 minutes and inflict 99 luck, 10 to all attributes, and 20 to all elemental resistances on Blood Elf AI me for 7 days. Zhou Ming opened the pet panel. Loyalty was still stuck at 35. Not a single point had moved. He pushed the thought aside, raised his sword, and cleared the remaining mobs. Golden sheets of experience rained down, level after level 45. His second-class advancement was within reach. A shrill whistle suddenly ripped in from the side. SHHK? A dark green poison dart buried itself in his shoulder, the toxin spreading instantly. Ding. System prompt. Bloodsucker Empress used bone-piercing dart on you, dealing 2,625 damage and applying poison, losing 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. Zhou Ming spun and saw a half-human, half-insect temptress. Her skin was violet black, her curves alluring, and the stinger on her back dripped emerald venom. After firing the first dart, a new one grew, gleaming coldly. Bloodsucker Empress. Rarity, Gold Tier Boss. Level, 40. HP, 500,000. Attack, 6, 8007, 000. Defense, 2, 0002, 300. Skills, Bone-Piercing Dart, Venom Flood, Super Bloodlust. Faction, Insectoid Queen blessed by Demon God. Profile, once an ordinary venomous flyer, she ascended to Insectoid royalty under the Demon God's favor and now wields formidable power. Zhou Ming's brow tightened. The third wave final boss had stats off the charts, enough to crush even the level 60 gold boss, the Flame Basilisk King. Clearly the Dark Faction had prepared a second safety net beyond the demon god himself. At last, it's my turn. The Bloodsucker Empress looked down on Zhou Ming as swarms of blood-hungry insect soldiers thundered forward behind her. World Walker Zhou, your life belongs to me now. Facing the onrushing bloodthirsty Empress, Zhou Ming steadied himself. Flame armor, he shouted, and fiery tongues raced down his limbs, hardening into a dark red suit of plate. Lava-bright sparks leapt in every seam. SZZ. His long sword split the air, dragging a torrent of heat that churned the wind. With a savage slash, blade and fire fused into a dragon's head. The flaming beast roared forward, grinding through shrimp soldiers and crab guards as if boring with a red-hot drill. Dragon's roar. Boom. A wall of fire dozens of meters wide shot out, a dragon silhouette ripping across 100 meters of sky. The 800% multiplier stamped out lethal numbers. 42,351, 45,136, 46,899. The 4th plus hits made the spectator's spirits shiver. Ash coated the ground, debris scattered into fiery clouds, and Zhou Ming's empty health bar, snapped full fire feedback, had returned 1% of the damage dealt. This skill is broken. Beggar Sect's number 2 felt his scalp prickle. With the trash cleared, Zhou Ming spun back. The sword of Seraphim hacked downward, its gold crimson edge carving a blinding arc and ripping huge chunks from the bloodthirsty Empress HP. Everyone knew that without Beggar Sect's leader's towering stats, this stage would be impossible. Decent power, but Zhou Ming flicked his wrist flame cleave. 12,357. The bloodthirsty Empress staggered, Rage, almost tangible. Insolent wretch. She triggered super bloodlust attack and move speed up 60% and lunged. Ding. System prompt. Bloodthirsty Empress has used Venom Barrage. All attacks inflict poison. 30 move speed, 20 attack speed, plus 500 bonus damage per tick. 2,255. Poison seeped in. Zhou Ming's HP sliding. Health swafes done. A player declared. No way Ziyushi out-tanks this boss. Sacred Flame Baptism. At 80% HP, Zhou Ming fired off yesterday's new skill. Holy Fire rained down, wrapping him in molten gold. Health rebounded 20%, and every debuff vanished. 5,012. Neon green numbers erupted, topping him off again. Seriously? A melee that self-heals? A priest swore. Both life bars kept tumbling, but Zhou Ming was clearly losing ground. Is that your limit? The bloodthirsty Empress sneered as dark purple sigils spread across her flesh. Ding. System prompt. Bloodthirsty Empress has used Demonic Aegis. All attributes 50 for 5 minutes. Like hell. Zhou Ming growled, driving the Sword of Seraphim into a high-frequency assault to force a gap. Ziyushi's out of tricks. Beggar Sect's leader judged. Not quite. Still calm, Zhou Ming pulled a jade green stone from his inventory. Ding. System prompt. You have used the Scrade rare item Gale Stone. Damage taken 20, move speed 50, attack speed 50 for 3 minutes. Beggar Sect's leader cursed under his breath. How did I forget he still had that? Even with the Gale Stone active, Zhou Ming still couldn't match the Blood Queen empowered by the Demon God's blessing, so he fought while falling back, trying to buy time. After 20 exhausting minutes his armor was cracked and bleeding, yet the Xian Niao stayed silent. Just as he was about to collapse, the palm-sized pet space shook and a dark shadow burst free. Whoosh. Black wings snapped open, slicing the air with a vicious gale. Ding. System message. Celestial Beast, Xian Niao casts Omen of Misfortune. Blood Queen luck 99 for 2 hours, plus random debuff all attributes 60 for the next 3 days. Holy bird bro, you're insane. Zhou Ming's voice broke with excitement. Bird bro? Xian Niao tilted its head, giving its master a complicated look. He ignored the pet's complaint, spun in place with the fiery cloud sword, and lunged back into the fray. Miss. The Blood Queen's first claw swipe after the curse whiffed completely. With her luck gutted, every probability-based stat hit rate, crits, drops, even raffle odds now favored Zhou Ming. Stunned, she flicked the poison stinger on her tail. Zhou's heart clenched, but a strange hunch made him sidestep at the last instant. The needle grazed past. Miss. What? Impossible. Refusing to accept it, she thrust again at point-blank range. 1,612. Sparks flew from his sword plate, the damage neatly wedged between her minimum attack and his maximum defense manageable. Xian Niao's intervention flipped the battle on its head. The pressure on Zhou Ming vanished, and he pressed forward, shaving the boss health away like a blade tasting blood. High above, Jinning held her own against 3 foes as well. 40% 20% the Blood Queen's HP plummeted. Within minutes the last enemy crashed to the ground. Ding. System message. You have slain Blood Queen Gold Tier Boss. Rewards. EXP 32.55, Renown 100, Gold 1.8. Damn it. The Demon God, hiding in the shadows, glared resentfully, but the irremovable debuffs from Xian Niao bound him. Beaten and unwilling to gamble on another round, he fled into the sky. As the figures vanished on the horizon, the bell ending the siege slowly chimed. Ding. System message. Congratulations, adventurers of Chishui City, for clearing main quest. Hold the line on S difficulty. The score ranking is now locked. Calculating results. We win. Soaked in blood, Zhou Ming stuffed the loot into his pack, then collapsed onto the square outside the governor's manor. The sunset bled across a field of corpses. He threw back his head and roared, I won. No one answered. Civilians had long since been evacuated, the gods were in hiding, and aside from the still-standing manor, every district had fallen. No other player was alive. With a soft rustle, Xian Niao folded its wings, perched on his shoulder, and preened in silence. Spectators who had died earlier and were watching through death view stared at Zhou Yushiji, their expressions complicated, unsure what to say. About 3 minutes later the final settlement appeared. Ding. System message. Chishui City has withstood the monster invasion and remains standing. Compensation awarded. Building repair speed 500, wall durability 200, regional resources 50, drop rate 10. EXP gain 20 for all natives and adventurers of this faction, duration 3 days. Ding. System message. Congratulations, adventurer Zhou Yushiji, on placing first on the score leaderboard. Rewards to follow. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to adventurer Zhou Yushiji for taking first place on the leaderboard. Rewards. Level 3, 30 free attribute points, 500 fame, and the Shrank rare item Judgment Scroll. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to adventurer Gaibong Lauda for claiming second place on the leaderboard. Rewards. Level 2, 20 free attribute points, 300 fame, and the rank skill sweeping strike. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to adventurer Ting Feng Shiyu for securing 3rd place on the leaderboard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The city defense battle has been tallied. 3 pillars of golden light descended upon Zhou Ming, elevating his level to an untouchable 48, just too short of his next class advancement. The rewards were jaw-dropping. If he paired the Judgment Scroll with Xian Niao's super lucky star talent, he could create the game's first S-rank item. But Zhou Ming didn't rush to rummage through his inventory. Instead, he sat cross-legged and steadied his breathing. Destiny shows no visible mana bar, yet in full sense simulation the hidden bar is stamina. Once stamina is gone, even a full health bar can't save you. Meanwhile, fallen players were resurrecting one after another. NPCs used the reactivated teleport array to return to the city, and crumbled buildings rebuilt themselves at high speed under the power of the game's laws. Ding. System notification. The safe zone has been restored. All enemies have retreated. Any resurrected player who attacks Zhou Ming will be punished by the city guards. Lucky bastard, he actually lived. Let him prance around for now. The more room he gets to grow, the more chances things can go wrong later. The gods lurking in the shadows had to withdraw, their plan completely foiled. Are you alright? A few minutes later, a silver-haired girl in plain clothes approached, her clear eyes brimming with concern. She held out a fair hand. Zhou Ming took the snowy hand, pulled himself up, and smiled. I'm fine. His first impression smooth and delicate. Qianing got straight to the point. The trial of the 7 sins, have you figured out how to clear it? The problem still wasn't solved. The sin of envy required Zhou Shiji to earn 1 million gold through his own effort. He had the gold now, but the binding flag kept the system from acknowledging it. He'll try again. He opened his backpack and found the binding mark gone. After the standoff with Lei Qianju, the other man knew who had stolen from him, but had no way to press charges. Zhou Ming pulled up the recharge panel and hit withdraw without hesitation. Ding. System notification. 945 million credits have been transferred to your account. Theoretically, 1 million gold was worth more than 1 billion credits, but the sudden flood of funds had crashed the exchange rate, leaving him with only 945 million. Even so, the eye-watering figure made Zhou Ming's fingers tremble. Before anyone else caught on, he funneled the entire amount back into the game. Ding. System notification. You have received 1,064,100 gold. That should finally clear the quest, right? He thought, a bit on edge. In fact, his plan was remarkably simple. During the city defense battle, he piggybacked on Qian Ying's teleport marker, slipped inside, and pocketed 1 million gold coins. He then cycled the money through deposits and withdrawals to confuse the system's audit. Once the coins were cashed out, they flowed straight into the marketplace. When he deposited almost the same amount moments later, they were no longer tagged as the original batch. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have completed the quest trial of the 7 Sins Envy and mastered the Flame Lord's exclusive skill, Flame Soul Mantra. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have completed the quest trial of the 7 Sins Envy and unlocked the Flame Lord's exclusive ability, Heaven's Jealousy. It really worked. Zhou Ming let out a long breath and grinned. Stage 2, cleared, mission accomplished. The unregistered coins had been washed into legitimate currency through a high-risk, high-reward routine he now called coin laundering. Congrats. Qianing cheered. I'm logging off to grab something to eat. A wave of hunger hit, and Zhou Ming exited the game without hesitation. Because so many players refused to join the defense, the siege had dragged on from 10 in the morning until sunset, leaving him and Qianing exhausted in both body and mind. He removed his headset, pushed open the door of his cramped rental, and stepped into the glittering night. Neon lights flooded the streets, which were packed with people. A deep breath of cool air cleared the fog in his head, and the days-long blur of game immersion evaporated in the city noise. He zipped up his jacket, followed the crowd to the night market, ordered a mountain of skewers, and treated himself. All around him, young people munched on barbecue while talking about the global phenomenon, Destiny. Travelworld defended a whole city solo insane. Too bad he never streams. They say he's a lone wolf. I'd watch him grind levels all day. Whenever the cross-region war starts, I'm leading my guild of 1,000 straight into Sakura Zone. Game banter buzzed through the night market, and the name Travelworld was white-hot. Zhou Ming found the chatter amusing. Hey man. A guy in a gray jacket flipped up the stall's curtain and dropped into the seat across from him. Mind if I join you? Be my guest. Zhou Ming smiled, though the stranger looked familiar. Really? Must be a mix-up. The man's eyes flickered as he gave a casual shrug. The barbecue arrived, its aroma filling the stall. Smells great. The man swallowed, grabbed a skewer from Zhou Ming's plate, and crunched into it. Your treat this time, mine next. Mooching at a first meeting only sharpened Zhou Ming's sense of déjà vu. So we have met before, haven't we? The man grinned. Take a guess. They chatted over food until every plate was clean. Zhou Ming could tell the stranger had an unusual air about him, but still couldn't pin down his background. Remembering the promised next time, he simply paid the bill. Catch you later. The man waved, satisfied, and walked off. Who on earth was that? Puzzled, Zhou Ming headed back to his apartment, slipped on his headset, and logged in again. Tonight, he wasn't planning to grind levels, but the treasures in his inventory definitely needed a proper inspection. Wu shards of white light scattered. Zhou Ming's form re-solidified above the devastated city of Chishui. The flagstones below were scorched and cracked, the walls lay in ruins, and the acrid smell of burnt earth mixed with blood filled the air. Before he could act, 3 urgent system chimes rang in his ears. Ding. System message. Darkness has returned, and the continent of destiny is engulfed in war. In these chaotic times, only the bravest adventurers will rise to fame. Ding. System message. The reputation shop is now open. Visit city NPCs to spend fame on special items. Ding. System message. The Demon God leaderboard is now live. The siege had unlocked brand new content. Dusting off his cloak, Zhou Ming eagerly pulled up the leaderboard. A translucent screen unfolded before him, blood-red letters flashing into view. 1. Butcher of all life Wu Xing. 2. Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian. 3. Lich Archmage Eric. 4. Overlord of the Seas Wat. 5. Enchantress of the Mind Betty. 6. Frostborn Dragon Lung Xin. 7. Windrunner Baron. 8. King of Flame Giants Rod. 9. Bloodstained Elf Amy. 10. Goddess of Temptation Alice. Zhou Ming had fought 4 of them. The strongest was Song Xian in second place. The other 3 Baron, Amy, and Alice had once attacked together, only to be beaten back by Qianing. Even with the Zuanio's aid, her strength was still enough to challenge the top 3 Zhou Ming's most direct assessment of her. Remembering the Zuanio, he tried to summon it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A divine bird, feathers electric blue and wings spanning 3 meters, burst from the pet space, circled him a few times, and settled on his shoulder. Its plumage shone brighter than ever, and its eyes sparkled with life. Not leaving anymore? Zhou Ming asked, tilting his head. The bird cocked its own but neither nodded nor shook it, clearly hesitating. If you really have to go, I'll give you a month off, he said with a grin, spreading his hands. After a month, Qianing and I will hunt you down and drag you back. He produced a spare capture stone from his inventory and gave it a playful shake. The Zuanio's eyes widened, beak half open, as if asking whether that was all the freedom he had in mind. Sure, a forced melon isn't sweet, Zhou Ming shrugged, but it still quenches thirst. A divine pet can't just be set free on a whim. Bonds can be nurtured. Without a start, there's nothing to build on. A gentle breeze ruffled its feathers. Zhou Ming slowed his voice. I know you long for freedom, but right now I really need your help. Once I have the power, I swear I won't interfere with your freedom again. Me word is my bond. The bird stared into his eyes, searching for deceit. Finding none, it finally bobbed its head. Ding. System message. Loyalty of your pet, Celestial Spirit Beast, Suanio, 25. Current loyalty, 60. Zhou Ming exhaled in relief. The divine pet was his for good. The Suanio could learn any buff or debuff skill without restrictions. Such a supreme support was priceless. In high spirits, he opened his inventory. The first thing he saw was a trio of gold-glowing items the spoils dropped when he slew the blood-sucking queen during the siege. Blood-scent bracers gold. Blood-scent greaves gold. Amethyst plate mail gold. Cough cough. Zhou Ming took the items out, cleared his throat, and asked tentatively, Yinger. Sensing his intent, Qianing tapped her finger, and a crimson halo flowed into the 3 pieces of gear. Metal trembled, patterns slithered like living creatures, and the equipment leapt from gold to Warsoul tier. Zhou Ming brushed his hand across them, and the stat panel skyrocketed. Bloodthirst bracers Warsoul tier. Defense, 200. Health, 5,000. Traits, Defense 20, Health 30. Effect Bloodthirst. Each kill grants attack 1, stacking up to 10 times. Required level, 38. Required renown, 500. Description, finely wrought bracers forged by the demon god for the Bloodthirst Queen, ensuring she has the power to cut down foes across the land. Bloodthirst Greaves Warsoul tier. Defense, 220. Health, 4,500. Traits, Defense 30, Health 30. Effect Bloodthirst. Each kill grants attack 1, stacking up to 10 times. Required level, 38. Required renown, 500. Description, finely wrought greaves forged by the demon god for the Bloodthirst Queen, ensuring she has the power to cut down foes across the land. Amethyst Cuirass Warsoul tier. Defense, 400-450. Health, 8,000. Traits, Defense 60. Effect Ward, damage taken 5. Effect Block, incoming damage 50. Effect Fortitude, chance of being critically hit 10. Required level, 38. Required renown, 750. Description, a finely wrought cuirass forged by the demon god for the Bloodthirst Queen, ensuring she has the power to cut down foes across the land. The dazzling numbers stacked in his stat window, pushing Zhou Ming's defense to a ridiculous height. Even facing a gold-tier boss alone, he now felt completely confident. Beside him, Xian Niao gaped in shock. It had witnessed the Ashen Queen's power before, Yet each display was still overwhelming. If gold gear could be boosted this far, the results on existing war soul equipment would be unimaginable. No wonder the gods hunted the Ashen Queen, eager to seize her power. Once his gear was sorted, Zhou Ming glanced at the siege defense results. The system reward had a Purita scroll inked with blood-red runes. Judgment scroll rare S tier. Description: holds a strange force that imbues abilities with judgment, greatly increasing their potency. Item effect: 50 chance to boost skill strength. Extra effect: 10 chance to grant learned skills, judgment power, guaranteed critical hits. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed, recalling how the blood elf Amina had ended a city with one arrow. When his strength was high enough, he might replicate that instant wipeout. Xian Yao, give it a tap, please. Instead of using it himself, he passed the scroll over. The bird dutifully lifted a wing and patted it. Ding. System message. Under Celestial Beast, Xian Yao's Super Lucky Star, your Judgment Scroll has advanced to Rare SS tier. Judgment Scroll Rare SS tier. Description: holds a strange force that imbues abilities with judgment, greatly increasing their potency. Item effect: 100 chance to boost skill strength, scaling with the original power. Extra effect: 100 chance to grant learned skills, judgment power. Extra effect: 100 chance to grant learned skills, charge damage grows the longer you charge. Compared with S tier, every probability was now maxed, and a second bonus had appeared. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming tore it open. Ryup. The scroll dissolved into a shower of crimson light. Ding. System message. Please choose the skill you wish to enhance. Blade of Seraph. A sharp red beam shot into Zhou Ming's brow. In the skill list, the Blade of Seraph icon warped again, its blinding blood-red glow turning almost solid, boring straight into the soul. Ding. System message. Your skill Blade of Seraph has been upgraded to exclusive SS tier under the Judgment Scrolls enhancement. Ding. System notice. Your skill Blazing Skyblade has been empowered by the Scroll of Judgment and evolved into the exclusive S-class ability Dawn. A holographic panel quickly unfolded across the light screen. Dawn exclusive SS class. With a single strike, heaven and earth fall silent. 1. Active. The caster summons a blazing greatsword in midair, locking onto every target within a 300 by 300 meter area. When the blade descends, it deals true damage equal to 1,000 of the caster's attack power. This strike always crits, always suppresses, and reduces the movement speed of all affected units by 100 for 5 seconds. 2. Upon impact, a ring of searing flames surges outward, dealing 150 damage to everything in a 100 by 100 meter radius. The radius expands with the caster's power. The shockwave has a high chance to burn and knock back enemies. The exact probability depends on the difference in strength between both sides. 3. The caster may charge the attack. While charging, both damage and range increase simultaneously, up to a maximum of 2,000 damage in a 200 by 200 meter blast zone. Cooldown: 20 seconds longer if fully charged. Scales with growth. Terrifying. Zhou Ming's heart pounded. He pictured the full charge version of that blazing greatsword, wasn't even sure he could survive it himself, let alone anyone else. Even an instant cast kept the cooldown at only 20 seconds, giving Dawn enormous tactical value. Excitement surged in his mind, but he forced down the urge to find someone to test the blade and turned his attention to the other skills. Trial of the Seven Sins, Stage 2 cleared. The system has granted the Flame Demon Lord additional exclusive abilities. Flame Soul Mantra exclusive S-class. Description: burn your own soul in pursuit of greater power, but pay a brutal price. Skill effect: all attributes 80. Extra effect: locked requires absorption of flame dragon blood. Cost: upon activation, lose 5 levels and enter a weakened state for 5 hours. Cooldown: 48 hours. Heaven's Spite exclusive ability. When the bearer suffers lethal damage, they do not die. Instead, they immediately counterattack with force equal to that lethal blow. Cooldown: 3 days. Flame Soul Mantra was an extreme trump card, meant only for life or death gambles, while Heaven's Spite gave Zhou Ming one more way to turn the tables. After absorbing the information, he reviewed the overall trial panel. Trial of the Seven Sins? Only by enduring ultimate sin can one become the true Demon Lord. Sin of Pride, Flame Demon Armor completed. Sin of Envy, Flame Soul Mantra completed. Sin of Wrath, pending activation automatically opens in 3 days. Sin of Sloth? Sin of Greed? Sin of Gluttony? Sin of Lust? If envy was this hard, and I barely scraped through by cheesing the mechanics, how brutal will the rest be? He finally understood why every previous owner of the Divine Demon Pearl had fallen and why the artifact had eventually reached his hands. One step at a time. Zhou Ming logged out, stretched, and yawned. Good night, Yinger, Xin Yao. Good night. Cheep cheep. Early the next morning, sunlight spilled through the gap in the curtains onto his desk. Zhou Ming got up full of energy, washed, grabbed breakfast, and slipped the helmet back on. Connection established. He re-entered the game world, opened the map, and began searching for a suitable grinding spot. On the way, He cashed out some of his gold and wired 100,000 to his parents. With the transfer complete, the confirmation page still glowed on his phone, the subway's fluorescent lights making the numbers almost painful to read. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more. He just couldn't face the questions. If millions landed in their account overnight, relatives would pry, the bank would flag it, and someone might even connect him to his fortune and destiny. If a crazed player showed up at his door, he would be in real trouble. He had truly struck it rich. Glancing at the backpack panel synced from his game pod, Zhou Ming saw coins piled high enough to hear an imagined clinking in his ears. 950 million. He had exploited a loophole to get it, but the figure was real enough to turn his life upside down, and the grin on his face nearly split his cheeks. 1,000,000 gold should be more than enough for you to live comfortably in your own world, Qianing said from inside the spirit demon pearl, noticing how he kept refreshing his inventory. Her tone was gentle, yet cool enough to douse him like a bucket of water. Oh, Zhou Ming chuckled and looked up at the white light hovering above him. So how exactly are you raining on my parade? He knew she worried he would drown in pleasure and neglect his leveling, but he was curious to hear her approach. Everything external is fleeting, Qianing said, materializing into a pale silhouette that landed on his shoulder, her expression solemn. Only if you are strong enough can you hold on to your wealth. Cheap, cheap. The Suanio perched on the seat's armrest bobbed its little head in emphatic agreement. Zhou Ming fell silent for a moment. The rules of Destiny's continent and those of reality were two separate systems. No matter how hard he pushed himself in game, he couldn't carry that power home intact. He tried to put it plainly. My world works nothing like Destiny. I can be a top adventurer here, but once I go back I'm an ordinary guy again, forever stuck at level 1. Impossible. Qianing shook her delicate head, her voice firm. If you can't take it with you, it only means you're not strong enough yet. You don't believe me? That's not what I meant. Yes, it is. Qianying's brows knitted, more serious than ever. When you left this world, I tried to go with you. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. And I hit a barrier, something unbelievably solid. I couldn't break through it, she admitted. A dimensional wall, I guess, Zhou Ming muttered. So that's what it's called, she mused. In any case, it's incredibly strong. With my current power, I can't shake it. But if I can advance beyond the divine rank, I might be able to break it. Break what exactly? Break the dimensional wall, of course, she declared. Words failed Zhou Ming. He was skeptical yet intrigued. Since he had entered Destiny, the line between game and reality had often blurred, but hearing such a claim from Qianing made it feel even more surreal. You still don't believe me? Qianying's delicate brows drew together. No. Zhou Ming shook his head, his expression solemn. I hope it's true. He drew a long breath, gathering his thoughts. His voice was low but steady. I get your point. Money is external, not something to obsess over. To me, it matters, but, Qianing blinked. Getting you out of here matters more. Morning sunlight slanted through the subway window, brushing the young man's profile. In that moment, his eyes gleamed brighter than gold. Take you away from here? A ripple flickered in Qianying's eyes. She recalled that this was the third time Zhou Ming had said something similar. Cough, cough, standing so close, and under her silent gaze. Even Zhou Ming's normally thick skin began to itch with embarrassment. He cleared his throat. I don't mean anything else, you helped me, so I have to repay you. Thank you, Qianing said softly, her voice alive with genuine gratitude. Zhou Ming shook his head. No, I should be the one thanking you. Chirp, chirp. The Xian Niao folded its wings and settled on Zhou Ming's shoulder, shiny black eyes fixed on him without blinking. You two keep echoing each other. I'm turning into a third wheel, Zhou Ming joked, then shifted his gaze to the bird. Calling you Xian Niao feels too formal. How about I give you a real name? Suspicion flashed in the bird's eyes. Ding. System message. The celestial beast, Xian Niao, doubts your naming ability. Zhou Ming laughed and gave it a once-over. Its plumage was glossy black, its body compact, wings slim and quick like a nimble black swallow. Under his scrutiny, the bird straightened its neck, looking proud. If you're all black, why not Xiaohe? He suggested. The bird's gaze turned razor sharp, as if it would peck him in the next heartbeat. Okay, that was shallow. How about Xiaoyu? After a pause, the bird nodded in approval. Black and you both evoke darkness, but you sounds far more elegant. Ding. System message. You have successfully named your pet Xiaoyu. Loyalty 3. A light screen flared into view. Ding. System message. You have entered the map Purple Moon Valley. In the valley bathed in violet moonlight, demon-tainted black tigers prowled on alert, their claws glinting with cold light. From cracks in the cliffs, tufts of purple moon grass swayed gently. Zhou Ming paused and, as usual, lifted a hand to cast Scout. Corrupted Black Tiger Elite. Level, 60. HP, 50,000. Attack, 2 for 1,002, 550. Defense, 1, 1,001, 280. Skills, Ravenous Pounce, Tiger's Might, Ferocious Roar. Description, tainted by demonic energy, these tigers despise all creatures that approach. Try not to become their next meal. An elite monster, its stats topped those of a standard beast across the board. Zhou Ming didn't charge in. Instead, he raised his palm to the sky and summoned fire. Buzz, a 5-meter flaming greatsword coalesced in midair, its edge burning white-hot. As he kept channeling, the blade ballooned, ripping the air into visible vortices. 8 meters 10, finally stopping at 15. The colossal sword hung overhead, its menace like a Damocles blade aimed at every tiger below. Roar! The corrupted tigers felt the mortal threat and recoiled, snarling. Go! Zhou Ming clenched his fist, then pointed. Slash! The greatsword crashed down with a landslide's weight, striking the valley floor. Its edge pierced the first tiger's spine before exploding in a rolling wave of fire. The searing blast swept outward, flinging monsters through the air like kites with cut strings. Ding! System prompt. You used the skill Dawnbreak, landing a 120-point critical hit on the corrupted black tiger. The target died instantly, so suppression could not be applied. All enemy units within a 200 by 200 meter radius took 23-13, 786 damage, with a high chance of burn and knockback. A blazing sword arc streaked across the sky, trailing a fiery tail before slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and sparks. The greatsword clanged as it stabbed into the scorched earth, blasting open a crater several meters wide, scattering debris and embers in every direction. Zhou Ming sheathed his weapon and clasped his hands behind his back, euphoria bubbling in his chest. He cocked an eyebrow at Xian Yao. Pretty slick, right? 100,000 damage. That tiger didn't even have 2 lives to spare. Any player who messes with me next time is in for a treat. Xian Yao flapped its wings and opened its beak, but only managed to cough up an ellipsis. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause cut through the air. Cool, super, incredibly, mind-blowingly cool. Zhou Ming turned toward the voice. The newcomer wore a black cloak. The hood's shadow hid every feature. Tall and skinny, easily 2 meters, she looked like a walking black bamboo pole, impossible to miss. Mysterious Merchant number 1. Divine rank NPC. Level. HP. Attack. Defense. Skills. Profile. A merchant who roams the continent of fate. His movements impossible to predict. One thing is certain: if you have money, you'll have his attention. A divine rank NPC. Zhou Ming straightened and offered a polite salute. And you are? As you can see, a merchant, the stranger replied, voice mild. I bear you no grudge and serve neither faction. Today, I'm here for one purpose: business. Business? Zhou Ming wasn't entirely convinced. A shadow flickered beside him as Qianing appeared. I don't know their ultimate goal, but these merchants never take sides, she explained. They only care about money. Money, the more the better, the mysterious merchant agreed without shame, then smiled. Still, no amount of coin compares to a fragment of the Ember Queen's power. His candor eased Zhou Ming's guard a little. Since we're talking business, I assume you've brought plenty of goods. Mind letting me take a look? Browse at will. The merchant snapped his fingers. If you've got the cash, everything's for sale. A light screen flared in front of him, the item list rolling downward. 1. Schrodinger's Blood Vial Grade A. Description: until you drink it, it may be a supreme elixir or a lethal poison. Effect: price: 10,000 gold. Limit: 1. 2. Retreat Drum Grade A. Description: even a retreat drum should boost morale. Effect: when fleeing pursuit, movement speed 200 for 5 minutes. Price: 10,000 gold. Limit: 1. 3. Fashion Loot Box. Description: every respectable game has one, right? Effect: one chance to pull a costume. Price: 50,000 gold. Limit: 1. Zhou Ming stared at the long string of question marks and absurd price tags and couldn't help grumbling. Expensive, ridiculously expensive. Even with over 1,000,000 gold in reserve, he didn't dare splurge. He suddenly remembered the newly opened prestige shop in town and made a mental note to check it out later. Fair prices, no scams, the merchant said, spotting a big fish in front of him. His smile turned even warmer. If you can think of it, we sell it. If you can't think of it, we still sell it. Something I can't think of? Zhou Ming's interest was piqued. Got any flame dragon essence blood? That belongs strictly to the dragon realm. The merchant replied with a helpless shrug. Zhou Ming asked no further questions and silently scrolled through the list. The dazzling assortment of oddities made him wonder where on earth the merchant had found them all. Then wait. His eyes lit up as he spotted a treasure worth more than its weight in gold. Meanwhile, somewhere in Chishui city, in a shadowed corner of gray walls and weather-worn tiles, the Beggar Sect chief dropped to one knee, fists clenched and voice hoarse. Master, I've disappointed you. Guilt clouded his face. He had fought with everything he had in the defense of the city, yet still couldn't shake Zhou Yu. It wasn't your fault. Mo Yun shook his head, his wide sleeves brushing away the dust. Who could have expected a talent that freakish? With Xian Yao backing him, it's like giving wings to a tiger. By Mo Yun's original calculations, Chishui city's manpower, the Lingfeng stone, and his disciple's own foundation, Zhou, you should have been soundly restrained. For a while, the battle went exactly as planned. Without the heaven-defying Junlin effect, Zhou Yu would have died atop the battlements long ago. The blame isn't yours. Mo Yun laid a steady hand on the chief's shoulder, voice low but firm. Remember, you can fall 1,000 times. He can only fall once. I won't stop here. Determination flared again in the chief's eyes. Master, do you have a plan for dealing with him next? The gods have already conferred. When the time comes, you'll know. Emoyan said no more. Your disciple takes his leave. Go. Once the chief disappeared into the alley, Mo Yun's expression darkened. Yes, Zhou Yu could only fall once, but if that boy kept living, piling up power from the Xinjin Queen and Xin Yao, he would only grow more terrifying. No one understood that better than Mo Yun. Mist curled over Ziyue Valley, where streams lapped quietly against the banks. Leaning against a pupil-leaf tree, Zhou Ming scrolled through the mysterious merchant's catalog. In the items tab, a line of golden text seized his attention. Double card rare, steer. Description: high risk, higher reward. Effect: the value of your next reward is doubled. Price: 200,000 gold. Limit: 1. Doubling the next reward. So many ways to play this. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. First kills, events, rankings. Almost any reward could be boosted by this card. And with Xin Yao around, every item's tier would rise by 1. Sold. He hit confirm without hesitation. Ding. You spent 200,000 gold and purchased double card rare, steer. Sharp eye kid impressive. The mysterious merchant gave a thumbs up, his beard quivering with delight. Zhou Ming ignored the flattery and kept browsing. They'll take every other limited purchase item, too. Quitter's drum, fashion blind box, Schrodinger's blood vial. Items most people thought of as disasters waiting to happen all went straight into his inventory. Floating beside him, the lucky spirit Xiao Yu fluttered her pale gold wings, stirring a faint breeze of fortune. With her around, probability felt like his personal playground. Xiao Yu's support skills are unbeatable. Satisfied, Zhou Ming switched to the skills tab and paused over a scroll glowing with holy radiance. Holy light's blessing steer. Description: the light may arrive late, but it never misses. Skill effects: 1. Heals the target for 1002 of maximum HP per second. 2. Bonus: if the protected unit dies during the effect, it resurrects on the spot with 10 HP. Duration: 5 seconds. Resurrection cooldown: 3 days. Skill cooldown: 60 seconds. Requirement: Holy Priest, level 80. Price: 300,000 gold. A heal and a res worth every coin. Even though the learning requirements were sky high and even called for a hidden class, it hardly mattered. Xiao Yu could ignore every prerequisite and pick up both buff and debuff skills. After a wild shopping spree, Zhou Ming was down to a mere few 100,000 gold. The pain made him suck in a sharp breath. The items were great, but their prices were insane. Just as he turned to leave, the mysterious merchant cut him off, wearing a grin that all but shouted, "You can't miss this. Sure you don't want anything else? Best quality, best price. Missed this chance, and it's gone for good." Zhou Ming shook his head. "Nothing else I can use right now. Impossible." The merchant, flustered, whipped out an odd black and white stone and launched into a spittle-spraying pitch. "You need to stock up on this in advance." Zhou Ming gave it a glance. Mount Fusion Stone, rare, S rank. Description: a mystical stone infused with the power of creation, able to completely transform an object's essence. Effect: fuses 2 mounts into 1, creating a mutated, higher-tier bloodline. Success rate scales with mount quality, minimum 1%. Price: 300,000. Too expensive, Zhou Ming frowned. And we don't even know when mounts unlock. The stone was tempting, but he still needed 2 high-quality mounts before it became relevant. Level 80 unlocks mounts. The merchant blurted, leaking unreleased info. Then he'll worry about it at level 80, Zhou Ming replied, unmoved. Seeing he wasn't bluffing, the merchant caved. Fine, friendship price. Name a figure. 100,000. Goodbye. The merchant slammed his shop window shut and turned away. 150,000. Zhou Ming called after him through clenched teeth. Friendship, remember. 200,000. The merchant shot back, stating his bottom line. Same friendship. 160,000 friendly price. After several rounds, they settled at 180,000. Ding. System message. You have spent 180,000 gold and obtained Mount Fusion Stone, rare S rank. The merchant stalked off. Farewell. Clearly, he disliked that friend price. Till next time. Zhou Ming waved. Qianing clicked her tongue. You're bleeding money. The rest is plenty for food and shelter, Zhou Ming said, smiling. If we fail the trial for lack of preparation, he'll regret it forever. Without strength, everything else is pointless. I promise to help you tear down that dimensional wall. I can't crash halfway. And once these items convert into combat power, we'll earn far more than 1,000,000 gold. Convinced, Qianing nodded. All right, back to grinding. Their eyes drifted to the pack of corrupted black tigers, still held at bay by the lingering divine pressure. Zhou Ming lifted a hand and fired Dawnbreak. 100,860. The elite tiger dropped instantly. Xiao Yu, learn the reinforcement skill. As he spoke, he tossed Holy Light Shelter to Xin Yao. Chirp. Super Lucky Star activated, boosting the skill to SS rank, and the bird learned it on the spot. While the tiger pack charged, the buff was already in place. Ding. System message. Your pet primal spirit beast, Xian now has used Holy Light Shelter. You recover 2003 of your max HP every second for 10 seconds. If you die during this period, you will revive on the spot with 20 HP restored. 3,404. 3,404. The massive heals kept Zhou Ming's bar full. Fearless, he dove into the mob. Every lost point of HP instantly restored. Ding. System message. You have slain corrupted Black Tiger Elite. EXP 3.62. Ding. System message. You have slain corrupted Black Tiger Elite. EXP 3.57. If the tigers were a few levels higher, the gains would double. But this was the deadliest grinding zone near Clearwater City Head, take what he could get. From dawn till noon, he slaughtered nonstop. A burst of golden light finally flared around him. Level 50, 14 levels ahead of the runner-up on the leaderboard, with an even bigger gap behind. Level goal achieved. Time to go for the class advancement. Zhou Ming fished the divine demon orb out of his backpack and clasped it, anticipation flickering in his eyes. According to Qianing, no one could guide his class. The only path to advancement lay within this orb. Gurgle. The orb, dormant since he met the level requirement, suddenly flared with a wicked crimson light. A small flame seemed to dance at its core before a tide of scarlet energy burst forth, surging toward Zhou Ming's body. Bang! The instant the energy touched him, the flow was abruptly severed, and the orb's glow dimmed. What's going on? Zhou Ming frowned. Ding! The next moment, a system notification chimed. Due to unknown factors, you must complete a prerequisite class change quest defeat Su Feng. Difficulty. Description. Prove that you possess power surpassing your predecessors. Objective. Defeat the Wind Ranger, Su Feng. Coordinates. 1565, 1554, 1223. Reward. Class advancement. Failure penalty. Advancement locked. Another hurdle, Zhou Ming muttered. Naturally, the reward for being the first to reach the second tier wouldn't come cheaply. Qianing sensed something was wrong. Did something happen? Zhou Ming repeated the system message verbatim. Su Feng, he's still alive? Qianing exclaimed. You know him? He owned the orb before you. Everyone thought he fell during the trial. Looks like his death wasn't final. Understanding dawned on Zhou Ming. If Su Feng was still alive, the orb would never fully recognize a new master. He made up his mind. He'll head back to the reputation shop, max out my strength, then pay Su Feng a visit. Anyone who had earned the orb's approval had to be a top-tier prodigy. Underestimating him would be fatal. Oh well. He had only just turned around when an ear-splitting roar erupted from the forest behind him. Perfect timing. His eyes gleamed as he dashed toward the sound. In his sight, a blue-skinned saber-toothed tiger smashed through the underbrush, blood-red eyes fixed on the intruder, murderous intent rolling off its body. Xianming Tiger King Gold Tier Boss. Level, 65. HP, 350,000. Attack, 3, 8,004, 050. Defense, 2, 2,002, 350. Skills, Ferocious Bite, Xianming Claw, Super Berserk, Fear Roar. Description, a mutant of the Tiger Clan with extremely high lethality. Make sure you know your own weight before challenging it. If you're too light, you'll just leave it hungry. As a lord commanding nothing but elite monsters, its stats far exceeded those of the Flame Basilisk King. No player wished to cross its path. Zhou Ming raised his hand and gathered power. Dawnbreak. The blazing sun greatsword materialized in midair, its blade wreathed in dancing flames. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest as the Xianming Tiger King lunged with explosive speed, the rush of air kicking up dirt and dead leaves. With both high attack speed and high attack and defense, it was terrifyingly fierce. Stay down. Before the charge was fully wound up, Zhou Ming released the skill early. The blazing sun greatsword slammed down like a meteor, bending the tiger's forelegs and forcing it to the ground. 41,250. The critical hit from Dawnbreaker was still outrageous, shaving off a full 10% of the gold rank boss health in one strike. Zhou Ming dug in his heels, and his blade skimmed the tiger-striped pelt like a cloak, carving a ragged slash that burst open a crimson wound across the Xianming Tiger King's shoulder. The brief crowd control wore off, and the Tiger King broke free with a roar, bringing a wind-wreathed forepaw crashing down. Zhou Ming had no time to dodge. An 852 floated above his health bar, nearly 2% of his life hacked away. The Xian bird circling overhead immediately dove, unleashing a shrill cry as fate divination took hold, dulling the Tiger King's stats by a third. A gentle cyan glow followed, and two bright healing ticks popped up in rapid succession. 3,404. 3,404. Zhou Ming's health seesawed between 99 and 100%, as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade. 5 minutes later, the Xianming Tiger King let out a resentful whimper and collapsed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the Xianming Tiger King Gold Rank boss and received the following rewards. Current level EXP 66.8. Renown 150. Gold coins 3. Zhou Ming rummaged through the Tiger King's corpse, confirmed he had missed nothing, and finally started the trek back. On the way, he opened his inventory and checked the loot. Gold tier staff, 1 headed straight for the auction house. Gold tier Xianming helm, 1 excellent stats. Perfect to replace the old Jinyuan helm. Xianming helm war soul tier. Defense, 250. HP, 5000. Trait, HP 50. Effect nether blessing. Restores 10 HP per second. Required level, 50. Required renown, 500. Description, put it on, and no matter what kind of head you have, it becomes rock hard. With several war soul pieces now equipped, Zhou Ming's defense rivaled his damage, and his total HP soared to heights most players could only dream of. Back in Chishui town, he listed the surplus gear on the auction house, then headed straight for the small square where the renown shop stood. All that renown for a single title? That's insane. Take a look at those stats. They're ridiculous, and every title is randomly generated just for you. Of course it's expensive. Whatever, I can't afford it. Yo, check out my title. It's sick. The area in front of the NPC stall was packed. Some players were still window shopping, while others were already unwrapping the scrolls they had bought. Zhou Ming glanced around and suddenly spotted an old acquaintance. Iron-blooded warrior Gaibong Lauer Knight. Bio, the more blood he loses, the stronger he becomes. Well, Gaibong Lauer's face instantly darkened. If it isn't the hero who saved Qingshui City. That's not quite fair, Zhou Ming replied with an easy smile. Without your guild leader's buff, I might not have held the line. I really should drop by and thank him sometime. Yu Lauer glared, then pinched his nose and grunted, whatever. Let's see if your title can top my iron-blooded warrior. He thrust out his chest, clearly pleased with his own title. Then watch closely. Zhou Ming chuckled and waved aside the players blocking his way. With strength far beyond the average user, he muscled his way to the very front. The renowned envoy, an ordinary NPC, was swamped and waved him off without even looking up. See for yourself. An instant later, a title-related store window filled Zhou Ming's view. He took a deep breath, eyes blazing as he scanned the list. At last, titles and bios were no longer NPC exclusive. Players could finally claim their own. B-grade title scroll, low tier. Every wanderer needs a title. Effect, grants a random grade title based on the user's strength, class, skills, and talents. Cost, 200 renown. A-grade title scroll, mid-tier. No hero should be without a resounding reputation. Effect, grants a random A-grade title. Cost, 1000 renown. S-grade title scroll, high tier. With enough renown, unexpected rewards await. Effect, grants a random S-grade title. Cost, 3000 renown. Note, this item cannot be enhanced in any way. Only these 3 scrolls were displayed in the renown shop. Most players grabbed the low-tier scroll. Without hesitation, earning renown was far harder than they had imagined. To scrape together 200 points, they had to place near the top in large events or rack up impressive achievements. Hunting bosses also worked, but steamrolling bronze bosses for easy loot didn't fool the system. Zhou Ming's eyes skipped straight to the third listing, the high-tier title scroll. Since I'm here, I might as well take the best, he muttered. The possibility of an S-grade scroll in the future didn't concern him. That was tomorrow's problem. The renowned envoy, bored behind the counter, froze when Zhou Ming handed over his panel. So you're the one who can afford a high-tier scroll, traveler of worlds himself. To the natives, that name was unforgettable. Surviving and thriving in a world beset by gods and demons was a miracle in its own right. Ding. System message. You have spent 3000 renown to purchase high-tier title scroll S-grade. Zhou Ming's renown dropped from 5340 to 2340, still enough to equip his war soul gear. A pleasure, he said casually. Please, spare me the pleasantries, the envoy stammered, visibly unnerved. Your situation is dangerous enough. May fortune favor you. As a minor official carrying out orders, he neither wished to offend Traveler of Worlds nor get too close. Zhou Ming left the crowd without another word. From the envoy's cautious tone, he could almost hear the hostility brewing higher up. Qianning whispered, even the emperor might step in. The emperor each national zone had one, a peak figure at the center of power, if not the strongest combatant. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. Let's hope he stays out of my way. If he doesn't, leader or Nodi won't hesitate. The so-called gods were merely supreme experts, backed by tangled factions. An alliance between the Eastern Emperor and these powers was far from impossible. Chirp. The Xian bird on his shoulder tilted its head, startled by its master's blunt tone. If Zhou Ming truly acted, the entire Eastern Zone might face a new dynasty. Rip. Right in front of the Beggars Guild's second-in-command, Zhou Ming tore open the faintly golden S-grade scroll. Damn. The deputy cursed under his breath, eyes blazing with envy. And S-grade title. The Beggars Guild was wealthy and willing to spend on its members, but renown couldn't be bought. Worse, you still needed enough left over to keep your gear equipped. At this moment, Traveler of Worlds was likely the only player in the Eastern Zone who could unlock an S-grade title outright. Swish. A beam of white light burst forth and surged into Zhou Ming's body, flooding him with an indescribable sensation. Ding. System message. You have used advanced title scroll steer. Assessing overall power, class, skills, talents, and other factors. A random steer title will now be generated. Please wait. What title will it be? Zhou Ming wondered, full of anticipation. With his elite class and talents, he refused to end up with another shabby label like Iron-Blooded Warrior. About 10 seconds later, the pleasant chime rang again. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have obtained the steer title Flame Sovereign. In the next instant, flames ignited around his ID in blood-red letters. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yushiji. Level 50. HP 93,840. Attack 4, 1554, 304. Defense 3, 8503, 988. Renown 2,340. Luck 930. Skills Warlord's Dawn, Rending Slash, Grand Fireball, Flame Aegis, Sacred Fire Purge, Dragon's Roar, Flame Soul Right. Profile for a fledgling Master of Fire, survival is the greatest challenge. Flame Sovereign. Steer title bonus, HP 100, attack 20. Flame Sovereign pretty flashy. Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction. I still think Iron-Blooded Warrior sounds better. Beggar Sect's number 2 muttered, forcing a jab. Zhou Ming laughed aloud. That's amusing. What's so funny? Just remembered something cheerful. Zhou Ming's smile faded as he fixed his gaze on the man. I recall you bragged about your nifty talent. Number 2's talent, Break the Cauldrons, could turn the tide in group battles. But Zhou Ming was about to face the previous holder of the Divine Demon Orb in an unknown duel, where retreat was impossible, making that talent priceless. Don't you dare. Number 2's face blanched, and he spun on his heel to flee. But nothing escaped Dominion's target lock. Ding. System message. You activated Dominion and successfully copied Number 2's talent Break the Cauldrons, upgrading its grade by 1. Ding. System message. Your talent has evolved into Overlord SS tier. Overlord SS tier. The lower your HP, the higher your damage, up to a 200 boost. A true comeback skill when the fight is evenly matched. With Number 2 dealt with, Zhou Ming headed for the apothecary, stocked up on several bottles of healing powder, and set off for the quest coordinates. Deep in the mountains, weeds grew wild and no one was around. Comparing the coordinates, Zhou Ming saw they practically overlapped. Right beneath my feet. He raised his hand and unleashed Dawnbreak. Boom. Stone shattered as the ground split apart, revealing a dark void below. Ding. System message. You have discovered the hidden map Mountain Secret Passage. He vaulted down, flames cloaking his body, and crept along the narrow tunnel. At first it was so tight he had to turn sideways, but after a few dozen steps it suddenly opened into a stone chamber. The room was bare save for a decayed corpse lying in the center. Beneath the tattered clothes, a pair of boots glimmered with a faint azure light, seemingly untouched by time. Swish. A remnant soul spiraled up from the skeleton and slowly took shape. Jining, it's been a while. The lingering spirit in the room was strikingly handsome, with sword-shaped brows, bright eyes, and a lean build. Clad in an azure robe, he stood tall and dignified. Even in death, traces of his former brilliance remained. His gaze softened, tinged with the emotion of a long-awaited reunion. It really has been a while. Jining stepped out of the Divine Demon Orb, landed lightly, and took her place beside Zhou Ming. Did you come to save me? Su Feng steadied himself, his voice trembling. I may have failed the orb's trial, but my soul is intact. There's still a chance to change my fate. Jining frowned slightly, but stayed silent. Zhou Ming moved forward, produced the Divine Demon Orb, and said calmly, Sarier isn't here to rescue you. This guy was treating Zhou Ming like thin air, while gazing at Jining with obvious affection, which annoyed Zhou Ming to no end. Su Feng's face fell the moment he saw the orb. So the Divine Demon Orb has chosen its next heir. Zhou Ming, a traveler, Zhou Ming replied, evenly. My class advancement is stuck. The orb says I have to defeat you first, so I'm here for your guidance. I see, Su Feng said, letting out a cold chuckle. Trust the Divine Demon Orb to know that a failed challenger like me is still clinging to life, and to send you to finish the job. But, boom. Before he finished, a terrifying pressure erupted, flooding the room like a tidal wave. Zhou Ming felt a crushing weight on his chest, as if a giant boulder had pinned him down, and his expression grew grave. Both owned the orb, yet the power of the so-called Wind Wanderer, Su Feng, clearly surpassed his. Killing me won't be easy, Su Feng said, his voice like ice. Even as a lingering spirit, he could still overwhelm the current successor. Fight me at the same tier, Zhou Ming demanded. Why should I? Su Feng sneered. Because you have to, Jining cut in. A god-tier aura swept out of her, erasing Su Feng's pressure in an instant. She refused to let him bully Zhou Ming with a higher level. Jining, Su Feng froze. You'd rather protect him than me? Jining shook her head. Under his hopeful gaze she replied coolly. There's no comparison, we're barely acquainted. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Seems you don't have the guts to fight me on equal footing, Zhou Ming pressed. The orb's tests were notoriously strict. If he relied on Jining to one-shot Su Feng, it likely wouldn't count. I simply didn't see the need, Su Feng replied coldly. But since you insist, I'll oblige. He had little choice now. Su Feng's aura contracted, dropping to match Zhou Ming's tier. Zhou Ming immediately cast appraisal, and a status window appeared. Wind Wanderer, Su Feng. Gold rank boss. Level, 60. HP, 300,000. Attack, 4,464,680. Defense, 2,400 2,600. Skills, Domain of Wind, Tempest Cyclone, Phantom Step, Dance of Chaos, Luminous Blade, Sky-Piercing Strike. Profile, previous bearer of the Divine Demon Orb, highly attuned to wind elements. Failed the final trial and lost his mortal body. Zhou Ming frowned. You're still 10 levels higher than me. Not everyone's gear is as busted as yours, Su Feng muttered darkly. If I can't even crack that defense, I might as well surrender. Level 50 with 3,988 defense, you're practically a walking fortress. If you insist on having 10 levels on me, fine. Forced to compromise, Zhou Ming still declared, but I decide when the fight begins. Deal. Su Feng agreed without a second thought. He was sure his speed was fast enough that even if his opponent shouted start the instant he swung, he could still walk away unscathed. Xiaoyu, Zhou Ming called softly. With a sharp chirp, the mystic bird burst from its pet space and hovered at his side. You made a Xian bird your pet. Su Feng's pupils shrank. Was he hallucinating? A spirit beast of heaven and earth wasn't something humans could simply capture. Not even a god-tier powerhouse could do that. Zhou Ming offered a calming smile. Relax, it's a fair unknown. I want to take advantage of you. He pulled an unranked fashion loot box from his inventory and held it out. You open it. I don't trust my luck. Xiaoyu nodded, cast a good fortune divination on itself, and tapped the box with its wingtip. A burst of golden light flared, and an exquisitely patterned white robe floated into view. Ding. System alert. Your pet Heaven Earth Spirit Beast Xian bird has obtained an attire outfit, Flying Cloud Robe. Zhou Ming caught the robe and equipped it with one click. White fabric billowed, an unseen force overlaying his bulky gear and instantly making him look lean, sharp, and imposing. At the same time, every stat spiked. You did that on purpose? Su Feng sensed something was off. Zhou Ming didn't deny it. Not every divine demon or bearer is honorable. You insisted on being 10 levels higher because you thought your level 60 power guaranteed victory. I can't let you have it that easy. Interesting, Su Feng replied calmly. Still within my risk tolerance. Is that so? Zhou Ming slowly raised his hand. Dawnbreaker. Clang. A sword cry split the air. The blazing sun greatsword tore skyward, its flames blowing the roof apart and heating the air until it seemed to liquefy into molten steel. Su Feng's face changed. He slipped into combat stance at once. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, Zhou Ming still hadn't called start. He simply kept building power. The greatsword hummed, its chilling intent spreading 10 meters and locking onto Su Feng. Su Feng's composure cracked. What the? Warlord. Zhou Ming's inner force erupted, an invisible pressure slashing Su Feng's attributes by 10%. Infernal flame armor. Fire formed a crimson shell around Zhou Ming, his aura turning even fiercer. Damn it, still not starting? Su Feng cursed inwardly, spamming buffs while tensing every muscle. Boom, boom, boom. Blazing eruptions shook the space like the heart of a volcano. At peak charge, Zhou Ming leveled a finger at Su Feng. The battle begins. Screech. Sword light crashed like a falling star, its fiery tail ripping scorched rifts through the air. Roar. The fire cloud's sword spewed flames, morphing into a savage dragon's head that lunged forward. Flame dragon roar. Su Feng felt his soul leap from his body. Blades were raining from above while a blazing dragon roared ahead. In the instant the fight began, Su Feng was trapped between both assaults, every nerve on edge. An ultimate was bad enough, but Dawn was fully charged, auto-targeted, and the room was far too cramped to dodge. Unbelievable. Su Feng cursed under his breath and threw down his trump card. Turquoise light exploded, and a furious gale surged outward in every direction. Ding. System message. Wind Wanderer Su Feng has created a wind domain with a 100,100 radius. Inside it, he takes 20 less damage, gains 50 movement speed and 50 attack speed for 5 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. The floor quaked as fiery columns blasted into the ceiling and roared up the narrow shaft. When the flames finally died, wreckage covered the room. Su Feng's battered soul staggered forward, his health tumbling. 57,756. Critical 11,525. Dawn plus Flame Dragon Roar was Zhou Ming's strongest combo. First the root, then an unavoidable burst that dumped all the damage at once. One volley had already carved away more than a fifth of Su Feng's life. Still short on firepower, Zhou Ming frowned. His enemy had 20 damage reduction, yet he had barely dealt 70,000. The real issue was gear. His Fire Cloud sword was only level 35, War Soul grade, and the Wolf King ring from the novice village chief was little better. Su Feng snapped, "Let me show you real damage." Wind gathered around him, and he shot forward like a streak of green light. The wind blade in his hand hardened into a longsword that drew a dazzling arc. Ding. System message. Wine Wanderer Su Feng used Streamlight Swordplay, boosting attack speed by 20. Each hit reduces the target's attack and movement speed by 2, stacking up to 25 times for 5 minutes. He'll slow you to a crawl. Su Feng already had the plan. The current God Demon Pearl holder was strong, but slow stacked Streamlight to max, and he could dance around him. Clang, clang, clang. Swordlight poured down like rain thrusts, flicks, and cleave stack counters soaring. 702, 721, 705. Su Feng sneered. Can you still lift your sword? Flashy. Does it help? Zhou Ming was unmoved. His shield hadn't budged. He raised his Fire Cloud sword and triggered its special flame slash. Sparks erupted inside the wind domain, the burning edge slamming into Su Feng and almost blasting him away. 4,952. The gap was obvious. One strike from Zhou Ming equaled 7 from Su Feng. And that was at full health ever since Break Cauldrons upgraded into Dominator. Every drop in Zhou Ming's HP only made him deadlier. Su Feng's face paled. He leapt back to avoid the next blow. Miss. What? Your speed was supposed to be lowered. Panic flashed in his eyes. He opened the combat log, recalling the tricks the world-wandering Zhou Ming had used before. Ding. System prompt. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yu Shiji activates the skill Flame Demon Armor. Tenacity 50. Instantly gains a shield equal to 30 of his max HP. For the next 2 minutes, all damage dealt is increased by 50. A crimson shell clung to Zhou Yu Shiji like molten plate, tongues of fire coiling as his aura surged. Studying the new layer of protection, Zhou Ming frowned slightly. So this is the so-called King of Tenacity? Still feels a bit low. His advantage was obvious, yet his opponent's ever-stacking speed let every sword swing slice through nothing but air, a powerless feeling that grated on him. You. Su Feng's chest seethed with fury. In the next instant his face hardened, the anger snuffed out. Lose your cool in battle, and you lose the fight. Zhou Yu Shiji's offhand barbs had nearly cracked his composure. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, innocence in his tone. That quick to catch on. I've no idea what you mean. Deny it all you like, Su Feng replied evenly. From this moment on, your trash talk is useless against me. A gale exploded beneath his feet, robes snapping as his momentum spiked. Zhou Yu Shiji stood as solid as magma turned to stone. His opponent enjoyed speed and HP advantages, but lacked burst damage. Time his moves right, and the outcome was still anybody's guess. Ding. System prompt. Wind Wanderer Su Feng activates Phantom Step. Movement speed 100 for 2 minutes. Is that so? Zhou Ming tightened his grip on his sword, a smile tugging at his lips. Aren't you curious why Yinger is helping me instead of you? Why? Su Feng blurted, worry impossible to hide. If Qianing had chosen him, he might still claw his way back. Worse yet, Zhou Yu Shiji kept calling her Yinger so intimately. Named, Qianing also turned her bright eyes toward Zhou Ming. Exactly the kind of relationship you're imagining, Zhou Ming answered, deliberately vague. Su Feng's breath hitched. Qianing pressed her lips together. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Feng barked, words tumbling out. You of all people? Me of all people. Zhou Ming nodded, savoring the memory. Yinger and I have spent quite a while together, plenty of unforgettable stories between us. He wasn't exaggerating. Unforgettable barely covered it. Su Feng's molars ground, his face turning iron gray. He swung toward the elegant young woman, hoping she would deny it. After a moment's thought, Qianing nodded. Many unforgettable stories indeed. Boom. Su Feng looked as if lightning had struck him. Especially yesterday, Zhou Ming added, twisting the knife. From dawn till sunset the fighting finally died down. I was so wiped I could barely stand. No. Su Feng roared, charging at Zhou Ming. Tell me it isn't true. Dawn's break. The instant Su Feng closed in, Zhou Ming unleashed a control skill. Chains of light spiraled from the void, followed by a rending slash. Even if his opponent stayed at range, the 20-second cooldown let him force and engage anytime, only the fight would drag out longer. How is that cooldown so short? Watching his HP plummet, Su Feng cursed and leapt back. Fireball. A crimson arc gave chase through the air. Ding. System prompt. Wind Wanderer Su Feng activates Chaotic Dance. Evasion 30. Movement speed 50 for 1 minute. His speed spiked once more, footwork turning ghost-like, afterimages flickering everywhere. The Shinma orb hadn't chosen him for nothing. Su Feng was slippery. Zhou Ming dared not relax. Unfortunately, the opponent was only a remnant soul, unable to duplicate its innate talent, otherwise this bout would be easier. Relying on speed, Su Feng kept kiting. Zhou Ming simply rooted himself like a boulder, firing off Dawn's break every 20 seconds and leaving no room to breathe. Don't you think that skill is a bit cheap? Su Feng grumbled, out of options. I've got one even cheaper. Zhou Ming triggered Holy Flame Purification. Golden fire spread from his boots to his crown, restoring him to full health in an instant. Attrition war? Suits me fine. Enough, enough. Seeing no path to victory, Su Feng finally sagged, withdrawing his blade with a wry smile. You win. Being beaten across 10 levels by the current Shinma or bearer that stings. Forgive my offense. Zhou Ming cupped his fists and said gravely, Senior Su, your speed is unmatched. If we weren't confined to this spot, I couldn't have stopped you. Being comforted by a runt like you doesn't cheer me up at all. Su Feng pointed at him, a bitter smile on his face. Your talent is dealing more damage the lower your health gets, isn't it? It isn't. Zhou Ming shook his head. It isn't. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. My talent lets me copy my opponent's gift unconditionally and upgrade it by 1 tier. Zhou Ming spoke openly. After the siege battle, his trump card was already public knowledge, revealing it made no difference because ordinary means couldn't counter sovereign's descent. Damn. Su Feng's eyes widened. So as long as I'm alive and you've copied my ability, I can't outrun you anyway? Your footwork is extraordinary, senior. Even with an edge in talent, I may not catch you. Zhou Ming answered honestly, unwilling to boast. Su Feng let out a long sigh, his expression darkening. Do you know how I eventually died? I don't, senior. There are always things you can't outrun, Su Feng said quietly. I could save my own life, but I couldn't save others. Zhou Ming fell silent. You chose the path of proving the Tao through strength. It's better than my obsession with sheer speed. Su Feng formed a sword finger and tapped toward Zhou Ming's brow through the air. But speed is still your weak spot. If you don't fix it, someone will exploit it sooner or later. Ding. System prompt. Wind Wanderer Su Feng wishes to teach you the skill Phantom Step. Do you accept? Yes. Zhou Ming agreed without hesitation. How could he refuse the gift of the previous God Demon Pearl Bearer? Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have learned Phantom Step Rare Scrade. Phantom Step Rare Scrade created by Su Feng. Move like a shadow, leave no trace. Effect. Movement speed 100 for 1 minute. Extra effect. Can trigger a burst dash, movement speed 300 for 10 seconds. Cooldown time doubles. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Growth potential. Zhou Ming was about to express his gratitude when Su Feng waved him off. No need for thanks. I have 3 reasons for passing you Phantom Step. Please, senior. Zhou Ming straightened, solemn. First, I poured my heart into creating Phantom Step. If it vanished with me, the world would lose a great art. Su Feng looked at the young man with a complicated gaze. Second, the God Demon Pearl's trial is brutal. I never reached the end, and I regret it. I hope you'll see what waits there for me. They'll do my best, Zhou Ming vowed. As for the third, Su Feng's eyes drifted to Qianing, whose spectral form was fading in midair. Take care of Qianing for me. She's a good girl. Su Feng's remnant soul dispersed completely, and the room fell silent. Qianing lowered her head, fingers trembling. Zhou Ming stood awkwardly in place, torn by Su Feng's final request. Ahem. Once sure Su Feng was gone, he stole a glance at Qianing and cleared his throat. About what I said earlier, I know. Qianing cut in with practiced tact, sensing that he had provoked Su Feng on purpose and meant no real offense. Exactly. Zhou Ming nodded eagerly, sincerity shining in his eyes. You're not mad, are you? It's a sound strategy. Qianying's expression stayed calm, her voice soft. If I blamed you, wouldn't that make me unreasonable? Zhou Ming knew Su Feng liked Qianing, so playing that card to tip the odds seemed harmless. Besides, what he said was true in its own way. Good. As long as you're not upset. Zhou Ming exhaled and then remembered something. By the way, Su Feng was the previous bearer of the Divine Demon Pearl. Weren't you with him? The pearl is extraordinary, but it isn't bound to me, Qianing replied. Its heirs don't have to cross paths with me. I see. Zhou Ming dipped his head, then steered the talk back to the matter at hand. Since Senior Su Feng is gone, I'll help myself to whatever's left. He approached the long-decayed, chalk-white skeleton. The armor and cloak crumbled to dust at a touch, yet the boots at its feet gleamed with a faint blue-green light, resisting the passage of time. Zhou Ming picked them up and used appraisal. Gale boots gold tier. Can they be reinforced? He asked. They can. Qianing lifted her hand. A pale crimson glow poured into the boots, mending every crack and restoring their luster. Gale boots War Soul tier. Defense, 300,350. Health, 5,000. Trait, Health 30, Defense 30. Trait, Movement Speed 50. Special effect Sprint. Movement speed is further increased by 30 when moving away from enemies. Description, once a peerless artifact, forged by dwarven masters at Su Feng's expense. Time has blunted its power. The stats dwarfed anything else in the same tier, the speed boost especially staggering. Zhou Ming swapped out his old luminary-grade gold source boots for the new pair, bringing every piece of his armor up to War Soul tier. These boots were forged from rare materials, Qianing reminded him. Time has only dulled them. Even if you find better boots someday, keep these and have a master reforge them. Got it. Zhou Ming nodded. The description made it clear the Gale boots were once an unrivaled artifact. Boots on, he carried Su Feng's remains from the stone chamber, buried them outside, and piled stones into a cairn. Only then did the system finally chime. Ding. System notice. Quest defeat Su Feng complete. Class advancement available. Zhou Ming took out the Divine Demon Pearl and gripped it tight. Nothing should go wrong this time. The haul was huge Gale boots, Su Feng's skill legacy, and a class advancement all at once. Scarlet energy poured from the pearl, flooding his limbs and bones. His blood roared, power climbing by the heartbeat. Bang! Heat flared across his skin while his black hair grew wildly and shifted to blazing crimson, as if set aflame. Seconds later, system prompts arrived in a rush. Ding! System notice. Class advancement to Flame Demon Lord complete. Growth rating greatly increased. Ding! System notice. Class advancement to Flame Demon Lord complete. The fire element within you has been further unlocked. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the class advancement to Flame Demon Lord. Your fire element power has been further unleashed. Health permanently 2000, attack permanently 150, defense permanently 100. Ding! System notification. As the first adventurer to achieve a class advancement, you receive an extra reward reputation 1000, free attribute points 30, and the rare command skill command. Ding! System notification. Would you like to make your legend on Destiny continent public? Once confirmed, all players will be able to see it. Permanent stats again? Zhou Ming lowered his voice, but the excitement still bled through. He quickly concluded that such outrageous growth had to be unique to the Flame Demon Lord. No other class could match it. A cascade of light screens unfolded before him, displaying the new star ratings brought by the advancement. Flame Demon Lord SSS Tier Exclusive Hidden Class. Description: when flames rise at the end of all things and burn every living being, the Demon Lord is born. HP growth, 10. Attack growth, 16. Defense growth, 10. Speed growth, 10. So the second class advancement doubles the previous star ratings? He asked Qianing beside him. Qianing gave a light nod. Unless something special happens, that's usually the rule. Zhou Ming lifted the corner of his mouth. Well, that's just perfectly reasonable. Doubling growth meant each class specialty was amplified. Assassins would be even faster, knights even tankier. The Flame Demon Lord already had maxed out stars and an 8-star attack. After doubling, every other class was left in the dust. Trying to outstat him was now nearly impossible. He steadied himself and opened his inventory. The skill book from the system sat quietly in the first slot. Command. Type. Tactical skill. Rare steer. Flavor text. Those who heed my command are invincible, winning the war in a single battle. Skill effect. When issuing orders to allied forces, all stats of compliant allies increase by 10 exact value scales with the difference in power between both sides. Additional effect. Based on the number of units that obey the command, the user's own stats increase, up to a maximum of 100 across the board. Cooldown none. He didn't learn it immediately. If he waited for Xian Yao's Super Lucky Star buff to trigger, the steer book might upgrade to SS tier. After weighing the odds, he chose to wait. In fact, his pack still held a B-tier flaming sword technique, had never touched too many good items, not enough slots. After sorting through the loot, he made a plan. Time to visit a few other tier 2 cities. Clenching his fist, Zhou Ming reminded himself of Zhang Xian's quest finding the Sword Saint. With his movement range now doubled and Qian Ying at his side, his chances of finishing the mission and earning that rare cloak had soared. Determined, he returned to Chishui City. The moment he stepped onto the teleportation array, a shrill system chime rang in his ears. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to player Yinzu and Zhou Yu Shiji for becoming the first to achieve a class advancement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Flame Sovereign World Traveler for becoming the first to achieve a class promotion. The news spread like wildfire, flooding every chat channel. That fast. He's 14 levels ahead of the runner-up on the rankings. Here we go again. Let's hope World Traveler wrecks the dark side too, and not just friendly matches. The discussion raged on, but the mood was complicated after his heroics in the last siege defense. Even the habitual haters were suddenly hesitant. Zhou Ming, however, was puzzled. I never hit public. Since when did the system give automatic consent? While he was still wondering, another notice chimed in. Ding! Server-wide announcement. With the influx of adventurers into Destiny continent, the remaining Tier 2 cities no longer have enough capacity. The Light faction is sounding the horn of counterattack against the Dark faction. All adventurers will be reassigned to new siege targets based on their current allegiance. Ding! System notice. Main storyline quest City Reclaim has been activated. Difficulty, SS. Synopsis. Retake cities of the same tier that were captured by the Dark faction and launch the counteroffensive. Objective. Reclaim the Tier 2 city Rockridge City by 10 o'clock in 3 days. Reward. Issued according to siege points. Failure penalty. 3 levels. The gods are on the move. Far away, Qianing received the same alert. Zhou Ming frowned. He immediately spotted several pitfalls. 1. A Tier 3 town might still be doable, but a Tier 2 city fields defenders no current player can brute force. 2. Offense is always harder than defense. 3. The Dark faction now knew he had the Vermilion Bird's protection and would plan accordingly. Last time they sent a low-ranked Demon Lord. If the top 3 show up, repeating that miracle would be nearly impossible. Thump, thump, thump. Rows of iron-shod boots closed in. Dozens of Chishui city guards leveled their spears and surrounded him. Clang! Flaming cloud flashed free, scarlet runes dancing along its blade. Zhou Ming's gaze turned icy. This is a safe zone, I haven't broken any rules. Are you really looking to die? Whoa, misunderstanding, total misunderstanding. The guards hurriedly opened a path. A portly, slick-haired middle-aged man sauntered forward. Qingshui City Lord Lu Qingyang Glory Tier Boss. The real city lord was nothing like the old farmer sacrificed earlier. That decoy had been Liu's ploy to weaken the city's defenses. Zhou Ming went straight to the point. Lord Lu, what is the meaning of this? Adventurer world traveler, your single-handed defense of Qingshui City has earned my admiration, Lu beamed, though his tone remained bureaucratic. Spare me the flattery, Lord Lu. Say what you came to say, Zhou replied coolly. Liu's smile stiffened. Very well, brother Zhou. He'll be blunt. I have no one capable of leading the assault on Rockridge City. I'd like you to command my entire army and lend me your strength. Ding. System notice. You have triggered the hidden main quest Lead the Army. Difficulty, S. Synopsis. Commanding an army and issuing orders is no simple task. Objective. Lead Qingshui's garrison to capture Rockridge City. Reward. Failure penalty. 10 levels, 500 to all stats. Zhou skimmed the panel and gave a cold laugh. I'm afraid my abilities are limited. I wouldn't be up to the task. The quest was a trap. Qingshui's troops were notoriously unruly, and the players would never fall in line. A three-way brawl would be another siege defense, but twice as hard. Worse, if the enemy deployed the top 3 demon lords, Qining might not be able to hold them off, and the monsters in the city would likely be too strong for even his king's path to suppress. At that point, heaven couldn't save them, and earth wouldn't listen. Tension snapped to life around the teleport array, swords all but drawn. The air over the square was stretched tight, ready to split. Confused players huddled at a distance, whispering about the standoff. They're trying to drag you into a siege, Qining reported. Stay out of it. Zhou Ming nodded. A siege was far beyond any lone adventurer's control, and he owed no one that risk. Lu Qingyang, Lord of Qingshui City, spoke mildly, as if coached by a sage. If you decline, I won't force you. But outside Qingshui, I doubt any Tier 2 city will welcome a timid adventurer. His eyes swept the plaza. On cue, the guards knelt in perfect unison, armor grinding like distant thunder. General, lead us to take Giant Rock City. General, lead us to take Giant Rock City. General, lead us to take Giant Rock City. The 3 booming cries reverberated across the flagstones, cutting off Zhou Ming's retreat. Ding. System message. Hidden main quest Lead the Army, difficulty S, has become an exclusive main quest. Rewards upgraded minimum SS tier. Ding. System message. Declining this exclusive main quest will cost 1,000 reputation and bar you from all Tier 2 city factions except Qingshui for 2 months. An exclusive main quest. Zhou Ming sneered inwardly. The gods are really working hard on me. If trapped in Qingshui, his leveling would crawl while the gods gained room to scheme. Well, General Zhou, do you accept? Lu Qingyang asked, smiling as if he already knew. Interesting. Zhou Ming met the Lord's mocking gaze, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Since your own generals are worthless and you need me so badly, I accept. Ding. System message. You have accepted the exclusive main quest Lead the Army, difficulty S. Lu Qingyang laughed, goal achieved. He'll await word of Giant Rock's fall. He swept away, the once obsequious soldiers scattering after him. Zhou Ming stepped back onto the teleport array. Light flared. Ding. System message. You have entered Zishuan City, Tier 2 city. Compared with Qingshui, Zishuan felt older, richer. The wide plaza was lined with tidy buildings and bustling streets, natives hurrying about their lives. A siege is harder than a defense, Qining muttered, brow furrowed. The gods had left Zhou Ming no escape. After their first failure, they were eager for another try. Zhou Ming's gaze stayed calm. They can't strike me directly or banish me from the light faction, so they keep pushing others to do their dirty work. He accepted the near-forced, high-difficulty quest for 2 reasons. 1. Refusal would be even riskier. Dodging the demon gods now would cost too much later. 2. He still held a card from a mysterious merchant, the double-up card. If he cleared this hurdle, the path ahead would be far broader. An exclusive quest stacked with a double reward card. No, a double card the Xian bird was about to upgrade to SS rank. The payoff would be insane. The system had already promised at least 1 S-grade reward. With a doubling card on top of that, and another boost from the Xian bird, the very idea made people's hearts pound. The problem is, if the top 3 demon gods are stationed inside Boulder City, no one can possibly take it. Qining frowned as she reminded him. Yinger, are you sure I can't? Zhou Ming tilted his head, his eyes lingering on her face. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her skin was so pale and delicate it looked ready to bruise at a breath. Every movement drew the eye, yet she remained unmoved. She had lived too long to be rattled by looks. After traveling with him for so long, she already knew what he was about to say. As expected, his Adam's apple bobbed before he casually threw out the line she knew by heart. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Zhou Ming's tone was gentle, as if he were only asking about the weather. You're just trying to take advantage of me again. Qianing protested, half amused, half exasperated. Yinger, you really underestimate me. Zhou Ming shook his head, smiling like a spring breeze. I don't intend to take anything from you. In fact, I de-empty myself just to give you whatever you want. Qianing knew he was expressing gratitude, yet something about it still felt oddly off. So what are we betting? She finally grew interested. After all, no god or demon had ever come out ahead after gambling with him. She wanted to see if she could be the first. Do you think I can take Boulder City? Zhou Ming asked. It's extremely difficult. Qianing shook her head and explained earnestly. If the top 3 demon gods show up and the forces of light do nothing, even I would struggle. If I fall, how will you fight them? During the last defense, the higher-ranked demon gods had to coordinate the whole battlefield, leaving no time to target you. This time, they won't have that concern. I bet I can take it. Zhou Ming's eyes burned with zeal. I can't bet on something like that. Qian Ying's expression was solemn. If we're betting, I want you to win. You have to win. A warm feeling rose in Zhou Ming's chest. In this entire game, everyone else was waiting for him to fail. Only Qianing had stayed at his side. Then let's change the stakes. He thought for a moment. What do you think my odds of winning are right now? Qianing hesitated and spoke tactfully. Not very good. If, before the battle starts, I can convince you my odds have risen to 50%, I win the bet. Deal? Zhou Ming proposed. Fine. Qianing agreed readily. It wouldn't be easy to change her mind in such a short time. What are the stakes? She asked. If I win, Zhou Ming's gaze turned mischievous as it settled on her. I want you to. Give me a massage. He blurted, afraid head crossed a line. A massage? Qianing blinked. Yeah, knead my shoulders, rub my legs, loosen the spots that go stiff from sitting too long. Once they're relaxed, they'll feel great. Zhou Ming illustrated with his hands. Qianing thought for a moment, then nodded. If that's all, I agree. The bet is on. Zhou Ming declared. Wait, and if you lose? Qianing pressed. Then I'll massage you. Zhou Ming offered. I'm really good. I guarantee you'll be so comfortable you'll cry out. Let's skip that. Qianing rolled her eyes. If I win you. That's enough. Qianing snapped. I won, so lie low for a while and stop charging in head first. Her voice was calm, but edged with resignation. Zhou Yushiji's reckless style was forever beyond her comprehension. True, he had a knack for turning disaster into triumph with moves no one else would dare, but tightrope walks end in ruin the moment you slip. Fine, Zhou Ming said with a solemn nod. You have my word. With that, he stepped out of the teleportation array and headed straight for the busiest general store in Ziyun town. Though Ziyun was only an old, Tier 2 city, its position at the crossroads of several trade routes kept its shelves well stocked. Zhou Ming bought the latest regional map, then strolled to the alchemy counter. Behind clear panels, rows of crystal vials gleamed. Front and center sat the life-saving heart restorative pills. Heart restorative pill, grade B. Even in perfect health, taking 8 capsules 3 times a day strengthens body and spirit. Instantly restores 1000 HP, continues healing for 10 seconds, 1-minute cooldown, price 2 silver coins each. Zhou Ming grabbed 50, without hesitation. Better safe than sorry. After paying, he stashed the bottles in his pack and asked casually, Yinger, any idea where the Sword Sage is right now? The Sword Sage, Qianing echoed under her breath, eyes narrowing. A title like that belonged only to the very top of the Light faction. She hesitated, then pressed on. You really plan to help Songxian find him? I do. Zhou Ming kept walking as he explained. One of the top 3 demon gods might be stationed inside Giant Rock City. If I don't meet them, how do I break the stalemate? I don't have to claim that cloak, but I must face the second demon god Songxian, Abyssal Sword Fiend. Qianing fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded. The Sword Sage drifts like smoke. Even among the gods who hunted me, none had ever seen him. The only angle is the Imperial Court. The court? Zhou Ming frowned. The Sword Sage was legendarily discreet, rumored to handle the Empire's darkest errands. Qianing kept it brief. People at the top might know his whereabouts. People at the top. Zhou Ming turned the phrase over and over. A deity's power didn't guarantee ties to the court. Who could lead him to the Sword Sage? After a long mental search, a flash of insight lit his eyes. Got it. Meanwhile, in Chishui City, inside the governor's mansion, Lu Qingyang stood before Shui Zhanqiu, not daring to breathe wrong. My lord, the task is complete. Excellent. You may go. Shui Zhanqiu dipped his head. As you command. Once Lu Qingyang withdrew, Shui's Zankiest disciple Lin Tao spoke up. With a demon god guarding Giant Rock, Zhou Yushiji has zero chance to take the city. Shui Zhanqiu still played it cautious, his eyes a coiled viper. We can't afford complacency. Take my letter to the Lich God, and secure his aid ideally alongside the second, even the first demon god. Understood. Lin Tao's heart pounded. His master could contact the third demon god himself, Eric, the Lich God. Clutching the letter, he hurried off, giddy with anticipation. The Ashen Queen might match any one of the top 3, but add 2 more demon gods and her defeat was certain. Zhou Yushiji, who's going to save you this time? Ding. System message. You have entered White Cloud City, Tier 2. With plans now shifted, Zhou Ming made White Cloud his first stop. Unlike his trip to Xian City, this time he asked Qianing to cloak his presence so that no one could track him. The main street was packed, voices overlapping with the constant cries of vendors. Zhou Ming did not pause. He slipped through the crowd and soon reached the square outside the Baiyun City Lord's estate. With a sharp chirp, Xian Niao landed on his shoulder, its glossy black eyes full of confusion. Why had they come here? Zhou Ming tapped the little bird on the head and smiled. Fengyuan Town, Zisha Town, and Yunfeng Town are all governed by Baiyun City, he explained. The settlement hierarchy is strict third-class towns answer to second-class cities. He hesitated for a breath. The person we're after is almost certainly here. You mean Lei Qianjue? Qianing asked thoughtfully. Zhou Ming nodded. When I stole 1,000,000 gold coins from the Light Faction's vault, the divine rank who interrogated me was the Thunder Venerable, Lei Qianjue. He had no proof, and I talked him into silence until he left in disgrace. Every other divine rank stood by, but he completely lost his temper. That tells me he holds real power in the Light Faction and is probably responsible for those 3 towns. Xian Niao blinked in a single meeting. His master had deduced all that. How meticulous. Even so, he may not be stationed in Baiyun City. Qianing persisted. Of course I've thought of that. Zhou Ming laughed. A divine rank won't stay in a second-class city forever. That's why I'm going to lure him here. Lure him? Qianing mulled it over and suddenly understood. Boom. Minutes later, an ear-splitting explosion rocked Baiyun City. Stone chips and thick smoke shot skyward, plunging the area into chaos. Someone's trying to rob the treasury. Notify Lord Lei Qianjue at once. The guard shouted. The defenses were tight. Even with Qian Ying's skills, she could do no more than disrupt the scene, never actually seizing the gold. The mastermind, Zhou Ming, watched from the crowd, his expression calm. A moment later, Qianing slipped back without a sound. Well done, Zhou Ming murmured. Because Qianing belonged to no faction, causing havoc inside the city would not trigger a faction war. Exactly why Zhou Ming dared use this tactic. Whoosh. A flash of white light split the air, and a teleportation array unfurled overhead. A burly man with a rugged face stepped through, purple lightning crackling around him like rolling thunder. Thunder Venerable, Lei Qianjue, divine rank boss. You little wretch, you've gone too far. Lei Qianjue roared, itching to flay Zhou Yushiji alive. The emperor had scolded him for losing those 1,000,000 gold coins, and now another incident in his domain would spell disaster. Hidden from sight, Zhou Ming looked up as a streak of violet lightning confirmed his plan had succeeded. Xian Niao's heart pounded. For the first time it felt the thrill of committing a crime and walking away unscathed. Yet it wondered what its master would do next. Zhou Ming still lacked the strength to face Lei Qianjue Hiden, and they were on the man's turf. Ding system prompt. Your pet, heavenly spirit beast Xiaoyu, observes that even if Lei Qianjue learns the Sword Saint's whereabouts, he won't willingly take you to him. Xiaoyu is still too naive, Zhou Ming chuckled. Why would I tell him what I really want? There's always a way. Baiyun City, City Lord's estate. Well? Lei Qianjue demanded as he entered. Just as you predicted, sir, someone tried to steal from the treasury, a subordinate reported with a fistapalm salute. Fortunately, our defenses held, and their despicable attempt failed. Excellent. Lei Qianjue exhaled, then ground his teeth. Zhou Yushiji, just you wait, I'll make you pay. After confirming the vault was intact, he summoned reinforcements from other towns and layered the defenses even thicker. SSS. Roughly an hour later, just as Lei Qianjue was preparing to leave, an arrow hissed through the air and embedded itself in a nearby stone pillar, its shaft still quivering. His heart lurched. He dashed outside but found nothing in the bustling crowd. Returning, he yanked the arrow free and read the single line carved into the shaft. Meet me at 8 tonight, the Sword Saint. Lei Qianjue's face darkened. 3 towns had been robbed, and sooner or later the Sword Saint would demand answers. The silver-robed commander stood in the study, its lantern light flickering, his brows knotted. The Sword Saint was His Majesty's sharpest hidden blade, dispatched to handle matters that could never see daylight, hardly a secret at Lei Qianjue's level. Being summoned on such short notice could only be tied to the recent uproar over the treasury theft. Folding the letter and tucking it into his breast pocket, he felt as if a boulder were pressing on his chest. If he truly knew where the Sword Saint was, he'd lead us there himself. On the other side of the city, Zhou Ming seemed completely at ease. Qianing, just keep an eye on him. That alone will let me pinpoint the Sword Saint. I didn't know it could work like that. Qianing exclaimed. A sapphire-feathered shinbird nearby let out a short trill, equally intrigued. Ding. System message. Your pet celestial beast, Xiaoyu loyalty 5, current loyalty 68. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected a casual order to boost the bird's devotion. Xiaoyu had always been mischievous. When they first met, while a curse of misfortune still clung to him, the bird had even circled overhead in deliberate provocation. He sneaked a glance at Qian Ying's favorability, now at 75. The system must be adding points silently as they fought side by side. Yinger, keep watching him. Report any movement at once, Zhou Ming said, waving a hand. I'm off to get some food. Got it. Qianing replied crisply. Logging out, Zhou Ming ordered takeout. Spare rib rice cakes with lean pork meatballs. The aroma filled the room as soon as he opened the box. While eating, he scrolled through the official website on his phone. Huh, they finally revealed the next equipment tiers? He tapped a trending post. Destiny official notice. Since some players can already obtain gear above the luminous tier, we are releasing information on higher grades to enhance your experience. From lowest to highest: white, bronze, silver, gold, luminous, warsoul, monarch, celestial, sovereign, demigod, deity. The comments were already a battlefield. Am laughing some players? Just say Zhou Ming. Care to publish the percentage of some players? Stop focusing on the Shenzhou server. Other regions aren't pushovers. The gap between players is worse than the gap between people and dogs. Zhou Ming skimmed the replies, mouth twitching. Above Warsoul, there were 5 more whole tiers. 10 minutes later the food was gone, and the containers tossed. As he prepared to log back in, he recalled what Qianing once said. The power gained in the game could someday be brought into reality once his strength was high enough. If that's true, he faced the wall, raised a palm, and whispered, "Dawnbreak." Not even the dust stirred. So it's just the writers talking big and I actually fell for it. He gave a wry laugh and slipped the helmet on. Snap. As the latch locked, a filamentine spark flared behind him under the ceiling light, vanishing an instant later. No one noticed. Flash. After a brilliant white burst, Zhou Ming was back on the stone streets of White Cloud City. The sun was brushing the walls, painting the sky a vivid orange gold. How are things? Cheap. The Xian bird circled overhead, answering with a clear chirp. Ding. System message. Your pet, the celestial spirit beast Xiaoyu, reports that the Shunjin Queen has been secretly shadowing Lei Qianjue, who has already left Baiyun City. Zhou Ming nodded. He was hardly surprised. There was no point in Lei Qianjue lingering in Baiyun City, and crowding around Qianing would only expose their target. At about 7 o'clock the sky darkened, a handful of stars pricking the night. Qianing returned through the teleportation array, her expression resolute. "I've found the Sword Saint," she said. "Good." Zhou Ming dropped his nonchalant air, sensing the uncertainty ahead. "Let's go meet the Sword Saint of the Eastern Zone." Late that night, Lei Qianjue reached a lonely 4th-tier village. Cities were crawling with eyes, and he wouldn't risk exposing the Sword Saint there. Even adventurers couldn't be bothered with this place. At exactly 8, he entered a spacious courtyard, announced himself, and pushed the door open. "Knock, knock." "Come in," a deep, resonant voice answered. Elemental light glowed smokelessly. A dozen uniformed aides pored over documents. Snow-feathered messenger pigeons perched on the windowsill. In the center, a man in brocade stood with hands clasped behind his back, tall and straight, his gaze razor-sharp. "Sword Saint Yi Jibei, common NPC. Lord Sword Saint." Lei Qianjue saluted. Though both were divine rank, their strength and status were far from equal. Yi Jibei asked bluntly, "Why are you here? Didn't you summon me?" Lei Qianjue stared in surprise. "I summoned you?" Yi Jibei paused, his face darkening. "You've been set up." A call drifted in from the courtyard. "Sword Saint. World Wanderer requests an audience." World Wanderer? Lei Qianjue froze, then realized he had been used as a guide and bridled with rage. Whoosh. He flashed outside, battle axe cleaving toward the gate. "Shameless wretchy." Clang. Qianing was already there, sword meeting axe as a whirlwind kicked up dust. Zhou Ming stood behind her, hands folded, robes stirring but his stance unshaken. "Still not embarrassed enough?" Yi Jibei snapped. "Stand down." "Yes, sir." Rank forced Lei Qianjue to swallow his anger. Amid hostile stares, Zhou Ming stepped into the courtyard, then the room, and saluted. "Your trail was too well hidden, so I had to take desperate measures. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion." Once the doors closed, the aides set down their papers, killing intent locking onto the intruder. One word from the Sword Saint, and he would be torn apart. Eusebius' gaze was calm. "Few adventurers dare this much. You know this is my turf. Killing you would be easy. The Shenzhen Queen might be strong, but he could hold her. The rest could claim Zhou Ming's head in a heartbeat." "Yet you haven't struck," Zhou Ming said evenly. "I simply haven't struck yet," Yi Jibei corrected. Shing. A score of blades slid free, their cold light dazzling. Outside, Lei Qianjue blocked the only exit, grinning savagely. He walked in by himself. "He's finished." Yi Jibei kept his eyes on Zhou Ming. "You met Lei Qianjue once, yet you used his rashness and rank to find me. Impressive. Pure luck? Nothing more," Zhou Ming replied modestly. "Then speak, why have you come?" "For 2 reasons." "What 2 reasons?" Yi Jibei asked, intrigued. Zhou Ming stepped forward until only a table separated them. The air thickened. Everyone held their breath. "First," he said, "I want to. First of all, I want to recruit you." As soon as Zhou Ming spoke, he extended an open hand to the Sword Saint and smiled calmly. "Well, interested in working for me?" The Sword Saint fell silent. Qianing said nothing. Everyone else was equally speechless. The words hit the room like a thunderbolt, leaving every listener stunned. Poaching the Eastern Sector Emperor's right-hand man? How dare he? Lei Qianjue suddenly threw back his head and laughed, the sound dripping with mockery. You're a dead man walking, barely able to save yourself. Where do you get the nerve to say something like that? The Sword Saint was a living legend. Why would he stoop to become Zhou Yu's subordinate? The very idea was laughable. Even Xian Ying and Xian Niao couldn't fathom why Zhou Yu would extend an olive branch to someone who was clearly an enemy. From any angle, the Sword Saint had no reason to accept. Clang. Yi Zhibei shot to his feet. No one even saw him move. A naked sword was already in his hand, its point aimed at Zhou Ming. The pressure of his sword intent made everyone's skin prickle before the blade came anywhere near them. The air was stretched tight as a drawn bow, ready to snap at the slightest tremor. I'm giving you one chance to state your reason and save your life, Yi Zhibei said coldly. You'd better use it instead of playing dumb and toying with me. No one understood. Zhou Yu was on the brink of death, yet he dared demand that Yi Zhibei submit. Even Yi Zhibei couldn't fathom where the man's confidence came from. So my offer was rejected? Zhou Ming withdrew his hand, his expression utterly calm. The onlookers were speechless. Did he really need to ask? Yi Zhibei's face remained blank. Do you honestly think it should have worked? I'd say it hasn't failed yet, Zhou Ming replied. How about a wager? On what? On the certainty that sooner or later you'll be my closest ally. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Zhibei snapped, though a faint uncertainty tugged at him. Where did this young man find such confidence? Why would he give up his high post in the light faction to follow a penniless, underpowered upstart? Zhou Ming waved a hand. Don't be so quick to refuse. The wager has no stakes and no rules. His eyes deepened. As for the second matter, it's minor, just a reason for you to let me walk out of here. You really think you can give me a reason to let you go? Yi Zhibei gave an incredulous laugh. As the Eastern Sector Emperor's fixer, he had spies everywhere and knew all about Zhou Yu's feats. He had wagered with the gods and won. He had turned down the Demon Lord's invitation. In the Battle of Qingshui City, he had emerged as the sole victor. Such accomplishments were dazzling. Yi Zhibei had expected a shrewd, calculating prodigy, yet today's encounter felt utterly at odds with that reputation. Ever since the inexplicable recruitment attempt, Zhou Ming's motives had been unreadable. So tell me, do you think you can kill me? Zhou Ming remained unruffled. Yi Zhibei's eyes turned icy, his grip tightening on the hilt. His sword intent swirled through the room like a cyclone, silent, yet overwhelming as a breached dam, terrifying in the extreme. Blocking the doorway, Lei Qianjue hardly dared to breathe. At the same divine level, the Sword Saint outclassed him by more than a single tier. Yi Zhibei's tone was icy, his eyes sharp as blades. I want to see your trump card. If that's what you want, then come. Zhou Ming's battle lust swelled with hidden anticipation. 2 generations of Sword Saints would clash, and he wanted to know which was truly superior. Very well. Yi Zhibei didn't dare relax. Murderous intent flooded from him, pinning Zhou Ming in place. Come on. Time seemed to halt. Everyone stood poised to strike, layer upon layer of buffs stacking, elemental power roiling through the air, yet none of it could disturb the sword intent forged by a Sword Saint. The Xian bird shivered, retreating into the pet space. Qianing unsheathed her sword, ready for anything. Screech. Yi Zhibei moved first. His sword unleashed a ribbon of sword light, a rainbow piercing the sun, keen enough to sever heaven and earth, aimed straight at Zhou Ming's brow. Only 2 people could track his speed. One was Qianing, the other. Clang. A massive dark figure dropped from the roof, swinging a broad black great sword to intercept, wedging itself between Yi Zhibei and Zhou Ming. Boom. Blade met sword light, and the shockwave threatened to tear the building apart. Only the Sword Saint's followers absorbed the aftershocks in time. Otherwise, the Tier 4 village would have been razed instantly. Abyssal Sword Demon, Songzhuang to your boss. Yi Zhibei's pupils contracted, a chill racing down his spine. He hadn't sensed the monster lurking above him at all. Gasps swept the crowd. The second demon god had come as Zhou Ming's guardian? Song Xian absorbed the strike heat, his arm trembling slightly as crimson flashed across his blood-red eyes. So this is the current Sword Saint. Your fame is deserved. Yi Zhibei's fighting spirit blazed hotter. Traitor, you dare show your face? You've tarnished the title of Sword Saint. Even as the words left his mouth, he fused with his blade and lunged. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 sword masters clashed, overlapping domains of sword intent, tearing tiles from the roof and carving vacuum fissures in midair. Seizing the moment, Qianing shielded Zhou Ming and sprinted for the exit. Stop them, Yi Zhibei barked, but Song Xian's greatsword slammed into his chest, hurling him dozens of meters back. Still splitting your focus while dueling me? Song Xian sneered. Afraid you won't die fast enough? Go. Qianing kicked through a window, dragging Zhou Ming outside. Running? Lei Qianjue crackled with lightning, swinging a colossal axe. My axe says otherwise. Boom. Qianing blocked the thunderous blow with her sword, then drove a brutal kick that sent Lei Qianjue flying kilometers away. The ground split into a deep chasm, dust pluming skyward. Against elites like the Sword Saint and Song Xian, she couldn't guarantee victory, but opponents on Lei Qianjue's level she could handle 3 at once. Clang, clang, clang. The Sword Saint's subordinates swarmed after them, only to slam into Qianying's barrier. Lei Qianjue lay buried in the distance, nowhere near rejoining the fight. Without Yi Zibia's trump card, Zhou Ming escaped with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Far off, pillars of blinding white light burst across the night sky, thunderous roars turning the heavens bright as day. Why did you ever try to recruit the Sword Saint? Qianing asked softly, standing beside Zhou Ming and staring at the sky rent open by sword intent. The question had weighed on her mind for some time. Zhou Ming lifted his eyes to the dim sky, the evening breeze tugging at his sleeves, and laughed. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to recruit someone so outstanding? The difficulty, of course, was that the sword sage was a complete stranger to him. With no prior connection, such a proposal sounded impossible. Zhou Ming tilted his head toward Qianing, whose white robes fluttered beside him. Isn't that what you were about to say? Qianing pressed her red lips together in silence, which was answer enough. She had no wish to dampen his spirits, but she truly couldn't fathom Itwi would the sword sage, a senior figure in the Eastern Light Alliance, abandon his faction just to follow Zhou Ming? That's why I stayed on the battlefield instead of slipping away, Zhou Ming said lightly. In a moment, keep an eye on Yi Zhibei for me. I still have something to tell him. An invitation with no leverage was only the first step. The real move came afterward. So you have another card to play, Qianing realized, answering with a crisp, all right. High above, Song Xian and Yi Zhibei had been trading blows for what felt like an age. Swordlight slashed through the air with thunderous roars. Anyone who approached risked instant death. The two pressed each other hard, neither giving ground, the leftover shockwaves carving rifts in the clouds long after each clash. Roughly 2 hours later, the duel finally ended. A streak of crimson light plummeted to the ground. Song Xian, battered and bleeding, landed with unsteady breath, yet shining eyes. As expected of the sword sage, he exclaimed, I haven't met a match like you in years. Yi Zhibei also touched down, wounded but still razor sharp. Neither dared fight to the death. A true killer-be-killed struggle would leave them both ruined or hand victory to lurking enemies. Clap, clap, clap. Shielded by Qianing, Zhou Ming walked over, applauding with a broad smile. What a display. Your skills are extraordinary, truly impressive. Yi Zhibei gave him a puzzled look. You're still here? Without the second demon intervening, wandering Zhou would have died today. You should have taken the chance to flee. Leave. Zhou Ming arched a brow. I haven't secured Brother Yes allegiance yet. Why would I run off? But he already turned you down, didn't he? Song Xian asked, utterly confused. Only because he doesn't see the full picture, Zhou Ming said, strolling closer. Song Xian blinked. What picture? Do you think Yi Zhibei has some unavoidable reason to follow you? What are you getting at? Even Yi Zhibei grew curious. Zhou Ming spoke slowly. You're the sword sage, yet you're tasked with cleaning up the royal family's dirty work. Your name is celebrated, yet you must keep so low that your very whereabouts stay hidden. Tell me, are you satisfied with that life? He had combed through centuries of chronicles. No sword sage in history had enjoyed skulking through the night like an assassin. That was never the calling of a master of the blade. Yi Zhibei lowered his eyes, voice flat. Satisfied or not, it's the Emperor's command. No matter how I feel, I want serve under you. Worry about yourself, Zhou Ming. His information network was second to none. He knew that wandering Zhou was, for the most part, alone in this world. At most, his only allies were Queen Xinjin and the Xianyao. Trying to build his own faction wasn't strange, but choosing him as a recruit was clearly a mistake. It seems you're not impressed, Zhou Ming said, lifting an eyebrow in amusement. His only worry was that Yi Zhibei might say, I'm happy where I am, a line unlikely as it was that would ruin his entire scheme. Don't you get what he means? Song Xian cut in, voice low. He's saying that no matter how dissatisfied you are, you'll never side with him. Stay out of it, Zhou Ming replied without even lifting his eyelids. Still facing Yi Zhibei, he went on, you know why you've been hidden away in this backwater. The previous sword saint defected to the dark faction and dragged the light faction's name through the mud. The Emperor of the Eastern District will never allow a second betrayal. In other words, his eyes snapped at Song Xian. It's because of him that you're stuck here. Song Xian had no rebuttal. Enough. Yi Zhibei turned to leave, resolve hardening. As long as I stay loyal, His Majesty will see my worth. And if I told you that after tonight the Emperor will only suspect you more? Zhou Ming asked calmly. Yi Zhibei froze, color draining from his face. Fact 1. The previous sword saint defected. Fact 2. The Emperor already doubts you. Zhou Ming's lips curved into a chill smile. Now add this. Tonight, in full view, I tried to recruit the current sword saint and walked away unscathed. When the Emperor hears that, what do you think he'll believe? A cold draft swept the corridor, and silence fell. The weight on Yi Zibia's chest made breathing a chore. Public recruitment by a rival faction, no matter how he explained, could only deepen suspicion. Any chance of promotion was dead. Zhou Ming pressed on. And don't forget the former sword saint, Song Xian, is standing at my side, and you just fought him to a draw. If I were the Emperor, I'd never call that coincidence. Song Xian, now in the dark faction, was eager to watch the light faction implode, so he certainly wouldn't clear Yi Zibius' name. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Zhibei staggered back 3 steps, face ashen, breath ragged. First Zhou Ming offered him an olive branch, then he dueled a confirmed traitor. Together, those 2 events were lethal. The Eastern Emperor would only tighten the leash, loyalty or not. Yi Zhibei was stuck in this forgotten corner for good. Cut your heart open and it'd be pitch black, Song Xian muttered at last, realizing what was happening. Zhou Ming's every move was designed to sever Yi Zibius' last ties to the light faction. Worse, Song Xian had just protected Zhou Ming, making it look like the former Sword Saint was already loyal to the dark and about to drag the current Sword Saint down with him. The rumors would fly on their own. Chirp, chirp. Xian Niao popped out of the pet space, circling in glee. A system alert followed. Your pet, Heavenly Spirit Beast Little Yu, Loyalty 3. Current loyalty, 71. Zhou Ming glanced up. Little Yu was the perfect spectator, thrilled by the chaos. A man stands between heaven and earth. How can he bear life in someone else's shadow? Zhou Ming's voice rang out. The Emperor must hold something over you, or you wouldn't be stuck here. He keeps you out of sight because once you slip the leash, you'll repeat the last defection. You're reading too much into it, Song Xian cut in. Who can threaten a Sword Saint? He was already lost in Zhou Ming's maze of logic. Did I say you could talk? Zhou Ming shot him a cool look. He'll deal with you later. A shiver ran through Song Xian. The second demon god felt his scalp prickle. Had he fallen into Zhou Ming's trap as well? No famed Sword Saint wants to be a nameless assassin. Zhou Ming extended a hand to Yi Zhibei. Serve me. I'll break your chains and give you a stage worthy of your talent. Yi Zibius' lips trembled, his earlier resolve fading fast. To shatter the last of his will, Zhou Ming leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. And I'm not afraid to tell you that As if determined to win Yi Zhibei over once and for all, Zhou Ming dropped another bombshell. I'm not afraid to tell you, he said, his gaze fixed on Yi Zhibei. I've already assembled my own force, and my chances are nowhere near as slim as you think. Why is the current Sword Saint still hesitating? It's simple. You don't see any hope of victory, and you still harbor feelings for the light faction. What do you mean by that? Song Xian blurted out. Zhou Ming countered. Did you really think Qianing and Xian Niao are my only allies? Qianing, Xian Niao. The crowd erupted, allies and enemies alike frozen in disbelief. Exactly. If that's what you believe, you couldn't be more wrong. Zhou Ming smiled. There's more than one god-tier warrior standing with me. He strode up to Yi Zhibei, pressed a firm hand on his shoulder, and spoke earnestly. With power like yours, why debase yourself? You know why the Dongfang District Emperor has you doing all the dirty work. The light dimmed, and the air tightened. Zhou Ming continued. The Emperor's plan is crystal clear. Keep you mired in filth so long that you go numb to it. Yi Zibius' brow furrowed. Have you forgotten? My fall from favor was your doing. I should hate you even more, not help you. I acted to survive, Zhou Ming said, unflinching. But why was I forced to such extremes? Is it my fault the gods want me dead? Yi Zhibei fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. The world overflows with people who despise me. Also my fault? I did nothing wrong, yet they shoved me to the opposite side and branded me a monster. Zhou Ming's voice dropped, sharp as a blade. They stay on their lofty clouds while you serve them faithfully, begging for scraps of mercy. Is that the Sword Saint's path? Yi Zhibei started, but the words stuck in his throat. Zhou Ming pressed closer. You are the Sword Saint. Why must you keep proving your loyalty? The ones who need to prove themselves are them. The words hit like a hammer. In the Sword Saint, why do I need to prove anything? Yi Zhibei thought. With his power he could go anywhere, yet the title had become a gilded cage, forcing him to stay spotless while others used him. Zhou Ming withdrew his hand, slowly curling it into a fist. His eyes blazed. If you hate me, hate this rotten world even more, the one that turns good men bad. Sword Saint. He raised his fist to Yi Zhibei. Will you join me in toppling it? The fist hovered inches from his face. Yi Zhibei felt his blood ignite, his spirit tremble. The gods were corrupt, allied with the darkness. The Emperor treated him like a pawn, leaving a hero nowhere to stand. Now this extraordinary man was offering his hand and saying, Brother, come with me. Let's change everything. What choice did he have? Who in their right mind wouldn't at least consider it? After a long inner struggle, Yi Zhibei said with difficulty, I have 2 conditions. Zhou Ming raised a hand. Go ahead. First, Yi Zhibei said in a low voice, my wife and daughter are in the forbidden city of the eastern sector, right under the Emperor's nose. You must guarantee their safety. Zhou Ming nodded as understanding dawned. The Sword Saint's weak spot was his family. They'll find a way. Satisfied, Yi Zhibei drew a golden compass from his pack. Fine runes covered the rim, and a deep blue crystal in the center pulsed with a cold light. This will lead you to them, he said, handing it over. Zhou Ming accepted it with both hands. Ding. System prompt. You have obtained the temporary quest item Celestial Compass Rare SS. Second, Yi Zhibei continued, eyes like blades as he pointed toward the distant city walls. Take Giant Rock City. If you truly conquer it, I, Yi Zhibei, will stake my life and fight at your side until you stand atop the realm. Deal, Zhou Ming replied, confidence surging. Ding. System prompt. Rare hidden quest Sword Saint's allegiance activated. Difficulty, SS. Summary. Winning the Sword Saint's willingness to rebel is the hardest part. Objective 1. Rescue Sword Saint Yi Zibius' wife and daughter location, Forbidden City. Objective 2. Capture Giant Rock City. Reward. Temporary quest item Celestial Compass Rare SS, and more. The second demon god, Song Xian, stood nearby in stunned silence. He had only wanted to spar with the Sword Saint. He never expected stakes this high. Zhou Ming turned to him with a smile. Well, any thoughts? Song Xian narrowed his eyes. Aren't you afraid he'll interfere? You're the reason he's in this mess, so you understand better than anyone, Zhou Ming said, striking a nerve. If even the Sword Saint is ready to rebel, what about you? Song Xian rubbed the bridge of his nose and gave a bitter laugh. What happened today dies with me. He finally saw it clearly. The kid had both generations of Sword Saints dancing in his palm. Zhou Ming clasped his fists in thanks, then asked, Brother Song Xian, care to start from scratch with me and build something new? With 2 Sword Saints plus Qianing and Zhou Yu 4 top-tier fighters, she could all but sweep the world. A chill ran down Song Xian's spine. He turned and left. Farewell. It was the first time a conversation had ever frightened him. As a human, do you really want to help monsters seize the realm? Zhou Ming called after him. Song Xian faltered but didn't look back. He fled. Brother Song Xian, please don't stand in my way when I take Giant Rock City. Zhou Ming shouted one last plea. From afar came Song Xian's muted reply. Just this once. Dawn expected again. He had planned to meddle in the god's schemes for Giant Rock City, but Yi Zibius' family had pulled him off the board. Night had deepened. Moonlight spilled like water, draping the plains in silver gauze. The shockwaves from the clash of god-tier powers still hung in the air, keeping the Sword Saint's followers at a distance. None of them knew what had just transpired. Watching Song Xian's silhouette fade, Zhou Ming clasped his fists to Yi Zibei. He'll be on my way. Yi Zibei returned the salute and departed. Zhou Ming let out a long breath. Overpowering the Sword Saint in a single move had been unrealistic. The outcome already exceeded his expectations. At that moment, a belated system chime sounded in his ear. Ding. System prompt. Quest Seek the Sword Saint complete. Difficulty, A. Rewards. Current level experience 50.96, Nightcloak gold grade, and more. As soon as Zhou Ming returned to the outpost, he tore open the parcel. Inside lay a pitch-black cloak, its silken pattern catching the faint night light and lending it an innate air of mystery and elegance. Yinger, he called softly. Qianing understood at once. She pressed her slender hand in the air, and a gray-black beam sank into the cloak. In an instant, the gold-tier item rose to Warsoul class. Shadow Knight, Cloak Warsoul tier. Defense, 250. Health, 6,000. Trait 120 defense. Trait 250 health. Trait 3. Old Hand required level 10. Effect, Sprint movement speed 30. Special skill, Nightfall. Requirements, Reputation 1000, level 60. Passive, Night Operations, all attributes 5 after dark. Description, once wielded by the Abyssal Sword Demon, Song Xian, renowned for its superior performance. The cloak's stats were nearly flawless, and with Old Hand, Zhou Ming no longer had to wait until level 60 to equip it. With a swish of fabric, his character sheet climbed in tandem. Impressive, Qianing exclaimed. What's even more impressive is that you talked the Sword Saint into considering defection. That man can hold his own against the second demon god, Song Xian. If World Odyssey met all the conditions Yi Zibei set, and the Sword Saint joined forces with Qianing, the gods of the celestial realm would soon feel the pressure. Chirp. Xiao Yu beat its wings and circled Zhou Ming overhead, mirroring Qian Ying's mix of shock and excitement. Zhou Ming waved a hand. I only managed it because of your warning. If you hadn't told me the Sword Saint was lurking in secret, doing the Emperor's dirty work, I'd never have dared to treat him like a chess piece. Honesty was my only opening. You're still the sharp one, Qianing replied, then grew serious. The battle for Boulder City is inevitable. Every condition he set revolves around that siege. He'll use it to judge whether World Odyssey is worth joining. And he won't betray the Light faction until his wife and daughter are safe. I know. Zhou Ming nodded. At least we confirmed one major thing tonight. Song Xian won't join the fight. A Tier 2 city siege allows only 3 God-class defenders per side. If he's not guarding the walls, our burden just got a lot lighter. By the way, Qianing asked, you said there would be other allies besides me and Xian Yao. Was that true? Of course, Zhou Ming said firmly, then added under her skeptical gaze, though for the moment, it really is just the 2 of you. Qianing, Xian Yao. So had been bluffing after all. Zhou Ming stifled a yawn and glanced at the time. It's late. I'm turning in. Night. Good night, Qianing answered softly. He removed the gaming helmet, stretched, dashed into the bathroom for a quick wash, then collapsed onto the bed. Before long, his breathing was slow and even. At the same time, in the eastern supercapital, deep within the palace, Lei Qianjue knelt on a crimson carpet and reported every detail he had just uncovered. Behind a gauzy screen sat a figure whose aura felt as bottomless as an abyss. A single low growl from him froze the very air. Foolish. The emperor is furious. How could you have been so lax, allowing Zhou Yushiji to follow the clues and discover the Sword Saint's whereabouts? Inside the Golden Throne Hall, the flames of the dragon-shaped candelabra danced across the emperor's icy face. Lei Qianjue knelt on the vermilion steps, his forehead pressed against the frigid tiles, body trembling. Eager to shift the blame, he dragged Yi Jibei into the matter. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I meant to lure Zhou Yushiji into an ambush, kill him in one stroke, and seize the divine demon pearl to redeem myself. I never imagined. Never imagined what? The emperor's voice sliced through the stifling hall like a blade. The second demon god intervened and blocked Yi Jibei. I am no match for the Queen of Ashes, and in the chaos, Zhou Yushiji escaped. Lei Qianjue reported through clenched teeth. Why would Song Xian interfere for the first time? Uncertainty tinged the emperor's tone. His dark gaze bore into Lei Qianjue's back. Zhou Yushiji sought out Yi Jibei on purpose. What did they discuss? Lei Qianjue concealed nothing. He recounted every move and every word. He brought the renegade Song Xian to recruit the Sword Saint. The emperor lowered his eyes, tapping the armrest of the dragon throne, his voice hard as tempered steel. He brought Song Xian to win over the Sword Saint? The more he considered it, the less sense it made. After a moment's silence, he suddenly ordered, "Go. Post guards at once, and watch Yi Zibius' wife and daughter closely. This is your chance to atone. Do not fail." To the emperor, holding the Sword Saint's family meant shackling the Sword Saint himself. By your command. Lei Qianjue, feeling reprieved, kowtowed and withdrew. At dawn, sunlight spilled through the lattice windows and over the blueprints on the desk. Zhou Ming logged back into the game, brow knit. Only 2 days remained before the siege, and he had to speed up his preparations. Today he had to rescue the Sword Saint's wife and daughter. Last night's upheaval had made the Emperor tighten security, multiplying the difficulty. Family is the Sword Saint's weakness, and the Emperor knows it, Zhou Ming muttered. On the world map, the words Forbidden City glowed over the eastern imperial capital, a dragon's lair in his eyes. Jining stood quietly beside him. After hearing his analysis, she asked, "So I have to go in alone?" "Yes." Zhou Ming opened the operations panel, issuing instructions calmly. "Set a marker in a safe zone ahead of time, then teleport them there. The super city guards are absurdly high level. If I barge into the palace, they'll hand the NPCs an excuse to kill me. They'll do my best." Jining nodded, ready to leave. "Wait." Zhou Ming stopped her. "You'll need a partner." "A partner?" Jining raised an eyebrow. Anyone useful for this rescue had to be at least god tier. Zhou Ming answered by taking a palm-sized golden compass from his inventory, the secret tool given by the Sword Saint. Heavenly Mechanism Compass Rare S-Grade. Description: each glimpse into fate demands an equivalent price. Effect: consume an item of equal value to locate any person or object. Note: quest item. Cannot be damaged, discarded, or traded. Returns to Sword Saint Yi Jibei after the quest. If it can find people, it can find what we need, Zhou Ming thought, activating the compass without hesitation. A blinding aura burst from the device. Strange symbols whirled in the air, bathing their faces in golden light. Ding. System prompt. Please select the person or object you wish to locate. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Ming declared, "I want to find." Zhou Ming drew a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I have to find Lenny." Lenny. She had been a formidable rival in the 5th stage of the talent trial, and the very genius he now hoped to recruit. Ding. System prompt. Location of Rocklord Lenny discovered. To consult the fate compass, please submit one scrade item. And scrade item? Zhou Ming arched an eyebrow but felt no real concern. With his resources, this was a trivial demand. He headed straight for the auction house. The moment he stepped into the hall, he opened his personal auction panel and saw that every piece he had listed was already sold. Ding. System prompt. Your item Blackrock Staff Silver has sold for 62 gold. Ding. System prompt. Your item Wolf King Helm Gold has sold for 85 gold. Dozens of messages flashed by, the growing pile of coins merging into a brilliant golden bar across the screen. Even after earning 1,000,000 gold through unconventional means, Zhou Ming never forgot that these smaller gains could be lifesavers at the critical moment. He filtered the listings to grade items. Instantly, hundreds of dazzling goods filled the panel. Rare or not, the sheer number of players in the Eastern Zone meant nothing ever stayed extinct for long. His eyes soon locked onto one listing. Chroma Cardigrade. Description: changes an item's color and does absolutely nothing else. Harmlessly beloved by fashion hunters. Effect: alters the color of equipment. Small chance to add minor visual effects. Current bid: 63 gold. Buyout: 110 gold. Everyone knew that within the same grade lay both treasures and trash. A true treasure could cost tens of thousands of gold, while trash struggled to fetch a few hundred. Since the fate compass required merely one grade item with no quality clause, cheaper was definitely better. Ding. System prompt. You have spent 110 gold and purchased Chroma Cardigrade. Zhou Ming opened his inventory and had Xiao Yu apply today's invincible Lucky Star buff to the card. A flash of colored light, the useless card leapt straight to Scrate. Without hesitation, he tossed the card into the fate compass. Whir. Its pointer spun wildly, metal scraping sharply in the quiet room. Ding. System prompt. Target located. Eastern Zone, Giant Stone Peaks. Coordinates 1556, 4567, 4556. Impressive, Zhou Ming murmured, silently thanking the Sword Saint for the gift, then focused entirely on the task at hand. Time was short. He and Qianing set out at once, cutting through areas swarming with monsters. Towering stone shell bears raked the air, lava hounds stomped the scorched ground, and every inspection panel showed nothing but. Under Qianying's protection and stealth skills, they slipped past every danger. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the map Giant Stone Peaks. A blazing sun hung overhead, bleaching the mountains white. Not a single blade of grass grew on the barren brown cliffs. Now and then massive beasts passed by, their heavy hooves sending loose rocks tumbling. Every scan returned rows of question marks, a silent warning of their terrifying strength. They'll take you closer, Qianing said, extending a slender hand. Right, Zhou Ming replied, taking her pale palm. With their rapport growing, she no longer avoided his touch as she had at their first meeting, when she would only tug at the edge of his shoulder guard. A few breaths and several blinks of teleportation later, they stood at the summit, a spear of rock piercing the clouds, precisely at the coordinates given by the fate compass. Wind howled, gravel slid, yet there was not a soul in sight. Zhou Ming surveyed the area, then suddenly called out. Lenny. Zhou Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. Will you come out and talk? A howling winter wind swept across the peak, sharp as a blade, and silence filled the emptiness beyond it. Was she hiding on purpose, or had the oracle sent him to the wrong place? Suspicious, he called again. Lei and I, are you so timid you don't dare show yourself? The mountain gave no answer. Dawnbreak. He raised his arm, and the blaze sun greatsword gathered into a blinding beam that slashed down on the cliff face. Clang. The clear metallic ring left only a hair-thin scratch on the rock. As the energy faded, the whole massif shuddered, gravel raining down as if the peak would collapse at any second. I get it. Qianing grabbed Zhou Ming and lifted him into the air, exclaiming, the entire mountain is her body, merged with stone. Of course she's hard to spot, no wonder none of the gods has ever seen the girl who jumped out of a rock. Who? A thunderous roar boomed from deep inside the mountain, thick with the irritation of someone yanked from bed. Who's messing with me? Poking me with something so hard, have you no shame? Zhou Ming. Crack. A broken section of the summit burst with blinding gold light as the rock compressed into a petite silhouette. In the blink of an eye, a girl of 16 or 17 landed before them. Her eyes were clear as spring water and her teeth as white as porcelain. Yet she wore heavy, raw-colored armor that clashed with her delicate features. Rubbing her amber eyes, she looked half asleep and thoroughly annoyed at being woken. Lei and I, Lord of Bedrock. Divine level boss. Level. HP. ATK. Def. Skills. Profile. Tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious meteor struck the land of destiny. After ages of tempering, it gained sentience and finally took human form. At least the title matched, so the person was right. Zhou Ming landed on the sheared-off slope and clasped his fists. Lei and I, do you remember me? Lei and I, ready to scold someone, froze. After studying him for a moment, she said in realization, it's you, the guy from the talent trial. Back then she only knew he was a wanderer and never got his name, but his face hadn't changed, so she recognized him at once. She hadn't expected him to show up here. That's right. Zhou Ming smiled gently. I'm here for two things. Came to pick a fight. Lei and I shook off the last of her drowsiness, pulling a hefty shield and spear from her pack, her fighting spirit flaring. Come on. This time I want to see whether you can break my defense. First, Zhou Ming said bluntly, I'd like you to consider joining the faction I'm forming. Lei and I straightened, her battle lust surging. Last time I was caught unprepared. I won't wipe out again. Zhou Ming replied calmly. It's normal for you to be suspicious. You were still greenback, then that's the only reason I got through your guard. Don't think I can break it a second time. Qianing cut in. Hey, could you two stop talking past each other? Same tier, one match. Zhou Ming laid out the terms. If I win, you seriously think about joining us? Lei and I hesitated. Zhou Ming reminded her, didn't you just say you'd never wipe out again? But, or do you really think I can break your defense twice? Fine. Repeated provocation flushed Lei Ni's cheeks. She bit her lip and glared at Zhou Ming. I've got a temper, you know. Today I'll beat you till you cry and wipe out last time's humiliation. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have unlocked the hidden quest equal rank rematch. Grade A. Quest overview. Yes, this really is your second fight against an opponent of the same rank. Objective. Defeat the Rock Sovereign, Lenny, who is of equal level. Reward. The Rock Sovereign, Lenny, will consider joining your party, with emphasis on consider. Penalty for failure. None. Things were unfolding in a way Zhou Ming had never imagined. Who would have thought that their very first encounter and a single accidental poke on his part would lead to a full-blown showdown? Since she insisted on sparring, and he needed her help, he had no choice but to accept her test with everything he had. After accepting the quest boss stats synchronized, Rock Sovereign Lenny, Gold Tier Boss. Level, 50. Health, 500,000. Attack, 2, 6,002, 700. Defense, 3, 8,004, 000. Abilities, 1, Stone Carapace. 2, Force of Resistance. 3, Aegis of Oregon. 4, Shattered Rock Shockwave. 5, Dominion of Stone. 6, Meteoric Art. Background, tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious meteorite crashed onto Destiny Continent. Over countless ages, the spirit born within the rock took on human form, the being now known as the Rock Sovereign, Lenny. Compared with their encounter in the trial space, Lena's offense and defense were now even more extreme. Had Zhou Ming not completed his class promotion earlier and pushed his attack growth to 16 stars, he might not even be able to scratch her armor now. Why is your attack so high? Lenny asked. After voluntarily suppressing herself to level 50, she noticed the anomaly. At once Zhou Ming's power might be negligible to a god-tier being, but within their rank it was downright terrifying. Zhou Ming replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, your speed isn't exactly impressive. Lenny said nothing. She lowered her stance, arms tensed, ready to take the hit head-on. Zhou Ming raised his hand. Fire elements roared together, and a blazing greatsword materialized in his palm. Its light, so intense the air itself, seemed to quiver. Ding. System message. Rock Sovereign Lenny used Stone Carapace. Defense 50% for 3 minutes. Ding. System message. Rock Sovereign Lenny used Force of Resistance. Damage taken 20% and defense 20% for 3 minutes. Ding. System message. Rock Sovereign Lenny used Aegis of, or, health 50,000 and defense 1,000 for 3 minutes. Lenny held nothing back. The three abilities fired off in an instant, pushing her defense past 6,000 and forcing Zhou Ming's attack below the breakpoint. Zhou Ming activated the command skill Overlord, cutting all of his opponent's attributes by 10%. At the same time he began charging his ultimate, Dawnbreaker. A spectral version of the blazing sword rose behind him, a titanic blade more than 10 meters long hanging in the air, its tip locked onto Lena's forehead. Ready to swing? Lenny growled. Now. Zhou Ming barked. Yet he did not strike at once. Instead he waited, letting Dawnbreaker charge to its absolute limit. Seeing through his plan, Lenny spoke with a hint of smugness. Pointless. At level 50 my buffs last 3 minutes, but their cooldown is only 2.5. You will never catch me without them. Fool me once. Shame on Meth. Rock Sovereign doesn't trip over the same stone twice. Off to the side, Chinning frowned. A mystical stone that had reached god tier and sunk every point into defense was already nearly impossible to penetrate at the same level, let alone defeat. Time flew by. Only a heartbeat remained before the 3 minutes were up. Zhou Ming abruptly brought the giant sword down. The blade carved through the air, fire tracing a scorching arc and warping the atmosphere in rippling heat. The strike was devastating. Renee brimmed with confidence. You can't possibly break my bang. Her boast died mid-sentence as the golden shield around her shuddered beneath Dawn's strike. The blast so fierce it forced her to one knee. Boom. 76,160. The crimson critical hit value burst in midair. A seventh of her 500,000 HP vanished in a heartbeat, and she nearly choked on the sight. Impossible. Her cheeks burned, her voice sharp. Your attack cap is 5,000, nowhere near my minimum defense. How did you carve off that much health? Cheap. Xian Niao flapped its wings, equally baffled. Join the faction informing, and he'll tell you. Zhou Ming offered, hand extended in earnest. This has to be your ultimate skill days of cooldown, right? Yes, that's it. Renee clung to hope, lifting her chin. I haven't lost yet. Zhou Ming stayed silent, waiting for Dawn's next charge. 20 seconds later, golden light gathered again, pouring down like the first rays of morning. Boom. 76,230. The second critical ripped through the shield without mercy. Renee's stamina cratered, and her last scrap of will fell with the numbers. She bowed her head and sighed. I actually lost again. Since gaining sentience, she had met few opponents. She had slumbered her way to god tier and never dreamed she would fall to the same person twice. Can we talk calmly now? Zhou Ming sheathed his sword, voice gentle. Renee's face dimmed. She shook her head. I know you want me on your side, but I'm sorry. I don't want any part in human wars. Zhou Ming recalled something Shed said earlier. You told me you love it when people hit you with everything they've got yet still can't crack your defense. It thrills you, right? Renee froze. Beside her, Qining and Xin Niao held their breath. They knew Zhou Ming was switching to psychological warfare. If you shut yourself away, how often will you feel that thrill? Zhou Ming took a slow step closer. I won't fling myself into the flames just to indulge a hobby, she insisted. Struggle alongside others, that's where the real joy is. You were born to fight, yet you lock yourself away. That betrays your own nature. His tone stayed calm. Besides, if I found you, someone else eventually will. His voice dropped, icy and low. When the gods notice you, what do you think they'll do? Welcome you? No. They'll kill you, because you're a living stone that might reach or surpass their tier. But her thoughts tangled. I don't even know if you're good or evil. She understood that hiding forever meant dying the day she was discovered. Zhou Ming stepped in, placed both hands on her shoulders, and looked straight into her eyes. Look at me. Huh? Renee's cheeks flushed as she met his gaze. This is awkward. Remember, joining my faction doesn't bind you for life, Zhou Ming vowed. If one day you feel I've failed you, you can leave whenever you want. I swear I'll never stop you. Renee stayed silent for a long time. At last, his sincerity broke through. In a whisper barely louder than a mosquito, she said, all right. He'll join for now and stick with you. Thank you for your trust. Zhou Ming beamed. A chain of question marks popped above Xian Yao's head. Wasn't a god tier being making this decision a bit too casually? Renee, still unwilling to drop it, lifted her head. Now tell me why you could break my defense. Simple. A playful curve touched Zhou Ming's lips. Because. It's quite simple. Zhou Ming's lips curved into a playful smile. My talent lets me ignore 50% of your defense. Lei Ni's eyes went wide. She froze, speechless for a long moment. To a defender of the same rank, losing half of one's defenses meant lying helpless on the chopping block, and she knew that better than anyone. Qian Ying recovered first, narrowing her eyes. Did you copy the Sword Saint's gift? Exactly. Zhou Ming nodded without hesitation. I happened to run into Cang Xian and Yi Zhibei, 2 generations of Sword Saints, in the flesh. It would have been a waste not to act. He recalled the moment the battle ended. While the auras of those 2 powerhouses still lingered, he secretly probed their talents. 1. Blood Weep, S rank. Increases attack by 30% and heals for 30% of damage dealt. 2. Ruination, S rank. All of the user's attacks ignore 30% of the target's defense and 10% of their damage reduction. Top-tier fighters always have S-rank talents, and S Sword Saints theirs are geared toward pure offense. After a quick assessment, Zhou Ming chose the one that best suited the current situation. Ruination. Ding. System alert. You used the talent Sovereign's Dominion to copy Sword Saint Yi Zhibia's talent Ruination, raising its rank by 1 tier. Ding. System alert. Your new talent is Heaven Shatter, SS rank. Heaven Shatter, SS rank. All of the user's attacks ignore 50% of the target's defense and 20% of their damage reduction. The effect was brutally straightforward, a natural tank killer. No wonder Lei Ni's monstrous defense felt like paper when facing him. Copy. Lei Ni rubbed her temples, trying to make sense of it. So your talent is exactly what you're thinking, Zhou Ming said patiently. I can copy someone else's talent and enhance it. That's insane. Lei Ni's jaw dropped. Did you actually clear the talent trial? Zhou Ming nodded without a shred of modesty. Chatting as they went, the group boarded the airship for the return trip. Zhou Ming did some quick math. If he could recruit the Sword Saint, he would command 3 god-tier forces: Xian Yao, Queen Xinjin, and, potentially, a Sword Saint. At that point, gods and demons alike would have to weigh the cost of crossing him. By the way, Lei and I asked eagerly, just how many powerhouses does our organization have? Is it full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? The memory of Xian Yao and Queen Xinjin's terrifying strength filled her with anticipation. Zhou Ming simply held up 4 fingers. 40? Lei and I blurted out, delighted. No. He shook his head. To be honest, we have exactly 4. Her smile froze. And those 4 are? You, me, her, and it. He pointed in turn to Lei and I, himself, Queen Xinjin, and Xian Yao. Any questions? Just one. What is it? Is it too late to back out now? Haha. You're hilarious. Zhou Ming stifled a laugh, then grew serious. The next mission is critical. I need you and Qianing to break into the eastern supercapital, the Forbidden City. Renee sucked in a sharp breath, her heart lurching. She cursed inwardly. Wrong company. She had really boarded a pirate ship this time. All they had to do was find the Sword Saint's wife and daughter inside the Forbidden City. Once Qianing had them, she could teleport them to safety. When the mission was done, the Sword Saint would join immediately. Zhou Ming kept it brief. First slip past the Watchers and make contact, then extraction would be easier, because the Sword Saint would never stand by once alerted. Ding. System prompt. You have entered Jingshui City Tier 2 City. They chose this city precisely because none of them had ever been active here, avoiding exposure. Zhou Ming used the Celestial Compass, burning an upgrade item for the exact coordinates of the Sword Saint's family. Unable to go in person, he could only direct from afar. With your strength, sneaking into the palace isn't hard. The challenge is contacting the targets immediately. After a quick discussion, Qianing, Renee, and Xian Yao moved at once. Unlike ordinary pets, Xian Yao would not be forced back into its space even when away from its master. Watching the 2 women and 1 bird disappear, Zhou Ming stayed behind at the mark Qianing had left, ready to provide support. Night was thick, yet the Forbidden City blazed with light. Qian Ying and Renee glided deep into the palace, their divine auras completely masked, no guard sensed a thing. The target sector was heavily patrolled. Two divine-level powerhouses made the rounds nearby. One of them lay Qianjue, who had once helped Zhou Ming immensely. More troublesome, an array here sealed all spatial skills. Qian Ying saw that at a glance. As planned, you get them out. They'll make the noise, Renee volunteered. With my power, even the strongest on Destiny Continent can't kill me quickly. Since she had chosen to step into the world, she couldn't just talk. Zhou Ming was short-handed, and she knew true giants might not be friendly to her. Help in a snowstorm was worth far more than flowers on brocade. That was why she was ready to risk her life. Just stay alive, Qianning reminded. Got it. Qianning slipped into position. Renee raised her hand and murmured, Heavenfall, arcane activate. Boom. Earth element roared in from every direction, rising like a sandstorm vortex. In seconds it formed a meteor hundreds of meters wide and still swelling above the clouds. The sky turned ochre, a blinding light flooding the palace. Who dares attack the Imperial Palace? Countless powerhouses took to the air, trying to halt the disaster. World Wanderer really came to rescue them? Lei Qianjue shouted in shock and fury, a streak of light as he shot toward the meteor. While every eye was drawn upward, Qianning darted into the heart of the ward. A diversion, just as I thought. An elder with snow-white hair and a stooped frame blocked her path, laughing coldly. Think you can take them from me? Not that easily. Dragon Guard Emissary Gu Yuchen, divine-level boss. Xiaoyu. Qianning called the bird's code name without hesitation. Cheep cheep. Suanio beat its wings decisively, cast a doom augury on the elder, then bestowed a fortune augury and holy protection upon Qianning before diving at the old man. The elder's brow nodded at once. He knew all too well that killing Suanio would bring unimaginable consequences, so he sprang backward, trying to avoid its charge. Bind. Qianning clenched her hand in midair. The air crumpled, and a sliver of space solidified into a cage that locked the elder in place. Boom. Suanio slammed into him, the impact rumbling like distant thunder. Its massive body exploded in front of the elder and died on the spot. 1. Ding. System prompt. You have slain the world's spirit beast Suanio. Passive skill Undying triggered. Luck 99, all attributes 10, all elemental resistances 20, duration 7 days. Guyuchen, anyone in my way dies. Qianning snarled. She became a streak of light. A forbidden spell erupted. Divine brilliance sliced through the air, scorching runes crackling with heat. Weakened by the debuff, Gu Yuchen's strength plummeted, and he dodged frantically. Queen of Ashen Embers, go save them, I won't stop you. Qianning ignored him. Sword energy lashed out like whips, forcing him to tumble and scramble. Fighting me wastes time. Think of the bigger picture, Rego, rescue them. He shouted as he rolled clear of the battle, then fled in disarray. With her opponent driven off, Qianning burst into the bedchamber. Inside, a gentle-featured woman shielded a 5 or 6-year-old girl in the corner. Don't be afraid. Qianning spoke crisply, seized mother and daughter, and flashed them beyond the wards. A tap of her finger lit a teleport sigil, sending them to safety. Mission accomplished. Only then did she relax. Things had gone more smoothly than Shed expected. After all, the gods came from every nation of the Tiamat continent, and true god-tier beings inside a single forbidden city could be counted on one hand. She turned to find Lenny. At that moment, Lenny had forgotten the plan. Surrounded by 2 god-tier foes and a squad of celestial tier guards, she still stood akimbo and taunted. Come on, aren't you gods? Kill me if you can. With her confidence restored, no one seemed as frightening as that world tour incident. Brat, don't get cocky. Think high armor lets you run wild in the palace? A guard snarled, striking harder. Qianning couldn't decide whether to laugh or curse. She swooped down, grabbed Lenny by the collar, and barked move. The two streaked over the palace wall like a bolt of light. Swish. A pursuing guard unleashed a razor-sharp sword beam, forcing both sides to halt. Every gaze shifted. A brocade-clad man approached with his hands behind his back, tall and straight, a faint smile on his lips and a sharp gleam in his eyes. Few in the world could master spatial teleportation, let alone break into the Imperial Palace for a rescue. The Queen of Ashen Embers was one of those rare exceptions, exactly why he had asked Zhou Ming to save his wife and daughter. Sword Saint, what is the meaning of this? A guard roared. Nothing much, the Sword Saint replied with a slight smile. A clever bird chooses the right tree, and a loyal minister the right lord. With that, he turned, stepped onto his sword, and flew away, robes snapping in the wind. From this day forward, Yi had found the master he wished to serve. The instant the meteor streaked out of the sky, Yi Zhibei understood that Travelworld was a man who honored his promises. Only yesterday they had exchanged intelligence. Today 2 god-tier fighters had already risked their lives to rescue him. Such speed and determination made Zhou Ming's sincerity unmistakable. Yi Zhibei was no man of stone. How could he remain unmoved? That realization alone signaled the rebellious choice the Sword Saint was about to make. Watching the Sword Saint depart, none of the many powerhouses in the Imperial City tried to stop him. The eastern territories were vast, and most of the true top-tier experts were not in the palace. A handful of ordinary masters could never bar the path of a sword saint. A flash of white light appeared above Jingshui City, and the sword saint's wife and daughter materialized before Zhou Ming. Yang Kaiming, ordinary NPC, wife of sword saint Yi Jibei. Yi Feifei, silver tier NPC, daughter of sword saint Yi Jibei. Please don't be alarmed, Zhou Ming said gently. The sword saint asked me to get you out. If you stayed in the palace, brother Yi would have been at the emperor's mercy. So that was it. Relief washed over Yang Kaiming, and the hand shielding her daughter relaxed. The little girl, delicate as porcelain, put away her hostility as well. Roughly 2 hours later, Qining, Linny, and Yi Jibei arrived. Seeing his family safe, the sword saint no longer cared about the emperor's wrath. He had already planned to rebel. Now nothing held him back. Brother Zhou, words can't express my gratitude. Yi Jibei clasped his fists, his expression solemn. Think nothing of it, Zhou Ming replied with a laugh. Once I take Giant Rock City, don't forget your promise. I want, Yi Jibei said gravely. But storming that city will enrage the emperor. If the difficulty spikes or the plan changes, I will join the battle myself. Ding. System message. You have met all requirements. During the assault on Giant Rock City, the hidden god-tier boss, Sword Saint Yi Jibei, will aid you. Zhou Ming's worries vanished. Yi Zibius' meaning was clear. If Zhou Ming could break through the preliminary hurdles alone, the Sword Saint would stay in reserve. If unforeseen trouble arose, he would descend in person. With Qining and Linny already on board, even a passive Zhangxian would have trouble dragging them down. After a brief discussion, the Sword Saint took his wife and daughter to a safer hideout to prevent a repeat of the abduction. Only then could Zhou Ming focus on leveling up. He purchased maps of the area around Jingshui City and headed straight for the best grinding spot. There were 2 days left before the siege, and every minute had to count. I'm going to grab a nap. Wake me when the real fight starts, Linny said, exhausted from the earlier battle. Golden brown light rippled across her body. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a gleaming stone the size of a fingernail and attached herself quietly to Zhou Ming's belt. At that very moment, deep inside the imperial palace, crash, a delicate vase shattered into pieces. Shards of porcelain scattered as the man in regal robes glared, anger almost tangible. I told you yesterday to keep an eye on Yi Zibius' family, and today you tell me they were taken? Dongfang Emperor Long Kuan, god-tier NPC. Lei Qinjue knelt, head bowed, unable to defend himself. The emperor's roar echoed through the hall, a tidal wave of pressure that left the eunuchs and guards trembling. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Lei Qianju's expression darkened. Zhou Yushiji's ally tried to wreak havoc on the palace grounds. We couldn't just stand by, yet they still managed to leave. The Sword Saint was the one who covered their retreat. Alongside the Ash Queen, he's now gathered another god-tier fighter, and even the Sword Saint has joined him. Long Kun's eyes blazed with frost. Is he planning to strip me of my power? Your Majesty, his presence was obvious throughout the Forbidden City. Why didn't you intervene yourself? Lei Qinjue pressed on, unwilling to shoulder all the blame. He knew that if the emperor had appeared, Zhou Yushiji never would have escaped, Sword Saint or not. Long Kun's gaze sharpened. Lei Qinjue immediately fell silent. Zhou Yushiji grows harder to eliminate by the day, Long Kuan said coldly. But he chose the precise moment I was forging a critical artifact to cause trouble. Enough. You're dismissed as Lord of Vermilion Bird City. Remain in the palace for reflection. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. The decree hit Lei Qinjue like a thunderbolt, yet he could only kneel and withdraw. The hall fell silent again. Long Kuan tapped the armrest, killing intent swirling in his eyes. Zhou Yushiji, if you insist on defying me, let's see how many lives you have to spend. Ding. System message. You have entered the map Foul Marsh. Guided by Qining, Zhou Ming reached the grinding zone in minutes. Muddy water churned as undead wandered about, ghostly blue flames flickering in their skulls. Undead Swordsman Elite. Level 80. HP, 150,000. Attack, 6, 3506, 690. Defense, 2, 5002, 780. Skills, Brutal Execution, Dark Aura Combo. Description, formed from fallen soldiers' resentment mixed with demonic energy, reanimated by a necromancer. It knows only slaughter. With high attack, low defense, and a 30-level gap over Zhou Ming, soloing them was still dangerous. Daybreak. He swung his greatsword straight down on the nearest undead. 96,254. A massive damage number burst above its head. His SS rank talent 50% defense penetration plus 20% bonus damage pushed a casual strike close to 100,000. The undead screeched, a dozen battered weapons slashing at once. 1,155. 1,253. Numbers flashed overhead. Clad in full Warsoul gear, Zhou Ming's durability was absurd. Even surrounded by level 80 mobs, his HP barely wavered. With a chirp, the Xianbird cast Holy Shelter, keeping him topped up. Ding. System message. You have slain Undead Swordsman Elite. EXP 12.81. Ding. System message. You have slain Undead Swordsman Elite. EXP 12.78. 2 kills plus earlier quest rewards pushed him to level 51. Keep going. Still unsatisfied, he farmed for hours. Undead Swordsman fell in waves, and the foul marsh gradually emptied. Near midnight, a cold wind cooled the air. He sheathed his sword and waited for a test tougher than any siege. Moments later, a bell chimed beside his ear. Ding. System message. Your 7 Sins trial wrath has been automatically activated. Here we go. Heart pounding, Zhou opened the interface. Trial requirements for wrath. Trial of wrath. Requirement. Accumulate 100,000 sin points. Victims must not die willingly. Current progress. 3 for 15100,000. Time limit. 3 days. Reward. Failure penalty. Level 30. All attributes 1,000. Zhou sucked in a breath the instant he read the notice. All the sin he had scraped together so far only amounted to a few thousand, yet this trial demanded a full 100,000. Worse still, passive counterattacks didn't count, so every point had to come from an intentional kill. In other words, 100,000 sin points meant far more than 100,000 lives. The system tacked on another clause. Every victim had to resist to the end, shutting down any chance of buying willing targets. A quick calculation told him he would need to slaughter at least 150,000 adventurers, an idea that made his brow knot into a tight frown. Even if he could mow people down by the tens of thousands, players would scatter long before he reached that number. No one would just stand there waiting to be farmed. Another option came to mind. Killing native NPCs from his own faction also generated sin, and each kill yielded far more points. Sensing the looming difficulty, Qianying quickly added her analysis. Adventurers shared his faction, so each only gave 1 sin point, and their built-in resurrection further limited the payout. So that's how it is, Zhou muttered, a vague plan beginning to take shape. He didn't lack the power to butcher 100,000 players. The real challenge was herding them into one place. If he wanted to clear the trial, he would have to pull every string he could find. Enough for today. He'll deal with it later. Exhaling softly, he fished a deep violet skill book from his inventory. Shifting gold filaments pulsed across its cover. Xiaoyu, give me a tap. The celestial bird's invincible lucky star could be triggered only once a day, and Zhou had already scheduled that precious use for a wave of item upgrades. Understanding, Xiaoyu brushed the book with a snowy wing. Ding. Under the effect of Xiaoyu's super lucky star, your item command has advanced from Rare S to Rare SS. Command, Tactical Skill Rare SS. Description, those who heed my command are unstoppable, winning the battle in a single charge. Effect 1, when issuing orders to allied forces, all obeying units gain 20 to every attribute exact value scales with the power gap. Effect 2, for every ally that follows the order, your own attributes rise in tandem, up to 150. Effect 3, your commands echo across the entire battlefield with no range limit. Cooldown none. Now that's wicked, Zhou blurted. With the upgrade to SS rank, command's power skyrocketed, and the newly added third effect fixed his biggest headache, being heard over the chaos of a large-scale fight. From here on, every order would cut through the din and be followed without delay. He slapped his palm onto the book without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill command Rare SS. After mastering the new skill, Zhou wished Qianying and Xian Niao good night, and was about to open the system menu to log off when the undead wandering nearby suddenly went berserk. Cackle. Cackle. Shrill laughter echoed all around as every undead swordsman, driven by some unseen force, lifted its sword toward the sky and let out a prolonged howl. What on earth? Zhou heart skipped a beat. He followed the sound and saw a sinister crimson glow piercing the night in the northwest. Although it was far from the foul marsh, it was clearly visible. Whoosh. The red light erupted upward, transforming into a blood-red column that punched through the clouds, several times brighter than before. The next second, the hordes of undead swordsmen broke past the map's boundary and sprinted toward the pillar's source. That's where Jian City is, Qianying said gravely. Someone powerful there is summoning the nearby undead, ordering them to present themselves. Jian City? Zhou raised an eyebrow and opened the demon god leaderboard. The top 3 names were still there, confirming his hunch their owners had already appeared. The one capable of forcibly gathering mindless undead could only be the 3rd demon god of the dark faction, Eric the Necrolord. The coming upheaval was obviously aimed at him. Now that he understood what was happening, Zhou wasn't surprised. He simply logged out. Without the top 3 demon gods, taking Jian City would have been almost effortless. High above Jian City, the blood-red pillar churned the clouds while undead creatures flooded in from every direction and formed ranks along the empty ramparts. On the rooftop, a figure in a black cloak raised a white-boned staff, the very source of the pillar. A gust lifted the cloak, revealing a desiccated skeletal hand and a black skull. Violet soul flames blazed in its sockets. Divine-level boss, Eric the Necrolord. Lowering his staff, he spoke in a raspy yet calm voice. That should give Jian City enough defenders. Incredible, just what I'd expect from the third demon god, said Lin Tao, a man in blue armor who had come with a letter from his master to invite Eric into action. Eric's gaze remained cold. We have the numbers, but their quality is lacking. They may not stop wandering the world. Quality? Lin Tao blinked. What should we do then? The Necrolord pondered for a moment. The soul flames flickered as though an idea had dawned on him. He slowly turned to stare at Lin Tao. Take off your clothes. Let me see. What? Lin Tao's hair stood on end. He staggered back, trembling. What do you want? Relax. Your master and I go way back. I won't harm you. I'm offering you a tremendous opportunity. Lord Eric, please spare me. Do you prefer taking the initiative, or would you rather I do it for you? Zhou Ming knew nothing of the events in Jian City. After logging out, he grabbed a late-night snack, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, one day before the siege, Zhou Ming gulped down 3 steamed buns and a cup of hot soy milk, then logged back in. Flash. As the white light dissipated, he found himself alone in the foul marsh. With all the undead swordsmen summoned away, they wouldn't respawn for a while. Shaking his head, Zhou Ming headed for another grinding spot that housed level 85 demonized apes. Though the demonized apes had high defense, their cross-level experience was equally generous, so his efficiency matched farming undead swordsmen. For the entire day, Zhou Ming focused on killing monsters and reaped substantial rewards. He gained 5 levels in just over 10 hours, reaching level 57. His leveling speed hadn't slowed at all. If anything, it had increased. Beep beep. Near midnight, his friends list flashed. He opened a private message from Listening Toad Wind playing in Thrain. Bro, check the forums right now. Realizing that Tingfeng Shiyu was trying to warn him, Zhou Ming opened the in-game forum, and the first post he saw was about him. The headline blazed across the screen. Mythic Guild announces full participation in the Rockcliffe siege. The single sentence set the forum on fire. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed as he opened the comments. Just as he expected, the thread was flooded with speculation about whether other player factions would show up for the spectacle. The Beggar Sect's name kept surfacing as well. This veteran guild, famous yet still outside the top tier, shared its home base, Chishui City, with Zhou Ming, so their paths crossed often. In fact, Tier 3 towns like Chishui were scattered across the eastern region, which also housed 12 Tier 2 cities, 4 Tier 1 capitals, and 1 super capital, an unmistakable sign of the game's huge player base. As players learned more about Destiny, teleportation circles were seeing non-stop use, and high-level competitors from every corner of the country were converging. Mythic Guild ranked near the very top in the entire eastern region, and its lineup of experts made it clear they were coming for Zhou Yushiji's head. Tingfeng Shiyu pinged him again. They'll be after your head, too. Watch yourself. When it came to fame, Zhou Ming's avatar Zhou Yushiji was in a class of his own. Every casual conversation eventually touched on his exploits. The bounty on him was no longer just about money. Whoever landed the killing blow would likely be written into the game's history and walk away with both fame and fortune. For players eager to build their own power bases, the temptation was irresistible. I get it. Thanks for the heads up, Zhou Ming replied. In his eyes, the more players who joined the siege, the better. Unlocking Wrath of Sin required a staggering 100,000 infamy, and a chaotic battlefield gave him the perfect opportunity. 11 p.m. Whoosh. A flaming spear swept through the air, and the last demonized ape crashed to the ground. Golden light rained down as Zhou Ming hit level 58, far ahead of everyone else. The rankings updated instantly. 1. Zhou Yushiji Lord of Flame, LV 58. 2. Wuwei Erji Eternal Vanguard, LV 42. 3. Shun Wuzhuang Dragon Soul Mage, LV 41. The 16-level gap made Zhou Ming suspect that the sheer difference alone might boost his damage against other players. Tomorrow's going to be a marathon. Get some sleep so you don't burn out, Jining said through his headset. Zhou Ming nodded. Had been grinding deep into the night, yet instead of feeling drained, he felt more energized, no doubt, thanks to Destiny's health-regulating pod. After a quick gear check, he logged off. Around 9 the next morning, outside Chishui City, banners rippled in the wind. Thousands of NPC soldiers stood in orderly formations, iron armor flashing cold in the morning light. A restless sea of players surrounded them, chatter rising and falling. Why aren't we moving yet? Where's the commander? Let's march on Rockcliffe already. Everyone knew large-scale siege events paid handsomely, and with both the Beggar Sect and Mythic Guild present, today promised to be anything but dull. Suddenly someone shouted, Zhou Yushiji is here. The noise died at once. Hundreds of eyes swung toward the city gate. A young man stepped through, features sharp, posture straight, his windborne robe snapping in the breeze. The quality of his gear was leagues beyond anything most players could dream of. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yushiji, the Demon Lord of Fire, faced the mixed gazes of the crowd without a hint of fear. Zhou Ming strode to the vanguard of the army and barked, "Move out." Not a sound followed. Battle flags snapped in the morning wind, yet not a single soldier obeyed. Players looked at one another, whispering how could native NPCs possibly take orders from a player. Their doubts were soon confirmed. Thud, thud, Thud hooves struck the earth as a middle-aged man rode forward. A long spear rested across his saddle, and polished armor glinted in the sun. Advance, he commanded, casting Zhou Ming a contemptuous glance, and only then did the army rumble ahead. His title gleamed on the system roster. General of Clear Waters, Lu Pingyong Luminous Tier Boss. Almost fell for Zhou Yushiji's bluff. Told you, why would natives obey a player? Mocking voices rippled through the crowd of players. Zhou Ming remained unruffled and turned to Lu Pingyong. General, forgive them. These brothers have followed me for years. They can be hard to rein in. Lu Pingyong's tone was courteous, but his eyes stayed indifferent. Think nothing of it, Zhou Ming replied with a calm smile. Perched on the saddle, the Xian Niao cast a pitiful look at the soldiers of the light faction. They had no idea two god-tier powerhouses were traveling with Zhou Ming. Zhou Yushiji, as a commander you should lead by example, Lu Pingyong taunted. Why aren't you even on a mount? Clang. Before the words faded, a radiant longsword dropped from the sky and drove deep into the earth, its hilt still trembling. Before anyone could react, Zhou Ming stepped onto the blade and stood steadily upon it. An unseen force lifted him. His robes billowed as though he rode the wind. The sword tore itself free and carried him over the army's heads. Players and natives alike stared. Dumbfounded, this was the legendary art of sword flight. Is that demonstration enough? Zhou Ming asked, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Lu Pingyong. Your prowess is impressive, Commander. Lu Pingyong forced a laugh, his earlier disdain gone. The march resumed. Around 9:40, banners unfurled outside Jian City. On the walls above, ranks of undead archers waited, arrowheads gleaming with cold menace. Ding. System message. Siege time has not yet begun. Troops must remain at least 100 meters from Jian City. Hold the line, Zhou Ming signaled. Yet hooves thundered on, and the columns kept advancing. Lu Pingyong's lips curled as he, too, raised a hand and shouted, halt. Shut up, Zhou Ming cut in, his voice icy. Boom. From a distance, Qianing struck with a palm of formless force. A crushing aura flooded over Lu Pingyong. Cold sweat broke across his forehead, and he dared not speak again. They'll say it one last time. Stop right now. Disobey, and you die. Zhou Ming's command echoed across every battle line. Most soldiers skidded to a halt, but a few riders pressed on, clearly acting under prior orders. Zhou Ming leapt from the sword and blocked one defiant soldier. Why didn't you stop? Because I don't recognize you, the man answered with a sneer. Dawnbreak. A great sword of blazing sunlight fell from above in a flash of fire. 100,000. Critical hit. The soldier died on the spot. Ding. System message. You have slain a soldier of the light faction. Infamy 10 points. Zhou Ming sighed, shaking his head. Then you'll never have the chance to know me. The moment the words left his mouth, he flicked his long sword. Cold light scattered across the blade as it caught the sun. The charging soldier jerked to a halt, staring in horror at the steel poised between his brows, sweat still unborn on his skin. The rest of the soldiers skidded to a stop as well. Whatever confidence Lu Pingyong's earlier reassurance had given them evaporated in an instant. Who else? Zhou Ming's voice boomed like a bronze bell. Step forward. No one answered. Even the watching players stood rooted. None of them had expected Zhou Ming to turn his blade on his own men first. Lu Pingyong straightened with difficulty beneath Zhou Ming's oppressive aura. General, they were merely unruly for a moment. Must you go this far? Killing our own men before the battle will shatter morale. Zhou Ming's eyes were icy. On the battlefield, a soldier who disobeys orders gambles with every life in the army. If you're all so eager to die, they'll oblige you right now. He advanced half a step, drew the blade with a ringing clang, then slammed it back into the scabbard. The soldiers fell silent, Lu Pingyong angrier than ever yet unable to speak. Return to your ranks, Zhou Ming ordered. The troublemakers scrambled back into formation, shoulders hunched. 2 steps back everyone. The entire line moved in perfect unison, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Ming brushed his hands together and gave Lu Pingyong a serene smile. See, speak calmly, lead with virtue, and they listen. Lu Pingyong's mouth twitched. Some virtue. At that moment the outer crowd parted. A line of adventurers marched forward, the leader a barrel-chested man with bold features and a dragon-edged spear slung across his back. A host of elite players followed, their presence imposing. Whispers rippled through the spectators. He shut down the whole unit. In seconds, no wonder travel the world is famous in destiny. The fearless spear, Tyrannosaurus warrior, is here. Everyone understood. The Myth Guild's master had come, and courtesy would likely be followed by force. Zhou Ming regarded the newcomers, voice composed. I'm mustering troops here. Adventurers, stand clear. When the time is right, they'll be happy to oblige you. Tyrannosaurus warrior arched a brow, his tone low and unyielding. Travel the world, don't wave a chicken feather like it's an imperial decree. With thousands of guildmates watching, he couldn't simply back down. Impudence. Zhou Ming swept his arm, kicking up a swirl of dust. Soldiers, this man insults your general. How should he be dealt with? Kill, kill, kill. 10,000 spears leveled as one, the roar rolling like thunder across the field. Tyrannosaurus warrior felt his heart tighten, and the onlookers held their breath. Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, the crushing pressure so intense it could shake anyone's resolve. Damn it, you win. Ba Wang's scalp tingled as he backed away, his face a sickly gray. He barked at his men, and the group slunk off to a safe distance. He had figured travel the world was just putting on a show. He never dreamed the man could actually make the Radiant Legion roar as one. If those troops turned on the Myth Guild, Ba Wang would become the server's laughingstock, and the guild might follow the Beggar clan into permanent disgrace. That was insane. Spectators in the distance sucked in a collective breath. Across all of Destiny, Zhou Ming was probably the only player who could command an entire NPC army. After cowing the Myth Guild's leader, Zhou Ming shifted his gaze toward the fortress of Boulder City. Gray-brown walls pierced the clouds, arcane flames flickering between the merlins. At the very front stood a tall undead in a black cloak, silently overseeing the battlefield. Bleached bones gripped a staff set with a blood-red gem, while nearby death knights bowed their heads, not daring to move. Undead Archmage Eric. Divine rank boss. Level. HP. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. Third demon lord of the dark faction and one of the 10 core demon lords. His demonic aura drives beasts into berserk bloodlust. He once unleashed an undead plague that nearly destroyed the continent of Destiny. The third demon lord, Undead Archmage Eric, Zhou Ming muttered, frowning. This was a late-game superboss. Before the siege officially began, he strode to the wall's base and called up, Third demon lord, care to talk? Green soul flame flickered beneath the cloak, reflecting Zhou Ming's silhouette. Do you really think there's anything left to discuss? I've already made myself clear, Eric rumbled. What if I said I want to join the dark faction? Zhou Ming suddenly asked. Whoosh. A swirl of black mist, and Eric appeared before him, staff lowered. You're serious? Joining the dark faction now is far too late. You know better than anyone that whichever side you choose, life won't be easy. I'm serious, Zhou Ming replied calmly. But once the siege is over, I'm leaving. How is that any different from not joining at all? Eric's gaze settled on Zhou Ming's ID, glowing crimson. Rumor has it you gained strength by stacking infamy. Seems the stories are true. You are the third demon lord, of course you'd see through me, Zhou Ming said with a shrug. So, do you accept or refuse? Heh, a rasping laugh echoed across the clearing. If you're that confident, I'll indulge you. Zhou Ming's plan was open for all to see. Once he left the Radiant faction, he would become an independent force, and gods or demons alike would find it easier to negotiate with him. Ding. System prompt. Undead Archmage Eric invites you to join the dark faction. Accept? Note. After joining the dark faction, death will respawn you at a random location in the wild. Think this through, Qianing warned from a short distance away, worry creasing her brow. Once you take this step, there's no going back. Adventurers belong to the Radiant faction by default. The gods cannot expel them. The dark faction, however, offers no such protection. Zhou Ming asked whether sin points were still attainable if he belonged to neither the light nor the dark faction. The answer was crisp. Yes, but without any bonus. That was all he needed. His eyes were clear. He knew exactly what he was doing. The developers had always claimed Tianming offered limitless possibilities, and he intended to blaze a path no one else could replicate. He clicked accept without hesitation. Ding. System message. You have successfully joined the dark faction. Zhou Ming had chosen the dark side. Several god-tier experts lurking on the city wall instantly rejoiced light-aligned cities would no longer shelter Zhou Yushiji, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Today, no one can save Zhou Yushiji, Shui Zhanqiu said in a low voice. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Attention. Adventurer Yin Zun Zhou Yushiji has betrayed the light and joined the dark faction. The bounty has been greatly increased. Eliminate this adventurer and turn in the Divine Demon Pearl to receive a unique hidden class, a rare S-grade title, and one rare S-grade skill book. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Attention. Adventurer Yin Zun Zhou Yushiji has betrayed the light and joined the dark faction. The bounty has been greatly increased. Ding. Server-wide announcement. The alert flashed 3 times in succession. Both players and NPCs received it instantly, impossible to ignore. Gasps swept through the crowd, and greed lit up every player's eyes. That reward is insane. Brothers. Ba Wang, guild master of Mythic, bellowed. Listen up, the guild won't take a cut. Bring down Zhou Yushiji today, and you can spend tonight living large at the club. Our guild master rules. Mythic's members went wild. Gai Bang refused to be outdone. Their leader thrust a fist skyward. Whoever kills Zhou Yushiji keeps the bounty and gets an extra 1 million in cash from Gai Bang, plus whatever resources you want. We'll make you a legend. Boss, you rock. The gang erupted in cheers. Countless eyes locked onto the marked man. If stares could kill, Zhou Ming would have been vaporized on the spot. His expression never wavered. At his current power level, very few players could truly threaten him. A mob was troublesome, but far from fatal. You can stay in the dark faction for at most 3 days, assuming you live that long, Eric warned coldly. then flew back to the ramparts to watch the spectacle. 3 days is unnecessary, Zhou Ming replied calmly, letting the hostile gazes wash over him as he returned to the Dark Army's ranks. I only need a few hours. Earning 100,000 sin points through normal means was nearly impossible. That was why he had taken this detour to squeeze out every last point he could, nothing more. Zhou Ming's gaze remained steady as he dismissed it with a single line. Ignore their petty attempt to sow discord. General, you are absolutely right. Lu Pingyong answered with a dry laugh, his voice raspy. The hands of the clock crept toward 10. Ding. System prompt. Launch an assault on Juyin City. Note. The attack must be carried out in at least 4 consecutive waves. Soldiers. Zhou Ming activated his command skill, 3 buffs flaring to life as he raised his hand. Charge with me and capture Juyin City. Attack. The first wave of soldiers surged forward, iron armor clashing as their battle cries merged into a deafening roar. Get out there and stop them. On the far side of the wall, Eric barked his order, determined not to let the forces of light reach the foot of the ramparts. With a harsh rumble, the massive gates of Juyin City parted. A tide of skeletal swordsmen poured out, their bone-white blades catching the blood-red sunlight as they rushed the human phalanx without a hint of fear. Ding. System prompt. Elite troops led by LV.30 silver tier boss valorous warrior Huang Yang will initiate the first wave of the assault. Ding. System prompt. The Undead Assassin Legion, led by LV.30 silver tier boss evil assassin, will mount the first wave of defense. War horns erupted almost simultaneously on both sides, but the attackers held an unmistakable edge. Ding. System prompt. Zhou Yushiji has used the command skill command, increasing all attributes of allied units under his command by 2032.3 and his own attributes by 36.7. Ding. System prompt. Zhou Yushiji has used the command skill Overlord, reducing all attributes of enemy units by 1023.74. With both command skills stacking, the once even battlefield tipped instantly into a one-sided slaughter. Running with Brother Zhou is the best. Ting Fengshiyu shouted from the crowd, elated by the surge in his stats that made him feel as if he had just equipped a full set of epic gear. He had quietly farmed his way into the top 3 during the last siege, and maybe, just maybe, he could repeat that miracle today. High-tier command skills are rare across all of Destiny continent, yet you got 2 of them at once. Eric growled, face dark. Then he roared and triggered his own A-rank command skill, granting every undead unit an additional 20 attack. At the very front, Zhou Ming charged without hesitation. His blazing sun greatsword carved a radiant arc through the air and slammed into the densest cluster of undead assassins. A searing shockwave detonated, vaporizing a swath of undead on the spot and leaving a glowing red void where air had once been. Ding. System prompt. You used the skill Dawnbreak, dealing 108,230 critical damage to an undead assassin. Suppression failed because the target is dead. Additionally, all enemy units within a 100,100 meter area around the impact point take 74317, 786 damage, and face a high chance of burn and knockback. Flames rolled outward, and the health bars of every undead assassin within 100 meters plummeted in unison. Zhou Ming nodded, pleased with the numbers. He didn't need to charge up. With the SS Steer Skyshatter buff active, he could still dish out 100,000 damage. Damn, Overlord blurted. Is this guy cheating? That damage is insane. Heh, calm down, the Beggar clan leader sneered. Did you really just notice? The whole net laughs at us not because we're trash, but because the other side is broken. Casual onlookers can't see the mechanics, so they think we're pushovers. Boss, what do we do now? Whispered the Mythos member whose ID was Diander Peonies. Picking a fight with Travel the World is just feeding him kills, Overlord replied after a quick assessment. We're here to take the city focus on points first. Got it. Ding. System message. You have slain an undead assassin. Infamy 1. Ding. System message. You have slain an undead assassin. Infamy 1. The first wave of defenders was practically a giveaway. With his overwhelming level advantage, Zhou Ming took out the undead assassins in a single swing each. Yet every kill yielded only 1 infamy point, far less than he earned for slaying soldiers of the light faction. Still, points meant more than infamy. If he failed to seize the wall, the 2 opposing armies would eventually wear him down. Ding. System message. Warning: the Skeleton Legion, led by the level 40 silver boss Skeleton Pyromancer, is launching the second defensive wave. The gate thundered open again. Hundreds of skeletons in crimson mage robes poured out and hurled dark fireballs at anything within aggro range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs screamed across the field. Slower players were blasted before they even realized what was happening, dropping in clouds of gray soul mist. Why did the defenders jump straight to level 40? Terrified players fell back, but the NPC siege troops, held firm by a command aura, kept the line from crumbling. Fire mages? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. He pushed off the ground and charged straight into the blaze. Boom. A dark fireball exploded in front of him. Miss. 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 Immunity tags flashed in rapid succession, driving nearby players crazy with envy. Zhou Ming raised his sword. Dawnblade gleamed, and a row of skeletal mage heads went flying as his infamy climbed sharply. Human, your opponent is me. The second wave boss skeleton pyromancerfinally stepped forward, black flames swirling in its hands. 10 plus fireballs shattered against Zhou Ming, every one a miss. Dozens of sword strikes later, the boss crumbled, falling into a heap of charred bone dust. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have slain skeleton pyromancer silver boss. Bonus points 500. Zhou Ming stowed the loot and glanced at the latest leaderboard. 1. Travel the world 11,236 points. 2. Die under peonies 521 points. 3. Listen win play rain 491 points. A massive lead. Unless he died, no one would catch up. Guys, take down travel the world. The bounty's up for grabs. The Beggar clan and Mythos leadership gave the order simultaneously. Ding. System message. Alert, the level 50 gold boss Evil Knight is leading the Knight Legion in the 3rd defensive wave. Ding. System message. Alert, the level 42 silver boss Valiant Warrior Liu Dake is leading the Fearless Legion in the 2nd offensive wave. Defenders and attackers both escalated at once, turning the battlefield into a deafening tug-of-war of firelight, steel, blood, and bone. Charge. At last, greed overtook fear. Players lifted their weapons, all aiming for the top-scoring Zhou Ming. He stood in the gate's shadow, face calm, boots crunching on piles of blood-blackened undead remains. Turning slowly, he saw the flood of players converging on him. Facing the oncoming horde of players, Zhou Ming didn't take the fight right away. Instead, he triggered Daybreak, leveled his blazing sun greatsword in midair, and boom. He vaulted up, planted both feet on the sword's flat back, and rode it skyward. Once head climbed high enough, he flipped off and landed on the battlements. Moments ago, the players below were brimming with confidence. Now they stared, dumbfounded. How are we supposed to kill him like that? Standing beside Eric, Zhou Ming looked down and said coolly, mind if we watch together? Since switching to the dark faction, he had to farm monsters for evil points. Killing rival players would actually subtract from his tally. So he waited. With a doubled bounty and the crowd hyped, he might as well conserve his strength. Humph. Eric snorted, offering no reply. He saw through World Traveler's plan. Zhou was stalling, and Eric wasn't about to hand him the initiative. The Cinders Queen had already ordered vigilance. Letting Zhou jump in early would break siege protocol. World Traveler, come down if you've got the guts. Overlord yelled from below. Afraid to fight us? Peony under the blossom joined in, sneering. Thought you were hot stuff, turns out you're nothing special. Zhou Ming remained unfazed. Yell all you want. When you lose later, don't blame me for posting a before and after clip on the forums. Overlord stiffened. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Peony kept jeering. A video's supposed to scare us? Get real. A vein pulsed on Overlord's temple. Peony, I said shut it. Peony's grin froze mid-sneer. Whatever you've got, Myth Guild will be watching, Overlord muttered as he turned away. If Zhou won the siege and uploaded an ID-verified video, Myth could face a PR nightmare. For the next stretch, Zhou Ming just stood on the wall, casting Daybreak every 20 seconds. His scores soon dwarfed everyone else's combined, and his evil value kept climbing. Undead knights grew scarce below, most blasted apart by his long-range strikes. Eric stayed composed. The 4th wave is the one I prepared just for you, he said. Small-scale fights like Rockridge didn't interest him. He didn't care how many undead fell so long as he took down World Traveler. Zhou Ming frowned. Specially prepared? With the 3rd wave nearly wiped out, the 4th finally appeared. Ding. System alert. Warning. The Skeletal Legion, led by level 75 Radiant tier boss Boneblade Lin Tao, is launching the 4th defensive wave. Boom. Under the Chishui troops' heavy assault, the massive gate shattered. The gate is downcharged. The 2nd attacking boss, Chishui champion Liu Dake, drew his sword and stormed into Rockridge City. Flash. 2 seconds later, a pitch-black sword punched through his corpse and flung it out of the gate. His eyes were frozen wide in terror. 125,688. A colossal critical hit of more than 125,000 burst in midair, splattering blood in every direction. The soldiers stiffened, weapons halted halfway, none daring to advance. Clack, clack, clack. Slow, deliberate footsteps echoed from the depths of the gate. A man marked with eerie crimson runes stepped out of the crowd, casually yanking the blade from the corpse's chest and flicking the blood from its edge. Blade of Corrupted Bone Lin Tao. Luminous rank boss. Level 75. HP 1 million. Attack 12 60013 500. Defense 7 3007 800. Skills: Corrupted Bone Edge, Blood Draining Sword Aura, Berserk, Demonic Shield, Eye of Perdition, Demon God's Curse. Info: once a disciple of the Hero of Water, he gained immense power after being reforged by the 3rd demon god, but lost his sanity in exchange. Lin Tao's lips twisted into a cruel grin as he dove into the Chishui lines. Each swing of his blade split the air, every slash carved through bodies and wounded anyone standing behind. Within moments, soldiers fell in heaps. So strong. Lu Pinjiang's heart clenched. Though he was level 80 and the same luminous rank, he knew he was no match for Lin Tao. Boom. On the other flank, Eric's aura erupted. His cloak whipped in the wind, and his staff blazed scarlet. How's that for a surprise? He growled. Zhou Ming's expression remained calm. Nothing special. Really? Eric leveled his staff, and a torrent of crimson power roared out. Then take this nothing special gift. Boom. A heartbeat before impact, the silver-haired girl, Qianing, blinked to Zhou Ming's side, raising an arm to block the blast. The unleashed force ripped a corridor several kilometers wide, dust billowing as the sky ignited red and white. I've wanted to test myself against the third demon god. Qian Ying's eyes sparkled. Eric's face hardened, staff gathering power once more. At that same instant, a gale swept past. A handsome man in azure armor flashed overhead and descended on Zhou Ming, his sword crackling with wind and thunder. Clang. The strike was stopped cold. The golden stone at Zhou Ming's waist flared, and a moment later the heavy-armored Renee appeared, arms crossed to block. The flagstones beneath her shattered, yet she held firm. Your fight is with me, Renee declared, battle lust surging. He relied on speed, but she trusted her armor. Slash, a blood-red blade slashed in from the flank. Seriously? Another one? Renee tossed a shield over Zhou Ming, then seized the blade with her bare hand. 3,622,540. 5 million. Even with her insane regeneration, her massive health bar still shuddered. Plenty of backup, huh? A third figure emerged, blood elf, aim, a huge bow in hand, eyes roving over Renee's armor. This girl tough enough. You're fighting me too. Renee stood like a fortress. High above, Qianing and Eric became twin comets of white and red, each collision igniting new explosions. On the ground, Balin and Imi hammered Renee from both flanks, a maelstrom of flame, steel, and arrow storms turning the battlefield into a living hell. Ding. System message. Warning. Due to unknown circumstances, hidden story bosses Necrolord Eric Windwalker Balin Blood Elf Imi have joined the defense. Ding. System message. Warning. Due to unknown circumstances, hidden story bosses Queen of Cinders Qianing Lord of Bedrock Renee have joined the assault. Event players stared at the wall of notifications and the carnage before them in stunned silence. Unknown circumstances? Hidden bosses appearing without even a flimsy excuse. With the demon god's dramatic arrival, the siege reached a fever pitch. Xian Niao beat its black gold wings, showering the battlefield with strings of support light. From the top of the battlements, Zhou Ming stopped hesitating, leapt into the air, and dove straight at the rampaging Lin Tao, opening with Dawnbreak. Clang. The phantom greatsword slammed down, and Lin Tao didn't budge, a crimson 36812 crit flashing over his head. Without the Skyshatter buff, that strike wouldn't even have breached his defenses. Ding. System message. Under the passive Super Berserk, Evil Boneblade Lin Tao is immune to all control and debuffs. Locking onto Zhou Ming with blood-red eyes, Lin Tao let out a hoarse roar and lunged like a specter. Brothers, together. Kill him. The defenders had been waiting for this. The moment Zhou Ming joined the fray, they swarmed like wolves that had found prey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows and elemental orbs fell like rain, cutting off Zhou Ming's retreat in an instant. His face hardened, and crimson flames spread from his shoulders, encasing him in blazing armor. Ding. System message. You cast Infernal Mail. Tenacity 50. Gain a shield equal to 30 of max HP. All damage dealt 50 for 2 minutes. Almost simultaneously, a new translucent prompt appeared. Ding. System message. Do you wish to leave the Dark Faction? Note. Without an invitation, you cannot rejoin any faction once you leave. Yes. Zhou Ming hit confirm without hesitation. Most of the siege monsters had already become sin value toward his goal. Now it was time to take on both factions heathen. He knew he was not yet at full strength, but the sin of wrath was looming. Ding. System message. You have successfully left the Dark Faction. In a flash, every nearby unit turned hostile red. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Ming played his trump card. Ding. System message. You activated the command skill Warlord. All enemy attributes reduced by 1023.74. Based on battlefield scale, your own attributes increase by 31.6. Instantly, the surrounding players weakened, while Zhou Ming's aura surged. That was the terror of Warlord. The more enemies, the stronger he became. 1-2 crit 1. Damage numbers danced across his screen, but none of them broke through the shield. Zhou Yushijia. Half mad, Lin Tao still hated Zhou Ming to the bone. His remaining killing intent formed a bloody line as the greatsword hacked down. Ding. System message. You used the rare Scrade item Galestone. Damage taken 20, move speed 50, attack speed 50 for 3 minutes. Clang. Sparks flew as Zhou Ming blocked with both hands, the impact numbing his grip and carving white grooves several meters long in the stone pavement beneath his feet. Lin Tao had been tailor-made by Eric as a major threat. His base attack cap of 13,500 was terrifying, and with immunity to control and debuffs, Xiao Yu's battlefield control was almost useless. Work with the boss. Take Zhou Yushijie down. The Beggars Guild leader triggered United Will, gained buffs from every side, and his stats soared. His eyes grew cold as he waited for the perfect moment. This time, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With Myth and the Beggars Guild mobilized in full, and a boss even stronger than the blood-drinking queen backing them up, Zhou Yushiji will have to cut them down one by one until he collapses from exhaustion. There is simply no way he survives. Soldiers of Qingshui Town, I hold the city lord's command token. The long-silent General Lu Pingyong of Qingshui shouted, raising the token high. Zhou Yushiji has betrayed the light faction, enraging gods and men alike. Killing him matters more than taking the city. Follow me. Yes, sir. The soldiers who had once feared Zhou Ming answered in unison. They had dared not speak before, but with the token as their banner they swarmed forward at once. Ding. System message. The fourth wave of the siege, led by LV. 80 Luminous Deer boss General Lu Pingyong of Qingshui and his elite troops, is about to begin. In an instant the situation flipped. Attackers and defenders alike now fixed the same murderous gaze on Zhou Ming. Clang, clang, clang. Blades and swords clashed as Zhou Ming fought Lin Tao, rending slash and flame strike falling in quick succession. Even with inferno armor wrapped around him, he still could not end the duel swiftly. 3,745, 6,712, 3,844, 6,742. Zhou Ming's maximum attack was under 6,000, only half of Lin Tao's. Without the all-stat boost from Tyrant and Command, he would not even qualify to trade blows. Out of my way. A Myth player lunged in with a sneak attack. Flames flared in Zhou Ming's left palm. Dawnbreaker triggered instantly, and he crushed the long sword barehanded. Crack. Ding. System message. Your bronze-grade weapon has broken and cannot be repaired. The player stared, stunned, as the scorching sun greatsword swept across. Screech. Centered on Zhou Ming, the crowd within 100 meters was cleared in a heartbeat. Blood pooled across the ground, white lights rising together. Ding. System message. You have slain adventurer Mr. Mighty, evil value 1. Ding. System message. You have slain adventurer always hard on request, evil value 1. You bastard. Overlord trembled, his voice shaking. He fights like a war god. Spear incoming. Lu Pingyong, seeing Zhou Ming's HP plunge, could wait no longer. Ding. System message. General Lu Pingyong has used the skill soul-chasing thrust. Next strike deals 300 damage with a medium chance to launch the target. Chi. Cold light flashed. The spear punched through Zhou Ming's back, then flicked upward, blood spraying everywhere. 12,654. At the same time, Lin Tao's blade rained down, locking onto Zhou Ming and ignoring all others, carving wound after wound. Scorching pain twisted Zhou Ming's face as his HP dropped to 50% in a blink. Players 100 meters away closed in again. High overhead, the Suanio circled anxiously, casting sacred light shields one after another, yet still could not slow the falling health bar. Adventurers can't penetrate his defense, but taking on 2 luminous tier bosses at once while bearing the demon god buff is too much for Master. The bird fretted. A cornered beast struggle is pointless. The Beggars Guild leader growled, watching Zhou Ming's HP fluctuate, waiting to steal the kill. The first rising star of destiny is finally going to fall. Overlord roared, ready those fixed damage items. Throw them the moment you get a chance. Whoosh. A streak of demonic crimson burst from the sea of players. Flames exploded. Oh whoa. A flame dragon charged forward, waves of fire rolling out. Even with super armor active, Lin Tao was forced back again and again by the fiery tide. 58,612. 57,150. 58,888. Huge damage numbers floated up, and everything in the dragon's path was reduced to charred bones. At the end of the flames, Zhou Ming stood wreathed in fire, hair billowing upward, power swelling by the second. Damn it. What kind of power is that? Why isn't he down yet? Stop struggling. The surrounding players backed away in fear. None dared meet him. Hedon. You only dare skulk at a distance, too afraid to face me in a fair fight. Zhou Ming stood proudly in the blaze, his gaze sweeping the field. You're only brave enough to hide back there. You don't even have the guts to face me. Hedon. Zhou Ming stood in the heart of the inferno, flames swirling up to his knees. His gaze swept the field, and his voice cracked the air. What makes you think you have the right to kill me? Ding. System prompt. You have activated Flame Soul Art. All attributes increased by 80 until the battle ends. After cooldown, level 5 and weakness for 5 hours. Flame Soul Art. Zhou Ming's ultimate move gained from the trial of envy finally burst ablaze. Crimson fire surged, streaked with coils of black, yet he didn't take a single step back. Lin Tao, reforged by the third demon lord, had lost every shred of reason. His speed and power had soared, but at the cost of defense. Against a berserker like that, raw force was the only answer. Zhou Ming tightened his grip on the fire cloud sword and unleashed blazing slash followed by rending strike. Flame-cloaked arcs cleaved bone-deep furrows into Lin Tao's flesh, blood spraying in torrents. Roaring in pain, Lin Tao grew even more feral. He hammered down with his obsidian blade, sending Zhou Ming skidding back several meters. Ding. System prompt. Evil Bone Blade Lin Tao has used blood-draining sword chi, dealing 250 damage to targets hit and reducing their max HP by 1 per second for 10 seconds. 12,035. Zhou Ming had started with nearly 170,000 HP. Now he was at half, but blood-draining sword chi hadn't finished him, and Flame Soul Art still braced his defenses. Holy Fire Baptism. 33,475. A cascade of sacred flame washed over him, scrubbing away the debuff in an instant. Face set like stone, he charged again, every swing drawing fresh blood. Take this. Lu Pingyong lunged from behind, silver spear thrusting for the kill. Dawnbreak. Zhou Ming lifted his left arm, and a phantom greatsword crashed down, pinning Lu Pingyong in place and blasting away the nearby players crowding the fight. Damn it. Lu Pingyong cursed under the pressure. He could tell Zhou Yushiji Zhou Ming's in-game name meant to drop Lin Tao first. It was the only way to buy a breather. Watching from a distance, Ba Wang tightened his grip on his sword, face darkening. Under Flame Soul Art, Zhou Yushiji was a monster. The backlash might be brutal, but it wouldn't hit until the fight was over, and during the battle his 20-second Dawnbreak could wipe everything within 100 meters except the two Radiant Streamgear bosses. The Beggar clan leader, however, looked completely unfazed. Hellfire armors down. Archers and mages with crowd control, on my mark fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh stuns, knockups, and knockbacks rained on Zhou Ming like a storm. Their stats were lower, but with enough bodies, even low-chance procs became inevitable. The clan leader turned to their newly hired ringer. Bo, you're up. Ningming Bo He hidden class plant, mage had once driven Zhou Yushiji to the brink on Fallen Leaf, plain nodded. Got it. She raised her staff, emerald light blooming at its tip. In an instant, even from 100 meters away, she sent two barbed vines rushing toward Zhou Ming's feet, where they coiled around his ankles and pinned him in place. Ding. System notice. You have been struck by Lemon Mint's vines, took 500 fixed damage, and are immobilized for 0.74 seconds. Shackled, Zhou Ming stiffened. Around him, death-defying players closed in one after another, bombarding him with control skills and breaking his rhythm. Under Lu Pingyong and Lin Tao's joint assault, he showed weakness for the first time. 40, 20, 10. His HP dropped visibly. He's almost dead, almost dead. Far off, Balong panted for breath. Sensing the pivotal moment, he could hold back no longer. Spear drawn, man and weapon merged as he charged into the melee. The jade-green shaft wreathed in an azure dragon phantom. Ding. System notice. Fearless Spear Balong has used Dragon Battle Oath. All attributes 50 for 30 seconds. Ding. System notice. Fearless Spear Balong has used Wrath of the Dragon. The next strike deals 350 damage and an additional 100 true damage. Like a beast unleashed, he lunged straight at Zhou Ming, killing intent blazing. As Guild Master of Myth, Balong ranked near the top in both level and talent lists, and his hidden class Dragoon granted him countless trump cards. Yet his foe was too monstrous, forcing him to bide his time until now. 5. 3. Zhou Ming's HP was hanging by a thread. Your life is mine. Lu Pingyong also revealed his trump card. Desperate to land the final blow, Zhou Yushiji's sin value was sky high, and everyone knew he would drop half his fortune on death. Die, damn you. Bawang's spear flashed forward like lightning. Gaibong Laoda, Mudian Huasiasi, and the others refused to be outdone, unleashing their own skills. Stellar Force, blood-draining slash, toxic vines, every kind of light effect detonated above Zhou Ming's head. Friend and foe blurred together. Whoever struck last would own the loot. Every eye went crimson with greed. Please, let the kill be mine. One shot at Zhou Yushiji, and I can coast for life. No, I'm taking that head. With Zhou Ming at 1 HP, a barrage of attacks crashed down. Time seemed to freeze. I told you. Bathed in blood, long hair flying. Zhou Ming's voice rumbled from the encirclement. A pack of cowards sniping from afar. Too scared to face me, Heaton. Has no right to kill him. Boom. Another Dawnbreaker shell locked onto a distant soldier. Fire rolling out and mowing down a swath of monsters. Swish. Golden light rained down. Ding. System notice. You have leveled up. From the start of the fight, he had been farming nearby mobs, not only to seize the initiative and sap morale, but also to push his experience bar past 90%. The moment the mark was hit, the level up triggered. Players and NPC soldiers, who had been screaming themselves hoarse, fell silent. Zhou Ming, who had been on the brink of death, was now back at full health thanks to the level up. The violent swings in Zhou Ming's health bar tugged at everyone's nerves. The combatants held their breath, while viewers in the live stream spammed the chat. God tier power up. Globetrotter was still hiding a card. TSK, 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 time to chip him down from scratch again. From scratch? That luminarity or boss won't last that long. Corpses carpeted the battlefield. Area spells and enchanted arrows merged into a crimson storm. That single burst shaved off 23% of Zhou Ming's HP, yet the panel still glowed a stubborn 77% green. As soon as Baptism of Sacred Fire expired, he triggered it again, yanking his health back to 97%, almost full. Time was life itself. Clenching his weapon, Zhou Ming charged straight at Lin Tao, whose HP was hanging by a thread. In a duel, Lin Tao might have held his own even as a luminarity or boss with Flame Soul art active, but pressure from every side had driven him to the brink. 40%, 20%. Lin Tao's bar was free-falling. He's done, he's done. Seeing the finish line, Zhou Ming couldn't hold back a shout. Plenty of factions were dealing damage, but every point on Lin Tao came from Zhou Ming's Bladino one was stealing this first kill. Heaven, give me that last hit. He bellowed in giddy frenzy. Bag this boss and I can coast for the rest of my damn life. Chat fell silent. Many players turned pale. No one had ever met someone as aggravating as Globetrotter. Elsewhere, Overlord and the Beggar Sect chief sensed danger and tried to pull out, but Zhou Ming ignited Flame Demon armor a second time, torrents of fire swallowing them. Ding. System message. You have slain Overlord. Infamy 1. Ding. System message. You have slain Beggar Sect chief. Infamy 1. Without their leaders, Mythos and the Beggar Sect were headless. Watching Zhou Ming turn the tables so brutally, their morale collapsed. On the brink of death, Lin Tao coughed up blood. A demonic red light flared in his pupils. Ding. System message. Sinbone Blade Lin Tao has used Descent Eye, plunging you into an illusion. Their gazes locked. Zhou Ming's brain felt as if it were being ripped apart, his thoughts stalling for a heartbeat. The next second his eyes blazed. With thunderous will he shattered the shackles. Parlor tricks. You dare show off in front of me? Compared with the horror head endured holding the divine demon orb, this bit of mind play was nothing. Die! Zhou Ming roared, slamming his sword into Lin Tao's shoulder. The boss buckled to his knees, the last sliver of life blinking out. Cough, cough. Blood dribbled from Lin Tao's lips. As clarity returned in his dying moments, he looked up at the murderous young man and gave a desolate smile. Master, in your eyes was I just a pawn? Lin Tao, never betrayed you. He had obeyed every order, never imagining the end would be so bleak. With a thud, hatred and regret entwined, Lin Tao collapsed onto the dirt. His wide eyes slowly lost focus, refusing to close even in death. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have slain Sinbone Blade Lin Tao Luminarity your boss. Rewards. EXP 152.7, Fame 300, Gold 20. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, you have slain the Luminancity or boss Boneblade Lin Tao. As the first player to defeat a Luminancity or boss, you receive an additional reward. 80 free attribute points, 1000 renown, and the rare Shrank Manual Stellar Decree. System alert. Would you like to make your legendary feat on Destiny Continent public? If you choose yes, the entire server will be notified. The massive XP from killing a boss 16 levels above him surges in. Zhou Ming's level jumps from 59 to 60 in an instant. Damn it, this is impossible now. A nearby player swears in despair as Zhou Ming's health bar springs back to full, showing no sign of budging. While everyone is still stunned, Zhou Ming quickly loots the corpses, then turns coldly to Lu Pingyong. Had fun a moment ago, didn't you? Lu Pingyong's heart pounds. Lin Tao was stronger than he was and got killed in seconds. How could he hope to face World Tour Zhou? He jerks backward and shouts, all soldiers, stop him. His only thought is to Stalto, wear Zhou Ming down until he can't lift his weapon. Once the guy is exhausted, even a huge health pool is worthless. System alert. You have activated Shadow Step. Movement speed 100 for 60 seconds. Shadow Step is a secret art left behind by the previous heir of the Divine Demon Pearl. Combined with Flame Soul Mantra and other buffs, Zhou Ming's overall speed soars past 200. Wind whips around his feet as he tears through the encirclement of Chishui city soldiers in a few breaths. He dumps every free attribute point into attack, clenches his sword, and closes in on Lu Pingyong, refusing to give him even an inch of distance. 5,460. 5,242. 103,685. Critical. Damage numbers erupt wildly. Not even a Luminancity or boss can withstand Dawnbreaker Flurry. Its health drops before everyone's eyes. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Pingyong's face turns ashen. Surrounded on all sides and nowhere to run, he watches the battle headbin winning flip on its head, teetering on the edge of collapse. High above, the Xian bird lets out a long breath. Its master has held on after all. Then shirt. Just as victory tilts toward Zhou Ming, a beam of golden Sordora rips through the sky, streaking toward him faster than light. Zhou Ming's heart clenches. He has no time to react before the slash is at his brow. Clang. A flash of cold light and agile longsword darts in from nowhere, blocking the lethal blow. It is the personal weapon of the sword Saint Yijibei, the northern sage of blades. After intercepting the strike, the sword dances across the battlefield, tracing crimson lines. Soldiers of Chishui city drop, clutching their throats. Clusters of unknown damage values explode in midair. There's another master? Watching players feel their scalps tingle. The sword light arcs back to the field's edge, returning to Yi's Zibius palm. The sword saint treads on air, landing before Zhou Ming in one step. He cups his fists and says quietly, "Brother Zhou, Yijibei apologizes for arriving late to your rescue." Rescue? Not far away, a dragon-robed manso close to success moments ago gazes over, eyes cold as blades. Rescue, you say? I wonder if he can even afford such a gesture. That word should be reserved for him, and him alone. The Sword Saint's move was nothing short of an open provocation. Ding. System message. Star Sentinel and Beggar Clan leader has used Divine Summon S rank. At the cost of all attributes 100 and level 10, he has successfully called forth Eastern Emperor Long Kuan, Dragon Guardian Gu Yuchen, Thunder Lord Lei Qianjua. 3 projections have descended to join the battle. Ding. System message. Due to the sudden shift on the battlefield, hidden storyline boss Sword Saint Yijibei will now defend the city. Outside Boulder City, the fires of war flared again. The towering walls were hammered by waves of arcane energy, loose stones tumbling as dust billowed. The auras of several top-tier divine beings intertwined, carving dark scars across the sky. Yijibei, how dare you betray the light faction? Your crime deserves death. Lei Qianju's spear pointed straight ahead, lightning patterns crackling along its shaft. Gu Yuchen stood at Long Kun's side, his intent to shield his lord plain for all to see. They were only projections, yet with Long Kun's prepared summoning scroll the 3 could fight at full strength for a brief time. Leave them to me. Yijibei flicked his sleeves and stepped onto a streak of swordlight. Dozens of phantom blades hovered behind him, their icy gleams streaking like shooting stars, his blue robe billowing with a grace almost beyond mortal ken. While the divine heavyweights squared off, Zhou Ming refocused on Long Kuan and muttered, "Just one question, are you going to drop any decent gear for me?" On the far side of the wall, General of Clearwater Lu Pingyong was cornered. Glancing around and finding no reinforcements, he snarled, "Fine, they'll take you with me." Ding. System message. You have slain General of Clearwater Lu Pingyong Glintier boss. Rewards. Current level experience 152.7. Reputation 300. Gold 25. With both Glintier bosses down, the battles Zhou Ming could still influence were nearing their end. Phew. He wiped the blood from his brow. Instead of pushing the siege, he kept farming evil points from players and the garrison alike. Ugh. Traveling Zhou held the line again, a spectator groaned. Don't celebrate yet. His divine reinforcements aren't getting anywhere. That little girl holding off the 2 demon lords is taking a beating shell fold sooner or later. That's official punishment. We won't get any loot from it. As time dragged on, the scattered players' morale drained away. Realizing victory was impossible, the crowd thinned. A few tried to rely on sheer numbers, only to see a single heal from the other side erase all their effort. Don't leave yet. Zhou Ming glanced at his quest panel and called after them. I'm just 1 evil point short. Evil points, 99,999. He first slaughtered the Dark Faction guards, then abandoned his allegiance and turned on the soldiers and players of Clearwater City, racking up points at a staggering pace. The price was Steve would never again enter a Light Faction city as an adventurer, but without such extremes, he would never reach the required 100,000. SSSHD. At dawn, silver-gray light fell upon the blood-streaked moat. Zhou Ming casually finished off a squad of unlucky stragglers and finally met the trial's requirement. Ding. System message. Congratulations, your evil points have reached the threshold. The power of the Flame Demon Lord has been further unleashed. Rewards. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your sin value has reached the required level. The power of the Flame Demon Lord has been further unleashed, granting you the following rewards. Life 2000 permanently. Attack 200 permanently. Defense 150 permanently. 100 free attribute points. And the exclusive skill Blood Sacrifice, rare grade S. In just a few breaths, Zhou Ming's sin value rocketed from a few thousand to 100,000, and the payoff was staggering. Permanent base attributes were usually attainable only through hidden class changes or legendary treasures. Yet he had boosted life, attack, and defense at once and received a free exclusive skill. The system chime kept ringing. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the trial of the 7 Sins Wrath. You have learned the Flame Demon Lord's exclusive skill Return to the Void, exclusive grade SS. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the trial of the 7 Sins Wrath. You have unlocked the Flame Demon Lord's exclusive ability Heavenly Fury. As expected, conquering Wrath yielded 1 more skill and 1 more ability. Zhou Ming's blood ran hot, but there was no time to read his panel or hunt the players fleeing through the city. He spun around and charged straight at Lin Tao's fourth assault wave. The danger was far from over. The defenders still fielded 6 deity-level experts, and although 3 waves had been crushed, the battle was nowhere near its end. SHHHHH. Since the fight began, Flame Soul art had burned without pause, scorching demon fire curling around him. Zhou Ming's blade flashed, and the level 70 undead swordsman lost limbs and shattered bones in the fiery tide as easily as vegetables on a chopping board. These undead had once lurked in the filth marsh at level 80, but after part of their power was siphoned out and poured into Lin Tao, their strength plummeted, reducing them to cannon fodder. Explosions thundered overhead, shockwaves rolling one atop another. Zhou Ming braced against the blasts, striding over charred corpses and molten rubble. He carved a bloody path, crossed the collapsed gate, and headed straight for the Lord's manor. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Ding. Zhou Ming. This is trouble. To capture the city, you must first defeat the third demon god. Clang, clang, clang. On the other side, the rampart collapsed with an ear-splitting crash. Baron the Windrunner hurled one azure blade after another. Amy the Bloodred Elf drew her bow from afar, blood arrows raining down. One fought up close, the other at range, every strike hammering Renee's golden barrier. Renee stood unmoved, yet the ground beneath her kept crumbling, cracks spreading like a spider web. You won't last much longer. Baron roared. After hours of relentless assault, he and Amy had finally whittled Renee's HP down to 1/3. His arms were already numb, yet the girl they were pounding on still found time to taunt them, inflaming his fury even more. World Traveler, I can't hold on. Renee's voice came through the shield, ragged with exhaustion. If you don't help soon, you'll be dead in half an hour. Almost there, hang on. Zhou Ming shouted back while fighting for his life. Locked in combat with the Sword Saint, Long Kuan snorted and cut in. Almost there? Looks to me like you're about to lose. The siege rules forbid skipping over an opponent to strike someone else, and that is why Zhou Yushiji is still at large. Long Kun's gaze swept across the 3 aerial battlefields, and he reached a quick verdict. The Queen of Cinders and the Lich Archmage were evenly matched. He, Gu Yuqin, and Lei Qianjue could not gain the upper hand against the Sword Saint in the short term. As long as the 2 demon gods managed to wear Lenny down, the scales would tip toward the dark faction. You've got the nerve to talk? Zhou Ming sneered, his eyes icy. The Emperor of the Eastern Zone teaming up with his subordinates to help a demon god, have you no shame? We were summoned by an adventurer's scroll, Long Kuan replied evenly. Fulfilling the summoner's wishes is our duty. That it happens to benefit the demon gods is pure coincidence. Zhou Ming had no interest in arguing. He stared up at the melee above, searching for a breakthrough. Lenny specialized in defense and could not be counted on. The real chance lay with Qianing and the Sword Saint. Xiao Yu, give the Sword Saint a hand, he ordered. Win this, and he'll buy you a feast. Xian Niao let out a clear cry, its wings bursting into a gold-white streak. It first wrapped the Sword Saint in holy light's shelter, then dove straight into the fray only to be torn apart by the violent shockwaves, scattering blood-red feathers. A heartbeat later, a dark miasma surged around Lei Qianjue. Ding. System prompt. Your pet, the spirit beast Xian Niao, has triggered the passive skill Undying. It will revive in 20 minutes and inflicts the following debuff on Thunder Lord Lei Qianjue. Luck 99, all attributes 10, all elemental resistances 20, lasting 7 days. Son of a Lei Qianjue's face went ashen. First, Zhou Yushiji snatched 1,000,000 gold from him, then used him to locate the Sword Saint, which earned him imperial punishment. Now even Xian Niao's curse had landed on his head. He felt as though fate itself hated his very name. This alone can't change the outcome, Long Kuan said calmly. Zhou Ming didn't answer. He pulled a dark red vial from his cloak and, finding an opening, hurled it toward the Sword Saint. Brother Yi, drink it. Schrodinger's blood vial grade A. Description: until you drink it, it might be a miraculous elixir or a lethal poison. Effect: he had paid 10,000 gold for it from a mysterious merchant. He trusted Xian Niao's luck, and even more the Sword Saint's own fortune. Got it. The Sword Saint caught the vial with a backhand swipe, sliced the top off with his blade, and downed the contents. Ding. System prompt. You have consumed Schrodinger's blood vial and received a random effect. All attributes 100, attack speed 60, movement speed 60, duration 10 minutes. Excellent. Lightning flared in the Sword Saint's eyes as he snapped his blade up and plunged into the 3-way clash. With his stats doubled, he alone drove back all 3 god-tier opponents and seized total momentum. Long Kuan, far from angered, smiled grimly and lunged straight at Zhou Ming. Hold him, awful deal with Zhou Yushiji. The siege rules barred players from jumping levels to kill an adventurer, but Xian Niao's low stats classified it as an independent entity, and Zhou Ming's aid to the Sword Saint counted as formal participation. Before combat disengaged, they could eliminate this wild card. Understood. Gu Yuqin and Lei Qianjue gritted their teeth and locked the Sword Saint down. Blades rained like a storm, carving bloody lines into them, yet they held their ground in front of Long Kuan. Brother Zhou, watch out. The Sword Saint shouted, Managing a killing strike in the split second he wrested free, but the two god-tier foes blocked it at the cost of severe wounds. Qianning tried to help, but Eric pressed her too hard. Lenny, locked in her defensive stance, had no room to spare. Long Kun's killing intent speared toward Zhou Ming. At this point, no one can save you. Zhou Yushiji's sudden move broke the stalemate, finally giving Long Kun a chance to strike. Sizzle, a streak of sword light split the sky like thunder. The golden wave of energy shrieked through the air and lunged at Zhou Ming, ready to shred everything in its path. Ding. System alert. Eastern Emperor Long Kun activates Forbidden Divine Sword Qi, dealing 1500 damage to the first target within a 102,000 range. Damage then decays, minimum 500, with a very high chance to knock back or knock up. 5 god-tier masters hovered in midair while the onlooking players held their breath. Some were ecstatic, others anxious. Zhou Ming's expression did not change as the blade energy swelled in his eyes. He could not block a god-tier attack, but being unable to block did not mean he would die. Sigh, the soul of Bawang muttered, to end like this? Bringing in a powerhouse from another progression to kill a player, Zhou Yushiji is being robbed. 6 god-tier experts coming to kill one player was absurd on its own. The Beggar Sect leader murmured, I thought the East had finally produced a peerless master. Thanks to his family background, he knew better than most that Destiny was more than a simple game, which explained the extreme imbalance where one person could overpower millions. Clang. Metal rang against metal with a deafening crash. Before everyone's eyes, Zhou Ming took the blow heated. Instead of being cleaved in two, he was blasted thousands of meters backward, pain twisting his organs as though they had been displaced. Dust billowed, and a massive crater opened beyond Giant Rock City. 164,584. The crimson number floated above him, and Zhou Ming's health dropped to a single point. Ding. System alert. You have suffered lethal damage. Exclusive skill of the Flame Demon, Lord Heaven's Jealousy triggers, launching an immediate counterattack equal to the damage received. This is impossible. Long Kun's pupils contracted. Nothing's impossible. Zhou Ming forced himself upright, cast Holy Flame Baptism to steady his health, gripped the Black Wind sword, and leveled it at Long Kun. If you're weak, practice more. Seeing his plan unravel, Long Kun darted forward again, hoping to finish the job. Sizzle. Just as Long Kun closed in, Zhou Ming swept his blade through the air, unleashing sword energy on the same tier. The blast covered a vast area. With nowhere to run, Long Kun took the hit and was sent flying. 3,664, 4,489. The damage number stacked up to 1.2 billion, leaving every spectator dumbstruck. Unacceptable. Long Kun roared. He had been only 10 meters from killing Zhou Yushiji, yet the gap opened again. Ding. System alert. You cast the skill Shadow Step, movement speed 300 for 10 seconds. With that, Zhou Ming turned and bolted, using the second mode of Shadow Step to widen the distance at once. Boom. In the same instant, Gu Yuqin and Lei Qianjue faced the Sword Saint at full strength. Unable to withstand the assault, their projections were shredded and dispersed. Brother Zhou, your skill commands my respect. The Sword Saint roared with laughter. Spinning his blade, he lunged at Long Kun, giving the man no chance to keep targeting Zhou Ming. Long Kun was stronger than the two retainers, yet alone against the Sword Saint he was forced into a rapid retreat, gritting his teeth as he withdrew his projection. Zhou Ming's reckless gamble had completely upset the balance of the fight. Get over here and help me. Rennie's cheeks were flushed and sweat poured down her face. I can last 20 more minutes at most. You're already like this and can still last 20 minutes? Yi Zhibei muttered under his breath, then answered aloud, on my way. With a flash he charged the third demon god, and the battle tipped almost entirely in their favor. Even someone as formidable as Eric could not withstand both the Ashen Queen and the Sword Saint at once. Damn. Overlord, who had thought Wanderer Zhou would die at the hands of the locals, stared in disbelief. Seriously? They can still turn this around? That last move was insane. The Beggar Sect's second-in-command inhaled sharply. I've seen skills that reflect fatal damage before, but reflecting god-tier damage? That cap is absurd. Under the twin onslaught, Eric's cloak was ripped to shreds, exposing a ghastly white skull with violet flames dancing in its sockets. Without the light faction's advantage, let's see how long you last. He snarled. He tossed down a token, decisively abandoned his city lord status, and slipped away as a shadow. With defeat certain, remaining meant death. The other two demon gods, seeing this, also lost the will to fight and left in frustration. Is he really that hard to kill? Amy growled. It's not on us, Baron snorted, patting her shoulder. The Eastern Emperor is the real fool. He handed over the Sword Saint his trump card and then got outplayed. What a clown. Too right, Amy spat, grinding her teeth. As for Long Kun, they'll swallow him sooner or later. Inside Boulder City, undead remains lay everywhere, and a chilling aura of death permeated the air. After the three demon gods vanished over the horizon, Zhou Ming finally let out a long breath. The boost from the Flame Soul art faded, and his level dropped back to 56. Here, take it. Qianning shoved the City Lord token into his hand. The moment Zhou Ming grasped it, the crisp chime of the system rang in his ears. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have captured Boulder City. Please choose your method of conquest. Two options appeared before his eyes. Occupy, destroy. What do you think, occupy it or destroy it? Zhou Ming asked. Occupy. Yi Jibei replied without hesitation. Destroying it gives a hefty one-time reward, but once you occupy a city, nobody can siege it again for a month. We need that breathing room. Got it. Occupying the city would buy them a month's respite. Instead of choosing immediately, Zhou Ming pulled a pale gold card from his inventory and summoned Xiao Yu, whose revival cooldown had just ended. The long-awaited voice sounded. Ding. System message. Under the effect of Celestial Spirit Beast Xiao Yu's Super Lucky Star, your item multiplier card rare grade has evolved into Super Multiplier Card Rare S grade. Super Multiplier Card Rare S grade. Description. With a good hand, merely doubling is too conservative. Effect. The value of your next reward is multiplied by 4. Gulp. Zhou Ming swallowed, his heart pounding. Come on, system. And Scrade personal quest already guarantees at least an S-tier reward. With a 4-time multiplier, I should be getting the equivalent of 4 SS items, right? Level with me. He took a deep breath and decisively tapped Occupy. Ding. System message. Congratulations, Adventurer Flame, Sovereign Wanderer Zhou, on successfully occupying Boulder City. Ding. System message. Congratulations on completing the Scrade personal quest leadership. Your rewards are as follows. The moment Zhou Ming decided to take Boulder Hold, every siege-related calculation kicked in. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, you have completed the exclusive quest commander difficulty. S. Rewards. Level 4, Reputation 500, Gold 100, S-grade rare item, Guild Emblem. Zhou Ming arched an eyebrow. That's all. The thought had barely formed when a new message flooded the screen. Ding. System alert. Under the effect of the Super Multiplier card, your quest rewards have been quadrupled. Additional drops. S-grade rare item Ancient Oath, S-grade rare item City Founding Decree, Demigodier Resource Lumen, or a server-wide announcement boomed right after. Ding. System alert. Adventurer Yinzunjoyo Shiji has captured Boulderhold. After enduring the flames of war, Boulderhold receives the following compensation. 1. Building repair speed 500. 2. Wall durability 200. 3. Regional resource production 50. 4. For all siege participants, experience gain 20 and equipment drop rate 25 for 3 days. Before the echo died, the leaderboard started updating. Ding. System alert. Calculating siege contribution rankings. Moments later, the results appeared. Ding. System alert. Player Yinzunjoyo Shiji takes first place. Rewards. Level 5. Free attribute points 100. Reputation 300. War Soul tier rare mount Jade Lion of the Night. Ding. System alert. Player Bu Fengxting Feng Shiyu takes second place. Rewards. Level 2. Free attribute points 30. Reputation 200. A grade rare skill wind sprint. Ding. System alert. Player Wuwei Jichangba Wang takes third place. Rewards. Level 2. Free attribute points 25. Reputation 150. Gold tier weapon heavy rock spear. The chimes rang non-stop, like a torrential downpour on the ear. Zhou Ming's score dwarfed everyone else's, and so did his haul. Whoosh. A pillar of golden light shot up beneath him, the numbers over his head surging. 56, 57, 58, finally stopping at 65. Levels weren't the real prize. What truly set his eyes ablaze were the 3 top-tier items the multiplier card had delivered. Qianning hurried over and asked quietly, "What's our next move?" Gripping the guild emblem, Zhou Ming replied with certainty, "We raise the banner of rebellion. At this point, I'm more worried my name isn't loud enough to draw in allies." He was now officially unaffiliated, as were Sword Saint, Qianning, and Lena free to act without restraint. Yi Jibei surveyed the surroundings, frowning slightly. Using Boulder Hold as a base? It's too close to the Radiant faction. Resources and talent will always be limited. Boulder Hold is just a temporary refuge, Zhou Ming said, shaking his head. Then he drew 2 faintly golden items from his cloak and smiled. "We'll chart our own course." The 2 items gleamed, as if made for this very moment. Zhou Ming understood they had arrived right on time, solving his most pressing problem. Perhaps it was precisely because he now served no faction that the system had granted him these rewards. All 3 sets of eyes landed on the items in Zhou Ming's hands, and they couldn't help but gasp. Guild Token S-tier, rare. Description. A guild thrives on shared bonds and interests. Only then can its members stand as one. Effect. Creates a personal guild and grants 1 random guild skill. Required level, 60. Prestige cost, 500. City Charter S-tier, rare. Description. Establishes a city, effectively forming a personal power base. A struggling city may drain resources, so choose wisely. Effect. Use on suitable open ground with your faction leader's approval to obtain city building rights. Required level, 80. Prestige cost, 1000. Yi Jibei clicked his tongue in amazement. I can't believe you got both a guild token and a city charter. Even god-tier players struggle to find these S-tier items. Yet Zhou Shiji secured them in one go. Lenny was floored. You really do think long-term. Zhou Ming waved a hand, laughing. Long-term's a stretch. I just need them. The system handed them over as a major achievement reward, and he was happy to accept. After delegating the post-battle cleanup, he beckoned to a young man nearby. Well, if it isn't the number 2 player on the leaderboard. Come on, Tingfeng Shiyu said with a grin, clasping his fists. I'm not that good. In the Jian City Siege, only a handful of players could fight alongside Tingfeng Shiyu. The Beggars Guild leader and overlord tried farming points while tailing Zhou Shiji, but he still passed them. Zhou Ming cut straight to the point. Want to leave the light faction and join me? He added, no pressure. If your class mentors in light, don't be rash. Most hidden classes needed a mentor. His divine demon orb let him advance solo. Huh, haven't I been following you already? Tingfeng Shiyu blinked, then laughed and scratched his head. Zhou Ming patted his shoulder. Let's work hard together. Together, Tingfeng Shiyu agreed with a firm nod. Since Zhou Ming's personal faction wasn't ready, he told him to hold off on switching sides for now. Just ping me when it's time, brother Zhou. I've got quests to run. Waving, Tingfeng Shiyu hurried off. Zhou Ming watched him go, then eagerly opened his inventory. The haul was insane. Trial of Wrath rewards. Leaderboard placement rewards. Personal quest payout with a super multiplier card. Drops from 2 Radiant tier bosses. First kill bonuses. Had need ages to sort through everything. The first thing that caught his eye was a peculiar scroll covered in cryptic symbols. Ancient Covenant S-tier, rare. Description, an age-old pact that greatly benefits its bearer. Effect, if the target accepts, the user may ignore all prerequisites and learn any skill of S-tier or below from the target's skill list. Note, exclusive skills cannot be copied. Prestige cost, 800. Now that's a prize. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed. Copying any skill regardless of class was a surefire game changer. He placed the Ancient Covenant in the most prominent slot in his inventory and moved on to inspect the rest of his spoils. Luminous, or demigod grade. A fist-sized stone infused with tangled elemental energy, so dense it can weld different materials into one seamless whole when tossed into a forge. Its description claims it has no special effect, yet still manages to explain those benefits in painstaking detail. Zhou Ming cupped the ore in his palms while threads of light skittered across its surface like miniature elementals colliding. One glance told him the truth. One step short of god tier. Paired with a top-tier blueprint, it could probably birth a true divine weapon. But without the missing components, it was little more than an ornament, and that irked him. Next came a crimson stone no larger than a hand. Inside the translucent layer, a snow-white stallion stood motionless, its mane catching the red glow and scattering silver spark-sealed stone. Jaya Jade Lion, Warsoul Grade. The entry was blunt, mount of a legendary general. Effects grants the Mount Jaya Jade Lion. Level requirement 80. Movement speed 150, attack 50, health 80, tenacity 30. Special skill, unyielding extra 10 tenacity. Special skill, night glow passive, adds 10 vision range at night while mounted. Note, beneath moonlight the Jaya Jade Lion throws off silver rays and can cover 1,000 li in a single day, the finest of horses. Ordinarily the system would never hand out a Warsoul mount. This early most players were still low level, but Zhou Ming's score was obscene. The runner-up was a rounding error, so the reward bar maxed out, even spitting out a mount before the mount system officially launched. He still had to reach level 80 to ride it, yet he could already picture the moment. Full star speed growth, plus 150 mount bonus, plus the burst from Juying Steph would be nothing more than a blur streaking across the battlefield. And that was with only one mount. His fingers brushed the Mount Fusion stone he had snagged from a mysterious trader for 180,000 gold. One more Warsoul mount, and the combined stats or sheer speed would skyrocket. After stowing the 2 rare items, he kept scrolling through his pack. The last slot held a golden tome, Star God Codex, rare grade. Description, the pinnacle of martial force, capable of shattering stars. Skill effect, after use, the next attack deals 500 damage and has a high chance to knock back and launch the target. Requirement, melee class. Clearly a weapon class burst skill, but like the Ancient Oath, it needed Xiao Yu's invincible Lucky Star buff off cooldown to push the numbers to their limit, so he slid the book back for later. With the loot review done, Zhou Ming opened his skill menu and eyed 2 exclusive abilities. Return to Void, exclusive S-grade. Description, all things fade in the river of time. Only by rowing against the current can one gain lasting power. Effect, enter Return to Void state. Ponder the essence of each move, and, if comprehension is successful, fuse similar skills to strengthen them. Limit, once per month. Heaven's Wrath, exclusive ability. Effect, sacrifice any percentage of current HP to gain damage and area effect equal to HP percentage consumed 30. Cost, 2 character levels. Limit, once per month. He stared at the text in silence. Time and again his unique class delivered surprises no one else could dream of. Return to Void meant every skill he had, or ever would have, possessed limitless potential, while Heaven's Wrath was the final, hidden ace up his sleeve. If I burn 99.99% of my HP, I can push my damage boost to almost 3000%. Stack that with a fully charged Dawnbreak and the newly upgraded Estir Star Deity Arts, and I might actually pull off a full-screen one-shot like the Bloodscarred Elf Amy. After skimming through all the system rewards, exhaustion slammed into Zhou Ming. Too tired to even open his equipment tab, he pulled up the menu and logged out. He yanked off the helmet, kneaded his throbbing temples, grabbed the bread on the desk and wolfed it down, chased it with a mouthful of water, splashed his face, and collapsed into bed. He was out cold before his breathing even steadied. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. He soloed 2 Radiant tier bosses and humiliated both Beggar Sect and Myth. This power level is insane. Are the devs just going to let this slide? You can't get near him. One Dawn Break and the Fire Wave insta-kills. I'm begging you, delete his account. He's totally over the limit. A flood of angry posts buried the front page of every forum. No one had a counter to Zhou Shiji, and the player's last hope was an official ban. Beijing, inside a quiet Sihiyuan. Can we pinpoint Zhou Shiji's real location? Lin Zhongshan stared at the siege footage, replaying it again and again before finally speaking. A subordinate stood by, voice restrained. So far, modern tech can't decode Destiny's mechanics. Each helmet works like an independent teleportation device. Once it's on, it's as if the user really crosses over. We've monitored everything and still have nothing. Silence fell. The inability to track him was now a hard fact. Lin Zhongshan sighed. If there's truly no way, maybe that's for the best. But I hear the Sakura region is moving, and am worried. If the fight stays in game, no one will fret over Zhou Shiji's safety. If they strike in the real world, we've got trouble. He looked up, expression grave. The kid's one of Desia's top players now. We can't let him fall because of something outside the arena. They can manage what we can't? Zhang Yinwen blurted out. Lin Zhongshan shook his head, both helpless and cautious. Intel says the method they plan to use doesn't come from this reality. Power beyond reality. Zhang Yinwen froze, then snapped awake. You mean they'll use some unknown in-game item or ability to reverse trace Zhou Shiji's coordinates? 80% chance, though it won't be that simple. Lin Zhongshan nodded. Have your grandson tip Zhou Shiji off if he can. The kid's got strong allies. Maybe they can stop it. Understood. Zhang Yinwen agreed at once. The game is the game. Strength decides everything there. If Zhou Shiji gets killed online, the rewards stay in Eastern hands and they can't interfere. But any real-world hit job crosses Desia's red line. By the way, Lin Zhongshan suddenly mused, suspicion in his voice. What if the reason Zhou Shiji's power is rising so fast is because... Lin Zhongshan suddenly caught something in the conversation. His brows knit tight, and his voice wavered. Zhou Shiji's power is climbing so fast, could he already be drawing some of Heaven's mandate into the real world? He swallowed the rest of the thought. Everyone understood, there was no need to spell it out. I doubt it, someone murmured. Even if Zhou Shiji's that strong, right now his ceiling is maybe 2 or 3 Gleam tier bosses. We don't even know if he could beat someone at Battle Soul tier. Maybe I'm just worrying too much, Lin Zhongshan said with a nod. Dragging power out of Heaven's mandate is anything but easy. The dimensional wall between the game and reality wipes every stat clean. Only at the absolute limit can you possibly pull a sliver of power through. The next day, Zhou Ming never bothered with the online chatter about Zhou Shiji. After a good meal, he slung his sword over his shoulder and set off again. A brilliant white flash erupted before his eyes, and he reappeared in Rockfall City. Overnight repairs had already filled the breach in the wall with massive stones. The corpses scattered on the streets were gone, and the charred scars outside the gate were fading in the wind-blown sand. Zhou Ming opened his pack and pulled out the loot he hadn't had time to check last night. Shadow Glow, Sword Gleam tier. Shadow Glow, Ring Gleam tier. Clearwater Spear Gleam tier. Silver Spirit Armor Gleam tier. Lin Tao and Lu Pingyong had dropped plenty, especially Lin Tao. Besides a top-tier weapon, had even dropped a rare ring. Yinger, Zhou Ming said, barely hiding his excitement, power these up for me. The Fire Cloud sword's ready for retirement. With this new blade and the ring, my damage will take a huge leap. Got it. Jinning went to work. White energy burst from the Divine Demon Orb, winding around the gear like liquid silk. Moments later, the Shadow Glow sword, Shadow Glow ring, and Silver Spirit armor all jumped to King tier, their stats exploding. Shadow Glow sword King tier. Attack, 3, 5004, 000. Bonus, 500 base attack. Trait, 80 attack, 80 attack speed. Trait, armor piercing attacks ignore 5 of target's defense. Trait, frenzy critical rate 10. Skill, Soul Cleave Strike. Deals 350 damage to a single target and stuns for 1 second. Required level, 65. Required renown, 2000. Description, forged personally by the Necromancer Archmageric. This sword was given to Lin Tao to raise his odds of killing Zhou Shiji. The glowing stat window lit up Zhou Ming's eyes. A 4,000 point upper damage limit, an extra 500 flat damage, plus the percentage boosts this single sword would give him a terrifying 100 point punch, more than his entire current attack combined. What a blade, absolutely magnificent. Zhou Ming couldn't put it down, so he equipped it immediately, then looked over the newly enhanced ring and breastplate. Netherlight ring, King tier, attack 700,800, HP 15,000, light resistance 5. Traits, attack 35, HP 40. Passive detonation, every hit adds 2 damage, stacking up to 5 times. Skill Savage Flurry Strike, strike the same target at least 3 times. For every 50 extra attack speed, add 1 more hit. Requires level 65 and 1,800 reputation. A priceless ring set with a netherlight gem, etched with mysterious runes that grant its wearer a massive edge. Silver Spirit Armor, King tier, defense 1, 5,001, 650, HP 20,000. Traits, defense 80, HP 50. Effects, advanced tenacity, toughness 20, battle hardened, ailment resistance 3, robust, chance of suffering a critical hit 15. Requires level 60 and 1,200 reputation. Though forged from common materials, it is remarkably solid, the handiwork of the dwarven smith Colin. With Qian Ying's blessing, both items gleamed faintly, rippling with power. Zhou Ming tucked the village chief's Wolf King ring into his bag, swapped his amethyst breastplate for the silver spirit armor, and grinned. Now that's trading a popgun for heavy artillery. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yushiji, Flame Demon Lord. Level 65. HP 319,440. Attack 18, 12619, 769. Defense 10, 93311, 513. Fame 5,540. Luck 9. Skills, Warlord's Command, Dawnrend Slash, Greater Fireball, Armor of Flames, Sacred Fire Purge, Dragonflame Roar, Flame Soul Art, Shadow Step, Blood Rite. Elemental Resistances, Metal 3, Wood 3 Water, 3 Fire 100 Earth, 3 Wind, 3 Lightning 3 Light, 8 Dark 3. Stats and skills like that could flatten a streamlightier boss. Zhou Ming's blood pumped faster. He couldn't wait to test them. If only someone would volunteer to take a few hits. Beep beep. A notification popped up on his friends list. He blinked. Someone he hadn't heard from in ages was suddenly pinging him. Beggar Sect second, you there? Zhou Ming, our leader wants a word in private. He doesn't have you added, so I'm relaying. A Beggar Sect leader? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. Tell him if he wants to see me, come to Boulder City. Head just broken with the light faction walking into their turf would be suicide. Beggar Sect second, he sent a request. Accepted. Zhou Ming, sure. He pulled the request from the blocked list and clicked accept. Ding. System, you have added Star Guardian Beggar Sect leader as a friend. Beggar Sect leader, not here to cause trouble. Give me 10 minutes. Zhou Ming, fine. 10 minutes later, the Beggar Sect leader appeared in Boulder City. The two had never exactly been friends, so Zhou Ming got right to it. What's so important we had to meet in person? The Beggar Sect leader glanced around, then lowered his voice. My dad told me to warn you. Keep your head down, and if you can, move somewhere with tighter security. Zhou Ming frowned. Is that a warning or a threat? A warning. The Beggar Sect leader waved his hands. Whatever we do in game stays in game. We have zero interest in real-world vendettas. So someone else is gunning for me offline? A chill ran through Zhou Ming. In the game he was unstoppable, but in real life he was just a regular guy. Exactly. The Beggar Sect leader nodded hard. The intel's from my dad, so it's solid. They're probably from Sakura District, and the way they plan to strike is. He broke off, hesitation flickering across his face. So what method did they use? Zhou Ming pushed. The beggar gang chief fell silent for a long while, as if weighing his options. At last, he clenched his teeth. Since you've come this far, there's no point hiding it. That method most likely comes from inside the game. Inside the game? Zhou Ming sifted through his memories. His voice dropped half a tone. If Destiny's security really is airtight, then inside the game can only mean. He remembered Qian Ying once mentioning a dimensional wall. Once someone's power broke past the god tier, she said, that barrier could be shattered. It sounded fantastical, yet Zhou Ming didn't dismiss it. After all, had been pulling all-nighters in Destiny and felt more alert than ever. The game had launched worldwide with full governmental backing, shrouded in mystery from the start. As long as you understand. The beggar gang chief clearly didn't want to dig any deeper. That's all I was told to say. No need to thank me. Appreciate it. Zhou Ming nodded. They were enemies on the battlefield, but the man had come to deliver information, not hostility, so courtesy was only fair. A cough then another. Remembering his father's second message, the beggar gang chief cleared his throat and ventured. Since we're both here, anyway, care for a spar? A spar? Zhou Ming arched a brow, giving him a quick once-over. You're serious? He was at peak form after swapping gear. The timing couldn't have been better or worse, depending on perspective. What? Getting cold feet? The chief lifted his chin without apology. Zhou Ming burst out laughing and tapped a fist against the man's chest. Didn't know you had a sense of humor. The chief froze half a second at the friendly thump. All right, Zhou Ming said, smile fading. Let's switch to duel mode. The chief had taken a beating just yesterday. If he was eager for another round, he must have something in mind. Ding system notice. Star Guardian, Beggar Gang Chief, has challenged you to a duel. Accept? Yes. Zhou Ming confirmed. Power of the stars. Sun and moon as one. Despite knowing he was outmatched, the chief charged in the moment the skill activated. 1. A pitifully small damage number popped up. You paid dearly for summoning that god-tier projection yesterday. Breaking my defense now is next to impossible, Zhou Ming said bluntly. Every price comes with compensation, the chief replied, undeterred, sword swinging again. Zhou Ming fell silent, raising one hand to gather energy, entirely unconcerned about interruptions. 5 seconds 10 the chief hacked away, yet failed to leave the slightest crack. Frustrated, he finally backed off. Fine, you win. Energy peaked. Zhou Ming pointed a palm forward. Blazing sun greatsword crashed down from the heavens, striking dead center. 716,332. A red critical flashed in the air, and the chief was obliterated. He stood there stunned. Had expected defeat, but the gulf still rattled him. Ding system notice. Duel concluded. Flame Sovereign, Traveler of the World, is victorious. Find the answer you were looking for? Zhou Ming sheathed his sword and asked calmly. The chief hesitated, then pressed on. That shot Dawnbreak, was that your limit? No. Zhou Ming answered flatly. His limit? Even he couldn't say for sure. Thanks for the lesson. I understand now. The Beggar Sect leader cupped his fists, showing no hint of discouragement, his fighting spirit blazing. I admit I'm no match for you now, but one day I will defeat you. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of Boulder Rock City beneath the fading sunset. Zhou Ming watched the figure vanish beyond the gate and nodded lightly. Interesting fellow, he murmured. One-shotted, unable to scratch my defense, yet still that tenacity rare. Whoosh. A blur appeared, and Xianing stood at Zhou Ming's side, her face grave. A divine rank fighter can't break the dimensional wall, but with certain abilities they really might slip through and track you down in your world. She had eavesdropped on the whole exchange and understood the danger. Lose in the game and try to hurt me in reality, pretty ruthless, Zhou Ming muttered, frowning. Is there any way to stop it? Xianing pondered for a moment, then shook her head. My will can't force its way across the wall. If they try, they'll either rely on a top-tier artifact or pay a terrible price. An item that can trace a player's real body, Zhou Ming mused. Footsteps approached, and Yi Jibei joined them. No need to worry too much, he said. With your strength, Brother Zhou, a few adventurers won't be a problem. Brother Yi, you probably don't know I can't bring Destiny Continent's power back to reality, Zhou Ming replied with a wry smile. If he could, one real Dawnbreaker would be enough to put them in their place. Not necessarily, Yi Jibei said, shaking his head. You carry the divine demon orb. If you're pushed in the real world, the orb might respond and lend you some of its power. The dimensional wall lies beyond the divine rank. Maybe the orb can override it. This is getting mystical. Is the orb going to jump out of the game and land in my room? Zhou Ming laughed, waving the thought away. Forget it, no point overthinking. He raised the Sword of Glimmer, opened the map, and searched for a new grinding spot. Boulder Rock City would need another couple of days to rebuild and repopulate before he could found a guild, so there was no rush. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Right. If we're building a force, we need to make it known. Should we establish a faction? We should, Jining agreed at once. We're already at the faction building stage? Rennie ran over, her eyes shining. Yi Jibei clapped his hands. Fast, yes, but necessary. Without a camp, we're just a band of aimless nomads. And once people join, we need a structure that gives them a sense of belonging even when they log off. You're right, Brother Yi, Zhou Ming said, thoroughly convinced. Since had chosen this path, there was no turning back. Factions, guilds, cities, he wanted them all. Any idea what to call it? Yi Jibei asked. Zhou Ming thought aloud. Light faction, dark faction, simple and clear ID, like something just as direct for us. He wasn't about to leave a decision this big to anyone else. What's the name? Everyone looked at him. The Hope faction, Zhou Ming said firmly. And the banner will be mainly red. Hope sounds great, but why red? Rennie asked, puzzled. Qianing and Yi Jibei were surprised as well. Most men preferred black, white, gray, or blue. Zhou Ming smiled meaningfully. Because to me, red is fire. It stands for a new order and a new civilization. So that's why? The crowd grasped the truth at once. Zhou Yushiji's affinity with fire proved limitless, and red stood for both flame and hope. The connection clicked instantly for everyone. Before the chatter died down, a crisp system chime sounded in Zhou Ming's ear. Ding. System prompt. Your faction meets all requirements. Would you like to found the Hope Camp and announce it to the world? Note. Founding will award 1,000 reputation. Yes. He hit confirm without hesitation. The system defaulted to a public broadcast. There was no low-profile option. A moment later, the global channel lit up with golden text. Ding. World announcement. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yushiji has founded the new faction Hope Camp. All qualified players may join and gain a new identity. Ding. World announcement. Flame Sovereign Zhou Shiji has founded the new faction Hope Camp. All qualified players may join and gain a new identity. Ding. World announcement. Flame Sovereign Zhou Shiji has founded the new faction Hope Camp. All qualified players may join and gain a new identity. The notice pinged 3 times, and chat instantly exploded. Holy crap, Zhou Shiji is already this strong? Look, the faction banner is red talk about guts. Looking for trouble, huh? Stop acting clever, stop showing off. Don't think we can't find you. Zhou Shiji. Comments and jeers rolled in like a tide, and even the city's NPCs glanced up. Ding. System prompt. Faction interface unlocked. At a thought, a translucent red panel unfolded before Zhou Ming. Hope Camp. Leader, Flames Sovereign Zhou Shiji. Officers, none. Join restrictions, none. Faction benefits, none. Available projects, none. Members, 4. The panel looked bare bones, but starting from scratch had its own charm. With so few members, Zhou Ming left Qianing and Sword Saint without titles for now hardly time to divide the realm. Ding. System prompt. Windcatcher Ting Feng Shi requests to join the Hope Camp. Approve? Ding. System prompt. Black and White Kai Mai Mayu Baming Shang requests to join the Hope Camp. Approve? He approved only Ting Feng Shi yes request, then set the requirements. Reject all adventurers. NPCs must be at least demigod. With a brand new faction, looser rules would invite enemy plants working with the 2 major camps, and an oversized roster would be hard to manage. Better safe than sorry. I'm off to level up. With everything set, he turned and left Boulder City. He'll watch your back. Renee shrank into a golden pebble the size of a knuckle and clipped onto his belt. Qianing slipped silently into the divine demon orb, calm as still water. I'm coming too. Yi Jibei followed without a word, guarding his flanks. Flanked by 3 god-tier allies, Zhou Ming couldn't help laughing was only going to grind levels, yet the entourage looked like a spoiled young lord's swaggering procession. Now that you've left the light camp's territory, the gods are bound by the wager and cannot act, but the dark camp can attack you freely and take your life. Yi's Zibius expression was grim. In truth, Rock Fortress Fall meant World Wanderer's hardest trials were only just beginning. Once he stepped beyond the city's 1-month siege cooldown shield, the demon gods would be free of every constraint. As long as they stayed out of light camp territory, they could ambush him whenever they pleased. Zhou Ming frowned. So the moment I leave Rock Fortress, even if all 10 demon gods appear together, no one can stop them? Correct. Qian Ying's voice floated out of the shadows, heavy enough to chill the air. They're already watching the gates. I dropped a beacon in Rock Fortress. If things spiral, it'll warp you back at once. Zhou Ming looked into the placid void beyond the wall. Though he saw nothing, he knew Qianing never exaggerated. One slip and the demon gods would trap him forever. Blade Saint, take me to the Frostwind range, he ordered. Understood. Yi Jibei nodded. His longsword thundered out of its sheath and stabbed into the ground. He stepped onto the exposed edge, and Zhou Ming took position behind him. Whoosh steel flashed, 2 figures streaked forward, and they cleared the city wall in a heartbeat. 5 minutes later they arrived. Hovering in midair, Zhou Ming saw the Frostwind range jutting like icy spears into the clouds, snow already waist-deep halfway up, the peaks lost in swirling mist. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the Frostwind range. A bitter wind whipped across them as they dropped into knee-deep snow. Zhou Ming lifted a hand, cast Scout, and locked onto a cluster of hulking snow apes in the distance. Snow Ape Elite. Level, 90. HP, 350,000. ATK, 10, 35010, 690. Def, 6, 5006, 780. Skills, Heavy Smash, Snowball Throw, Advanced Agility, Furious Roar. Description, the weakest creature in the Frostwind range, though weak is strictly relative. 2-star elites, the apes could one-shot average players, yet before Zhou Ming they were fodder. Dawnbreak. His blazing greatsword crashed into the herd, a crimson wave vaporizing the falling snow. 312,150. Critical 23,450. 24,116. The ape struck Hedon was left hanging by a thread. Howls rose as dozens of snow apes lunged. Flames erupted from Zhou Ming's infernal armor while he swept his blade in a cross slash. Ding. System prompt. You have slain a snow ape. EXP 6.48. Ding. System prompt. You have slain a snow ape. EXP 6.48. Grinding monsters 25 levels above him, his EXP bar rocketed. In barely 5 minutes, he forced out a full level. This is ridiculous, Yi Jibei couldn't help laughing. With the Queen of Embers and the Mystic Phoenix guarding him, World Wanderer's power already dwarfed other players. Even an Emperor would struggle to match him. If he were an enemy, anyone would dream of uprooting such a threat. Meanwhile, as Zhou Ming leveled at a breakneck pace, the Western super capital Skyhawk City held an emergency summit. Deities from every faction gathered to discuss how to deal with World Wanderer. The global announcement naming a Hope faction was, to them, naked provocation. They had no intention of letting it stand. The council of deities was thick with tension. Elite champions from every region ringed the round table, each one radiating barely restrained killing intent. When the last seat was filled, a man in purple armor slammed the tabletop. His voice boomed like thunder through the chamber. We've tried to eliminate Zhou Yushiji twice, and failed both times. Even the demon god was beaten. What brilliant ideas do you have? This was Alva, the Thunder Spear, the strongest lance master in the Ameri region, wielder of lightning, right hand to its emperor, a legendary boss feared across the world. His words fell, and the room went dead silent. They had already hatched 2 elaborate schemes to seize the divine demon orb, yet Zhou Yushiji still lived and his power was skyrocketing. Head even founded his own faction, a direct provocation to every god-tier player present. Everyone understood. If Zhou Yushiji fully rose, the consequences would be disastrous. At length someone spoke, voice low and grim. We have to find a way to break free of the wager's restrictions. A second champion echoed him. Exactly. The wager is the real problem. Because of it we can't act personally, and our room to maneuver is locked down tight. Strip that away and, honestly, even 10 god-tier protectors couldn't save him from us. Heads nodded around the table, but escaping the rules was easier said than done. While frustration mounted, a derisive laugh sliced through the gloom. Sato Taka, the shadow assassin from the Sakura region, folded his arms and sneered. Do we really have to break the rules to win? Just because the eastern region hasn't killed Zhou Yushiji doesn't mean we can't. Those Chinese are pathetic. You say that again and see what happens. Watch your filthy mouth. Several eastern champions shot to their feet, chairs clattering. Bakayaro. Sato Taka spat back, but his Japanese curse held little weight against the torrent of eastern profanity. Gu Yuchen narrowed his eyes. Choose your words carefully, unless you want to offend that lord from the eastern region. The mere mention of that lord made every powerhouse flinch. Sato Taka's lip twitched. He reined in his tongue. Straightening his collar, he spoke in a sinister drawl. In any case, my investigation is complete. No matter how strong an adventurer becomes, he can't bring the power of Destiny Continent into the real world. Give me 3 days, and Zhou Yushiji will hand over the divine demon orb, then lose his head. He'll never log in again. The remark snapped everyone awake. If killing him in game was tough, the Sakura region intended to end him at the source by cutting Zhou Yushiji down in reality. Flash. Only 2 hours later, golden light burst from Zhou Ming's body for the 4th time. His level rocketed to 70, cementing first place on the leaderboard's 20 levels ahead of the runner-up. In other words, he was already poised to break into the 80s, while the top players were only beginning their class advancement quests. Roar. Suddenly, Zhou Ming heard a deep, muffled roar and looked up to see a 5-mid turtle snow ape charging straight at him. The Snow Ape King, a luminous grade boss, level 100, HP 1,300,000, attack 16, 70018, 200, defense 11, 10012, 100, skills, cold immunity, ice staff mastery, savage punch, mega snowball. With a thunderous boom, the Snow Ape King lunged forward, using its momentum to launch a massive fist at Zhou Ming. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming's phantom greatsword fell first, its sweeping arc pinning the beast in place. Cruel combo. 6 overlapping afterimages burst from the blade. 20,236, 20,459, 41,956, critical 20,009. For every 50 attack speed, Cruel combo adds 1 extra strike, and Zhou Ming's weapon starts at 80 attack speed plus 1 per level, enabling an effortless 6-hit flurry. A tearing sound ripped through the air as space shuddered open, an invisible blade slicing a narrow rift. Black matter poured out, its oppressive force sweeping over them. Clang. Yi Zhibei drew his sword, brow furrowed. Too fast. The demon god is coming. Qianing placed a hand on Zhou Ming's shoulder, ready to force teleport him back to Rockridge City. Give me 20 seconds. Zhou Ming growled, refusing to retreat. He pulled a pale gold skill book from his pack. Xiaoyu. Chirp. The mystic bird swooped by, hooking the book with its talons and returning it. Ping. System message. Thanks to Celestial Beast, Xiaoyu's super lucky star, your item Stellar Scripture has advanced from Rare Grade to Rare S Grade. Ping. System message. You have successfully learned the skill Stellar Scripture, Rare SS rank. As he studied the book, Zhou Ming slashed at the Snow Ape King, which had broken free. Soul Cleave. 72,555. The boss was stunned for another second. Zhou Ming didn't pause for an instant, weaving skills and basic attacks into an unrelenting barrage. 20 seconds flew by. Buzz. The Sword of Twilight erupted in golden fire, the blade trembling as though it could barely contain the power. Zhou Ming channeled Dawn's energy directly into his weapon instead of launching it remotely. Ping. System message. You have activated Stellar Scripture. Your next attack deals 800 damage, 50 critical chance, 80 critical damage, and has a high chance to knock back or knock up the target for 5 seconds. Ping. System message. Your mastery of Dawn has increased, raising the skill to SS grade. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the Snow Ape King screamed in terror and tried to flee. Die! Shadow Step flashed. Zhou Ming appeared behind the boss, and his golden-flamed greatsword crashed down. 741,558. Critical. The Snow Ape King collapsed with a crash. Ping. System message. Congratulations on defeating the luminous tier boss Snow Ape King. Rewards. 152.84 current level experience, 350 reputation, 30 gold coins. Ping. Global announcement. Attention, all players. Total accumulated reputation has reached 10,000. Clash of the Pinnacle has been activated and will begin in 3 days. All adventurers level 20 and above may participate for rich rewards. The surge of experience instantly pushed Zhou Ming to level 71. Ignoring the new event, he bent down and swept every piece of loot into his bag. A ripping boom tore through the sky once more. At the edge of the blizzard, a 1,000-meter-tall flame giant stepped out of the rift, its massive form rivaling the cold wind mountains. Flames erupted, waves of heat rolling outward, vaporizing the falling snow in an instant. The flame giant swung its great sword, its fiery arc surging like a sea of fire, cleaving straight toward Zhou Ming. At the critical moment, the sword saint forged a colossal blade and hovered in midair, blocking the flame giant king's strike. Boom. 2 swords, each hundreds of meters long, slammed together. The shock wave tore through the cold wind mountains like a hurricane. Bare rock walls split open, snow and rubble cascaded down the slopes, and the range itself seemed ready to snap in two. At last, the 2 god-tier combatants were fighting in earnest. Every swing had the power to redraw the map. How long can they keep you safe? The flame giant king's voice rumbled like thunder. One day, you'll die by my sword. I could say the same to you, Zhou Ming replied calmly. One day, you'll die by my sword. You the giant had barely opened his mouth when Xianing raised her hand. Inky energy fanned out, space cracked like a spiderweb, and a teleport array lit up with a ghostly glow. Retreat was their only option. The other demon gods were crossing the void. Once they sealed the area, escape would be impossible. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map Jian City, Tier 2 City. With a flash, Zhou Ming landed among towering rock walls and a massive city gate. Though the city had just endured a siege, it was in no danger of falling anytime soon. Flame giant King Luada, Zhou Ming murmured. A fire element demon god. Not a bad surprise. Ding. System notification. Due to extensive destruction, Cold Wind Mountains has been transformed into frozen wasteland. Roughly 10 minutes later, Qianing, Lenny, and the others emerged from the teleport array. Everyone all right? Zhou Ming asked. Fine, Qianing said, then explained, outside city limits the system's rules don't restrain us. As long as our speed matches the enemy's, it's not hard to break away from someone of equal level. The problem is, the demon gods will keep trying to stunt your growth, Lenny said, frowning. They came across domains to pin you inside Jian City. If these raids become routine, we won't always beat the lockdown. The more desperate they are, the more afraid they must be, Zhou Ming answered, expression steady. This trip was fruitful enough. I can stay in the city for a while. His gaze shifted to a new event glowing on his interface Champions Clash. Champions Clash Eastern Division. Description, writers argue ranking, warriors settle it. This is a game for true elites. Objective, defeat opponents to climb the leaderboard. Higher rank, richer rewards. Note, skills with cooldowns longer than 10 minutes are prohibited. Entry requirement, adventurers level 20 or higher. Registration closes, 3 days. Leaderboard rewards. Champion. Includes at least 1 national artifact. Runner-up. 3rd place. Top 10. 5 levels, at least 1 warlord grade item, 1 cosmetic outfit, a heap of gold. Every game hosts a server-wide tournament, and Destiny is no exception. The twist is that Destiny keeps the prizes secret. Even so, a single warlord grade item for the top 10 is enough to make players drool, especially once Qian Ying's enhancements could push it into the celestial tier, a full grade above Zhou Ming's current weapon. As for the champion's hidden reward, the devs offered only this. Includes at least 1 national artifact. That one line is all it takes to draw every top player into the fray. A national artifact, I can probably enhance that too, Zhou Ming whispered, sucking in a breath. To other players, the generous ranking rewards were already huge, but once they fell into his hands their value jumped 2 tiers higher. Shrock's pitch-black void was torn open, a flame-wreathed arm thrust through, and a towering flame giant king strode out, shaking the earth with a thunderous boom. Don't think hiding inside these walls will save you. The flame giant king growled, bending down as his searing gaze swept over Zhou Ming and the others, the roiling blaze twisting the very air. He opened his palm, and an ancient bronze scroll materialized, etched with obscure runes. A heartbeat later the flames consumed it, releasing a crimson beam that shot toward Boulder City. Ding. System message, Flame Giant King Rod has used the item Heavenly Edict Blueprint SSS. When resources are sufficient, Boulder City will build itself automatically. and construction speed is boosted by 300. Caw, caw, caw. The tear behind the giant reopened, and countless crimson rock-like birds screeched out. Like puppets on strings, they scooped up timber, stone, and iron ore with their talons and rained the materials down into the city. Ding. System message. Boulder City Lumber 10. Ding. System message. Boulder City Iron Ore 8. Ding. System message. Under the effect of Heavenly Edict Blueprint SSS, the Lord's Manor has begun automatic construction. Piles of building materials merged into the foundations the moment they touched the ground, and broken walls were repaired in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the war-ravaged Boulder City transformed into a bustling construction site. Watching the spectacle, Zhou Ming whispered to Yi Jibei, "Can we sabotage the buildings?" He could see the dark faction's plan at a glance. Once Boulder City rose to a Tier 1 capital, it would hold far more than 3 God-tier powerhouses. No, Yi Jibei shook his head. For the next month, Boulder City can't be attacked by other factions, and its facilities are indestructible as well. The Flame Giant King snorted and stepped back into the rift. The rules won't side with you every time. His voice echoed as his figure vanished. Traveling the world, surviving this long had been equal parts strength and luck, and most of all his knack for bending the rules to his advantage. But clearly he wasn't the only one good at it anymore. Renee looked up at the downpour of resources, worry clouding her face. If Boulder City becomes a Tier 1 capital, there'll be no cap on how many God-tier fighters it can house. The Dark faction was clearly setting the board for the showdown a month from now. Once the siege cooldown expired and 10 demon gods descended together, no national capital would be safe. Brother Zhou is absolutely right. Yi Jibei nodded. Zhou Ming had only been in the game for a month. No one could predict how fast he might evolve next. Blessings and disasters always came hand in hand. Eyeing the stockpiled materials, Zhou Ming urged, "Take whatever they're throwing us and stash it somewhere safe. We'll need it later." The city building permit resting quietly in his inventory would likely see real use in a month. For now, stockpiling resources was the top priority. When the time came, their city would level up far faster. Got it. High-ranked players carried enormous backpacks that could ferry a mountain of construction materials in one trip. Renee, in particular, moved slowly yet hauled a staggering load. Again and again her pack, large enough to block the city gate, was crammed with timber, stone blocks, and iron ingots, then delivered to the assigned warehouse with her steady, deliberate stride. After several runs, broken walls were sheathed in new masonry, streets were repaved, and every gap in the ramparts and arrow towers was sealed tight. By the time the last cart was unloaded, GN City had regained the imposing grandeur it possessed before the siege, and its promotion to a Tier 1 capital was now a certainty. Night fell, and moonlight poured into the Lord's courtyard like liquid silver. Zhou Ming pushed open the door, sat on a stone bench beside the pavilion, rested his elbows on his knees, and frowned. Leveling had stalled, the city needed to advance, and the Dark faction was blocking him at every turn. Each problem felt like another stone on his shoulders. As faction leader, he knew that showing agitation would only unsettle his people further. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his skill panel. 7 Sins Trial? Description: only by enduring the ultimate burden of each sin can one become the true demon lord. Sin of pride, flame demon armor. Sin of envy, flame soul art. Sin of wrath, return to the void. Sin of sloth, locked, auto-activates in 30 days. Sin of greed? Sin of gluttony? Sin of lust? 3 sins down, he muttered. The first 3 triggered every 3 days, but sloth waits 30. Is it tougher, or is something else going on? The courtyard gate creaked. Qianing, her silver hair catching the moonlight, approached softly. "Am I interrupting?" she asked. "Not at all." Zhou Ming managed a faint smile. "I was just weighing our situation." She took the seat opposite him. Zhou Ming spoke plainly, hiding nothing. "I don't know when the enemies from home will come knocking, or who will make contact once my identity leaks. Best case scenario, they'll have to negotiate with the government. In game, I've killed too many players. Every major power wants my head. Have you tried unleashing your skills in the real world at full force?" Qianing suggested. "I mean really pushing your limits, not just testing them." "I will, in a bit," Zhou Ming said, thoughtful. He had triggered Dawn in reality once before, but only half-heartedly. He reached into his inventory, produced a blood-red divine demon orb, and placed it in her palm. "So this is really that valuable? Even God-tier players want it?" The orb was warm, its dark veins pulsing like living blood. "Maybe we'll only learn the truth after you clear every trial," Qianing said, sliding it back into his hand. Zhou Ming stroked the smooth surface and nodded with conviction. Since becoming its new bearer, the orb had turned entirely crimson, resonating with his own aura. To break the barrier between dimensions, he would have to surpass God Tiran after the Beggar's Guild Master confirmed it. He no longer doubted that goal. But how on earth was he supposed to smuggle the transcendent divine demon orb into the real world and tap into its power outside the game? With no clue at all, Zhou Ming simply slipped the gem into his pocket. A thought struck him, and he called out, "Yinger." Qianing paused and looked up at him. "Do you remember our wager?" His tone was cautiously probing. You mean the massage? Her brows knit slightly. Exactly. You wouldn't want people to say a god-tier player breaks her word, right? Just a shoulder rub, correct? She confirmed. That's it. If you don't know how, he'll teach you. And if you really don't want to, I won't force you. He spread his hands. He'll give it a try. Qianning pressed her lips together, got up, and stepped behind him. The wager was crystal clear. Pride alone kept her from backing out. For convenience, Zhou Ming leaned against the chair back and adjusted his posture, murmuring by her ear, use your thumbs here, yeah? Light it first, then firmer. Don't go too fast or ITLL, just ache. Like this? Qian copied his instructions. Right there. Oh, harder, just a bit harder. When she hit a tight knot, Zhou Ming let out a low groan. Days of non-stop gaming had turned his shoulders to stone. Could you stop making those weird noises? Qian chided, though her fingers never slowed. Sorry, it feels too good. They'll keep quiet. He gave an embarrassed grin. Qian said nothing more and focused on kneading. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming stole a glance at her slender, snow-white fingers, delicate as carved jade. Pity that this was the only perk he could enjoy for now. So late, what are you two doing in the yard? A blonde head peeked through the gate. It was Lenny. Nothing, Zhou waved. Yinger's helping me relax. Really? Lenny's face changed at once, clearly misunderstanding. That kind of relaxing? Don't overthink it. Qian pulled her hands away. It's just a shoulder rub. With their third will present, Zhou Ming let the matter drop. The greaves that dropped from the Snow Ape King today are nice. Yinger, mind upgrading them for me? Sure. Qian nodded. Silver-white light poured from her palms, wrapping the greaves. Their stats shot up 2 tiers. Frost Greaves Emperor Grade. Defense, 800,850. HP, 15,000. Bonus, Ice Resistance 5. Trait, Defense 30, HP 50. Effect 1, Evergreen, reduces incoming damage by 100. Effect 2, Seasoned, required level 15. Required level, 85. Required reputation, 1000. Description, fashioned from the Snow Ape King's hide. These greaves excel at keeping out the cold. TCH, Lenny rolled her eyes. The instant she arrived, the two of them turned all proper. Beep beep. The quiet night was split by a sudden ringtone. It's late. Good night. Qian and Lenny said one after another. Removing his gaming helmet, Zhou Ming picked up his phone and saw Mom glowing on the screen. His heart tightened. Mom, calling this lady, is something wrong? Silence. Hello? Mom, can you hear me? He raised his voice. Traveling the world? After a long pause, a hoarse, unfamiliar voice finally came through the line. Reality. Sakura District. Inside a heavily guarded office tower, a dozen senior officials sat around a long table, backs bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. At the head sat Prime Minister Tung Tian-dao, gaunt and silent, his presence pressing on every chest. All waited for news. Crash. The door flew open. Wind and rain burst in with hurried footsteps. The newcomer dropped to one knee and murmured, Prime Minister, Shan Shangjun has secured Zhou Yushiji's parents. Excellent. Perfect. Half of our plan to seize the Shinmao Pearl is done. No wonder Shan Shang Yukai is the top assassin in Sakura District, always flawless. In seconds, the once gloomy room buzzed with excitement. No one saw any problem with abducting civilians. Quiet. Tung Tian-dao raised a hand, and the chatter died. Tell Shan Shang Yukai not to relax for a moment. Zhou Yushiji is extraordinarily strong, might bring his in-game power into reality. Keep a tight grip on his weakness. Understood. He'll warn him at once. A cold light flickered in Tung Tian-dao's eyes. When the Shinmao Pearl is in hand, wipe him out. If Zhou Yushiji lives, he'll become a threat to Sakura District. Voices answered in unison. They all knew Tianming was no ordinary game. Sooner or later, its powers would spill into the real world. Zhou Yushiji's SS-grade talent had shaken the globe. Every nation outside the Eastern District wanted him stop. Sakura District had merely acted first. Understood. The messenger turned and left. Same moment, Sioux City, Eastern District. In a dim rental flat, Zhou Ming had just towel-dried his hair when his phone rang. Zhou Yushiji? A rough electronic voice scratched through the speaker. His mind went blank. The caller not only knew his ID voice was definitely not his parents. Who are you? He squeezed the phone until his knuckles whitened. Where's my mom? So you won't play dumb. The distorted voice stayed calm. Relax, your mother is safe for now. A pause, then a soft handover. Say something to your son. Ming, his mother whispered, trembling. Mom. Before he could say more, the stranger reclaimed the phone. Abandoned building, southeast corner of Anning District, Sioux City. 3 hours. Call the police and your parents might not live. Beep beep beep. The line went dead. Heart pounding, Zhou Ming grabbed his jacket and bolted. Fine rain veiled Sioux City, night mist blanketing the streets. He flagged a taxi, nearly falling into the back seat. Driver, the abandoned building in the southeast corner of Anning District fast. Tires sliced through puddles, sending up cold spray. Again and again he started to dial the police, and again he killed the call. What do I do? He muttered, eyes bloodshot. In the game he could challenge gods at will. In reality, someone had turned his parents into leverage. The driver studied him in the rearview mirror. Buddy, you look like you're in a real hurry. The driver was a young man with an unremarkable face and sun-browned skin. Watching Zhou Ming through the rearview mirror, he offered a quiet pep talk. When trouble hits, don't lose your head. The best way to kill fear is to face it. Catching the man's profile under the dim dome light, Zhou Ming stiffened. You? The youth was the same guy he had met at the barbecue stall not long ago, the one who had shamelessly begged a free meal and slapped his chest, promising to return the favor. So you remember me? Not bad. The driver grinned and flicked his brows at Zhou Ming in the mirror. Driven by urgency, Zhou Ming lowered his voice. My parents are in trouble. Can you help me? Instinct told him this man was more than he seemed, but right now he had no time to dig deeper. I'm just a rideshare driver trying to make a living, the youth said, shaking his head. Yet his tone carried weight. Still, I've already told you what matters. The brief exchange ended, and silence settled in the cab, broken only by rain drumming against the windshield. The car tore through the downpour. 2.5 hours later, Zhou Ming reached an abandoned office building on the outskirts of town. Night pressed low, and the structure loomed like a boundless block of shadow. A red laser snapped onto his forehead, the chill of killing intent sparking against his skin. Whoever waited inside had firearms. His phone rang, slicing through the rain. Zhou Ming forced his heartbeat down and answered. A voice on the line chuckled. Good kid. Your parents are on the 5th floor. Obey, and they'll stay safe. The call ended with a click. Drawing a long breath, he headed for the stairs. Each footstep echoed through the hollow stairwell. On the 5th floor, several red beams instantly tracked him. With a pop, the overhead light came on, blindingly bright. 5 men in masks and gloves stood in an arc, rifles at the ready. Behind them, Zhou Ming's mother and father were tied to chairs, their mouths sealed with tape, terror swimming in their eyes. You want me, not them. Let them go, Zhou Ming called out, voice steady despite the odds. For most people, their knees would have buckled already. Yet he was bargaining. The leader Shanshan Yukai ripped off his mask. A scar ran from behind his ear all the way to the corner of his mouth. Zhou Shiji, still not scared enough to quit? Zhou Ming's heart sank. These men were no amateurs. The chance they would leave witnesses alive was slim. But he would never watch his parents die. You force my hand. He raised his left palm, resolve blazing in his eyes. The driver's words echoed inside him. To erase fear, face it. 5 muzzles adjusted in unison. Don't move, or you're dead, Shanshan Yukai barked. With any other target, they would have sniped him downstairs, but their employer had been explicit. Secure the Shima orb first. Break dawn. Zhou Ming roared, palm aimed at the scarred man. Nothing happened. Silence closed in, broken only by wind whistling through broken windows. Zhou Ming's hopes plunged. His face went ashen. Was it impossible after all? Shanshan Yukai burst into laughter. Too much gaming, huh? No matter how strong you are in a game, it's still fake. A nearby gunman sneered and swung his rifle toward Zhou Ming's mother's leg. Let's bring him back to reality. Stop. Don't shoot. Zhou Ming shouted, lungs feeling crushed. His mother fought against her bonds, unable to form words. Bang. A shot rang out. Her calf blossomed with blood, crimson droplets pooling under the chair. Make another scene, and next time it won't be the leg. The gunman's threat cut short as a hand clamped around his throat and lifted him clear off the floor. When did he get there? All 4 remaining gunmen, including Shanshan Yukai, jolted inwardly. The building seemed to hum, steel rebars quivering. The air heated, thick with murder. I told you to stop. Zhou Ming roared, face contorted, the whites of his eyes veined with red like a cornered beast. A blood-red orb now hovered beside his shoulder, its sinister glow staining the walls the color of fresh gore. Floom. Fire burst from his palm. Ah! The blistering heat tore a scream from the gunman as he emptied his rifle at Zhou Ming. Tat-a-tat. Round after round flew out, but the scorching air baked them red before they could reach their mark, sending them tinkling off the armor of flame. A black, liquid-like substance rippled across the plates, as if alive, radiating evil intent. In a heartbeat, the shooter could no longer even struggle. He was roasted into a crackling lump of charcoal. Monster. The 4 remaining assassins shared the same frantic thought and opened fire again. The demonic armor was harder than steel. Every bullet ricocheted away. Kuosha dark blur sliced through the air. Zhou Ming reached his parents, wrapped an arm around each of them, and crushed the 5th floor railing beneath his feet as he leapt. They hurtled downward like a shell. Debris flew everywhere, yet not a shard touched them. The instant they landed, he set his parents against a wall and dashed back into the gunfire. Thuda's single punch caved in the second killer's chest, plastering him to the wall like boneless sludge. Zhou Ming roared, his head morphing into a savage dragon's, crimson flames rolling in his throat. The fiery wave swept out, and the 3rd assassin vaporized, leaving only drifting ash. How am I supposed to fight a thing like this? The 4th man, Shanshan Yukai, went deathly pale. His magazine was empty, and Zhou Ming's body was untouched. Zhou Ming raised a hand and flicked a finger. Boom! A fist-sized fireball smashed into the comrade behind Shanshan Yukai, engulfing him in flames. The charred corpse collapsed into the rain, still smoking. Heavy rain pounded down, yet the fire only raged higher. Picking his way through broken tiles and glass, Zhou Ming stopped in front of Shanshang Yukai, fury licking from his eyes like living tongues. Who sent you? Who wants me dead? Clang. A 10-meter Qiyang greatsword materialized atop the ruined building, its blade wreathed in fire. Raindrops that touched it vaporized instantly. Shanshang Yukai's mouth twitched. So that's it, the secret hidden in destiny. Before the last word left his lips, he drew a dagger and rammed it into his own throat. He fell with a splash, blood mingling with the rain. Zhou Yushiji, this time you win. His final whisper was swallowed by the storm. Deprived of a target, the Qiyang greatsword dimmed and dissolved into sparks. Zhou Ming stood for a long moment, fists clenched so hard his knuckles popped. Stay calm, he muttered, yet the sin of wrath that came with 5 straight kills clawed at his reason. Then the driver who had vanished earlier splashed toward him, bronze skin gleaming gold in the firelit rain. He climbed the ruined stairs and tossed something to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming caught it, a jar of warm, fragrant wine. You paid for the barbecue last time, the young man said with a smile. I promised I'd treat you today, if you think it's poisoned. Gulp, gulp. Before he could finish, Zhou Ming tilted his head and drained the jar. The rich liquor flowed down his throat like a cool spring dousing a furnace, and the fire in his chest settled. One good drink to put out your flame, that's how you pass the trial of wrath, the youth said with a satisfied nod. Thank you. Zhou Ming set the empty jar aside, warmth surging through him, thoughts crystal clear, as if reborn. In that moment, he knew exactly who the man was. Ning Wuxian, the one opponent in the talent trial, he could only fight to a draw. Back then the man said he would buy him a drink. He never imagined it would happen like this. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. Ning Wuxian flicked his hand, his sleeve brushing the edge of the table and stirring the air, then shifted the topic. Besides returning your favor, I came here specifically to deliver bad news. Huh. Zhou Ming blinked. You made a special trip just to give me bad news? Before he could grasp what was happening, Ning Wuxian looked up and fixed him with an almost probing gaze. World Travelerno, Zhou Ming. Tell me, have you ever lost? Brother Ning, why would you ask that? Zhou Ming's brows knitted. He couldn't make sense of the sudden question. Was Ning challenging him? The man could move freely between the game and reality and had surpassed god-tier power. Zhou knew he couldn't possibly match him. You might think the question abrupt, even rude, Ning said, entirely serious. Consider it this. I cast a divination for you. The result says you're destined to die. Zhou Ming's breath caught, his expression turning grave. Had anyone else said it, he'd have laughed it off, but Ning Wuxian's mastery of time and space was terrifying. If even he saw no way out, it was no idle threat. Not even a sliver of hope. Zhou asked. Ning Wuxian gently shook his head. The silence grew so thick it felt solid. At last Zhou spoke in a low voice. Can you tell me where he'll die? I hear you love to gamble and never lose, Ning said, half smiling though his eyes were deadly serious. Shall we place a bet? If you win, this beauty is yours. He flipped his hand, and a scarlet skill book materialized, golden runes glinting in the candlelight. Zhou Ming focused on the cover. Forbidden, flame of perdition. A skill book mattered less to him than his life. What's the wager? I bet that in 1 month you'll be dead. Ning spoke, then turned away. His shadow stretched in the lamplight, his voice still clear. I hope you can change the ending, but I'm sorry, I can't see any chance you'll win. No chance. That was the only answer. If Zhou Ming possessed 10,000 futures, every path still led to the same destination, death. Even an early warning changed nothing. Watching Ning Wuxian leave, Zhou wrestled with turbulent thoughts. Even Ning was certain he'd die in Boulder City's siege. He still had unfinished business and couldn't linger. He hurried downstairs. Dad, Mom, are you all right? Zhou Ming rushed over. We're fine. Father Zhou held up Mother Zhou, who had been shot. Seeing his son unharmed, he finally relaxed. Ming, why did those people try to kill you? Because I awakened a special ability, Zhou improvised. As he spoke, he pressed his palm over the blood on his mother's leg. Since powers from the game could cross into reality, healing should work too. Sacred flame baptism. Whoosh, soft fire blossomed in the night like a golden lotus. Within moments the gunshot wound closed, the hole vanishing without a trace. Father Zhou's eyes widened. The words on his lips melted into awe. Ming, that's... Zhou Ming worried his excuse sounded flimsy and began to explain. That's amazing. His father cut in. Did you offend some bully while playing hero? Mother Zhou, still shaken, quickly turned proud, her eyes shining like stars. Yes. Zhou Ming nodded solemnly. It was Trude angered every bully on the server by playing hero in the game. After settling his parents, he drove them home himself, making them promise not to tell anyone, then rushed back to his rented room. There was no time to savor the shock of bringing game powers into reality, nor to inspect the spirit demon orb that had appeared. He put on his gaming helmet at once. He couldn't let tragedy strike again. He had to master a defensive skill as soon as possible so his family would stay safe. The instant he logged in, system chimes filled his ears. Ding. System message. Because you drank Clearmind wine, you have obtained Ding. System message. Because you drank tranquil spirit wine, you gain the following permanent bonuses: health 1000, attack 80, defense 50, and 20 resistance to mental damage. Ding. System message. You have unlocked the hidden personal quest, Life on the Line. Ding. Global announcement. Clash at the Summit is now live. The generous gods are watching every warrior. Complete their challenges, and the gifted among you may earn a hidden class. Holders of hidden classes may not participate. Ding. System message. Do you wish to register for the Summit Showdown, Eastern Division? A rapid burst of notification chimes exploded in Zhou Ming's ears, leaving him frozen in place. The first alert alone was unbelievable. The tranquil spirit wine had fed its stat boost straight into the game. A drink he swallowed in reality had permanently enhanced his virtual avatar, and the power earned in-game could flow back into the real world. It made no sense. Is this a game or another reality? Questions flooded his mind. Why did monsters respawn? Why did every rule mimic a game's logic? With no answers in sight, Zhou Ming pushed the confusion aside and handled the most urgent matter first. Yinger, I've got a scroll on me. He pulled a parchment covered in cryptic sigils from his pack. The City Defense Reward, Ancient Oath. Rarity, SS. Description, a contract from antiquity that grants immense benefits to its bearer. Effect, once the other party accepts the oath, you may learn any S-rank skill or lower from their list, ignoring all prerequisites except exclusive skills. Cost, 800 renown. Qianing flashed into view, her eyes fixed on the scroll. That's a rare treasure. You plan to copy one of my skills with it? Zhou Ming nodded. I need something that protects someone long-term without restricting their freedom. She thought for a moment. If you only need protection, someone else's skill might suit you better. Her reminder made Zhou Ming's eyes light up. Worried as he was, he had nearly forgotten the true defense expert right beside him. He hurried out of the Lord's courtyard, crossed a corridor, and stepped into a side room. Inside, a girl shaped from exotic stone was stripping off heavy armor and slipping into a pale yellow dress. She sat cross-legged, crunching on colorful rocks, the shards crackling against her hem. Back so early today? Lainey raised a stony eyebrow, curiosity in her voice. Zhou Ming didn't waste time. Can you teach me a truly powerful way to keep someone safe? Want to learn? Lainey set her stone bowl down with a thud, gave herself a thumbs up, and grinned. I'm no killer, but when it comes to protection, I'm second to none. However what? Real mastery isn't learned overnight. Call me teacher, and we'll talk. Zhou Ming didn't pull out the ancient oath just yet. He smiled. How about a demonstration first? Impress me, and I'll call you master until I master it myself. Deal. Lei and I said brightly, raising her hand as earth energy gathered in her palm and linked her to Zhou Ming. Ding system prompt. Lei and I, mistress of bedrock, has used the skill Amber Guard. If Flame's sovereign Zhou Ming takes damage, the Guardian absorbs it until the link is cancelled or the damage equals 10 of the Guardian's max HP. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. What grade is that skill? S-class, Lei and I replied. Zhou shook his head. Let's find another. I want an S-class trump card. Lei and I arched a brow. Think it over. Even an Unseen Century prodigy needs months to master, and S-class skill SS takes longer. I'm fine with time, just not weakness, Zhou said bluntly. You greedy thing, Lei and I muttered. But her expression turned serious as earth energy swirled around her hand. A moment later, a pale gold shield rose at Zhou Ming's feet, then blended into the air. Ding system prompt. Lei and I, mistress of bedrock, has used the skill Stoneheart Bulwark. Before Flame's sovereign Zhou Ming takes damage, he gains 50 of Lei NIS total defense and instantly deals 600 of his own attack to the enemy. Duration, 20 minutes. Zhou whistled inwardly. So this is the mistress of bedrock, a shield that protects and strikes back in the same breath. With power like this, no one in the current adventurer ranks could survive a 600 burst. Well, want to learn it? Lei and I asked, pleased by the praise. With my guidance you'll master it in 2 years. In that case, shall you? Zhou pulled an ancient scroll from his pack and tossed it into the air. Chirp. A mystic bird flapped up and slapped the scroll back into Zhou's hand. Ding system prompt. Under Celestial Beast, Shao Yu's Super Lucky Star, the item Primeval Oath has advanced from Rare S-class to SS class. That was fast. Zhou snapped the scroll open. Whoosh, golden light scattered as the scroll spun. Ding system prompt. You spend 800 renown to use Primeval Oath SSS. With the target's consent, choose any skill from their list, SSS or lower, ignoring all requirements. Pressing the scroll, Zhou looked up politely. Teacher Lei and I, could you place your hand on this? Just for a second. Lei and I's smile stiffened. Have you considered this isn't learning but stealing? Copying the answer sheet, what teacher would accept that? Zhou briefly explained the crisis he faced in reality. I understand, Lei and I said at last, resting her hand on the scroll. Whoosh. Her skill list unfolded before Zhou's eyes. Ding system prompt. Do you wish to learn Stoneheart Bulwark SSS? Yes. Zhou's heart hammered. With help from Shao Yu and Primeval Oath, an SS class skill had dropped into his lap. What a windfall. Ding system prompt. Congratulations. You have learned Stoneheart Bulwark SSS. Ding system prompt. As the first Destiny-favored adventurer to master an SS class skill, you receive free attribute points 100, luck 5. As soon as he leveled up, Zhou opened his skill panel to read the description Panion Shield, SS rank. The move was so extraordinary it hardly seemed humanly possible. It could be cast on any target, granting them half of the caster's total defense before damage was taken, while simultaneously striking the enemy for 600% of the caster's attack. It lasted 2 hours, had a 20-minute cooldown, and could be applied to up to 3 allies. Renee, your skill is incredible, Zhou exclaimed. The shield truly deserved its SSS rating. What frightened him most wasn't the 600% counter-strike, but the clause about 50% of the caster's total defense. The higher his armor, the more outrageous the benefit. Thinking of that, he gave Renee a meaningful look. Persuading such a living treasure to join him with just a few words was almost miraculous luck. Even though you're desperate to save people, I have to add one thing. Renee wrinkled her nose and pondered. There's no what? No soul, she finally blurted. Zhou burst out laughing and tousled her soft blonde hair. Thanks, master. Just call me by my name, Renee said, sitting up straight. She pulled a grayish stone from her pocket and bit off a chunk with a loud crunch. Calling me master to cheer me up won't work. Zhou thought for a moment, then took a fist-sized piece of luminous ore from his pack and set it before her. It's yours. It was the only ore he had that was truly valuable. He had planned to forge a divine weapon with it someday, but if he really was going to die in a month, keeping it would only help his enemies. Oh, demigod grade ore? Renee's eyes sparkled. System reward, Zhou said succinctly. Just my way of thanking you. I've got things to handle, so we'll be off. Light and shadow shattered as his avatar logged out. Zhou had to cast Panion Shield on his parents before anyone else could act. TSK, watching World Traveler's avatar dissolve into tiny points of light, Renee clicked her tongue. Instead of eating the luminous ore, she carefully stored it in her inventory. We're on the same side, why the formality? Since he wouldn't need it for a while, she would keep it safe for him. In the real world, Zhou yanked off the VR helmet and dashed out of his rented apartment. He had crossed too many people to live with his parents, but he still had to keep them safe. Activating Shadow Step, he streaked toward his hometown like a blur. The moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, a dozen uniformed strangers who had been waiting rose to their feet. A middle-aged man in a flawless suit stepped forward and offered his hand. Hello, I'm Lin Zhongshan. Hello. Zhou shook his hand. The incident in the abandoned building had exposed his identity, but now that he wielded power from the game, he no longer feared government officials. World Traveler, I've been eager to meet you for a long time. Lin Zhongshan studied the young man for a moment, then burst out laughing. What you've achieved in Destiny can't be copied. Hardly anyone can even imitate it. Truly impressive. You flatter me. Zhou nodded politely. Then, in front of everyone, he raised one hand and formed a seal. From beneath his parents' feet surged a thick, brownish-yellow light that solidified into a shield of rock, encasing the elderly couple layer by layer. Even modern firearms would struggle to crack it. A reminder, and a warning to anyone nursing ill intent. Right now you're the only person who can pull game power straight into reality, Lin Zhongshan said, sobering. We know what happened today. Rest assured, we'll protect your parents with everything we have and without restricting their freedom. Thank you. Zhou got straight to the point. Senior Lin, what exactly is Destiny? I have too many questions, and my wager with Ning Wuxian means I have to know the truth. I'm sorry, I honestly don't know. Lin Zhongshan shook his head. Zhou frowned. A bodyguard seemed about to speak, but Lin Zhongshan gestured for silence. I'm not hiding anything, the old man said helplessly. Treat it as something alien. Earth's technology can't decipher it yet. The answer is probably inside the game itself. I understand. Zhou asked no more. Once he received their promise of non-interference and full protection, he took his leave. In 1 month, he would face Ning Wuxian, and by then every god-tier expert would likely converge on Giant Rock City. He returned to his rented apartment in the gray pre-dawn light. After a sleepless night, exhaustion washed over him. He stepped into the shower, letting hot water rinse away the fatigue. With a casual motion, a black and white bead streaked with shifting light appeared in his palm, the divine demon orb. I only survived thanks to you, he murmured. The orb had forced Destiny's power into reality. Without it, he would have died. He opened his hand, and the bead dissolved into light, returning to the game. Its secrets would have to wait until he cleared the trial of the 7 sins. He washed up and fell straight into bed. Around noon, Zhou woke feeling unexpectedly refreshed. Clear mind wine's mental resistance kept fatigue at bay despite the flipped schedule. After a stretch, he walked to a nearby diner and ordered beef ramen. While waiting, he browsed the game's official website on his phone. The headlines were sensational. Clash of Titans top Eastern expert makes his move. Zhou Shiji has earned enough to travel time to quit. Mysterious master, submit and perish. Submit and perish? Zhou raised an eyebrow and opened the post. In the video, a man in a purple robe was surrounded by hundreds of players. He lifted his staff and chanted. Thunderclouds churned overhead, and a dragon of pure lightning plunged downward. 255,448. 261,475. 245,997. Damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands burst across the screen, and the crowd was erased in an instant. The comment section exploded. We had no idea he was third on the level rankings 1 forbidden spell, and we were wiped. Someone can already cast forbidden magic? If number 3 is this strong, how terrifying is number 2? Zhou Yushiji hasn't fought them, yet calling him Eastern Champion might be premature. Forbidden magic. Zhou Ming felt a surge of longing. That was power he had yet to touch. After finishing his ramen, he withdrew some gold and bought a secluded yet fully equipped house. Private network, training gear, everyday supplies, everything he might need, plus a discreet place to handle trouble. Work done, he drew a deep breath. 1 month, only 1 month. Ning Wuxian was certain he would die, and that confidence had to come from somewhere. But with his life on the line, he had no choice but to face it head-on. He logged back into the game, opened the quest panel, and clicked on the wager with Ning Wuxian. Hiss. The moment the details appeared, he sucked in a sharp breath, stunned. It was actually. Meanwhile, in Sakura Ward, after hearing the panicked report, the ministers in the conference room stared at one another in disbelief. Even armed with guns, 5 elite operatives still couldn't take down Zhou Yushiji. The news shattered their worldview. Useless, all of you. Fujita Dao slammed his palm on the table, making the folders jump. 5 men with firearms, and you still failed? How am I supposed to answer to Mr. Sato? His furious roar froze the room. Every head bowed in silence. Crash. The door burst open. A gaunt man strode in, his predatory gaze sweeping the room. The long scar running from behind his ear to the corner of his mouth looked especially ghastly under the lights. Fujita Dao felt his hair stand on end. You're not dead? Intelligence had reported that Shan Yukai had committed suicide, and that the body was in Eastern District custody, yet here, he was, alive. Mr. Sato's protective gear isn't just for show, Shan Yukai rasped. After a brief stare down with the Prime Minister, he turned away, his voice icy. The mission's not over. Zhou Yushiji will die by my hand soon. Across town, Zhou Ming opened his mission panel and froze. A blazing headline read, Life or Death Difficulty Exclusive SSS Tier. Until now, the hardest task had cleared was an exclusive S tier, and that had nearly killed him. Thanks to his wager with Ning Wuxian, the difficulty had vaulted straight past SS to the absolute limit. Exclusive SSS tier, Zhou Ming muttered. No wonder Ning Wuxian was certain he'd die. He steadied himself and read on. Life or Death Exclusive SSS tier. Synopsis. No one truly defies destiny. Every so-called miracle is merely fate's subtle design. Requirement. Survive for 30 days. Reward. Taboo. Eternal Inferno. Penalty. None. The requirement was simple. The difficulty spoke for itself. Zhou Ming stared at it for a long moment, then closed the panel and opened his skill screen. Sin of Sloth locked. Auto-activation in 29 days. Earlier trials offered only a few days of buffer. This one granted nearly a month. Perhaps that, too, was part of the test. Ding. System prompt. Activate 7 sins trial. Sin of Sloth? Yes, Zhou Ming confirmed. Ding. System prompt. Sin of Sloth activated. New trial parameters appeared. Sin of Sloth trial requirements. 1. For 30 days. Gain no experience through your own efforts. System rewards exempt. 2. Create 1 SS tier skill of your own design. Duration, 30 days. Reward. Failure penalty, death. 30 days without farming experience. Talk about real laziness. Zhou Ming forced a smile. Creating an SS tier skill pushed the challenge to its peak. Everything made sense on paper, yet right now it felt especially cruel. Perhaps the 7 sins trial held a deeper meaning. Zhou Ming pondered the thought. From experience, every trial has always been closely tied to the Divine Demon Pearl's owner, and this one is likely no different. Zhou Ming mulled it over for a while when his wristwatch suddenly vibrated. Beep beep. Ting Feng Shiyu. Brother Zhou, my mentor would like to meet you. Could you spare some time to come to the Azure Bamboo Grove? He replied at once. All right. Send me the coordinates. The coordinates arrived quickly. After a brief explanation to Sword Saint, Yi Yunfeng, and Luo Wei, the 4 of them took to the air. Ding. System message. You have entered the Azure Bamboo Grove. With 3 god-tier experts escorting him, it took less than 10 minutes before the emerald stalks came into view. The bamboo trunks were thick and towered skyward. Layers of green leaves filtered the sunlight into scattered speckles on the ground. Instead of flying through the grove, Zhou Ming chose to land and walk, his boots rustling over the dry leaves. Deeper inside, he found 2 people waiting. The young man with refined features was the wind catcher, Ting Feng Shiyu. Beside him stood an elder with white hair and a childlike face, his cyan robe brighter than snow. The roster identified him as Cloud Without Worry, Shadow Step Thief, ordinary NPC. Cloud Without Worry approached with a Cupan fist salute and a friendly smile. Traveler of the world, your reputation precedes you. A pleasure to meet you. Senior Cloud, you wish to see me? Zhou Ming's eyes were calm as he studied the seemingly ordinary, yet unmistakably mysterious elder. Recruiting him would be no bad thing. Cloud without worry returned the smile. Could we talk inside, just the two of us? Certainly. Zhou Ming nodded. A narrow path led to the bamboo hut. He turned to his companions. Brother Yi, please wait outside. He'll chat with Senior Cloud for a moment. Taking only Qian Ying inside the divine demon pearl and the small golden trinket at his waist, he stepped through the door, unfazed by a god-tier invitation. The interior was sparse, furnished with only a table and 2 chairs. Cloud without worry flicked his sleeve and poured tea. My apologies for the plain reception. I live simply and have little to offer. Zhou Ming glanced at the bare rafters and remarked, time is short. You didn't get the chance to make more furniture understandable. Cloud without worry's expression flickered, though he pretended not to understand. I'm afraid I don't follow. Zhou Ming sat, took a sip of tea, and said evenly, you're a god-tier expert, aren't you? Yes, Cloud without worry admitted. Judging by the inheritance you gave Ting Feng Shiyu, your class should be Windshadow Rogue. The elder stayed silent. So here we have a god-tier rogue hiding out in the azure bamboo grove, living on tea and plain rice. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue. That story's a bit hard to swallow. Cloud without worry flushed and coughed lightly. To be honest, I washed my hands of that life years ago. I see. Zhou Ming let it go and shifted the topic. Why did you call me here, Senior Cloud? At that, Cloud without worry's expression turned grave. You're straightforward. So it'll be as well I want you to expel my disciple from the Hope faction. The moment the words left his lips, the bamboo hut fell into absolute silence. A faint breeze slipped through the gaps in the paper windows, making the candle flames quiver, yet no one spoke. Zhou Ming tapped the tabletop with 2 fingers and said calmly, so, Senior Yun, you don't have much faith in me, do you? Zhou knew perfectly well why Yun Wuyo had come so late at night. The old man feared his disciple would be dragged into trouble for joining the Hope Alliance. It's not that, Yun replied, meeting his gaze. On the contrary, I recognize your talent and your skill. You're someone who can achieve great things, someone worth following. But, he sighed, but I doubt how much time you have left. Give a genius like Zhou Yu a few years, and Yun was sure the young man could reshape the world. Unfortunately, time was not on Zhou's side. In a month the gods and demons would strike back, and Yun saw no path to victory. A second-tier city could still be maneuvered around. Even the strongest of the top 3 demon gods would struggle against the likes of the Divine Ash Queen or the Sword Saint. But a primary capital was different. There was no cap on how many divine rank powerhouses it could hold. Even if the enemy poured in twice as many elites, it would change nothing. Zhou Ming stayed silent, tracing the rim of his teacup, offering no rebuttal. That's why I want you to expel my disciple from the Hope Alliance, Yin said, his tone slowing, a hint of pleading in his voice. If you lose, everyone in the Alliance will be hunted down. He's my disciple. I can't watch him fall into the abyss. I understand how you feel, and I can agree, Zhou nodded, then added, but I have conditions. Name them, Yin answered at once. If it's within my power, I'll do even if it means risking my life. You said it, Zhou decided on the spot. Huh. Yin froze, waving his hands. That was a figure of speech. Risking my life for real, you know. He hadn't expected Zhou to take him literally. Zhou sipped his tea and asked mildly, if someone isn't in the Hope Alliance, can a divine rank expert still enter the battlefield? Yun's heart tightened. You want my help? Come on. I'm no match for them. I'm just a small fry. I only asked if it was allowed. By the rules, yes. Can you withdraw after the city falls? Yes. Then it's simple, Zhou said with a smile. I'll expel Ting Feng Shiyu from the Alliance. In exchange, you lend me a hand. If I have to retreat, you leave with me. If I win, you can join openly. Either way, you come out ahead. Doesn't that sound perfect? Yun hesitated. But if I step in, I'll offend too many divine rank opponents. Maybe we should. Senior Yun. Zhou cut him off, his gaze meaningful. Do you doubt how much time I have left? I do. Yun blurted, completely lost in Zhou's roundabout logic. If my time runs out, Zhou pressed, what do you think will happen? Not even a grave for your bones. Yin snapped, finally letting his frustration show. Exactly. In his view, when Jianqing faces a host of god-tier powerhouses 1 month from now, the still-tempered Zhou Yushiji has virtually no chance of survival. Exactly. Zhou Ming sprang to his feet, his gaze as sharp as a blade locked on the elder before him. If I know death is certain, shouldn't I fight with everything I have, no matter the cost? You. Yun Yu's heart lurched under the sudden pressure. Clang. Outside the bamboo lodge a long sword flashed from its scabbard, its clear ring slicing through the mountain wind. A frigid sword aura formed an invisible cage that sealed the courtyard in an instant. Yi Zhibei stood motionless at the gate, waiting for a single word from Zhou Ming to trap and kill Yun Wuyo on the spot. Think of it as me making things difficult, Zhou Ming said, his voice like cold iron. The battle for Jianqing, will you help or not? To him, Yun Wuyo was not doomed, but if the man refused to lift a finger for fear of offending others, what sincerity could he possibly claim? Yun Yu's expression flickered before he gave a wry smile. With methods like yours, I'm not sure whether to resent you or admire you. Zhou Yushiji had indeed forced his hand. The earlier question, can you fight without formally joining the Hope faction, had clearly been offered as an escape route. So, senior, your answer is? Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed. Fine, you win. Yun Wuyo gritted his teeth. He'll help. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, hidden side quest conditional difficulty DOS been unlocked. Accept? Conditional difficulty D. You actually managed to corner a god tier. Impressive. Objective. Expel the Wind Chaser, Ting Feng Shiyu, from the Hope faction. Reward. Full support from Shadow Flash Yun Wuyo, who may withdraw at critical moments. Failure penalty. No breach penalty, but Shadow Flash Yun Wuyo drops 50 levels and loses 10,000 points in all attributes. Yes. Zhou Ming accepted without hesitation. Such a harsh penalty spoke volumes about Yun Wuyo's resolve. Ding. System prompt. Hidden side quest conditional difficulty D accepted. Then I'll be counting on you, Senior Yun. Now that his goal was achieved, Zhou Ming sheathed his edge and softened his tone. The situation was perilous. Courtesy could wait until after the crisis. Alas, Yun Wuyo sighed. I truly wish I could see what the Hope faction might become under your lead. Unfortunately, you established it too early, and your strength isn't there yet. Walking toward the exit, Zhou Ming said quietly, a tree may long for stillness, yet the wind never rests. In life, it's hard to tell whether we choose fate or fate chooses us. Watching the young man's back recede, Yun Wuyo's eyes churned with emotion. He had lived a very long time and met countless prodigies, yet never had one young man left him so utterly stifled. Damn it. After a long silence, he cursed under his breath. If you'd had a little more time to temper yourself, I'd have risked everything to stand with you already. The battle a month from now is destined to be a grand funeral. Even god-tier deaths would not be surprising. Sadly, Zhou Yushiji has made too many enemies, and the outcome cannot be changed by one or two god-tier allies. Slender bamboo swayed as a gentle breeze drifted through the grove. The door of the bamboo cottage creaked open, and Zhou Ming stepped out beneath the eaves. Outside, Ting Feng Shiyu, who had been waiting, hurried over and asked in a low voice, well, what did my master say to you? Nothing major, Zhou Ming replied, lifting an eyebrow. Your master's a good man. When he heard the gods keep hounding me, he decided to help. Ting Feng Shiyu blurted, holy, but bit his tongue, remembering Yun Wuyo was still inside. Clearing his throat, he corrected himself. Ahem, my venerable mentor is usually cautious. It's impressive he's willing to aid you, Brother Zhou. I owe it to you, Zhou Ming said with a smile. Without your introduction, your master and I would never have met, let alone joined forces. Ting Feng Shiyu scratched the back of his head, ears reddening. It was nothing. Then he remembered something else. A lot of top players have been taking on disciples lately. 9 times out of 10 they're after you. So stay alert. Yeah, Zhou Ming nodded. He had already seen the system announcement. Ding. Global announcement. The Apex Showdown has begun. The generous gods are watching every skilled warrior. Players with outstanding potential who complete the gods' quests have a chance to earn a hidden class reward. Note, holders of hidden classes are not eligible. Zhou Ming knew the quests were aimed squarely at him. At least no one would be swayed to the enemy side before the assault on Boulder City. Unfortunately, the showdown also meant most players in the eastern region would now treat him as a target. By the way, I don't need this sword. See if it feels right to you. Zhou Ming opened his inventory and produced a long, flamered blade, the Firecloud sword. In Destiny, gear was limited only by level and reputation. Rogues preferred daggers, but the Firecloud sword stats more than made up for any lost skills. When he saw the attributes, Ting Feng Shiyu sucked in a breath. His voice trembled. War Spirit tier? I can't accept this. Take it, Zhou Ming insisted, shoving the sword into his arms. Your master agreed to help because of you. But I said keep it, so keep it. Yun Wuyo's voice came from the cottage as he strode out, face dark. Keep fussing, and your teacher's going to blow a vessel. All right, Ting Feng Shiyu finally yielded. He could tell his master was in no mood for haggling, and Zhou Ming had clearly gained a lot from their talk. The air suddenly tore open with a rip, and a crushing aura swept over them. A gale battered the bamboo, leaves fluttered down, and branches snapped like dry twigs. Good grief, talk about overkill. Yun Wuyo wasted no time. Before the demon lord could appear, he grabbed Ting Feng Shiyu, leapt into the sky, and vanished in a flash. Their voices echoed back from the far end of the bamboo sea. It's settled, then see you in a month. Got it. Zhou Ming raised a hand in farewell. Safe travels. In the distance, Yun Wuyo quickened his pace even more. Rip. From the ragged gash in the sky, a giant wreathed in flames leapt out. The moment his massive body hit the ground, the Qingxian bamboo grove burst into blazing fire. Clang. A chilling sword hum shot into the clouds. The sword saint unsheathed his blade and took his stance, its silver light locking onto the enemy. Queen of divine embers, get Brother Zhou back to Jian City, now? Zhou Yushiji. The flame giant king roared, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Face me in a fight to the death. Hiss. He swung a mountain-sized crimson greatsword from above. The descending blade warped space, and an ocean of flames swept across the sky. At the same time, a dreadful seal surged outward, locking the entire bamboo grove in place. The sword saint snorted. With a deft flick of his weapon, he deflected the greatsword. Using god-tier power to bully a radiant rank adventurer, aren't you ashamed? Qianing didn't hesitate. Light flashed at her fingertips. Mark teleport. Zhou Ming was yanked out of the fray in an instant. Ding. System message. You have entered the map Jian City, Tier 1 main city. Ding. System message. Due to the Flame Giant King's destruction, Qingxian Bamboo Grove has been transformed into the Crimson Flame Basin. After careful manipulation by gods and demons, the resource-rich Jian City had risen to a grand, thriving Tier 1 metropolis. Everything was unfolding exactly as the Dark Faction had planned. All they needed was to snuff out any unpredictable variables. Stepping through the gates again, a cold light flickered in Zhou Ming's eyes. He had left the safe zone for only moments before a demon god ambushed him. Plainly, they meant to shut down his leveling path entirely within a month. No venturing out the sin of sloth, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he caught the crucial clue. Shortly afterward, the group returned safely. The Sword Saint was still confused. That Flame Giant King seems to hate you to the bonies, always the first to chase you across realms. Understandable, Renee quipped. Rivals in the same field are natural enemies. Zhou Ming ignores all fire element damage, who wouldn't be jealous? Plus, he's the bane of demon gods. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. If he wants to die, he'll gladly oblige. Qianing, Renee, and Yi Zhibei traded uneasy looks. Zhou Yushiji might be unbeatable at his rank, but he was still only radiant level, far from war soul, let alone god tier. Boasting about killing a god sounded outright insane. Seeing their silence, Zhou Ming waved it off with a smile. Just tough talk, don't take it seriously. Renee exhaled in relief. Good. I thought you really meant to pick a fight with the 8th ranked demon god. That guy can smash a mountain with one punch, even without fire. You're right. Zhou Ming agreed with a nod. Under normal circumstances, killing a god-tier powerhouse was impossible. The gap was too vast. Unless, pushing his half-formed ideas aside, Zhou Ming said, I'm going to shut myself away for a while and focus on training. Could you find me a few fire element skill books? Of course. Jian Sheng, Lei and I, and Qianing agreed without hesitation. The three watched Zhou Ming turn to leave, determination burning in their eyes. He nodded to them, but the faint twist at the corner of his lips betrayed a hint of bitterness. Zhou Ming knew the stakes were far greater than his own life. If he fell in the arena a month from now, the 3 companions who had sworn to follow him would die with him. No matter how difficult Ning Wuxian's wager might be, losing was not an option. The Lord's manor was silent, dust still coating the floors. Zhou Ming stepped into the courtyard and opened his skill menu. Guisu exclusive S rank. Description: all things fade in the river of time. Only those who row against the current can endure. Effect: enter Guisu state and gain insight into the essence of your techniques. If comprehension is achieved, you can fuse and strengthen skills of the same type. Limit: once per month. The ceiling for Guisu was sky high, but the cooldown was painfully long. In other words, he might have only one true chance to create an SS strength skill of his own. Ding. System prompt: you have activated Guisu. You are now in the Guisu state. During this period, all other skills have 0 cooldown, 0 cost, and no activation penalties. Duration: unlimited. Note: the effect ends instantly upon entering combat. In a blink, Zhou Ming felt as if he stood inside a vast holographic training ground, the only sound his own heartbeat. Here, he could cast without limit, and the chance of enlightenment was magnified beyond measure. He drew a steady breath, cleared his mind, and gave the command. Blazing Sun Greatsword. Fwoosh! A flaming sword several meters long crashed down, carving charred fissures in the ground as waves of fire surged outward. A moment later he cast again, yet the giant sword never appeared. Instead, the blade in his hand ignited, its edge swelling with lethal heat, ready to unleash a devastating strike. He could now shift freely between the 2 forms of Poxia long-range bombardment and close-quarters execution, each surpassing the original effect. But if he wanted Pixiao to reach even higher, where should he push? Wider area? Higher damage? He rejected both. Raising the damage cap from 2,000% to 2,500 or even 3,000 was just tweaking numbers. It wouldn't count as creating something new. True creation meant rewriting the very mechanics. On the same axis, raw numbers would always be power crept. Only mechanics endure. A simple example: your ultimate could one-shot an enemy, but if they go untargetable with a single tap, your attack hits nothing but air. A few days ago, Long Kun's sword strike should have killed him outright, yet Long Kun never expected Zhou Ming to reflect the damage, giving Jian Sheng time to finish off Gu Yuchen and Lei Qianjua. So what was Pixiao still missing? Guaranteed hit, guaranteed crits, suppression, slow, low cooldown. Area burst. Pixiao already boasted an outrageous list of effects for an S+ exclusive skill. striving for something even better almost felt excessive. A few hours later, Qianing and the others returned, bringing Zhou Ming a stack of fire element skill books. Seated around the campfire, Zhou Ming set down the teacup had been warming in his hands and, eyes gleaming, asked, what kind of extra effect would make Dawnbreak so strong that opponents flinch the moment they hear its name? Silence. That skill's disgusting enough already, Lei and I said, sticking out her tongue. Zhou Ming shook his head. Still not quite there. Not enough? You planning to corner people with a single move? Lei Ni's voice climbed an octave. Maybe ignore defense? Yi Jibei offered, snapping his fingers. Crank the damage even higher. Thought about it. Scrapped it. Zhou Ming said with a shrug. Unless we're evenly matched, it won't change the outcome. Besides, defense piercing isn't rare. Tanks like Lei and I are. Channing nodded. Yeah, ignoring defense isn't much of a novelty in high-level play. With that, the topic died. Zhou Ming pulled out a pouch of gold, bought every fire skill book the others had, and disappeared into the Guishu interface to study them. For days he was practically cut off from the world, losing track of time. Only when Xian Niao nagged him did he pull out another book, let the bird upgrade it, and learn it immediately. Ding. System notification. You have learned Flame Sword Technique A rank. Ding. System notification. You have learned Arson rank. Ding. System notification. You have learned Blazing Smash A rank. Individually, the moves did little for his overall power, but the Guishu manual was clear skills of the same element could be fused. Slot the right pieces into Dawnbreak, and he could squeeze out even more strength. While he was still experimenting, a system window popped up. Ding. Peak duel has begun. An opponent has been matched. Enter now. Declining counts as forfeiting. Yes. He tore himself from his work. Swish. In a flash of light, he stood at the center of a colossal arena. Dozens of nearby stages thundered with combat, while the grandstands roared like a breaking tide. At the same moment, a male assassin tagged Xiao Wanquan Mian was yanked onto the same platform. Spotting Zhou Ming's nameplate, the assassin went ghost white. You've got to be kidding, Zhou Yushiji in round 1? The crowd erupted. Chill, it's just a warm-up for him. That assassin's getting one shot. Please, RNG, don't match me with him next. Ding. System notification. Battle begins in 10 seconds. Get ready. Zhou Ming clasped his fists. I look forward to your guidance. Inwardly, he planned to finish fast. The first round was best of 5, and he wasn't wasting time. One shot me. Dream on. Even before the countdown hit 0, Xiao Wanquan Mian slipped into stealth and vanished. Typical assassin stall, someone in the stand scoffed. Arena's huge Denseek could take forever. Zhou Ming stayed calm. When the 10 seconds expired, he raised his hand. Dawnbreak unfurled, flooding a 100-meter circle with blazing light. The ground sizzled like a frying pan under a miniature sun. Yet the assassin remained unseen. His brow furrowed. After stealth, the assassin could chain superior concealment, slipping out of combat again, and again a real headache. Suddenly a spark lit his eyes. Stealth, then superior concealment, make the opponent's screen go blank. He jerked his head up, breath quickening. I've got it. I finally get it. Joy overflowed in his gaze as if, after wandering a long, dark road, had found the single shaft of light. The mechanism Dawnbreak lacked was. I understand now. I finally get it. Zhou Ming's breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving with excitement, as though he had finally found a path toward dawn after wandering through a long, chaotic maze. The core mechanic Dawnbreak was missing was sealing. At the far edge of the arena, Xiao Wanquan Mian was still pressed against the boundary, a dozen meters away, looking utterly baffled. Sealing? What do you mean? It means you don't just interrupt a cast. You make sure your opponent never even gets the chance to press the button, Zhou Ming said as he closed the distance and stopped in front of him. Xiao Wanquan Mian shrank back. Wait, you can see me? Thank you, Zhou Ming said sincerely. If he hadn't been forced to account for the man's chain stealth antics, he might not have found the answer so quickly. Xiao Wanquan Mian forced a laugh. You're welcome. Ding. System message. Congratulations, you have defeated Xiao Wanquan Mian. Current victory points. 1. Reach 3 points to advance. Ding. System message. Next opponent matched. Enter the arena now? Yes, Zhou Ming answered. A pillar of white light enveloped him, and he materialized on a new platform. Opposite him stood a burly man in a purple robe, a jade-green staff shimmering in his hands. Information appeared. Banebreaker Shun was Zhuang. Class, Dragon Soul Mage. Level, 53. The moment the two met, the spectator stands erupted, every gaze fixed on their stage. Zhou Ming clasped his fists. Let's have a good match. Shun Zhuang narrowed his eyes and spoke his name in a low growl. Third on the Eastern Region leaderboard. Zhou Ming had watched clips of his forbidden spells on the forums. After a brief pause, the man turned away. We'll fight later. Beating you isn't hard, but the price is too high. Not worth it in the first round. In a best-of if he could afford to drop this game. Ding. System message. Banebreaker Shun Zhuang has forfeited. You win. Current victory points. 2. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow as his opponent left. Beating me isn't hard? We'll see about that. His third opponent was mediocre. Zhou Ming cut him down in moments. Ding. System message. Congratulations on clearing round 1 of Clash at the summit. Round 2 opens in 2 days. After advancing, he returned to the Lord's Hall, entered the void state, and began refining a new concept. Seeing his relaxed expression, Qianning smiled. You look pleased. Found a lead? Yes, Zhou Ming replied, laying out his idea. Sounds like silence, Qianning said at once. Silence blocks skills, but only for a few seconds. The seal I want would strip a single skill from the enemy for a long time, Zhou Ming explained. That, he believed, was what Dawnbreak lacked. Silence and suppression overlap, giving diminishing returns. A seal would stagger the effects and multiply the payoff. Listening nearby, Renee finally caught on. So you want to lock one of their abilities so tight they can't use it until they're dead? Exactly, Zhou Ming said with a smile. Renee was left speechless. The idea of touring the world sounded wonderful, yet the result he wanted was so outrageous that even god-tier powerhouses couldn't obtain it. So how was he supposed to manage it? He needed every skill connected to silence. Rank didn't matter, duration didn't matter. Even a fleeting moment of forcing a target to stay quiet would do. Zhou Ming was straightforward. Any kind of crowd control that creates that effect I wanted. Even with the unconditional backing of 3 god-level experts, the request still bordered on the impossible. No other player would dare dream of it. Fine. Reality, Suchin. While Zhou Ming buried himself in creating an SS-grade skill of his own, mercenaries from several nations had already trained their guns on his parents. Pop. A silenced bullet split the night. The burly black man holding a dagger never had time to react. A scorched hole bloomed in his forehead, and he toppled onto his back. A few helpful passers-by dragged the body away, wiping every trace of blood with a special solvent. Holstering her pistol, a tall, striking woman stepped from the shadows, brows furrowed. That makes 3 tonight. Her name was Su Yingying, an operative from Daxia's Eastern Theater Command. Her job was to protect key leaders and their families. Recently, she had been assigned here to guard this ordinary couple without disrupting their daily routine. Nice work, said a plainclothes man posing as another pedestrian as he approached. HQ says the attacks are about to get even more frequent. You'll have to hold out a bit longer. A bit longer? Su Yingying frowned. You mean something's going to happen that'll stop those foreign mercs from showing up? More or less. Wang Jinfei paused, effectively confirming it. That's odd. International mercenaries aren't afraid of dying. What could possibly make them hesitate? I looked into this couple theory really. Enough, Wang Jinfei interrupted quietly. Follow orders. No more questions. Yes, sir. Su Yingying fell silent and slipped back into the crowd. Watching her leave, Wang Jinfei shook his head and muttered, if you can't find the problem, you're looking in the wrong place. The parents are ordinary, but their son is anything but. Over the next few days, Zhou Ming practically nailed himself to the Guishu world. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was online nonstop. New techniques poured into his mind. He practiced, blended them, and let 3 masters correct him personally. Most players couldn't even imagine such an advantage, yet he was still stuck on fusing Dawn with his other skills. Only by trying did he realize just how impossibly hard it was to craft a brand new SS-grade skill to satisfy Sloth's sin. Ding system message. Peak Showdown. Round 2 has begun. An opponent has been matched. Enter the battlefield now? Note. Refusing counts as a forfeit. Yes. Zhou Ming confirmed without hesitation. Before he knew it, the second round of the Peak Showdown was already underway. Swoosh. The scene shifted, and Zhou Ming appeared on the dueling platform. Unlike the first round, the Summit Showdown's second stage used a best-of-3 form of the wood, have to defeat the same opponent in up to 3 consecutive bouts. A flash of light flared opposite him. A young man in rippling blue-scale armor stepped onto the platform, his title floating overhead. Greenhorn Xiaohe, Waterlight Swordsman. His base stats looked unremarkable. World Wanderer, I can't believe I ran into you. The youth exclaimed. He charged forward with raised blade as water element energy surged from his body, instantly doubling his aura. Zhou Ming lifted the tip of his sword. The sudden spike felt eerily familiar. Right on cue, the system chimed. Ding. System notice. Greenhorn Xiaohe has used the one-time skill Water God's Blessing. All attributes 200, 1 HP regeneration per second for 5 minutes. After the effect ends, level 20. A disposable Water God's Blessing. Zhou Ming swept his gaze around the arena and muttered, that old fool just won't stay buried. He could not be bothered to think it through. His blade fell, tracing a line of cold light. 302, 561. Critical hit. Xiaohe never even had time to scream. The 300,000 plus damage wiped out his inflated stats in an instant, and he vanished as a burst of white light. The spectators gaped unshot. Even with that buff? Outside the arena, Shui Zhanqiu folded his arms and snorted. How long can you stay cocky? In 20 days, you're dead, he said in a slow, crushing cadence. The last 2 times you survived only because the rules tied our hands. I admit you've got strength and luck, but luck runs out. This time, it won't be a handful of god-level players, it'll be all of them. Your World Wanderer journey ends here. If we can knock you out during the summit, all the better for the light faction. Rules don't bind the gods, Shui Zhanqiu pressed on. Remember 20 days from now, the ones coming for your life aren't the dark faction's demon lords, but the top elites of heavenly fate continent. Zhou Ming ignored him, started the second bout, and again one-shotted Xiaohe. He advanced smoothly to the third stage. I can't wait to see you use those clever little tricks against a pantheon, Shui Zhanqiu sneered. Think you can? Everyone's running out of patience. Switching cities? Pointless. We can upgrade any settlement to a first-tier stronghold in 3 days and seal every loophole. Zhou Ming sheathed his sword, voice flat. I'm tired of your barking. I've only one request, don't die too early. The smile drained from Shui's Zankious face. Zhou Ming said nothing more, willed himself out of the special space, and logged off. Ring. The phone began to buzz. Hello, the apartment is ready. Can we meet? The agent confirmed. Sure, Zhou Ming replied, changed clothes, and went to view the property. The listing lay on the outskirts of town. Inside, the unit was fully furnished. The living room was spacious, and the view outside the windows was calm and quiet. There were hardly any neighbors within several hundred meters, and the nearest shop sat across a wide, empty road. No one would notice noise in the middle of the night. Perfect. Zhou Ming brushed a hand across the cool wall. This is the one, he said softly. Zhou Ming was more than satisfied. He signed the contract on the spot and finished the handover. Then he loaded every piece of movable equipment from the rental flat onto a truck and drove it to his new place himself. The landlord tried several times to make him stay and dragged out the paperwork until the last minute. But faced with Zhou Ming's resolve, he reluctantly returned the unused rent. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang without warning. Zhou Ming removed his helmet, walked to the foyer, and opened the door. A blonde woman stood outside, her skin sun-kissed, her curves striking. Hey, handsome, could you tell me how to get here? She held up her phone, voice syrupy sweet, as if she were simply asking for directions. Hiss. The next instant, as she leaned in, she drew a dagger from her waist. Cold steel flashed towards Zhou Ming's abdomen. Got you. Delight flickered in her eyes, then froze. She looked down to find the blade clamped between two fingers like iron pincers, unable to advance or retreat. The place you want is just up ahead. Zhou Ming's tone was calm as he pointed down the hall. Any last words? Fuck. The woman's face twisted in panic as she swung an elbow at him. Zhou Ming slipped aside, kicked her back into the corridor, and with a twist of his palm unleashed a roaring fireball that reduced her to ash. Tat-a-tat. Mercenaries hidden in the stairwell opened up with assault rifles. Before their magazines were empty, Zhou Ming had already flashed behind them. One stroke per Minoni survived, courting death. His eyes were ice cold. In the game he only sparred, but in the real world every strike was lethal. He would leave no one breathing. After disposing of the bodies and wiping every trace, Zhou Ming splashed his face with ice-cold water, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Twice now had fought in reality, ending 8 lives. Pretending he felt nothing would be self-deception. Half an hour later, composure restored, he logged back into the game. He continued refining his techniques, weaving more skills into dawn. He knew true mastery lay not in quantity, but in distilling complexity into simplicity, merging everything into one. At the same moment, in the Tsar region's primary Tier 1 city, Tiandong City, the flame giant King Luo manifested as a 3-meter titan of living fire and strode into the council hall. 7 demon gods sat inside. The first had yet to arrive, but the others were already in their seats. Luo, why have you called us together? The Lich God Ai Lika rasped. Wanderer of worlds won't live much longer, Luo rumbled. Let me be clear. I don't care who claims the divine demon orb, but the killing blow must be mine. Adventurers resurrect. What good is the final blow to you? Windrunner Baluan asked, echoing the quiet doubt around the table. Wanderer of worlds will die, orb or no orb. I have a way to seize everything he's accumulated provided in the one who ends him. Luo Des' seemingly simple smile sent a chill down their spines. I see. The blood elf Ai me murmured, finally understanding. No wonder Road has been so keen on hunting down Zhou Yu world lately. This must have been his plan all along. This won't be hard to arrange, and we'll give you our full support. Eric agreed readily. Thank you, everyone. Road clasped his fists in salute, then turned to the black-clad man with a great sword at his back. Slightly surprised, he asked, Song Xian, you've been so quiet lately. You hardly attend the High Council anymore. Nothing's wrong, Song Xian replied in a low voice. I've been contemplating life. Road. The championship duels were still in full swing. The moment each match ended, Zhou Ming slipped away, while the gods of light and the demon lords of darkness waited anxiously outside. They knew that in the next siege against Zhou Yu world there would be no balanced matchups, and the rules would no longer hold them back. 3 days passed, 6 days' time flew, until only 10 days remained. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Zhou Ming's weariness disappeared, his cheeks flushed with vigor. Creating an SS-class skill by myself? Child's play for Zhou Yu world. The isolation of the past days had nearly driven him mad, but at last he had succeeded. Ding. System prompt. Please choose the skills you wish to fuse. Swoosh transparent system windows appeared in rapid succession. He started adding entries immediately. Core skill Dawnbreak exclusive SS. Fusion skills Deadly Strike S, Savage Howl S, Bone Shattering Blow S, Blazing Sword Art A, Arson B, Flame Smash A. The list went on and on. For this moment he had gathered every silence-related skill, he could find 8 or 9 in total and line them all up. Not to rain on your parade, Renee warned. But even if you want Dawnbreak to gain a freeform ceiling effect, the odds are still tiny. Tiny? Zhou Ming shot her a confident smirk. Wrong, completely wrong. Even if the chance is only 0.01%, I can make it 100%. Renee and Yi Zhibei stared at him, baffled. Only Qianing suddenly understood. How could I forget you still have that trick? Shall you? Zhou Ming called softly. Chirp. The Xian bird burst from the pet space, its wings flashing cyan gold as it circled proudly overhead. New IT, I can't do this without her. Ding. System prompt. You used the talent Dominion. Successfully copied the divine beast Shao used talent Fortune's Blessing and raised its tier by 1. Ding. System prompt. Your talent has evolved into Goddess of Luck active SSS. Ding. System prompt. Activating Goddess of Luck increases the success rate of your next probability-based action 10,000-fold. Fuse now. Zhou Ming's pulse raced, his hands trembling as he hit confirm. He gritted his teeth and growled. No matter how low the odds, the Goddess of Luck is on my side. Whoosh, 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 pillars of golden light shot into the sky. Every selected skill stacked inside Zhou Ming's skill bar, bursting into blinding radiance. What's happening? Everyone looked up at once. That direction, it's Jian City. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations you. Inside Boulder City, a golden pillar of light shot into the clouds, churning up fierce shockwaves and drawing everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, powerful cultivators flooded toward the scene like a rising tide. What kind of stunt is he pulling this time? Struggle all he wants. There's no way he can defy fate. With a commotion like that, he must have forged something incredible. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, caught between astonishment and doubt. With Zhou Shiji's death date approaching, none of them wanted any last-minute twist that might let him cling to life. Congratulations, Brother Zhou. Yi Zhibei clasped his fists first, his tone complicated. Stirring up a phenomenon on Destiny Continent proves the skill you created is extraordinary. Usually only transcendent grade skills, classes, or artifacts trigger sites like this. At the center of the beam, Zhou Ming basked in the golden glow, eyes locked on the changes in his skill panel, eyebrows nearly touching his hairline as excitement surged. Moments earlier, Goddess of Fortune, the skill he had copied from Shao Yu, had finally come off its month-long cooldown, and he had been waiting for the perfect moment to unleash it. About 5 minutes later, the golden column slowly receded, and the jumble of abilities in Zhou Ming's panel merged into a single dawn-like evolution. Ding. System message. Congratulations. You have cleared Return to the Void, fused multiple skills, and created the unique skill. Unnamed exclusive SSS tier. Ding. System message. You are the first player in the entire server to create an SSS tier skill. Rewards. 300 free attribute points, 6 luck, 3,000 fame, and the SS tier item Burning Heaven. Ding. System message. Would you like to make your legend on Destiny Continent public? If confirmed, the entire server will be notified. Hell yes, that's more like it. The heavenly chimes still echoed in his ears while Zhou Ming grinned from ear to ear, eager to open his skill panel and inspect the fruit of the past 20-odd days. Unnamed exclusive SSS tier. Description. One strike stills the universe. The next sunders heaven and earth. Skill effects. 1. Gather blazing solar sword intent. Lock onto a 500,500 meter area, and upon impact, deal 1,500 of your attack as damage. The strike is guaranteed to crit and applies suppression, reducing the target's movement speed by 150 for 5 seconds. Additional effect. Centered on the impact point, sword intent and flames ripple outward, dealing 200 damage to all units within a 300,300 meter area. Scales with the user's power, with a high chance to inflict burn, knock up, or knockback. The exact chance depends on the gap between you and the targets. Additional effect. The caster may charge the skill. The longer the charge, the greater the power and range, up to 3,000 damage and an 800,800 meter area. Additional effect. After activation, the caster may unconditionally seal one enemy skill for 10 minutes. The effect stacks, up to 2 skills. Cooldown. 20 seconds longer charges increase cooldown. Both values scale with growth. Seal. A marked skill cannot be used. Whoosh. Seeing the laundry list of effects, Zhou Ming drew a sharp breath, thrilled beyond words. The other stats barely changed, but the skill's raw power had soared. His self-created SS steer ability had gained the extra seal had hoped for. Once it landed, it never missed, then locked the target skills for a full 10 minutes. Even better, it didn't just shut down a single movie, it forcibly sealed 2 of the enemy's trump cards, keeping them unusable until death. This was unquestionably Zhou Ming's ultimate ace and the key to breaking the current stalemate. All right, show's overtime to move along. Zhou Ming withdrew his gaze and looked past Boulder City's walls. Outside, a crowd of powerhouses had gathered without anyone noticing. Because their factions were hostile, they could only watch from a distance. The stronger you are, the happier I am. The flame giant king, as large as a mountain, spoke in a voice like rolling thunder. Convinced it had the means to strip Zhou of everything, it believed the fiercer Zhou's struggle, the richer its spoils would be 10 days from now. Is that so? Zhou Ming looked up, their auras clashing across nearly a kilometer of open sky. Then laugh all you like, I'm afraid you won't feel like it later. The flame giant king threw back its head and laughed. Flames surged as it leaned toward the wall. Even its burning head alone rose several meters above the battlements, pressing on everyone's hearts. Contempt blazed in its eyes. The fire suddenly receded, and its figure faded. 10 days from now, I'll take your head myself. The timing wasn't right. So eager as it was, it had to leave. The other powerhouses dispersed as well. Brother Zhou, how do you plan to handle things in 10 days? Once sure no one was eavesdropping, Yi Jibei lowered his voice. I've got a way out, Zhou said bluntly, but it's extremely risky. You'd better be ready. His words stunned Yi Jibei, Qianing, and Lenny alike. We can really break out of the gods' encirclement? Lenny blurted. She had been racking her brains for days with no solution. Anxiety was written all over her face. We can. Zhou nodded firmly. Then what's the plan? Stop keeping us in suspense, Qianing urged. Zhou shook his head. Walls have ears. Destiny Continent is full of strange artifacts. Someone could be listening right now. I'm not giving them the chance. They exchanged looks and nodded. The Jianghu was treacherous. Caution was never wasted. Zhou Ming wouldn't talk big at such a moment. He clearly had a deeper strategy. Dinga system prompt sounded in Zhou's ear. Notice, round 4 of the peak showdown has begun. Proceed to the arena now? Yes. Zhou gathered his thoughts, copied the Sword Saint talent again, poured all his free attribute points into attack, and focused on the match ahead. The first 3 rounds had been easy, but the Eastern Division was full of hidden masters. Luck wouldn't carry him through a 4th time. Whoosh. The light twisted and the scene flipped. Zhou landed in the center of the arena. The dozens of smaller platforms were gone, replaced by one vast stage. Obviously, there would be no more parallel matches from this point on. Whoosh, the pillar of light at the center of the arena vanished, and a lone figure materialized, drawing every gaze as if by magnetism. It was the legendary player Zhou Yushiji, the first true mega-influencer in Destiny's history and widely hailed as a god-tier opponent. His appearance sent a murmur of excitement through the crowd, though no one dared drown out the system's background music. Zhou Yushiji, it's an honor to finally meet you. From the player's stand, the Gale Arrow Saint with the ID Shao Lai fan was strode forward. He removed his helmet, offered a slight bow, and extended his hand. May this summit match be a good lesson for me. Zhou Ming met the gesture without the slightest trace of arrogance. Clasping the outstretched hand, he replied with a friendly smile, pleasure's mine. Let's give it our best. A curt snort cut through the moment. Humph. Bawang's dragon warrior armor glinted under the lights. Arms folded, he rumbled. I hear you haven't even been able to leave home lately. No wonder your level's fallen so far behind. The awkward tension flickered and vanished. Zhou's level had indeed been stagnant for some time, a fact certain people had clearly been tracking. Raising an eyebrow, he opened his system panel and tapped an invisible button. Behind, he scanned the list, tilted the projected panel toward the others, then laughed. You had me worried. It's really not that bad. The ranking list floated in midair, digits reflected in every pair of eyes. 1. Zhou Yushiji class, Flame Overlord LV, 70. 2. Wu Wei Erji class, Eternal Guardian LV, 64. 3. Shun Wuzhawang class, Dragon Soul Mage LV, 63. 4. Bawang class, Dragon Warrior LV, 62. 5. Zhuanbei Hosher class, Dark Priest LV, 62. 6. Shao Lai Fanwa class, Gale Arrow Saint LV, 61. 7. Jin Yin Ba class, Shadow Wing Knight LV, 61. 8. Gai Bang Lauda class, Star Guardian LV, 60. 9. Ting Feng Shiyu class, Wind Shadow Rogue LV, 60. 10. Mu Dan Hua Xiasi class, Bloodfang Assassin LV, 60. Numbers speak louder than words. The list showed just how hard everyone had been grinding, finally closing in on that once untouchable name. But to Zhou Ming, it was all irrelevant. He had willingly spent a month without farming a single point of experience to trade for an SS steer skill, turning the sin of sloth into a tidy profit along the way. More importantly, his upgraded weapon, Dawnbreak, was now several times more lethal. Once he started leveling again, no one could imagine how far ahead he would pull. They really hadn't fallen that far behind. Outside the arena, the contestants waiting to fight were spaced less than 10 meters apart, and every face told a different story. They had all been grinding like mad, yet they still couldn't catch up to Wander the World, who had slacked off for 20 straight days. That hurt. Once you're a few levels behind, the edge you brag about might as well not exist. Balwang folded his arms and sneered. Think you can rely on a level gap in this championship? Not a chance. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. So without a level advantage, I can't beat you? At the very least, you can't be certain of winning, Balwang shot back, though the waver in his voice gave him away. Wander the world. I'm dying to see how high you can really go. The player who had forfeited round 1, Shun Zhuang, finally spoke, eyes locked on Zhou Ming. I want to see it too. You said beating me wouldn't be hard. Let's find out if that's true. You'll see once we're on the platform, Zhou Ming replied calmly. After squaring off with Zhou Ming, Shun Zhuang glanced at the nearby man in a green robe. Wu Weierji, nothing to say? Everyone wants to knock him down, yet the mighty number 2 on the ranking stays silent. The handsome, aloof man gave a mild answer. He's strong. You might not be able to beat him. Shun Zhuang frowned. If I go all out, what are my odds? 50-50, Wu Weierji answered after a pause. Only 50-50? Shun Zhuang's face darkened further. The chatter grew louder, and Zhou Ming nearly laughed aloud. Had they really pegged him that low? He opened his system interface and tapped a blinking notification. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to Flame Sovereign Wander the World for becoming the first player ever to create an SS class skill. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to Flame Sovereign Wander the World for becoming the first player ever to create an SS class skill. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to Flame Sovereign Wander the World for becoming the first player ever to create an SS class skill. The triple blast hit like a hammer, leaving every player staring in shock. What the hell on SS class skill, self-made? You've got to be kidding. The crowd erupted. They'd grown used to Wander the World snagging every first kill and clear, but this was on another level. Zhou Ming turned back to Wu Weierji. If I go all out, what are the odds now? Wu Weierji's gaze grew solemn. Hard to judge without a real fight, but that achievement is insane. So you're actually ranking my bro? Ting Fengshiyu scoffed. Even the gods tread carefully around Zhou. And you lot think you can grade him? My mouth, my words. They'll say what I want, Mudan Huasiasi snapped back. The air thickened with tension. Zhou Ming raised a hand for silence, eyes blazing with battle lust. Today's the final showdown. He'll test each of you in turn. With the level gap temporarily closed, no one could claim afterward that had won on numbers alone. The players section fell silent, the tension almost combustible. Ding. System prompt. The top 32 will be paired at random for 3 rounds. Winners earn points based on victory, remaining HP, damage dealt, and other factors. When the round ends, the 16 highest scores advance to round 5. Barely 10 minutes later, round 4 officially began. The crowd went wild. The wide circular stage was ringed with ascending rows of seats, a colossal arena packed to the rafters. Chat windows across the eastern zone were exploding with comments. Anyone who took the game seriously was watching this spectacle. A translucent blue screen materialized over the platform, the IDs of every surviving contender scrolling at high speed. After a few seconds, they locked into place. Group A, Yanzunja Yushijia versus Wu Weijichang Buang Longzhanshi. Group B, Pajinshir Shun Wuzhuang versus Xingchen Weishir Gaibing Lauda. 16 matchups, no buys. Seriously? Balwang's face darkened. Him up first, and against Zhou Yushijia of all people. My luck stinks. Relax, Ting Fengshiyu said, half teasing. He lost his level advantages, not invincible anymore. You've got a shot. Yu Balwang ground his teeth. Rising from the bench, Zhou Ming straightened his back. Let's do this. It was his first formal duel, so unlike the usual brawls that a sharp thrill ran through him. The system teleported them onto the platform, 20 meters apart. The show was on. Think the Myth Guildmaster can take down Zhou Yushijia? Doubt it. Brothers, bet everything on Zhou Yushijia and cash in. All eyes stayed glued to the stage. 321. System prompt. Battle start. Ding. System prompt. You are affected by Yanzunja Yushijia's command skill Overlord. All attributes reduced by 24.9. Balwang blinked. He opens by chopping off a quarter of my stats. A blue-green dragon coiled above him. He showed his trump card without hesitation. Ding. System prompt. Wu Weijichang Buang Longzhanshi activates Battle Dragon Art. All attributes 50 for 30s. Ding. System prompt. Wu Weijichang Buang Longzhanshi activates Wrath Dragon Strike. Next attack deals 350 damage plus 100 true damage. Last 5s. Skills stacked. Balwang charged. Spear aimed straight at Zhou Ming. He's fast. The spectators gasped. No wonder he leads Myth. Zhou Ming slipped aside. Miss. His counter was instant Sinister Flurry. 15,487. 15,126. 17,564. 36,210. Critical 16,552. 16,125. 6 basic attacks landed in 2 seconds. Nearly 100,000 damage in total. What the Balwang went pale. He never even had time to chug a potion before he burst into white light. The crowd. He one-shotted him with a single combo. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, Yanzunja Yushijia wins and earns 100 points. Zhou Ming retook his seat while the Group B fighters stepped up. Please go easy on me, Guybang Lauda said, tense. Facing the third-ranked mage, he had no choice but to give it everything. Zhou Shijia. Watch carefully, Shun Wuzhuang sneered, ignoring his actual opponent as he raised his staff. This is why I dare to challenge you. Zhou Ming said nothing, opening his skill panel instead. His eyes rested on an SS-grade ability. Such a powerful skill deserved a worthy name. What should he call it? Forbidden Art. Wind Dragon Descends. At the center of the arena, the spellbreaker Shun Wuzhuang lifted his pitch-black staff and pointed it at the Beggar Sect chief, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Ding system message. Shun Wuzhuang casts Forbidden Art. Wind Dragon Descends, dealing 1,400 of his attack as damage to all enemies within a 200,200 radius. High chance to inflict rend, knock up, and knock back. Movement speed 100, cast speed 50, duration 3 minutes. A thunderous roar split the sky. Wind converged into a tornado that blotted out the sun, churning sand and dust. The vortex solidified into a jade-green wind dragon whose wings spread wide as it screamed earthward. Stellar Ward. Meteoric Star Slash. Before the forbidden spell fully formed, the Beggar Sect chief blinked forward, hurling a ribbon of silvery sword chi from his palm to break the rhythm. Boom. Before the slash could land, a lightning barrier erupted, taking the shape of a coiled thunder dragon and absorbing the strike. The wind dragon slammed into the ground. Razor gales swept the stage. 83,665. A blood-red number flashed. The Beggar Sect chief disintegrated in midair, nowhere to run. Damn. He opened with a forbidden spell. The stands boiled over. Event rules said no skills with a cooldown over 10 minutes. Don't tell me Wind Dragon Descends is shorter than that. No wonder he's top 3 in the Eastern rankings. A forbidden spell a term players thought impossibly distant had just exploded before their eyes. On the far side of the arena, Zhou Ming glanced at his system panel and lost interest. A real forbidden spell wouldn't stop at a paltry 1,400. The side effects were mediocre, too. His own Dawn Strike, up every 20 seconds, hit several times harder in Stantcast, no less. He looked down at the lone, unnamed silver skill in his bar. Description: 1/steadies heaven and earth, another Sunder's creation. Steady heaven and earth. Split creation? Arrogant words, yet still short of the blade's true edge. In a flash, he decided on 2 characters. Ding system message. Name this skill Kai Tian? Yes, Zhou Ming confirmed. A quiet hope. One day, this blade will quite literally split the sky. Ding skill named successfully. Shun Wuzhuang swung his staff back and strode forward, sneering. Well? Feeling the pressure? I can kill a full health enemy too. I already told you, Zhou Ming said coolly, lifting his eyes. In this so-called pinnacle match, they'll sample every stunt you people have. No need to flaunt your power so fast you'll just lose your composure. The rebuke left Shun Wuzhuang feeling as if his fists had sunk into cotton, and he slunk back to his seat in frustration. And you? Zhou Ming suddenly turned, locking eyes with the beggar's gang leader. Me? The leader pointed at himself, looking baffled. What did I do? In truth, he knew all too well about Zhou Shiji's uproar in the real world, a walking nightmare, wanted by multiple nations and hunted by the gods in game, trapped between enemies inside and outside the screen. He had no desire to invite more trouble now. Beating you shouldn't have been that easy for Shun Wuzhuang, Zhou Ming said, his tone calm, but every word landing hard. Why didn't you use your talent, Ren He? If Ren He doesn't have any support, the leader began to argue, then stopped mid-sentence as if a light had switched on. You assumed the arena wouldn't let Ren He cover the audience, Zhou Ming went on. Don't forget, that's the talent's own ability, not charity from the crowd. Got it. Got it. The leader nodded fiercely, eyes shining. Next round I'll try it. Worst case, he'll throw money at the spectators and buy their cheers. That's the attitude a competitor should have. Zhou Ming waved him off, saying no more. Watching Zhou Ming's back, the leader felt a tangle of emotions. If he hadn't warned Zhou Ming about the real-world fallout earlier, he probably wouldn't have received such a crucial hint now. The round of 32 continued as contestants took turns on the platform. When Group F arrived, the number 2 player on the level rankings finally appeared. Group F, Shadow Lord Wei Erji Eternal Guardian versus Gale Archer Shaolai, Fanhua Gale, Sword Saint. Unlike the arrogant Shun Wuzhuang, Zhou Ming watched Wei Erji's match with utmost focus. Level alone doesn't tell the whole story, but it's close. Wei Erji rarely showed off, yet he held second place without budging, proof of serious power. In the center of the arena, Wei Erji's opponent, Bilai Fanhua, clasped his fists in greeting. Master, please go easy on me. Don't be formal. It's just a spar. After you, Wei Erji replied with a friendly smile. 3-2-1 system message. The match begins. The instant the countdown hit 0, Bilai Fanhua raised an ornate Redan green longbow and loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession. Gale triple shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows screamed toward vital points as he backpedaled to widen the gap. Archers hit hard but break easily. Getting pinned up close by an Eternal Guardian would be fatal. Bang. A pitch-black shield materialized on Wu Wei Erji's arm, and 5 faint shadow images blossomed behind him. Ding. System message. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Erji has used the skill Eternal Guardian. All attributes increase by 30, HP increases by 50, damage taken decreases by 20, and 3 shadow clones with identical attributes and skill access are summoned. Thud, thud, thud. 264, 297, 335. The 3 arrows thudded into the shield, barely scratching him. A heartbeat later, Wu Wei Erji and his 3 clones charged, each attacking from a different angle and cutting off every escape route. Damn. Belai Fanwo's face drained of color. 3 clones with the same stats as the original was basically facing 4 Wu Wei Erjis at once. Worse, the Guardian's speed lagged only slightly behind the archers, and the numbers game pinned him in a corner almost instantly. Grinding his teeth, Belai Fanwo lunged at the nearest clone, hoping to punch a hole through the blockade. Ding. System message. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Erji has used the skill shield wall. The user and existing clones summoned 10 additional clones at 50 of the original's attributes. Huh. Buzz 10 more translucent shadows solidified, swelling the total to 44. A forest of spears gleamed coldly as they charged in unison. 8,236, 8,524, 2,365. Damage numbers erupted in a blinding storm. Real body and shadows alike thrust their spears, sealing every gap. Belai Fanwa struggled for a moment, but was skewered from all sides. His health bar wiped clean. Ding. System message. Congratulations to player Shadow Lord Wu Wei Erji for winning the match and earning 96 points. Wu Wei Erji stowed his shield and spear, then returned to the contestants' seats without fanfare. The spectators, however, exploded in a roar of astonishment. This is insane. He summoned 43 phantoms at once, and no one knows if that's even his limit. With reinforcements like that materializing together, it's no wonder Wu Wei Erji levels faster than Shun Wuzhawang, who even controls forbidden spells. The stands exploded, cheers erupting like a volcano. No one could believe their eyes. Eternal Vanguard skill is downright broken. 1 player equals an entire army. Shun Wuzhawang snorted, still trying to sound tough. If the spell's strong enough, 1 forbidden curse will wipe out all your little soldiers. Yet the worry in his eyes exposed the truth. Had no confidence against 43 phantoms. Everyone watched Wu Wei Erji quietly dismiss the skill and return to his seat, well aware he hadn't come close to showing his limit. And those 3 core phantoms, identical to the caster and able to use skills on their own, were anything but fodder. Other groups took the stage, but the crowd was still riding the high from Wu Wei Erji's performance. When all 16 matches finished, the system updated the bracket. Group A, Greedy Blade Mudan Huasiasi Blood Drinking Assassin versus Wind Chaser Ting Feng Shiyu Shadow Rogue. Group B, Shadow of Magic Gene Nian Ba Skywing Knight versus Flame Lord Zhou Yu Jia Flame Overlord. Ting Feng Shiyu let out a long breath. Phew, at least I didn't get paired with a hacker. The top 32 were a mixed bag, some monsters, some pushovers. In his eyes, Mudan Huasiasi was one of the latter. The opponent raised his Huoyun sword. Ting Feng Shiyu was sure he'd take the win. Across the room, Zhou Ming spotted the ID Jin Yan Ba and paused. He clearly remembered that name near the top of the talent leaderboard. 1. Zhou Yu Jia, SSS Domination. 2. Jin Yan Ba, SS God Summon. 3. Wu Wei Erji, SS Divine Blessing. 4. Ba Wang, SS Fearless. 5. Shun Wuzhawang, S Soulbinder. 6. Gai Bang Lauda, S Unity. 7. Zhuanbei Ho Shi, S Miracle Hand. 8. Ting Feng Shiyu, S Shadow Step. Domination was still firmly in first, but compared with Zhou Ming's first look at the list, dark horses like Wu Wei Erji and Shun Wuzhawang had appeared. God Summon. Zhou Ming was especially curious about that talent. Ting Feng Shiyu leaned over and whispered, Bro Zhou, Jin Yan Ba is a hacker too. When his luck's good, he's unbeatable. When it's bad, he's a total scrub. What do you mean? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. Because NPCs targeted him so often, he hadn't mingled with many players and knew little about his opponents. Jin Yan Ba walked over and explained openly, everyone knows my talent randomly summon an ancient spirit. It's like pulling a card. Sometimes you get an SSR, sometimes just an R. True to his name, Jin Yan Ba looked about 18 or 19, skinny as a reed, almost fragile. Reaching the top 32 came down to that luck-based talent. Zhou Ming nodded. The explanation was straightforward enough. A flash of system light sent Ting Feng Shiyu onto the arena, facing Mu Dan Huasiasi. Finally caught you, Ting Feng Shiyu said, gripping the Huoyun sword as his form blurred into stealth. Mu Dan Huasiasi sneered. Big talk. Keep it up if you like. Madan Huasiashi's eye twitched, and he slipped into stealth as well. The countdown hit 0. In a heartbeat, both fighters vanished from the platform like mist blown away by the wind. The duel between rogue and assassin, 2 branches of the same tree, had begun. Their core skills overlapped, yet their fighting styles differed in countless ways. Nothing moved at the center of the arena. Only the audience's breathing could be heard as both players held their positions, waiting for a single mistake. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the numbers on the timer slid by without mercy. Rustle. A faint footstep on the left-hand paving stone stabbed at the nerves. Madan Washasher snapped out a gouge. Found you. Mississippi. His cursor slashed empty space. The afterimage scattered like smoke and disappeared. A fake? His heart lurched. Slash. A crimson Huiyun sword cut a cold arc through the air. Tingfeng Shiyu appeared behind him, as if glued to his shadow. Care to guess why they call me a wind shadow rogue? Stun, disarm, backstab, an entire control and burst combo landed in one seamless flow. With no chance to counter, Madan Huashasher froze for a split second, his health bar drained, and he dropped. Congratulations. Zhou Ming stood at the edge of the stage, offering a light round of applause. With 2 wins secured, Tingfeng Shiyu was practically guaranteed a place in the round of 16. If it weren't for your Huiyun sword, Brother Zhou, that guy wouldn't have gone down so easily. He stroked the blade and smiled. The rich top 10 rewards just one last step away. The announcer soon called, Group B, Zhou Ming versus Jinyan Shiba. This one's going to be interesting. The crowd rumbled as every eye locked onto the platform. If Jinyan Shiba really could summon that legendary over-the-top godly avatar, how would Zhou Ming respond? Since I'm facing you, we'll fight at full strength. Jinyan Shiba's eyes burned like struck flint. His opponent was powerful, but if he could summon a terrifying ancient spirit, he still had a chance. Don't hold back. Zhou Ming stayed calm and gestured invitingly. Please. 3, 2, 1. System message. The match has begun. Then I won't be polite. Jinyan Shiba pressed his palms together at his chest and closed his eyes. Ancient spirit, the enemy before me is mighty beyond measure. Lend me your power. Boom. The air cracked as if smashed by a colossal hammer, a heavy pressure rolling outward. Zhou Ming didn't rush. He watched, giving his opponent room to act. Ding. System message. Shadow of Magic Jinyan Shiba has used the talent God Call and successfully summoned the ancient spirit Dark Lord Chris. SSR. I actually pulled an SSR. Jinyan Shiba trembled like a kid unwrapping the grand prize. Zhou Yushiji, tough luck. This is the strongest ally I've rolled since my talent awakened. A humanoid silhouette rose beside him, its face lost in shadow yet radiating suffocating power. Dark Lord Chris Spectre. Celestial Spirit Grade Boss. Level, 61. HP, 1,200,000. Attack, 20, 70021, 200. Defense, 11, 10012, 100. Skills, Dark Blade, Domain of Night, Destructive Sword Chi, Soul Slumber, Blood Drinker's Hand. Description, a titan of the ancient age who roamed the world unmatched, yet even he became dust beneath the march of time. 2 versus 1 advantage me. Jinyan Shiba's battle lust surged, and his fingertips trembled. A remarkable talent. Zhou Ming offered genuine praise. With enough strength, you might someday summon a full-power god. However what? Jinyan Shiba frowned. However, not quite there yet. Zhou Ming's voice was steady. The ancient spirit he had been summoned by the ritual was certainly strong, but it could never pose a real threat to Zhou Ming. Worse still, the summoner's death would instantly disperse the spirit. In the center of the arena, the summoner Jinyan Shiba gripped his great sword, his expression more solemn than ever. If anyone else had claimed the fight was still lacking, he would have dismissed it as bravado, yet the power of the man before him defied common sense. Arrogant insecti, bellowed Chris, Lord of Shadows. A jet black sword beam cleaved through the air. Zhou Ming slipped a foot sideways, activated Shadow Step, and blurred into an afterimage. Miss. With a 300% burst of movement speed, Chris couldn't even lock on. The beam screamed past, carving a narrow rift in the air. Jinyan Shiba's heart pounded. He leapt back and raised his left hand, a strand of dark energy linking him to the phantom. Ding. System notification. Shadow of the Abyss Jinyan Shiba has used Demonic Guard, sharing 30% of his health with the ancient spirit for 2 minutes. In a flash, his HP rocketed past 500,000. Zhou Yushiji, did you really think I was an easy target? Bolstered by the monstrous health bar, Jinyan Shiba leveled his blade, ready for a heated clash. Boom. Zhou Ming appeared above him, sword gleaming with crimson fire. The weapon expanded several-fold as energy poured in, molten flames rolling off its edge. He brought the sword down, sealing every path of retreat. Ding. System notification, you have activated Stellar Decree. Next attack damage 800%, critical chance 50%, critical damage 80%, high chance to knock back or knock up. Duration, 5 seconds. Screech. The great sword fell with unstoppable weight, cleaving Jinyan Shiba straight down the middle. 521-263. The damage number soared far above his remaining HP. Thud. Jinyan Shiba collapsed. A blank look frozen on his face. Who am I? Where am I? As the summoner died, the ancient spirit shattered into nothing. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Flame Sovereign Zhou Yu Shiji on the victory. Points 100. The match over, Zhou Ming walked back to the competitors' seats, utterly composed. Everywhere he looked, people stared in disbelief. His damage just keeps getting crazier. That was Dawn stacked with Stellar Decree. That's probably Zhou Yu Shiji's absolute burst. Absolute. That's terrifying. Many in the stands gaped, convinced they were playing a different version of the game. Shun Wuzhuang scoffed. 500,000 damage? I can pull that off too. If that's his limit, it makes sense. Zhou Ming glanced at him, eyes deep with meaning, but said nothing. Dawn had already evolved into Genesis. Yet that didn't mean he couldn't still deploy the weaker form whenever he wished. The earlier strike was only Dawn, the first layer of the stacked star deity, cannon nowhere near his limit. The tournament rolled on. In the round of 32 the tempo was brisk and decisive. Zhou Ming fought 3 consecutive matches, crushing every opponent and banking 300 points, effortlessly advancing to the top 16. At the same time, Bawang and the Beggar Gang boss went on a rampage, grabbing enough last-minute points to scrape into round 5. Ding. System notice. The finals will begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Ding. System notice. The finals will begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Round 5 the finals. On the players' bench, 16 contestants sat lost in thought, fighting spirit blazing. Tingfeng Xiu clenched his fists, eyes shining with excitement. One more win, and he would break into the Eastern Division's top 10. That meant lavish rewards and unrivaled honor. Tianming had swept the globe, backed by governments worldwide, and the stakes had never been higher. Let's just do it, he shouted inwardly. Even if it costs me everything, I have to crack the top 10. The top 3 prizes, the stats on those national artifacts, what will they be? Not far away, Shun Wang sighed in regret. Too bad. Looks like our fight will have to wait until tomorrow. Zhou Ming merely frowned, ignored him, and left the special space, returning to the city lord's mansion in Giant Rock City. Night fell. The sky over the Tianming continent was crystal clear, the moonlight like flowing water. Zhou Ming went straight to Yi Bei. Brother Yi, may I borrow the celestial compass for a while? The duel at the summit wasn't the only threat. The gods and demons were the real problem. Ning Wuxian had sworn he would die. How could he not be cautious? The outrageous SS rank personal quest in his log was one he wasn't sure he could clear. If he wanted even a sliver of hope, he had to gamble. Yi Bei blinked, then readily produced the compass. If you're determined to track something down, this will help. It's not much use to metake it. Ding. System notice. You have received the quest Survival Mode SSS. Ding. System notice. You have received the quest Reward Celestial Compass Rare SS Grade. Survival Mode SSS. Description. The Tao gave birth to 50. Heaven uses Fortinine. Man escapes with 1. Objective. Defend Giant Rock City, a Tier 1 main city. Reward. Celestial Compass Rare SS Grade already claimed. Penalty. 10 levels. Thanks. Zhou Ming accepted the compass, hesitated, then said quietly, but the task you gave may not complete it. Yi Bei was puzzled. What do you mean? If Giant Rock City can't be held, I don't intend to hold it. Zhou Ming laid it out plainly. Everyone assumed he had to defend the city to survive. He intended to do the opposite. By abandoning it, he could step outside the death trap that had been set long ago. Yi Bei seemed to grasp the point. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Ming and asked, You mean? Give me your hand. Zhou Ming lowered his voice, wary of hidden bugs in the room. Yi Bei understood at once and silently opened his palm. With a solemn expression, Zhou Ming swiftly traced 4 characters across it. Hiss. Yi Bei sucked in a sharp breath, stunned by the plan's brutal simplicity. Are you serious? He whispered. Qianing, Lei and I, Yin Wuyo, and Mefer got tier fighters plus your new SS level skill and the Destiny Compass. Any objections? Zhou Ming asked darkly. It's not impossible, Yi admitted, but no one's ever tried something this insane. Gazing at the youth before him, he finally understood why Zhou had insisted on placing a unique seal on Pixiao. Everything had been under his control from the start. Then let's roll the dice. Zhou Ming clenched his fist, fire in his eyes. I'm an adventurer, life or death, I never back down. I'm in. Yi Bei nodded. They'll help with the search and make sure they never see us coming. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zhou Ming bowed formally, then added, Success or failure, keep our families hidden. They must never fall into enemy hands. After last time, I won't repeat that mistake. The meeting over, Zhou Ming opened his game menu and hit log out. He removed the VR helmet, washed his face droplets spattering the mirror, then stretched out on the bed, forcing himself to sleep early. Tomorrow was the final showdown. The champion's prize was generous enough to tilt the odds in his favor, and he couldn't let anyone else claim it. Bang! He had barely shut his eyes when a sudden premonition jolted him awake. Zhou Ming leapt up, yanked the door open, and dashed out. Reality. A brightly lit corner of Sioux City. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire shredded the night in an unbroken roar. Damn it. Since when were they this brazen? Su Yingying crouched behind a concrete planter, fired a burst, then ducked to reload, her face drained of color. The Eastern District hadn't seen a firefight this intense in years, and even with training, she had never faced such overwhelming firepower. They're lunatics. Across from her, Wang Jinfei watched dozens of heavily armed mercenaries storm Zhou Ming's parents' old house. He shouted, furious, "Where's our backup? How much longer?" Boom. The front door blew apart in a shower of splinters. Finally got them. The mercenary leader shouted, charging inside. Spotting Zhou Ming's parents huddled in a corner, he barked, no hesitation, kill them. His men obeyed instantly. Muzzles lined up, muzzles flashed. Bang bang bang. At that instant, a fiery red barrier materialized, a solid wall that swallowed every bullet. The rounds froze in midair, unable to advance an inch. What the hell? The mercenaries stared, pupils dilating. Scenes like this existed only in sci-fi movies. Some kind of Eastern sorcery? Before their shock faded, the barrier blazed brighter and hurled the bullets back with even greater force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The reversed hail tore through the attackers, turning them into Swiss cheese in seconds. What is that thing? Someone screamed, but there was no time for answers. Fire, fire. Rat-a-tat. Once the stone shield vanished, the mercenaries went berserk, pouring bullets onto Zhou Ming's parents. The round struck them like rain on granite, flattened, and clinked to the ground. Their clothes were intact, their skin unbroken. Only a faint vibration in their chests betrayed the impact, as though an invisible armor had wrapped around them. We can't wait any longer. After a brief hesitation, Su Yingying gritted her teeth, drew her pistol, and sprinted low toward the fight. The mercenaries spotted the new threat, swung their muzzles around, and forced her to dive behind a crumbling wall. Stop right there. Zhou's father roared, striding into the hail of lead. His chest reverberated, yet he never flinched. Foreign devils, your sins are countless. Time to pay. Take my move, falling greatsword. It was the nightmare they had seen beneath the derelict building, the flaming blade branded into memory. Faces drained of color, the mercenaries scattered, convinced he truly wielded a superpower. 5 seconds, 10 seconds silence. The leader sneered. Almost fooled me. Falling greatsword? What a joke. Boss, up there, a henchman shrieked. The leader jerked his head upward, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. A blazing sword, dozens of meters long, was plummeting out of the sky. With a metallic roar that seemed to rip the air apart, the blade slammed down. The leader vaporized where he stood, leaving a smoking crater in the concrete. Holy! Zhou's father blurted, fists trembling with awe and exhilaration. Have I awakened too, just like my son? Zhou Ming cleared his throat behind him. I wouldn't go that far. Realization dawned. Zhou's father straightened, pulled his wife into the next room, and declared, I've fired my one and only falling greatsword. The rest is up to you. Good. Zhou Ming nodded. His gaze iced over, killing intent surging like a tide. In less than 2 minutes the gunfire flared, then fell silent. Bodies of mercenaries littered the floor. Zhou Ming knelt to heal the wounded bystanders, then called toward the rubble. It's safe now, comrade. Come out. Su Yingying stepped into view, her eyes sweeping over the gore. Her voice quavered. Are you still human? Of course. Zhou Ming's answer was brief. Tell your superiors to find out who sent them. The endless stream of assassins and guns for hire had worn out his patience. He meant to cut the problem off at its source. Your request will be reported accurately. Su produced a pair of silver cuffs. Now, will you come with me? Don't worry, I know it was self-defense. She glanced at the corpses, words trailing off. I have plans tomorrow. Zhou Ming chuckled and reapplied the stone shield to his parents. Your boss knows Mei won't give you grief. After soothing his parents and cleaning up the scene, he returned to the new apartment not far from home. Under the night sky his eyes were ice. Whoever chose this moment wanted to shatter his focus and keep him from winning the Eastern Division Finals. He logged onto the forum under his gaming ID and typed one line, no wall is airtight. Those who need to know will understand. Once he found the mastermind, no matter how many reasons there were to spare them, he would send the culprit to hell himself. Ignoring the storm that brewed online, he fell into a deep sleep. At 10 the next morning, ding. A system chime cut the quiet. Attention, round 5 of the Summit Showdown is now open. Enter early for on-site preparation? Yes. Back in the competitor's box, the air reeked of gunpowder. No one spoke. Each contender tuned their state of mind. First place was within reach, and nobody planned to stumble. Wu Wei Erji, Shun Wang, and the others had bulldozed their way here, their eyes just as sharp. Zhou Ming met their gazes for a moment, then sat down, breath steady, battle spirit coiled tight. After today, he would know exactly how many people in this world still dared to doubt him. Inside the special arena, every seat was already taken, and the crowd's burning gaze converged on the wide central platform, all of them waiting for the championship clash. Why hasn't it started? It's already 10 o'clock. Ziyushi's been swaggering around for ages. Hope he gets upset today. Stop stalling, get on with it. Wave after wave of shouts echoed through the air, yet the stage remained silent. At 10:10, a pale blue screen popped up almost simultaneously in front of all 16 contestants. Ding. System notification. The 5th round of the finals will use an open challenge format. Based on the previous rounds, the system has ranked all 16 players. You may challenge anyone no more than 2 places above you. Each player has only one chance to lose, so choose carefully. Pulling this trick? Bawang raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Fair enough. The Beggars Guild leader was equally calm. Everyone already had a clear sense of each other's strength from the first 4 rounds. Most of the others agreed. After round 4, the pecking order was obvious. When the 2-minute reading timer hit 0, the rankings flashed overhead. 1. Po Jinchi Shunwo's Wang. 2. Yinzuanzi Yushi. 3. Anying Zizuwi Erzi. 4. Dusher Zunbei Hushi. 5. Pu Fengsting Feng Ziyu. 6. Shinjuan Zao Wanchi Maxiang. 7. Jifeng Jinshir Lei Fanwo. 8. Zaiwa Fashi Ningmenbo. 9. This makes no sense. Tingfeng Ziyu stared at the list, annoyed. How is Ziyu Yushi behind Shunwo's Wang? Shunwo's Wang lifted his chin. What's strange about that? The system's more accurate than any of us. Wui Erzi added in a low voice. Both of them won with full health. The system probably sorted them by time. Everyone suddenly understood. Shunwo's Wang had ended every match with a one-shot forbidden spell, while Ziyushi always let opponents reveal their hand first. If the system scored by time, the order made sense. Zhou didn't care about the list. Compared with Shunwo's Wang, he valued Wui Erzi far more. The current ranking was anything but precise in his eyes. Ding. System notification, round 5 officially begins. You may challenge anyone no more than 2 places above you. If you lose, your rank stays the same. If you win, your positions swap. Finally, the stands erupted again, all eyes locking on the platform. Yet, none of the 16 contestants moved. They sat still, eyes lowered, each one silently choosing a target. With only one chance to lose, the first to act might simply become easy prey. Zhou Ming rose first, breaking the stalemate. Since everyone wants the last word, they'll start. I challenge. Ding. System notification, Dusher Zunbei Hushi has challenged you. Please accept. Zunbei Hushi also stood, calm as ever. Zhou Ming arched an eyebrow at him and said no more. Very well. Whoosh. 2 pillars of light transported them straight onto the stage, and the crowd roared like a tidal wave. No one expected Zunbei Hushi to be this bold. He must have some trump card if he dares to challenge traveling the world. Zhou Ming pushed aside his stray thoughts and sized up the young man across from him. The fellow was barely 20, clad in a close-fitting black robe. A dark green staff etched with a coiling serpent suited both his menacing aura and his class perfectly. Poison Master Zhuanbei Hosher. Level, 62. Health, 84,220. Attack, 5, 9206, 266. Defense, 3, 2413, for 19. Skills, Reversal Hand, Dark Domain, Dark Healing, Evil Resurrection, Dark Recovery, Death Penalty, Soul Lash, God's Blessing. Unlike ordinary heal-centric priests, this one specialized in killing. Saving lives was just a side gig. Zhou Ming paused on the final skill, narrowing his eyes. So that's his ace God's Blessing. If he actually won the championship, the lavish rewards could throw the upcoming cross-region war into chaos, something the gods clearly wouldn't welcome. Your stats are too high. That isn't fair to me. Facing the Eastern Zone's famed Flame Lord, traveling the world, Zhuanbei Hosher spoke calmly. So we'll need a few tricks to close the gap. That's reasonable, right? Before his words faded, the match timer hit 0. Black light surged from his body, coiling around him like living smoke. Ding. System prompt. Poison Master Zhuanbei Hosher has used the one-time skill God's Blessing. 20,000 base health, 1,500 base attack, 1,200 base defense. All attributes 150 for 10 minutes. Cost. After the effect ends, level 5, in a 10-day weakness state. All attributes 200. In a flash, Zhuanbei House's stats matched Zhou Ming's. Even after the Overlord title cut his attributes by 15.7, he still held firm. He was clearly prepared to pay any price for victory. Go ahead. Zhou Ming's expression didn't waver. Come. Confidence from the massive stat boost shown on Zhuanbei House's face. He crooked a finger. 300 rounds if you dare. A faint smile tugged at Zhou Ming's lips, a crimson light flickering in his eyes. Then let me test Heaven Rend on you first. Even as he spoke, a colossal phantom sword appeared overhead several times larger than Dawnbreaker, nearly 80 meters long. Waves of flame rippled along its length, sword intent so dense the air crackled. Gasps rippled through the stands. No one could survive that blade. Whoosh. The sword fell like a meteor. That move again. Others may fear it, but I don't. Zhuanbei Hosher stayed rocksteady. Just before impact, he raised his staff, a black streak shooting out to bind Zhou Ming. Ding. System prompt. Poison Master Zhuanbei Hosher used Soul Lash. 80 of the damage he takes for the next 3 seconds will be transferred to Flame Lord traveling the world. Ding. System prompt. Flame Lord traveling the world used Holy Fire Purge, dispelling all negative effects and restoring 20 health. Gains super armor for 5 seconds, becoming immune to all control effects. Soul Lash lasted barely 0.2 seconds before Zhou Ming purged it. Damn. Zhuanbei House's eyes went wide at that absurd reaction speed. Boom. The massive sword smashed down, carving a pit more than 10 meters deep in the arena. The blade cut through the floor like tofu, and the shockwave rolled outward. Zhuanbei Hosher never got a second chance, crushed to nothing but a smear of blood. Ding. System prompt. Flame Lord traveling the world used Heaven Rend, dealing 513,671 critical damage. You have died. Staring blankly at the grisly scene on the platform, the entire audience fell into stunned silence. What kind of monster is that? The deities peered through the dimensional barrier and gasped at the sword light exploding on the platform. Split the heavens. If Zhou Yushiji unleashed that terrifying move at full power, even a god-tier combatant would feel a chill run down the spine. Another 500,000 damage? The contestants in the stands felt a collective jolt, and many abandoned the idea of challenging Zhou Yushiji on the spot. Unlike last time, Zhou Ming had not even used the star god Earthy's limit was nowhere in sight. Thud. The instantly killed Zhuanbei Hosher slumped back into his seat, ears ringing and face blank. That's it. I triggered divine protection, my base stats skyrocketed, plus a 150% boost to every attribute, and I still got one shot? Give me a break. Brother Zhou is insane. My chance has come. Ting Fengxi's eyes sparkled as he pulled up his interface, ready to kick a man when he was down. The system removed the weakness debuff inside the arena, but lost levels never came back on their own. Ding. System message. God bless Summoner Mo Xiang has challenged Poison Master Zhuanbei Hosher. Sorry, ladies first. A beautiful woman with graceful curves rose and spoke with a smile. You bunch of bastards. Zhuanbei House's face turned ashen as he cursed all the way to the platform. Damn vultures. Sixth-ranked Mo Xiang stepped into the ring. With a flick of her wrist, a snow-white tiger nearly a meter at the shoulder landed beside her, crackling with arcs of lightning. The peak showdown rules barred most classes from bringing pets, but summoners were exempt, their powers centered on their companions, which was the essence of the class. Roar. The juvenile white tiger howled skyward. The roar was still immature, yet its stats could steamroll most of the top 16. Pale Thunder, little Bao Mo Xiang's pet. A white tiger? A divine pet? Zhou Ming muttered, raising an eyebrow. Chi-Chi. Xiao Yu darted out of the pet space, circled once in midair, then landed on Zhou Ming's shoulder, thoroughly unimpressed. Ding. System message. Your pet, Celestial Spirit Beast Xiao Yu, states that the opponent is not of pure white tiger blood, and even if it were, it would still be no match for her. Zhou Ming shook his head with a laugh. Though officially labeled a utility pet, Xiao Yu had long surpassed that category. The support she provided was far beyond anything a white tiger could offer. In the center of the arena, the white tiger fought harder and harder under its master's buffs. After several exchanges, the demoralized Zhuanbei Hosher was defeated again, and Mo Xiang smoothly claimed fourth place. The ensuing matches grew ever fiercer as the remaining players unveiled their trump cards, desperate to break into the top 10. Brothers, lend me your strength. Anyone who helps will be rewarded by my Beggar clan later. The Beggar clan leader activated unity of the people, weaving through the packed arena like a fish in water and climbing steadily from 15th place upward. Ba Wang, who possessed the S-rank talent Fearless, was immune to all control effects and was no pushover himself. After taking a full hit from Zhou Ming, he finally managed to salvage a shred of dignity. The other contestants fought just as hard, and the rankings shuffled from moment to moment. Not a single opponent worth my time. Shun Wuzhuang slapped the table and sprang to his feet, his low voice cutting through the noise. I challenge Zhou Yushiji. By arena rule, the top-ranked Zhou Yushiji may call out any two opponents, and a defeated challenger permanently loses the right to strike back. The moment Shun Wuzhuang's declaration echoed out, the other contestants, fists half-clenched, traded uneasy looks and quietly sat down. Swish swish. Light columns flared as the system finished the transfer, dropping Zhou Ming and Shun Wuzhuang one after the other at the center of the sky-high stage. The crowd erupted. Go, Shun Wuzhuang. Your name's asking for a beating, but I'm still cheering for you. If the guild master beats Zhou Yushiji, Supreme Guild finally becomes the true #1 in the Eastern Division. Record this. Hurry, hit record. Barrage chat and shouts overlapped, pushing the arena's heat to a boiling point. Every eye in the stands locked onto the two figures about to clash. Everyone knew the real summit of this tournament lay in the triangle between Zhou Yushiji, Shun Wuzhuang, and Wu Erji. I've waited far too long for this day. Gripping a violet staff, Shun Wuzhuang's eyes blazed while his robe billowed without wind. After today, the throne of the Eastern Division's champion will have a new owner. New owner? Zhou Ming shook his head lightly. For now, you still don't qualify. He had already skimmed his opponent's stats. Spellbreaker Shun Wuzhuang. Class, Dragon Soul Mage. Level, 63. HP, 265,230. Attack, 15, 35016, 422. Defense, 7, 4227, 733. Skills. Forbidden, Fire Dragon Roar. Forbidden, Wind Dragon Descent. Forbidden, Water Dragon Ward. Forbidden, Metal Dragon Tail Whip. Forbidden, Wood Dragon Bind. Forbidden, Holy Dragon Blessing. Forbidden, Divine Benediction. Profile, a rare vocation from the Dragon Realm, able to convert every spell into a forbidden incantation. Even Dragon Warriors and Dragon Knights struggle to match its status. So, your trump card is nothing but forbidden spells? Zhou Ming thought, his face unreadable. Not qualified, am I? Shun was Zhuang's tone darkened. A dense surge of water element converged from all sides, coiling into a dragon that wrapped around him. Ding. System prompt. Spellbreaker Shun was Zhuang has used Forbidden, Water Dragon Ward. All attributes 50. Regenerates 1000 HP per second. Lasts 5 minutes. How about now? He fixed his gaze on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming still shook his head. Still not enough. A vein twitched at Shun was Zhuang's temple. He raised the staff again, and 2 dragons, one bright, one dark, plunged from the clouds straight into his body. A crushing draconic aura rippled outward, and the air itself seemed to buzz. His pupils split, one pale, one obsidian, while his power spiked. Ding. System prompt. Spellbreaker Shun was Zhuang has used Forbidden, Holy Dragon Blessing. All attributes 60. Skill damage 100. Elemental resistance 10. Last until battle ends. Afterward, level 10 and a 3-day weak status. Insane. The spectators, who couldn't see the numbers, gaped at the back-to-back forbidden spells. The arena fell so silent that only heartbeats remained. How about now? Shun was Zhuang asked a 3rd time, every word laced with menace. Zhou Ming's expression didn't change. No means no. Fine. 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 Laughing from sheer fury, Shun was Zhuang whipped up a storm that rocked the platform. Forbidden, Wind Dragon Descent. Boom. A raging air current gathered into a dragon hundreds of meters long and dived from the clouds. The arena's shield rippled under the impact, and shrieks rippled through the stands. Let's see whether Zhou Yushiji is worthy of being called the Eastern Division's number 1. A sudden gale engulfed the entire arena, hurling gravel into the air. Staff held high. Shun Wuzhuang compressed the raging wind above his head until it spun into a vortex that solidified into a wind dragon dozens of meters long. Its wings beat, casting blades of air while its gaping maw lunged at Zhou Ming. Ding. System message. Bandbreaker Shun Wuzhuang has cast Forbidden Art. Wind Dragon descends, dealing 1,400 of his attack damage to all enemies in a 200 by 200 area, with a high chance of rend, knock-up, and knockback. Movement speed 100 and casting speed 50 for 3 minutes. The brutal numbers made the commentators gasp. Even Zhou Yushiji might have to eat this one. Spectators both on-site and online held their breath. Even blinking felt extravagant. Forbidden Art, Water Dragon Guard. Forbidden Art, Holy Dragon Blessing. 2 buffs landed in quick succession. Shun Wuzhuang's stats spiked to absurd levels, surpassing even Zhou Ming's. With power like this, he could one-shot most of the top 16 contenders. Fixing his gaze on the center of the arena, he sneered, "Let's see you survive this." Certain his opponent couldn't escape the dragon's range, Shun Wuzhuang allowed a smug smile. The howling dragon surged forward, yet Zhou Ming merely raised a hand. Flame armor erupted over his body, molten gold patterns rippling across the plates. He pointed ahead, and a colossal greatsword materialized, its edge gleaming coldly, its sword intent razor-sharp. I told you Zhou Ming's eyes were icy. You're not good enough. Ding. System message. Flame Lord Zhou Yushiji has activated Star Deity's Wrath. Next attack damage 800, crit rate 50, crit damage 80, with a high chance of knockback and knockup for 5 seconds. Ding. System message. Flame Lord Zhou Yushiji has activated Heaven Splitter, channeling blazing solar sword intent to strike targets within 500 by 500 meters for 1,500 attack damage. The hit is a guaranteed critical, suppresses the target, and reduces its movement speed by 150 for 5 seconds. Screech. The sword ripped through the air, a crimson beam colliding head-on with the roaring wind dragon, the tip piercing straight through its skull. Fate isn't dictated by numbers alone. Raw skill can still prevail. Boom. Fire and storm detonated, blasting a shockwave outward, tearing up the arena floor and flinging debris skyward. Even after Overlord debuffed part of his stats, Shun Wuzhuang still boasted nearly 30,000 attack thanks to a 110 all-stat boost. The Wind Dragon withstood Heaven Splitter's edge, but only for a moment. SHHK? After mere seconds of stalemate, the dragon uttered a shrill wail. The great sword ran it through, momentum unbroken, and slammed into a wide-eyed Shun Wuzhuang. The blow to his chest sent him hurtling dozens of meters before he crashed to the ground like a severed kite. Ding. System message. Your skill was interrupted by Flame Lord Zhou Yushiji's Heaven Splitter and failed to activate. Ding. System message. You were struck by Heaven Splitter, losing 252,564 HP. Even after all that, Zhou Yushiji is still stronger? Both players and spectators were left speechless, unsure whether to feel that the result was natural or simply unavoidable. On the platform, Shun Wuzhuang went all in from the very first exchange, yet still could not figure out his opponent, while Zhou Ming stood motionless, wearing the calm look of someone who already knew the ending. Sui Xing stacked with Kai Tian, 2,300% base damage, a guaranteed critical hit, another 80% piled onto the crit multiplier, and total damage soaring to a jaw-dropping 6,440%. The talent Sui Tian added 50% defense penetration and 20% damage reduction bypass, not to mention the miscellaneous boosts from Flame Demon armor and various weapon traits. With numbers like that, even a forbidden spell had to yield. Cough, cough. Shun Wuzhuang rolled across the ground in the shockwave carved by the sword, his robe caked with dust, looking battered yet faintly deranged. I admit it, you're strong. Unknown, I can't match your ceiling. But he clenched his staff, voice hoarse but stubborn. On the stage of peak duel, I still plan to win. Blessing of the gods opened for me. The wind vortex he had just formed was already brushing against the skill limit, and since it still could not shake Zhou Ming, he pulled out his single-use ace, the forcibly promoted forbidden spell called Divine Aegis. Ting Feng Shiyu watched from the stands, palms drenched in sweat, not because he doubted Zhou Ming's skill, but because Shun Wuzhuang's innate all-stat bonuses were terrifying. Once those numbers rolled out, even flawless mechanics would struggle to turn the tide. 2 seconds, 5 seconds, the arena remained eerily quiet. Activate, damn it. Shun Wuzhuang's eyes reddened. Did this stupid game just glitch? The tense silence snapped like a string. Everyone stared as he swung his staff at empty air, his trump card refusing to appear. Zhou Ming stayed poised and unruffled. He knew Destiny liked to tuck the strongest skills at the back of the hotbar, and that the flashier the name, the more absurd the power, so he had sealed exactly the right slot. Realizing something was wrong, Shun Wuzhuang hurriedly checked the system log. Ding. System message. Because of Kai Tian's seal effect, your skill forbidden, Blessing of the Gods has been sealed and cannot be used for 10 minutes. His knees buckled, he staggered 3 steps back, and the color in his face went from pale to a congested purple. A seal? The game actually has a mechanic like that? In a private room, the team known as the Gods slammed the table in fury. If the 3 major amplification spells had fired together, Shun Wuzhuang might still have had a sliver of hope, but the newly revealed seal on Kai Tian had blindsided everyone. I told you, Zhou Ming said calmly, you don't have what it takes. Shun Wuzhuang's breathing turned ragged. He was running out of trump cards, yet he raised his staff again with clenched teeth. The match isn't over, so don't start celebrating. Ding. System message. Breaker made Shun Wuzhuang cast Forbidden with Dragon Bind, immobilizing the target for at least 5 seconds. The target cannot move or attack during this time. With a roar, a dragon of wood element burst from the ground and coiled around Zhou Ming, binding him tight. But his expression did not change. Sacred Flame Baptism instantly cleansed every negative effect. Turning a normal skill into a forbidden spell did not mean the effect was truly on that level. I'm not done yet. Shun Wuzhuang's eyes were bloodshot. I haven't lost. Ding. System message. Breaker made Shun Wuzhuang cast Forbidden Fire Dragon Roar, dealing 800% damage and applying burn, which drains 0.5% of the target's max HP per second for 10 seconds. A blazing dragon bellowed and spewed its breath mist. The word immune popped crisply above Zhou Ming's head. The crowd gasped in unison. Everyone knew Fire Element was useless against Zhou Yushiji, Zhou Ming's in-game persona, but after having his spirit shattered by Kai Tian, Shun Wuzhuang had forgotten even that basic fact. Zhou Ming stopped holding back. Lightning flashed under his feet as he closed the distance and dropped several sword strikes, knocking his opponent clean out of the ring. Ding. System message. You have successfully slain Breaker made Shun Wuzhuang. Your ranking has risen to number 1. This match is done. 4-way can only count on Wu Wei Erji now. Sighs swept through the stands as the crowd finally grasped the terrifying power of Zhou Yushiji. He had paused his leveling for a whole month, yet every other player was still miles behind. Watching Shun Wuzhuang crash and burn left the Eastern region spectators with mixed emotions. They all knew Zhou Yushiji was strong, but only now did they realize just how absurd the gap really was, so vast that even the third-ranked player could not put up the slightest fight. Meanwhile, in the real-world Sakura region, Prime Minister Fujita Daimu glowered at the livestream. The Eastern region's summit duel raged on, making Sakura's top players look utterly lackluster by comparison. With Shun Wuzhuang's strength, he would have walked away with Sakura's championship so long as he avoided Zhou Yushiji. That thought cut Fujita to the bone. Prime Minister, Zhou Yushiji is busy with the summit match right now. It's the perfect window, a staffer whispered. Should we send another team of mercenaries to deal with his parents? Idiot. Fujita's backhanded slap sent the man stumbling. In broad daylight. Do you think Eastern region security is for show? We tried slipping in last night, and still failed. Now it's even less likely to work. He lowered his voice, teeth clenched. Even the Europa region wouldn't dare pull something on Eastern soil. What makes you think we can? The aide fell silent, trembling. Make sure Zhou Yushiji doesn't suspect a thing, Fujita said coldly. When he takes a crushing loss in Rock City, that's when we kick him while he's down. Yes, sir, the staffers answered, heads bowed. Back at the venue, Shun Wuzhawang returned to the players' area like a punctured ball, all his swagger gone. His face was ashen, and he couldn't utter a word. Everyone kept their distance. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, and even after burning levels to cast a forbidden spell, he still had power to spare. Anyone thinking of challenging him had better know their own limits. In a corner, Zhou Yushiji watched the ongoing matches in silence, paying no attention to the other contenders. By now, only Wu Wei Ji still dared to face him. The competition rolled on. While the top 3 drew the headlines, cracking the top 10 mattered even more to the players. Just as there is a world of difference between champion and runner-up, so too is there a gulf between 10th and 11th place. Duels raged across the arena, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. 3 hours later, as the final neared its end and the rankings began to settle, Shun Wuzhawang finally snapped out of his daze. He shot a sideways glance at Wu Wei Ji and asked in a low voice, planning to give up? Quitting would be pathetic, Wu Wei Ji replied, rising to his feet and taking a long breath. I'm waiting until the last moment. That way, even if I lose, I won't have to sit here looking awkward for too long. Shun Wuzhawang's mouth twitched, could tell the remark was aimed at him. Ding. System message. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Ji has challenged Flame Lord Zhou Yushiji. Zhou Yushiji, please grant me a match. Wu Wei Ji clasped his fists, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Very well. Zhou Ming rose and returned the salute. Whoosh. Whoosh. Within seconds 2 figures were lifted by the system's light and set down in the middle of the arena, staring each other down. At last, the final showdown. What reward would the system give this time? In the stands, countless spectators clenched their fists. Most were already in the top 100 and knew exactly how valuable this fight was. Zhou Yushiji was all but guaranteed the crown. The only suspense lay in whether Wu Wei Ji could unseat him. If Wu Wei Ji fell here, Zhou Yushiji's title as Eastern Region's #1 duelist would be beyond dispute. Come on, just one more step, Ting Feng Shiyu murmured in the players' area, sweat dampening his palms. Each contestant was allowed a single loss. Shun Wuzhawang could have challenged again, yet he chose to forfeit and lock in third place in indirect admission that he knew he couldn't beat Wu Wei Ji. On the stage, Wu Wei Erzi's jade green robe fluttered in the wind. An ornate shield rested on his left arm, a pitch-black spear angled toward the ground, its tip trembling with dark light. He was ready. Thinking back to when I said you and Shun Wuzhawang were 50-50, that was far too hasty, he said with a self-deprecating laugh. Zhou Ming didn't dwell on it. If you could make that call, you must have sparred with him, and he paused. I'm guessing you won. Pure luck, Wu Wei Ji replied seriously. If had burned everything on the forbidden spell Blessing of the Gods, I might not have made it. Blessing of the Gods traded a steep price for an explosive surge in power, a huge boon for Shun Wuzhawang. Zhou Ming understood. If Wu Wei Ji said he only might not win, then even at Shun Wuzhawang's absolute limit, Wu Wei Ji still had a chance. He pulled up his opponent's stat window. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Ji. Eternal Vanguard. Level, 64. HP, 285,200. Attack, 10, 35010, 822. Defense, 15, 42215, 233. Skills. Unity of offense and defense, stand as 1. Eternal Vanguard, Shield Wall, Spear of Return, Shadow Realm, Endless Prohibition. Profile, Master of Dark Elements. Though he longs for an ordinary life, he still turns his back on the world and sets out on his journey. 321 System message. The match begins. No trash talk followed. As the countdown hit 0, both faces hardened, eyes sharp as blades, pressure peaking. Ding. System message. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Ji casts Eternal Vanguard. All attributes 30, HP 50, damage taken 20, and he summons 3 phantoms with identical stats and full skill access. Ding. System message. Shadow Lord Wu Wei Ji casts Shield Wall, summoning 10 additional phantoms for himself and the existing copies, each with 50 stats. Wu Wei Erzi's robe snapped in the wind as 3 full-sized phantoms appeared at his sides. Light flared again. The 3 became 43. He stood in the center as the 44th figure, a sight to behold. Zhou Ming remained calm as the warlord's aura blanketed the arena, cutting every enemy stat. Then he raised his ghostlit sword. Whoosh. Power surged into the blade, swelling it tenfold. A crimson arc flashed out, sweeping across the field like an unstoppable tide. Wu Wei knew he could stall against anyone else, but against Zhou Ming he had only 60 seconds left. The ruthless glare of the Heaven Splitter sword glinted in his eyes. In front of you. I have just 1 minute to fight back. He growled. His 43 phantoms shattered, and dense dark energy poured into his body like a reverse flood. Ding. System prompt. Shadow Lord Wu Wei used United We Stand, absorbing all phantoms and gaining 5 of their full attributes for 1 minute. The spectators erupted. How big is that buff? A mere 5 per phantom stack to push each of Wu Weierzi's stats up by 150,000. His defense alone broke 30,000. Boom. Heaven Splitter crashed into his shield. Red and black forces collided, the platform sinking several meters as stone flew everywhere. Ding. System prompt. Under the seal of Heaven Splitter, your skill prohibition is locked for 10 minutes. Zhou Ming's rupture ignored 50 of defense, splashing a 252,360 critical in blood-red text. Yet Wu Weierzi stood firm, as if nailed to the stage. Ding. System prompt. Shadow Lord Wu Weierzi used fusion of offense and defense, raising both attack and defense to the highest cap for 30 seconds. Take my spear. As the 1.25-second suppression ended, he charged, spear aimed straight at Zhou Ming. Miss. Zhou Ming stepped in a shadow step. 300 speed flicked him behind Wu Weierzi. Flame demon armor flared, and the blade-like ruthless combo rained down. 7,500. 7,952. 7,626. 7,581. 8,088. 7,777. Numbers popped like beads. Holding his ground under the onslaught, Wu Weierzi flipped the spear back at Zhou Ming's shoulder. Ding. System prompt. Shadow Lord Wu Weierzi used primal thrust. Next strike gains 600 damage with high pierce chance for 5 seconds. 65,261. The flame demon armor shield shattered. Clang, clang, clang. Sword and spear blurred together, sparks mingling with shadow. Each move lethal and almost too fast to see. Awesome. I knew Wu Weierzi wasn't ordinary. The crowd roared, many leaping to their feet. 20 seconds in, Zhou Ming suddenly retreated and dropped a second Heaven Splitter. Boundless. Wu Weierzi unleashed his trump card, turning incorporeal for 5 seconds, immune to all damage at the cost of sealing Shadow Realm. He lunged for Zhou Ming again. Zhou Ming raised a hand. Holy Fire Baptism restored 20 of his health, yet he still refused to back down. He knew his weakness. Every buff skill he needed was on a 10-minute cooldown, and even the potent Flame Soul art was out of reach. 80-60 their health bars plummeted in tandem. At 40 seconds, Zhou Ming raised Heaven Splitter for the 3rd time. No, both of Wu Weierzi's aces were sealed. Staring at the descending sword light, he whispered, something's wrong with that move. 243,206. The giant critical froze midair. Sword light faded, dust settled. Ding. System prompt. Pinnacle duel, round 5 complete. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to Adventurer Flame, Sovereign Zhou Yu Shiji, champion of the Pinnacle duel, reward incoming. Ding. System message. Congratulations to Adventurer Flame, Sovereign Zhou Yu Shiji for winning the Peak Showdown. You've earned an extra reward, 3 additional spins on the prize wheel. As the chime faded, showers of brilliant golden streamers cascaded from the sky, blanketing the arena like a waterfall. The rankings on the big screen froze at that very moment. 1. Flame's Sovereign Zhou Yu Shiji. 2. Lord of Shadows Wu Wei Erji. 3. Breaker of Taboos Shun Wuzhuang. 4. Wind Catcher Ting Feng Shiyu. 5. God Bless Summoner Emotion. 6. Stellar Guardian Gaibong Lauda. 7. Gale Archer Shao Lai Fanhua. 8. Fearless Spear Bawang. 9. Demon's Shadow Jin Yen Sherba. 10. Poison Master Zhuanbei Hosher. With the leaderboard locked, every competitor's feelings surfaced at once: delight or disappointment. It no longer mattered. The results were final. Wu Wei Erji didn't return to the players' seats, instead reviving on the spot. He cupped his fists. Congratulations. You were tough to beat. My win wasn't easy. Zhou Ming waved it off with a smile. If your Shadow Realm and interdiction hadn't been sealed, you might have turned the fight around. There's no such thing as if. Wu Wei Erji shook his head calmly. Even at full power, my peak output only lasts a minute. He knew the score. Without Zhou Yu Shiji holding back, the 300% movement speed boost from Phantom Step would never have given him the brief chance to threaten Zhou Ming's life. Once United We Stand ended, his damage would plummet. Besides, had pored over every one of Zhou Ming's combat videos and knew the man could hover with his sword, leaving all melee classes helpless. Congrats on the win, brother Zhou. Ting Feng Shiyu and the others were teleported onto the platform, greeting him with bright faces. Of all the contestants, Head wanted Zhou Yu Shiji to take the Eastern Division's top spot the most. Thanks. Zhou Ming returned the smile. Push a little harder, next time maybe you'll crack the top 3. Ting Feng Shiyu threw a glance at Wu Wei Erji and Shun Wuzhuang, then sighed. That's a tall order. These two are monsters. Shun Wuzhuang lifted his chin, voice stiff. You're impressive this time, but there'll be a server-wide peak showdown sooner or later, and I'll get my revenge. Impressive? I'll take that as praise. Zhou Ming shrugged. Shun Wuzhuang rubbed his nose and let it go. Eastern Division's #1 official at last. Gaibong Lauda, cheeks flushed with excitement, offered a simple congratulation. Thanks to his harmony build, Head surged late and finished 6th, finally vindicated. Whoosh. Seconds later, a podium rose from the center of the arena, and 10 pillars of light carried each finalist to their award positions. Standing at the highest point, Zhou Ming looked out over the crowd. In the stands, the chatter was nonstop. New head take first. If Heaven Splitter wasn't so outrageous, there's no way head edge out Shun Wuzhuang. Stop nitpicking created the skill himself. I could say Shun Wuzhuang didn't have a Dragon Soul Mage class, and wouldn't have made the top 3. Zhou Yushiji is amazing. Wonder what the champion's reward is. Is the system keeping us in suspense? As they watched the 10 players on the platform, the audience's roar crashed over the arena like a tidal wave. From this moment on, the laurels of the Summit Showdown were his. No one would ever question Zhou Yushiji's strength again. And the rewards? Where are the rewards? In the stands, Ting Fengshi rubbed his palms so hard it was a wonder he didn't punch through the system panel. What's taking so long? You're killing me. Zhou Ming was just as fired up, heart pounding against his ribs. The prize will hadn't even appeared yet, and the champion's national treasure plus top 10 were spiritier gear. Each one could skyrocket his combat power. He understood that better than anyone. After 3 agonizing minutes, the system chime finally erupted. Ding. System message. Congratulations to every player who took part in the Summit Showdown and placed in the top 100,000. Rewards. Current level EXP 66.6, free attribute points 10, and the item Summit Showdown commemorative handbook. Note. Players with higher tier rewards are not included. Whoosh. Countless beams of golden light shot into the sky like a downpour of fireworks. The eastern region had poured in competitors by the tens of thousands, and the system was generous this time. Even a top 100,000 finish brought real loot, and the usually silent Wu Wei Erji clenched his fists, chest heaving. Ding. System message. Congratulations to every player who placed in the top 1,000. Rewards. Current level EXP 166.6, free attribute points 30, 1 gold tier equipment choice chest, and the Summit Showdown commemorative handbook. Note. Players with higher tier rewards are not included. Ding. System message. Congratulations to every player who placed in the top 100. Rewards. Current level EXP 288.8, free attribute points 50, 1 prismatic tier equipment choice chest, 1 random grade skill book, and the Summit Showdown commemorative handbook. Note. Players with higher tier rewards are not included. Ding. System message. Congratulations to every player who placed in the top 32. Rewards. Current level EXP 288.8, free attribute points 80, 1 prismatic tier equipment choice chest, 1 random grade skill book, 100 gold coins, and the Summit Showdown commemorative handbook. Note. Players with higher tier rewards are not included. Lines of text piled up, each reward bigger than the last, and players everywhere sounded like bellows as they caught their breath. Here comes the main event. Every ranked contender fixed on the final blank slot. Damn. Bawang slapped the table and roared with laughter. What's the holdup? Trying to give me a heart attack? As if deliberately teasing them, the system stretched the suspense another 30 seconds. Finally. Ding. System message. Congratulations to every player who placed in the top 10. Rewards. Current level EXP 388.8, free attribute points 120, 1 were spiritier equipment choice chest, 1 random grade skill book, 1 spin of the prize wheel, 1 rare grade outfit, 1,000 gold coins, and the item top 10 trophy. Note. Players with higher tier rewards are not included. Whoosh. Players in 4th through 10th place jumped 3 levels on the spot, their blinding pillars of light piercing the arena roof. Gear and items of every kind materialized before them, waiting to be claimed. At the sight of this, Zhou Ming's heart pounded in his chest. The sin of sloth only barred him from gaining experience through combat. It didn't stop the system from handing out rewards, so the rapidly rising levels came at no cost to him. Yes. His friend Stop Bugging Me punched the air, his face flushing with excitement. I just scored an unbeatable skill. Send me against World Traveler again, and I won't flinch in the slightest. Ha. The others felt their blood race and chimed in enthusiastically. Scratching the back of his head, Stop Bugging Me added earnestly, I'm not kidding, this skill is insane. ITLL, let me tank at least 20 seconds longer. Right then, the screen announcing 3rd place burst open in midair. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer Taboo Breaker, submit or perish for taking 3rd place in the Clash of Champions. Rewards. Level 5. 150 free attribute points. 1 battle soul grade equipment selection chest. 1 random S-tier skill book. 2 spins at the prize wheel. 1 rare steer outfit. 2,000 gold coins. And the exclusive item 3rd place trophy. Sai submit or perish gazed at the reward panel, shook his head, and said with a hint of regret, if 3rd place is this generous, how ridiculous must 1st place be? It wasn't that he was dissatisfied. He simply knew the Clash of Champions could go much higher. On the other side, Shadow Lord Laissez-faire remained silent, eyes glued to the countdown, clearly more eager than anyone. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer Shadow Lord Laissez-faire for taking 2nd place in the Clash of Champions. Rewards. Level 6. 200 free attribute points. 2 battle soul grade equipment selection chests. 1 random S-tier skill book, 3 spins at the prize wheel, 1 rare steer outfit, 5,000 gold coins, and the exclusive item runner-up trophy. When the light faded, laissez-faire swept his hand across the air, pocketing the trophy and every reward that floated there, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. After that, countless gazes swiveled toward Zhou Ming, everyone eager to see what the champion would receive. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.